Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. The blue sky surrounded the city. People were walking along the street. The plot tells us that one calm and peaceful day, a dragon was flying in the sky. The shadow of the monster fell on the passers-by. The people suddenly looked up at the sky. They saw a dragon. Many monsters were flying in the sky. We are told that the dragons attacked humanity and a war began. The dragon destroyed the earth beneath itself. People tried to run away screaming. Red smoke enveloped the kingdom. We are told that the war lasted for about 30 years, and in the face of powerful dragons, people were powerless and they began to die out. A knight stood in front of a crowd of monsters. The guy made a series of attacks on the dragon. He held the blade in front of him. The protagonist tells us that he refused to give up and continued to fight, killing one after another. He presented a golden coat of arms and noted that he was the eldest son of the Duke Arden family, famous for their fencing skills. There were medals on his chest. The protagonist declared that he was the most talented swordsman of the Western continent. Blood splattered around him. He noted that he was a dragon slayer. The plot tells us that he was the last hero of the kingdom of Hydern. The protagonist was wounded. The dragon grabbed him. The guy started coughing up blood. Purple smoke came out of the dragon's mouth. The protagonist thought that it was Drachises, the Dragon King. The dumbfounded guy noted that the dragon was strong. The monster released a red stream of energy at him. The protagonist was wounded. His face was dumbfounded. He remembered the man who said that he was leaving everything to Ethan. The protagonist's eyes were empty. He thought about his father. Ethan closed his eyes. The protagonist thought that he remembered his father's last words and asked for forgiveness for not keeping his promise. Ethan imagined himself falling and thought about how at his sister's funeral he swore to free the continent from dragons and that he was not the most talented swordsman and a lousy dragon slayer. The protagonist apologized to Taryn and Myers, noting that he was sorry that their sacrifice was in vain. Ethan began to hear a voice calling him. The protagonist mentally asked who it was and if someone was calling him. The girl put her hand on him. Ethan emphasized that her voice was familiar. The girl was sitting above him and trying to call out. The protagonist suddenly opened his eyes. Surprised, Ethan asked if this was his sister. The tearful girl noted that she thought he would never wake up. Taken aback, the protagonist mentally asked what was going on there and how she ended up there. He imagined his sister's corpse and noted that she died as a result of a dragon attack. Her body was lying in a coffin. Ethan remembered kneeling and thinking that he too had died without protecting anyone. The protagonist lay on the bed and thought about how disgraceful he was. He looked at his sister. Ethan imagined the image of his sister from the past and wondered why she was dressed like that. Sighing, the protagonist noted that he had told her to be more modest. He seriously noted that it did not matter now. Ethan said that he was glad to see her again and asked how the afterlife was. The girl was holding a handkerchief in her hand. The upset girl asked him not to risk himself like that again, adding that it was not his fault and that she was stupid. Surprised, Ethan asked what she was talking about. The girl was sitting in front of him. She put her hand to her chin. As she left, she said that she would now make soup. As she left the room, she asked him to lie down and not get up. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that she never knew how to cook. He wondered if in the afterlife, not only her situation but also her nature had changed. Ethan started to get up from the bed. He was suddenly surprised. Looking at the IV, the protagonist asked if this was the source of life. He removed the IV and noted that it was a magical device that kept him alive during a coma. He wondered why he needed it. Ethan's hand began to shake. He wondered why he was so weak. Holding his shoulder, the protagonist noted that he barely felt any mana, as if he had a mana surge or something like that. Looking around, the protagonist asked if this could happen in the afterlife too. He thought that in this state, he would not even be able to walk. He grabbed 3 tubes and declared that he would need them. He began to absorb the pink energy. Mana entered his body. The protagonist noted that this was great, at least he could stand up. The energy entered him. Ethan was able to stand up. He stretched his arm. Standing in the room, the protagonist assumed that the first aid had more or less worked. The girl entered the room and said that the soup was ready. The protagonist looked at her. Putting down the tray, his sister asked if he had turned off the life source and if he realized what state he was in. Ethan asked her again. Walking up to him, the girl asked how he could even move. Raising his hands, the protagonist said that he was almost completely fine and everything was working out. Stunned, Ethan's sister noted that the doctor said that after he woke up, it would take at least 6 months of treatment before he could walk. The protagonist asked how long he had been unconscious. The girl replied that he had been unconscious for 10 years. Taken aback, Ethan asked again. He wondered if he had spent 10 years in a coma. The girl nudged him and asked him to sit down, noting that he had just woken up. Sitting in front of him, the girl asked if she wanted to feed him. Ethan said that it was not necessary. Smiling, the protagonist asked how everything worked in the afterlife. Ethan was suddenly taken aback. The tearful girl loudly asked why he kept talking about some afterlife, noting that it scared her. The protagonist began bending his fingers and saying that they were all dead. His sister screamed that they were all alive. Looking at the room, Ethan noticed that this was not true. She approached the protagonist and said that they were not in the afterlife and the third son and the youngest were all alive, as were they. Tears streamed down her face. Ethan was taken aback by her words. The protagonist wondered if he was dead, adding that he clearly remembered how the Dragon King killed him. He looked at his sister and mentally asked what if he really was not dead and everything that was happening was real. He was dumbfounded. Looking at his sister, Ethan asked her to tell him how old she was. The girl replied that she was 20. The protagonist specified his age. She said that he was 19. Taken aback, Ethan mentally asked again about 19 years. He imagined dragons and emphasized the fact that when he was 19, they were attacked by dragons. He wondered if the First Continental War was still in full swing. Frowning, Ethan asked what news there was about the war and what happened to his father. Looking at him, the girl said that the war ended 15 years ago. She imagined people standing in front of dragons and noted that her father died then and their family sacrificed a lot, all for the sake of concluding a peace treaty with these monsters. Lying on the bed, Ethan asked if they had made a peace treaty with the dragons. His sister answered that they had. He lowered his gaze and thought that, as far as he remembered, they had not made any peace and it seemed like everything was going wrong. Beads of sweat were running down his face. Ethan thought that he had not returned to the past, because the past was different and if this was really not the afterlife. He remembered the blade hanging on his back. The protagonist emphasized that he did not die, but returned 13 years ago. Taken aback, Ethan wondered if it turned out that he was in a parallel world. The protagonist asked what happened to the servants. The girl was taken aback by such a question. Holding onto her dress, she replied that they did not have any. Surprised, Ethan asked why. The upset girl said that they no longer had money. Sitting on the bed, the protagonist clarified what happened to the family treasures, adding that if they sold them. Putting her hands on the dress, the girl turned to him. The window to his room was open. She stated that their home was now there. Looking down, the girl noted that they had nothing valuable left. Ethan thought that this was a past different from what he remembered. The protagonist smiled and asked her to say that she was joking. The girl imagined their estate and said that their family had fallen. Ethan was dumbfounded by this. He thought about returning to his broken family. He asked with a puzzled look if this was all true. The protagonist emphasized that his family was completely ruined. Ethan imagined a huge castle and thought that one of the 7 countries of the western continent, the Kingdom of Hyder. He remembered holding a blade in his hands. The protagonist noted that of all the countries, it was the smallest, but the family of Duke Arden, swordsmen who had no equal on the entire continent, came from there. People were running away from dragons. Dragons were flying over the kingdom. Ethan thought about how, thanks to their merits, they always lived in luxury even when humanity was on the verge of extinction and not in some hovel. The protagonist imagined their current home. Looking at his sister, Ethan asked if they had been living like this for 10 years. His sister nodded that it was so. The protagonist mentally noted that he remembered a completely different past. Looking at his hands, Ethan said that he thought he died in a fight with the Dragon King, but somehow ended up in the time when he was 19. The dumbfounded protagonist asked if their family was ruined. Frightened, Ethan said that the girl said that during the war, their family sacrificed a lot. He asked if the emperor should have rewarded them. Closing her eyes, the girl said that they received their reward. Looking at the web on the ceiling, the protagonist asked what it was then. She answered that it was immunity. Ethan was taken aback by her words. She seriously stated that His Majesty the 17th King Sigmund declared them protectors of the kingdom and ordered to treat them accordingly. The protagonist mentally asked if there was even a different king. He asked in surprise what next. Ethan listened to her attentively. The girl said that he had granted him, the first in line for succession, immunity, that is, exempted him from responsibility for any crimes except treason. Sitting next to him, the girl noted that starting with him, the immunity would last for 3 generations. The protagonist wondered if this meant that he would get away with any crime except treason. He noted with a serious expression that he would be forgiven even for murder, and that was a huge power. Looking at his sister, the protagonist asked if that was all. She replied that they had also been given gold and jewelry, but the family kept them. Surprised, Idek asked again. Their house was bathed in sunlight. The girl said that this was not entirely true and that they had been moved to this hunting lodge 10 years ago. Idek introduced the people and said that by decision of the Senate, Arden had temporarily become the head of the family. Taken aback, Idek asked who had the nerve to do such a thing. Looking at the protagonist, the girl said that the Senate consisted of 10 indirect descendants of the Arden family. She introduced the king and told him that after the battle with the dragons, in which his father and grandfather died, the king ordered the Senate to temporarily take care of the family. Ethan imagined himself as a child. The girl suggested that King Sigmund seemed to be afraid that the protagonist would abuse his immunity and position as the head of the family from a young age. Frowning, Ethan wondered if the king thought that the Senate would decide to take everything into their own hands and persecute them. Taking a plate, the sister asked about the position of the head of the family, adding that they would hold a vote when he turned 20. Ethan clarified whether it had not yet been decided that he would become it. Looking down, the girl said that this was the original plan, but while he was in a coma, the Senate abandoned it. Raising the spoon to his mouth, the protagonist thought that if he became the head of the family, they would have a hard time. He imagined himself killing people and emphasized the fact that he would be able to cut out everyone who made him and his family suffer with impunity. He began to drink the broth. Ethan noted with a serious expression that he still had 8 months until his 20th birthday. The girl's tears fell on her skirt. The tearful girl said that it was all her fault, and if she had tried harder, he would not have fallen into a coma due to the monosurge. The protagonist's face was serious. He remembered how he was sitting behind his books and noted that 10 years ago, when he was 9 years old, he tried his best to regain the skill of foresight that their family had lost. However, when he tried to restore it, he had a monosurge. The protagonist concentrated energy in his hands. Ethan introduced his relatives and noted that his brothers and sisters had no real power and could not stop the tyranny of the Senate. Looking at his sister, the protagonist asked her not to cry, asking what was her fault. She replied that she had to protect the family somehow. Lowering his head, Ethan said that this was not so and that it was his own fault for putting such responsibility on her. Putting her hand on his shoulder, the girl asked him to look at her. Smiling, she said that the only thing that mattered now was that he was alive and well. A slight smile appeared on Ethan's face. Having given him the plate, the protagonist said that she cooked wonderfully. It got dark outside. She asked him to rest because he had just come to his senses. Sitting on the bed, Ethan thought about the mess there. He imagined his sister and noted that of course he was glad that he got into this world and was able to see his sister again. But the king put the Senate at the head of the family to cut off his oxygen supply, and this same Senate expelled his family, finally seizing power. An image of the king appeared in his head. He imagined several people. Ethan noted with a serious expression that he did not know why he was there after his death. Clenching his hand into a fist, he added that he knew exactly what to do. Putting his hand on his knee, the protagonist thought that in these 8 months he should fully recover and he will return everything that rightfully belongs to them and show what happens to those who decide to stand in the way of the Arden family. Smoke was coming from the chimney of the house. The girl looked at the bowl of soup. Smiling, she said that he liked the soup yesterday. Opening the door, she noted that she would wake him up and bring him breakfast. There were guys in suits in the room. Her face was serious. The girl approached the man and addressed him. Crossing his arms, the chief chamberlain replied that he was listening to him. She asked to leave them for today. Grinning, he said that it was impossible, noting that their job was to look after them. Putting her hand on her chest, the girl asked him again. The chief chamberlain assumed that she did not understand something. He stood over her and said that he was a member of the Baron Karga's family, not Duke Arden, and the Baron had personally ordered him to sit in this hovel. He said with a satisfied look that he was very sorry. She closed her eyes. Knocking on the door, she asked if Ethan was awake. The protagonist went down to the first floor. He silently looked at the people. Looking at the soup, Ethan turned to his sister. Sitting at the table, he noticed that she said that they did not have servants. Looking at the protagonist, she replied that they were not theirs and that they were provided by other families. Frowning, Ethan said that nevertheless, they should serve them and not gossip, and since they were so useless, there was no need to keep them there. Lowering her head, the sister said that others would be sent in their place, and they would not listen to her either. Getting up from the table, Ethan asked her to start eating without him. Smiling, he replied that he would chat with those guys for a while. The man entered the room. He sat down on the couch. As he sat on the couch, the man wondered if the girl had asked them to leave because the protagonist had woken up. He smirked and emphasized that such a job was a dream. He imagined the house and noted that it was a hunting lodge, known to everyone as a place of exile, but the longer he lived there, the more he liked it. He imagined the outlines of many people. He emphasized the fact that he was sent there by the Senate, so the Archduchess did not dictate to him. He thought with satisfaction that he did nothing all day, and he was still getting paid for it. He wondered in his mind if there could be a better job. He smirked and thought that he would be well paid for the information that Ethan had woken up. He ordered the maid to prepare a letter. The protagonist called out to him. The man turned around. Ethan hit him in the face. The man flew into the wall. Blood spurted from his mouth. Holding his face, he asked who dared. The protagonist walked towards him. The dumbfounded man asked if it was the Archduke. Ethan stared at him. Screams were heard from the house. The protagonist frowned. Covering himself with his hands, the chief chamberlain asked him not to come closer. Ethan walked towards him. He grabbed him by the shirt. The protagonist lifted him off the ground. The chief chamberlain said that he was almost a nobleman and that it didn't matter that Ethan was the Archduke. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what he meant. The man was dumbfounded. The servants watched what was happening. The man noted that being the Archduke didn't give him the right to treat him like that. He asked if he thought Baron Karga's family would let him get away with it. Ethan grinned and asked about the Baron's family. He slapped the man. The protagonist looked at the ceiling. The servants were scared. Ethan asked if the Lord Chamberlain thought the pathetic Baron and his family could protect him and if he wanted to say that he didn't value the Arden family. The beaten man asked why. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if he really didn't understand. Taken aback, the man asked again. He introduced his sister and wondered if he was doing this because of the Archduchess. The man started shouting for the maids to help her grace faster, so he let him go. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and asked him to listen. He seriously ordered him to try to be more useful. The man bowed and said that it was necessary. He mentally noted that Ethan had completely lost his mind. He watched him go. Looking at the protagonist's hand, the man wondered where so much strength came from in such a weak body, noting that he probably used mana and needed to urgently report everything to the Baron. The Chamberlain frowned and noted that Ethan would pay for this. The curtain fluttered in the wind. The protagonist thought that he had weakened quite a bit. Looking at his hand, Ethan pointed out that if he had not used the prepared mana, he would have made a fool of himself. His hand was shaking. The protagonist wondered if the impudent people dared to cross the Arden family. He imagined the outlines of people and noted that he would cut off the heads of the Senate. Frowning, Ethan said that he would show who the duchy belonged to. Sitting on the floor, he noted that he would first check the condition of his body. He began to meditate. Closing his eyes, the protagonist said that he knew it. Ethan imagined the fragments in his body and noted that due to the release of mana, the mana disintegrated into fragments. Looking at his hand, the protagonist noted that in his arms and legs, hands and ankles, they were everywhere. There were red fragments in his body. Ethan stated that in truth, it was not so bad and in some ways even good. The protagonist noted that if he were a simple knight, he would have died long ago. Mana streams began to hover around him. His eyes began to glow yellow. Ethan said that he was still the best swordsman on the continent. He imagined mana streams in his body and noted that this was quite good for a body that had been out of action for 10 years, although the veins through which mana flows had weakened. He thought with a serious expression that he would fix everything gradually and would start with resonance. He imagined a person meditating. The protagonist noted that during resonance, he absorbs mana with the appropriate wavelength from the environment and concentrates it in one point until he restores the required amount. An image of a clot of mana appeared in his head. Ethan said that he would start with the hand with which he holds the sword. Streams of energy began to flow from his hand. Pink mana enveloped him. The protagonist walked down the street. While stretching his arm, Ethan thought about how he had spent the entire morning resonating and that it was time to practice. He noted that he needed to at least regain his stamina before he could begin to hone his technique. The protagonist began doing push-ups. He ran through the forest. The sky above the house was blue. The sunset was enveloping the area. The servants looked at Ethan and thought that he was just a monster. They had been watching him train and noted that he had been training so much in such a state. He heard a child calling for the Archduchess. The boy was running towards him. The protagonist stood in front of him and asked who he was and what he needed. The boy was trying to catch his breath and said that Mr. Myers had made a scene at the bar again and if her ladyship didn't stop him. He asked who Ethan was, noting that he had never seen him before. Taken aback, the protagonist wondered if Myers had made a scene. He remembered Myers holding his head and saying that alcohol was bad for muscles. Smiling, Myers remarked that he would rather drink milk. Ethan emphasized that he ate only protein foods and drank only milk, noting that Myers had been bigger than all of them since childhood. The upset protagonist mentally wondered if Myers, obsessed with training and a strict schedule, had caused the scene in the bar. Screams were heard from his house as Ethan called Hans to find Myers. Looking at the sunset, Hans said that they had come to the Golden Bar. Pointing to the door, Hans said that the young duke had recently been seen in this bar with some thugs and he believed that he was there today too. The protagonist noted that apparently this was not the first time something like this had happened to Myers. He said with a serious look that they were going. Ethan mentally wondered if it was true that his hard-working brother was causing trouble and hanging out with thugs. Entering the bar, the protagonist asked what had happened to Myers. Ethan saw a chair flying past. Furious, Myers ordered alcohol to be brought. Looking at it, the protagonist said that it was Myers. Taken aback, Ethan wondered what had happened to his pure and kind heart. He suddenly turned his gaze. The guys were smiling and asking Myers to stop, noting that he was bursting with energy today. Ethan frowned at this. The guys looked at him. The protagonist swung his fist. He broke the table. Ethan was furious. Myers was fighting dragons. Holding the blade in front of him, he said that he would deal with them. Sitting on a chair, drunk Myers said that he had broken a bottle and asked why he saw his brother. Ethan was dumbfounded. The protagonist remembered his serious face and noted that he was always silent, but fierce. Holding the bottle to his face, Myers said that he could drink more than anyone on the continent. Ethan frowned. He hit him on the neck with his fingers. Standing in front of the people, the protagonist said that they would deal with Myers' problem later. Hans pointed his finger at the guys and screamed that these were the same scumbags who had been bothering his brother. Ethan had an ominous mana around him. The man was taken aback and wondered if the Archduke had died 10 years ago from a mana surge. The guys began to whisper that they were leaving, noting that the Archduke was immune and there was no need to make the situation worse. Smiling, the man said that they were worried about the young gentleman and he got so drunk, but now he was calm. Turning around, the protagonist asked if they were leaving already. The man was taken aback by this. Grinning, the man said that they were leaving and asked to tell the young gentleman that they had a great time. Ethan walked towards them and asked who gave them permission to go. Stopping the protagonist, the guy suggested that he was still too weak. The boy smiled and asked to leave them alone while he was still in one piece. Ethan swung his fist. The boy flew into the wall. The blow raised a cloud of dust. The man was taken aback by this. The protagonist assumed that the Duke's family was truly disrespected now. He asked how these pathetic bugs dared to laugh at the Duke's people. Enraged, Ethan noted that they had made a terrible mistake. The man was dumbfounded. The protagonist rushed at him. The man saw the blue mana and noted that he thought Ethan would no longer be able to use it. Taking a stance, he noted that he could handle such a quantity without any problems. The protagonist broke both of his arms. The man was dumbfounded. People rushed to his aid. Frowning, Ethan wondered how he had the nerve to mess with the Ardens, noting that he would avenge his younger brother. Screams were heard in the bar. Hans was scared. There were drops of blood on the protagonist's face. Looking at Ethan, Hans thought that he was a monster. The protagonist called him. He responded with a serious look. Leaving the bar, Ethan said that he and his brother were going home and he should clean up there. Myers remembered looking at the picture and said that soon after their father's death, his mother followed him. Myers sat on the floor and cried. He noted that he was too young and therefore almost did not remember his parents. The protagonist stroked his head. Myers told us that Ethan replaced them for him and he became almost like a father to him. Myers was crying. The protagonist stretched out his hands with a smile. Myers suddenly woke up. Looking out the window, he mentally assumed that he had gotten so drunk yesterday that even his brother seemed to be there. Clenching his fist, Myers noted that if he were stronger. Myers began to cry and asked for forgiveness. Ethan came to him and asked if he was awake. Taken aback, Myers asked if it was really him. Smiling, the protagonist said that he was back with them. Myers ran to him. He started hugging Ethan. The dumbfounded protagonist thought that it was a temporary blackout, noting that Myers had not changed at all. Myers let him go and said that he would not touch the bottle again. Stretching out his hand, the protagonist said that they were back together and they could have a glass. He asked where Taryn was. Myers was taken aback by this. The protagonist seriously noted that his sister had not told him anything about him. Clutching his head, Myers told that he had gone to another family to study their technique, and he said that since his grandfather and father had died, Ethan was in a coma, and they no longer had precognition. The dumbfounded protagonist asked again. Surprised, Ethan asked what he meant by went to another family. Myers said that he himself did not know the details. Frowning, the protagonist asked if Taryn had at least said where he was going. Clutching his head, Ethan told Hans to come in. Looking at Hans, the protagonist clarified what he wanted. Hans held out the bag and asked him to take it. Surprised, Ethan looked at the money. Hans said that he had gotten it while he was cleaning up. The protagonist thought that this was great and that they really needed money. Ethan gave the bag to Hans and said that he would never have thought of such a thing and the rest to him. Joyful Hans cried out that he was glad to serve him. Looking at Hans, the protagonist mentally noted that he was a quick learner and that he was useful. Holding his chin with his hand, Ethan emphasized that he was sorry that he did not know where Taryn had gone, but at least he was alive. He turned to Myers with a serious expression. Taking a stool, the protagonist asked him to sit down and show his wrist. Looking at Myers' hand, Ethan said he would check to see if he had killed himself with drink. He saw Myers' mana streams. The protagonist thoughtfully noted that the energy was polluted, but the mana was normal. He asked if Myers had any foresight at all. Closing his eyes, Ethan stated that if he mastered the family breathing technique, his mana would burn like a flame, but at least he was still talented. Releasing his hand, the protagonist stated that it was not that bad. He stated with a serious expression that if Myers began to train, he could very well become a knight, but his condition was far from ideal, so he would have to choose between attack and defense. Stunned, Myers asked if he was joking. Placing his hand on his chest, the protagonist said that Myers was right and that he knew the secrets of their family. He noted that he would help him become a knight if he wanted. Confused, Myers said that he thought it was impossible. Clenching his hand into a fist, he cried out that he chose defense, noting that he would protect him and their family. Frowning slightly, Ethan stated that in that case, he would have to train like hell. He clarified if Myers was sure he was ready. Myers answered with a serious expression that he was. The protagonist shouted for Hans to bring sandbags and wooden swords. Looking around, Ethan thought that the secrets of their broken family were kept inside him and it was too late to start training at 15. But he had potential. Going outside, the protagonist emphasized the fact that he would make Myers a worthy man. There was a candle on the table. The plot takes us to the house of Baron Kargas. The man was sitting at the table. We are introduced to the head of the family, Baron Helmut. He was seriously thinking about the fact that the Archduke had finally woken up. Having given the letter, Helmut asked to send the letter to Count Ferner. Helmut imagined Ethan and thought that he was talented and in good shape, and his gaze was just like his father's. He thought that he needed to tell the Senate that the spirit of the homeland had returned. When you swing a sword, give it a shape, then the attack will not be a separate movement, but a sequence of movements. Lightning flashed in the air. Myers dropped his weapon. The protagonist stood over his brother, who was lying down, and said that when blocking an attack, you can't focus on one blow, but rather block it blow after blow. Looking at his trembling brother, he continued that if he understood everything, he should get up, and that the enemy wouldn't wait for him to lie there. Smiling, the protagonist asked if his will was that weak. Myers confidently replied that it certainly wasn't. Then he grabbed his weapon. He got into a fighting stance and shouted that he had barely managed to keep from giving in, and that he would block his blow no matter what it took. Ethan replied with a smile that it was great, and that was the attitude. Their weapons clashed in battle. Hans looked at them from the window, thinking that they had been training non-stop since the morning, that they were monsters, and that the protagonist had turned his brother, whom he hadn't seen for 10 years, into a bloody mess. He frowned and continued his thought that the young master seemed to enjoy being beaten, that he did not understand them, or that this was how love was shown in the Duke's family, and that if he beat his own brother like that, he should be quiet as a mouse, lower than grass, and not get on his nerves. There was a girl standing next to the servants, and Hans thought that he should be especially kind to the Archduchess, considering what he had done. His sister looked down and thought that she did not understand how to live now, and that so much had changed since the moment Ethan woke up. Looking out the window, she continued that, by the way, it was from that day that everyone began to work hard. A loader was walking in the clearing and a girl was working. The girl looked at the servants and turned to the Lord Chamberlain, to which he asked again in fear. She opened her eyes and asked what Ethan had told him, after which everyone set to work. A moment came up in his memories where the main character hits a man, and he asked him again in fear. Hans thought that these were monstrous memories and laughed, to which the girl called him again. He smiled, thinking that if the Archduke spoke like that, he did not want to talk to him anymore, and said that he was sorry, and that here were some cookies, fresh from the oven, and would she like to try them. He handed her the cookies with a smile and continued that the weather was wonderful, maybe she would have a tea party, to which the girl answered affirmatively and thanked him. She looked at him in bewilderment and thought that he had changed the subject and did not want to answer. Then she tasted the treat and said that she liked it. Her hands reached for the purple sphere. Hans looked at the stone in his hand and thought, be careful, this stone was worth as much as he earned in a month. Someone's face flashed in the sphere. Then the face of the head of the family appeared in it. The servant faithfully called him, and he replied that he was just waiting for his report. Hans raised his eyebrows and asked how he was doing. He replied that he was fine, and that he heard the Archduke had woken up. The servant replied that yes, and that he could already use mana. The Baron thought for a moment and said that this meant that he was still as talented as he had been 10 years ago, and that the meeting of the elders was coming soon, and that he should keep him informed. Hans replied that he understood and called his lordship again. He asked again, and the servant replied that the Archduke was very cruel, so he needed to be more. The Baron interrupted him and replied that it didn't matter, everything would go as they wanted at the meeting, and that he had secretly sent him more money and that he should keep an eye on him. The man folded his hands together and thanked his lordship. The Baron replied that he was waiting for his report in a month. Hans silently folded his hands. Then he thought that this was great and that this was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He grinned evilly and thought that the Baron was saying this because he had no idea how strong the Archduke was, and that he would watch for now and then join the winner. Grinning, he decided that if he were to defeat the Archduke, it wouldn't be such a bad idea to stick close to him so he could grab a bigger piece of the pie later. A moment later, someone called him outside the door and said that the Dukes had finished training, and he opened his mouth in fear. He turned to the door and shouted for them to bring cold water and wet towels, to put on tea right away, and they answered affirmatively. The man lowered his eyebrows and thought that for now he should try not to get on the Archduke's nerves. The sun was peeking over the horizon. Weapons cut through the air. Ethan and his brother were fighting. Myers clenched his fist and blocked a blow. Ethan smiled and thought, just to get a look at him. Then he flew at his brother with another blow and continued the thought that they had only been training for a couple of days, and he was already starting to get used to his blows. The man kicked the ground sharply. Ethan swung his leg and offered his brother another. Myers frowned and bared his teeth. He blocked another blow. The sun began to set below the horizon. Ethan looked up in surprise. Myers' mouth opened tiredly. Then he threw the weapon on the ground and shouted that he blocked it. He clenched his hands into fists joyfully and said that he had finally become a professional. Ethan hit him on the head and replied that he had only blocked one simple blow, and that he was as far from a professional as the moon. The protagonist looked at his brother and continued that when he thought he had parried a blow, it was easy to lose his guard, and so that he would remember to never lower his sword. Myers painfully grabbed his head. He held his head in his hands, and the protagonist thought that even though he said that, he had to admit that he had degenerate strength and endurance, and he could also adapt quickly. Ethan smiled and continued his thought that perhaps Myers would soon be able to fight on equal terms with a real knight. Hands appeared from behind him and shouted that it was wonderful. He then brought the protagonist a towel and said that there were snacks waiting on the table, asked how his training had gone, and that he was looking better and better every day, to which the protagonist thought, why is he sucking up? The three of them walked to the table and Hans turned to the protagonist and said that he had something to tell him. Ethan asked again, and the servant replied that, to tell the truth, Baron Kargas had contacted him today. Ethan sat down at the table and asked again. Perplexed, Hans answered that yes, he ordered her to follow him and report everything to him, to which the protagonist asked what next. Hans furiously asked who he took him for. He was his faithful servant. He was ready to curse him. The protagonist sipped his tea and thought, what to curse? Well, yes. The servant said that he asked him for more money. Ethan sighed and thought that he needed the money. Hans happily said that if he needed anything, so that he would not be embarrassed and use the Baron's money, the protagonist extended his hand and asked to bring paper and a pen. The protagonist grinned and thought that the bastard was trying to wait it out and then join one of them. But never mind, he himself was not averse to using him. Then he decided that it was easiest with such simpletons. Ethan handed the servant a sheet of paper and told him to buy this in the city. Hans began to reread that the sword, the shield, the protagonist continued that the training equipment, and the servant replied that he understood. The protagonist said that no matter how much the Baron sends him, everything will remain his, wished him luck, and the servant's eyes sparkled. A moment later, the man ran and said that his humble servant Hans would immediately carry out all the orders, to which the boys thought, what a weirdo. His hand reached for the handle, and Ethan asked his brother what he knew about Providence. He widened his eyes and said that nothing, and what he thought, his sister and brother too. To be honest, he was surprised that the main character knew. Then he asked if his father taught him this. Ethan looked away and said that something like that, and that by the way, everything he ordered the servants to buy was needed for the battle. Myers asked again, for what battle? Ethan looked at his brother, told him to listen, that he had to return glory to the family, and that therefore, to begin with, they would make a real knight out of him, the youngest of the Ardens. He frowned and continued that their providence was completely different from that of other families and that it required great determination. Then the protagonist asked his brother if he was ready to throw away all the mana he had accumulated during his life. Myers asked again in fear. Then he smiled and answered that of course, his families gave him one too. Someone ran. A guy was knocking on the door and shouting that Sir Wilden was in trouble. The man was lying on the bed and the voice from behind the door continued that the young master had broken in and started a fight. The man stood up and asked if he had heard wrong. The man pulled up his pants and said that until yesterday he had been drinking like a pig and today he had come to cause trouble in the Red Scorpion headquarters. 2 days ago, the protagonist stood next to his brother and told him to sit in the lotus position and that he would teach him a new breathing technique. Ethan clenched his fist and continued that he knew that the Arden family's providence was based on the Black Flame, and the basis of the Black Flame was the breath of the Black Flame. Myers knitted his eyebrows and thought that the Black Flame was the symbol of the Arden family. If he went through all 4 stages, resonance, dispersion, circulation, and enlightenment, his mana would truly turn into Black Flame. Ethan looked at his brother and said that as a true descendant of the Arden suit, he must master the Black Flame, and that first he needed to get rid of all the mana. Myers closed his eyes and the voice said that like this, empty the mana center. He sat in the lotus position and the voice continued to now fill it with flame, get rid of the impure mana, replace it with fire and absorb the flame. Myers exhaled. The voice told him to slowly activate the mana center. He made a ring with his hands. Now he was surrounded by burning flames. A small spark turned into a flame. The sun was setting behind the horizon. Its light was pouring through the windows. The guy was sitting with his eyes closed. A moment later, he opened them. Fire was burning around him and he said enthusiastically that here it was, the mana of the Ardens, and that he felt a completely new mana. Ethan smiled and said that he was doing well. It would not be easy at first, but if he trained hard, he would feel how everything would change when his mana finally became a flame. Myers beamed happily. The protagonist continued that it would take about 2 months to complete the resonance, and to prepare for it, he needed to go somewhere. The guy asked in bewilderment what was going where. The man approached the protagonist and said that they had arrived. Ethan and his brother were looking at the house. Hans said that this was the headquarters of the Red Scorpions, and that they were the ones who had mocked the young master. He continued in a whisper that if rumors were to be believed, the elder one had mana. Ethan replied that it didn't matter and that his brother would ask them. Myers frowned and exhaled. He kicked the door down furiously. Then he went into the house and shouted if they were ready to die. The people looked at him in bewilderment and asked if something had happened and why he was doing this out of the blue. Myers pointed a gun at them, called them fools, and said that they would pay for daring to insult the Duke's family. The man told him that they had just been drinking together the other day, calling each other brothers, and what kind of joke was that? Myers glared at him. A moment later, he hit the man in the face and asked if he looked like he was joking. The man fell to the floor. The people around him screamed in confusion and told them to take him. Ethan watched what was happening with satisfaction. The servants covered their mouths in fear. Ethan thought with a smile that Myers had become much stronger in the last few days, but he still seemed to lack confidence. The guy had fought with people, they had yelled at him to fuck off and go away. The protagonist thought that he was ashamed of everything he had done. He continued the thought that he had brought him here, even though it was unsafe, and so that he could atone for his sins and get rid of the burden on his soul. The man pounced on him, yelling for him to die. Myers parried the blow in confusion. He bared his teeth in fury. Ethan pointed at him and thought that was pretty good, and that he had exposed the part of his body that would suffer the least to the attack. The blow landed on the man's face. Ethan watched this, thinking that if he had tried to dodge, he would have gained the advantage and would have opened himself up to attacks. The protagonist turned to the servants and said that he was doing well and asked what Hans thought, to which Hans thought how creepy he was. Hans was scared, thinking that his brother had just been hit with a sword, and said that he expected nothing less from the young master, and he had only picked up a shield for the first time a couple of days ago. A voice rang out throughout the room, which was quite enough. The man stood above and asked the protagonist's brother what to make of this, and that he thought he would get away with it. Ethan narrowed his eyes angrily. The man grinned and thought that it must be him, and said it out loud. A moment appeared in his memories where the man was lying on a hospital bed and told his brother that the Archduke was simply a monster. The man asked the protagonist if he had broken his dear brother's arms, to which Ethan answered with a smile what exactly, and if he wanted to say anything else. The man frowned angrily and thought that he was such a jerk, he would have killed him, but he needed to hold on. He would discuss everything with the Baron first. The man looked at the protagonist and said that he proposed to end the brotherly squabbles here, and that, to be honest, they had suffered more damage, but considering his family's reputation, they would part in peace. The protagonist laughed. Then he thought that he had almost killed his brother, and now he was pretending to be a good guy. The protagonist began to climb the stairs, turned to his brother and said that they were all scum, and there was no need to feel sorry for them. It seemed that if they wanted to teach them a lesson, they would have to cripple everyone. The protagonist stood in front of the man. He grinned angrily and said that if the protagonist continued, he would have to intervene. The protagonist clenched his hand, it flared with fire and said, "Go ahead." The man was surprised, thinking that it was fire mana. He frowned and continued that he had heard that the Arden family's mana burned like a flame. It couldn't be, could it be true? The man clenched his hand, it glowed blue. He continued his thought, that the rumors were probably exaggerating, and that fiery mana, Archduke, who cares? The man swung his arm angrily and thought that the mighty Vilden would not be afraid of him. Ethan looked at him in bewilderment. Vilden flew at the protagonist, asking if he regretted it now. A moment later, the protagonist dodged and asked again if he regretted it. He brought forward a fiery fist and called him a fool. The protagonist struck one after another. The man's mouth opened in pain. Ethan looked at the smoldering man. He stood next to him and called him. A moment later, he crouched down and asked who taught him this breathing technique. The man replied that it seemed he was stealing combat techniques too. Then Vilden bared his teeth. Ethan swung his arm and said that if he didn't want to talk, then he would have to make him. The man shouted to stand. A moment later, he shouted that Baron Kargas taught him this. Kargas appeared before the protagonist's eyes. The man, with his arms folded, said that he wanted him to ruin the life of the youngest of the ducal family, to which the Baron replied that yes, he needed to be made useless so that he could not fulfill his role. Grabbing his hand, he said that if he did not want to leave traces, then it would take a lot of time, only drugs would be faster, to which the Baron replied that it was not necessary. He had 3 years, let him make sure that he would not let him down. Looking at the man with a mustache, he said that there was a lot of time, but also payment. He himself understood. Holding out the scroll, the Baron replied that he understood this should be enough. Looking at the paper, the man asked what it was. The Baron frowned slightly and replied that the scroll describing the Arden family's breathing technique would show the results, and on top of that would receive a scroll of strength training. Opening the scroll, the man thought that it was really her. Kneeling down, he said that he would do his best, to which the man replied that he had always served him diligently and would be needed in the future. The ball showed how the man, kneeling, said that of course, his honor swears eternal loyalty to him, and the Baron replied that he was a reliable person and would trust him. A magic ball appeared with an image of their dialogue. Looking at it, Ethan said that it was in vain and thought that this was just a performance. He imagined himself a knight, but since he had saved the memory sphere, he did not really trust the Baron. The hero said that the servants should report, to which Hans, putting his hand to his face, said that yes, the young master had dealt with everyone and they had taken back the illegally appropriated money. The protagonist asked what was wrong with their leader. Myers tied the man up tightly, and Hans said that the master had taken care of him too and asked whether to bring him. Putting his hand on the sphere, Ethan replied that it was not necessary, the memory sphere would be enough. Folding his arms, the hero thought about the fact that the side families had appropriated the secret techniques of the family and were trying to harm the direct descendants. Not to mention the connection with drugs, gambling, murder, underground business, there was plenty of evidence. Gritting his teeth, the hero added that it was not the time yet. A crowd of guards appeared in the hero's head and he thought about the fact that the Baron was the weakest of the 10 side families, but in his condition it would be too difficult to fight his knights. Looking at his hand, Ethan thought that using resonance mana, he had planted the seeds of flame and began to replenish them until there was only enough for his wrist. Bright flashes appeared on the hero's body and the head, neck, back, chest, shoulders, pelvis, hips, ankles were shown, and when the last mana center in the heart would start circulating. Frowning, Ethan thought that Helmut Kargas would be the first one he would deal with. A box with a sphere and a bag of money appeared, and the protagonist said that Hans should hide the memory sphere somewhere. He could take the money for himself. Tilting his head, Hans asked if everything was true. Turning his head, Ethan said that yes, but it would be better for him to forget about what he saw today if he valued his life. Hans said in fear that he had not seen anything. The man slammed his fist on the table and spoke furiously about the Archduke. The butler opened the door and heard how he dared to destroy his source of income. He had been lying in bed for 10 years, and now, clutching his head, the man thought about the royal immunity. He could just kill him. Gritting his teeth tightly, he thought that no, these were his territories, they would definitely suspect him, and the Senate would take advantage of the moment and dump all their sins on him. Then the Baron added that he would lie low for now. In 2 months there would be a meeting, he would come up with something before him, and the butler said that he had a letter from the main character's servant. Sharply snatching the paper, the man said that he should give it here. Clutching the sheet tightly, the Baron heard that it seemed like it was not a mistake. What would he order to do? The man furiously tore the paper and asked, he was completely crazy, to send him 100 gold. Hitting the table, the man said the word devil several times. Helmut pointed his finger forward and told the butler to send and make sure he didn't cheat him. 3 days passed, the men were building a house. A view of the Arden hunting estate opened up. Looking at his hands emitting a red glow, the hero thought that this was great. Half of the mana centers in his hands were filled. Standing in front of the window, the hero heard a question whether he was asleep, to which he replied that he should pass. The man took a step forward. Hans bowed and said that he hoped he slept well. The younger gentleman and the Archduchess were waiting in the dining room. The protagonist, looking away, went down the stairs. Looking at the servants, Ethan said that it looked like the repairs were almost finished, to which he replied that yes, the Red Scorpions had more money than they thought. They managed to expand the budget. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that it was not their gold anyway, he could keep it for himself, to which Hans thanked him. Ethan looked around the corner in surprise. Looking at his sister, he said that it suited her, and she replied that the Chamberlain had done a good job. Looking away, the hero thought about how Hans had not wasted any time. Now they looked like the Duke's family, and then said that he would do everything so that she always ate and dressed well. The man cut a steak and, turning to his brother, asked how the wound was. Myers, raising his hand, said that it was excellent, it would heal by next week. Bringing the food to his mouth, the hero repeated that by next. Putting down his fork, he said that it was excellent, and his sister turned to the hero. Sitting at the table, Ethan asked if they were familiar with the family ceremony for which this estate was built. Wiping his mouth, the hero heard that he had not heard anything like that, and the hero wondered if they were really unaware of it in this reality. Looking at the servants, Ethan said that they would go hunting in the Pushks Mountains, to which Hans replied that fine, he would order the servants to pack. Ethan turned his head and added that no, the 4 of them would go, he, his sister, Myers, and Hans. Hans asked again in surprise. A week later, they went to the mountains. Hans clenched his teeth and thought about what a hellish week it had been. Huge monsters appeared in front of them, and he added that the vile monsters had been attacking them since the first day. He lost count of how many times he thought he would die. Ethan looked up sharply, and Hans thought that without the Archduke, this would have happened. The protagonist made a sharp swing of his sword towards the monsters. Animals attacked the hero with a shield, and he told the servants not to get underfoot, to which he replied as if he did it on purpose, and then thought about how he felt like he was attacking them on purpose. Maybe he should train his brother better when he returned. Lowering his head, Hans thought that he never wanted to go through this again. Everyone looked up in surprise, and Myers asked if they were there. Looking at the large temple, the hero answered that yes, this is the Temple of Fire. Opening the doors, Ethan thought about how many centuries ago, One of their ancestors found this place. Since then, the Arden family always holds farewell ceremonies and blessing ceremonies here. The fire blessing ceremony appeared. Usually the children of the Arden family are brought here at the age of 10 to meet the spirits of fire. There was a man emitting a blue glow, and the hero said that the energy they receive from the spirits helps them get used to the fire, a traditional ritual through which one can master the flame. Hans looked around in fear and turned to the main character, asking if he could come in here. He looked suspicious, to which Ethan asked. Turning to the servants, the hero answered that he could and thought that this way he would understand whose side to choose. Walking straight, Ethan said that here is the ceremonial altar. Taking off his backpack, the hero said that everything is very simple. They make an offering to the spirits, they see the fire and start dancing, to which everyone asked again. The sister looked in surprise, and the hero said that they do anything, as long as it is bright and noticeable, then the spirits will gather around them and give a blessing, to which Myers asked if it is so simple. Memories from history appeared in his head, and the hero answered that it seems that even history has been different for the last 15 years, not to mention the past. Putting his hands on his hips, Ethan thought that the Ardens made a contract hundreds of years ago. Suddenly here it has already been terminated. Then the hero thought that then he would have to cope without a blessing. Looking straight ahead, the protagonist said that they were starting. Standing in front of the altar, the hero said that the spirits of fire, the descendants of Arden, came to give gifts, light the fires and dedicate a dance to them, let them appear. The candles suddenly lit up, a fiery sphere appeared in the air. Looking at the fire, Ethan thought that the passage was open, the spirits of fire had come. The fire creature, laughing, said about the descendants of Arden. Mares looked at her, and the hero thought that the brother had chosen an Ifrit, an average level. Another creature looked at his sister and said that she was a cutie, and the hero thought that his sister had a salamander, a low level. All the creatures looked away in surprise and said that it couldn't be really himself. Frowning, Ethan thought that in his past life, he was the Lord of Fire. Ethan spread his arms out to the sides and said who would bless him, to which the spirits said it was incredible, amazing. Looking at the fire, the hero wondered what it was, and the spirits asked about the Empress, saying that she had descended personally. Looking at the huge fiery sphere, Ethan thought that the spirit was much stronger than in his previous life, and the spirit said that the blood of the Arden family let them bow down. The spirit asked the hero if he had summoned him. Ethan grinned and said that he had. The Emperor of Fire would grant him his blessing. The hero suddenly flew up among the fiery rays and asked in surprise where he was. Ethan looked in surprise at the fiery sphere emitting rays. The spirit replied that this was his inner world, the world of fire. Raising his hand, the spirit said that she was Rorosha, the ruler of fire, so be it, she would take pity and give a blessing. But Ethan looked up and heard her ask if he was trying to take control of her flames, to which the hero wondered if he had been caught. Putting his hand in front of him, the hero apologized for going too far. He thought it would be nice to combine their powers, and then thought that Rorosha, a pretty cute name for a Fire Lord. Smiling, she said he was funny. Lowering her head, Rorosha said okay, she would give him a chance. If she could take even a fraction of his power, the blessing would be much better for him. Rorosha told him to show what he was capable of, to which Ethan, frowning, responded approvingly. The sister turned to her brother in fear and asked if everything would be okay with the hero. They watched as the protagonist fluttered in the air among the fire, and the sister added that he had been in the fire for over an hour but still had not moved. Looking at the fire in surprise, Myers said that he was only sure that something was happening, but the hero spread his arms, being in the fire, and his brother said that the hero would definitely cope. Beams of fire flew around the protagonist, and he thought about the fact that he needed to concentrate to remember what he felt when he could control fire. Gritting his teeth, he thought about using the breath of black flame. The protagonist stretched his hand up. Clenching his fist tightly, the protagonist thought about what he had done. Looking away, he turned to the spirit and said that it seemed he had won. Laughing, Rorosha said that it was a small particle, but there was someone who had managed it. Looking straight ahead, she said that he was a funny man. The hero began to fly up to the fire sphere, and Rorosha said that well, a promise is a promise, he can do with it what he wants. Veins appeared on the protagonist's hand, and he thought about how when he learned to control the flame, he learned that with its help, you can cleanse every vein. The hero clenched his teeth tightly and thought about how hot it was. Being among the orange rays, the hero shouted loudly. A silhouette of a man appeared, emitting a bright glow. Myers looked at the fire in surprise and turned to his brother. Ethan lowered his head and clenched his fists tightly. Looking at the Empress, he heard, well, is he happy now? The protagonist looked away and said that yes, but he would like to ask for the blessing of these two, to which Rorosha responded approvingly. Blowing fire, Rorosha said that it was a great honor for her to be blessed personally, the blood of the Ardens. Nares and his sister flew up, emitting orange rays. Looking at the protagonist, the Empress said that she thought they would see each other again. A small sphere of fire appeared and she added that it was fun, until we meet again, Fire Child. Ethan clenched his fist tightly, thinking that this was a rather strange coincidence. Looking at his hands with veins, he added that now his body was stronger and the veins were almost completely cleared. In this state he would be one of the strongest on the continent. Looking at the brother and sister emitting fire particles, the protagonist thought that they would need more time. He would wait until they got the flames under control. Hans, clenching his teeth, thought about the Lord of Fire, who was only a legend. He can't believe that he saw him with his own eyes. The Archduke himself is a monster, and now that he has a blessing. The columns in the temple appeared, and Hans added that it was clear why he brought him. Now he was sure whose side to take. The sister, looking away, turned to her brother. Myers was looking at his hands and she asked if it was him. The sister opened her eyes wide in surprise and heard that she had changed too. Walking towards them, Ethan said that the blessing of fire changes everything. Bones, muscles, veins, so now they can feel different? To which Myers replied that he did not think that everything would change so much. Incredible. Smiling, the protagonist thought about the fact that they managed to get the mercy of the Lord himself. He did not hope for such luck, lucky that he retained memories from his past life. A rumbling sound was heard, and Myers closed his eyes and asked the hero if it was normal that they were so hungry. Turning his head, Ethan replied that of course, because their bodies had completely rebuilt, they were going, he knew one place. Smoke was coming out of the chimney of the wooden building. Coming out of it, Myers said how he had eaten so much. Throwing his hands behind his head, the brother said that he did not expect that there would be a rest house next to the temple, surprisingly, to which Hans replied that he had managed to turn around completely. The hero looked down in surprise, and his brother asked where they were going now. Stepping on the slab, the protagonist thought that he had found it, and his brother asked what else he had decided to surprise them with. Turning his head, Ethan said that yes, let them be ready. Raising the slab, Myers was surprised. Going down the stairs, the brother asked what kind of warehouse this was, to which the hero replied that yes, they store the spoils of the hunt here. They all looked at the pentagram that appeared on the wall. Looking to the side, Ethan thought that the spell protecting against damage seemed to contain something useful. The protagonist turned to the servants and asked if he had found something, to which Hans replied in surprise that it was the same. Turning to the protagonist, Hans said that it was peacock skin, and all the girls in the capital dreamed of it, but it was impossible to get it, and even of such high quality. Hans and Ethan looked at each other and the hero asked how much it could be sold for, to which the servants replied that it all depended on demand, at least 30 platinum. Myers said in surprise that it was 3,000 gold, to which the protagonist said that he was a member of the Duke's family, so he should control himself, and his brother coughed. Smiling, Ethan said that he didn't know that he understood such things and thought that this money would be useful to them in the future. Hans laughed, scratched his head and said that his father was simply a merchant. As a child he traveled all over the kingdom, wanted to become his assistant, but ended up here. Turning around, Ethan said that he would then rely on him, said to find some large and reliable merchant, and then thought that apparently there were reasons for that. The hero turned his head and said that they were taking and leaving, to which Hans, putting his hand to his head, said that he would try. A view of the protagonist's estate opened up. Ethan, sitting in a chair, looked at the paper and heard that Hans wanted to come in, to which he responded approvingly. Hans looked at the protagonist and apologized for disturbing him, said that he had found a trading group willing to buy everything from them. Their representative was here now, to which Ethan asked what kind of group it was. Frowning, the hero heard that Missa and repeated this word in his head. Hans said in a frightened voice that they were considered the most enterprising, asked if something was wrong, to which the hero put his hand on his shoulder and replied that no, he was a good boy. They would go and meet with their representative. The servant folded his arms and looked away in surprise. The door to the room opened slightly. Ethan, walking to the chair, apologized for being a little late, and the guy replied that it was okay and apologized for disturbing him. The guy put his hand to his chest and said and asked to let him introduce himself. He was Michelin, the head of the Missa trading group. Lowering his head, Ethan said that he was asking him to give his real name. Business relations should be built on trust and asked if he agreed. Michelin asked again what he was talking about. Taking a cup of tea, the protagonist said that his father told him that in the family of the Marquis of Besua there is one tradition that the future head of the family must live completely independently for several years. Probably that is why he hides his true identity. Clenching his fist tightly, the guy said that he was confusing him with someone else, to which the protagonist asked if he would continue hiding behind the mask. Michelin narrowed his eyes and said that he had been living independently from his family for 3 years, hiding his identity, his voice so unrecognizable that even the king would not have guessed. Bringing the cup to his mouth, Ethan thought, well, in his past life he had told him everything himself. Taking hold of his collar, the guy said that he was very perceptive. Well, let's start from the beginning, and introduced himself as Jaren. Putting the cup on the table, the hero said that he was pleased to meet him, asked if they were starting negotiations. The guy looked ahead in surprise and heard that he had hardly encountered what he wanted to offer him. Smiling, Ethan asked if he was interested in making potions. The guy asked again in surprise about making potions and if he understood such things. The protagonist folded his arms and said that it happened that way. He found out about it by pure chance. Potions and scrolls appeared, and it was said that in a past life, in order to resist the dragons, many families shared their secret techniques. One of them was the mastery of potion making. Only the protagonist and the one who developed it know about the full process. The Marquis family gave all their money to support their family. He trusts no one else as much as them. Ethan pressed his lips together and wondered what he would decide. Jaren put his hand to his face and thought about why he suddenly started talking about potion making. Intrigued him with such a serious offer, since he already knows about his real identity, he is unlikely to deceive. Ethan, raising his hand, heard the question of why he chose their family, to which he replied that 15 years ago, their family helped them a lot during the war with the dragons. Looking at the guy, Ethan said that it was funny, the two families that contributed the most were ruined and without influence, and the pathetic parasites that sat in the shadows were feasting on the corpses of the fallen. He could not trust them with such information. Lowering his head, the protagonist said that in 7 months he would officially become the head of the family, and until that moment he would like to get rid of all the traitors, hoping that their family would support them again, to which the guy looked at him in surprise and thought that hadn't he just recently woken up from a 10-year coma. A huge kingdom appeared, and Jaren thought that on his way there would be not only the Senate, but also the 7 great families of the kingdom. They were jealous of the Ardens, who received immunity and the title of defenders of the kingdom. 7 representatives of the royal families looked at the hero's family, and Jaren added that this is why they support the Senate, which is destroying the family from within. The boy lowered his head and thought about the fact that the king, who did not want to give immunity, the great families, the 10 senators, if he chose the Archduke, he would become their enemy. Jaren looked up in surprise and heard that he understood his doubts, but the deal was quite profitable, to which the boy asked again. Ethan made a cut on his hand with a knife. The boy asked the hero in fear what he was doing, to which Ethan replied that he should not worry, he just wanted to demonstrate the goods. Pouring the potion on his hand, the protagonist said that this potion was as effective as a small healing potion, but the cost was only 1/10 of the usual. Jaren asked again in surprise and heard that yes, but it was important to measure the amount of herbs and fermentation time very accurately. Taking a towel in his hands, Ethan said that he knew other recipes if he accepted his offer. The protagonist held out his hand and said that he would share them absolutely free of charge, asked what he would say and let him decide now. Jaren thought in amazement that he had no other opportunity to return the family to its former glory. He would not just silently watch it die. Raising his head, the guy said that he agreed to conclude a contract with the Arden family. The protagonist's house appeared, and someone said that he came with a report for the last 3 days. Looking at the protagonist, Hans said that about cases of contract violations by vassals. Firstly, Baron Kargas has more soldiers than allowed. Looking at the papers, the servant added that there are groups similar to the Red Scorpions throughout the city, and the total number of fighters is 3 times higher than allowed. Secondly, he collects an increased tax from residents, exploits them with the help of his groups, calling it protection. Frowning, Ethan asked if he was threatening the villagers and charging them for protection, and then thought about how he had displaced him and his brothers and was robbing the common people. And then he thought about how he was a scumbag, thinking that the other 9 families were no better, and asked to see who was collecting taxes in the villages. Handing over the papers, Hans said that Heims, the Baron's confidant, to which the hero asked where he was now. Hans said that he thought that in the village of Barassus, now was just the time for collecting, to which the hero, holding the papers in his hands, said that then they would go to the village. The servant said that it was fine, he would prepare everything. The door slammed shut, and Ethan thought that he would deal with the Baron's family in about 4 months. Rorosha appeared behind the protagonist, and he thought that with the help of the Fire Lord he needed to act faster, be patient. Kargas. A flame appeared behind the hero, and he thought that he would deal with Heims first. The Baron, walking through the village, greeted the inhabitants of Barassos, said that he hoped that they had prepared the money. The elder approached him and said that they had collected everything they had, but they were still a little short, to which the Baron asked again. He angrily said that the old man already owed 20 gold, thought that he would turn a blind eye to this. After all, he had even dealt with the Red Scorpions for their sake. The old man frowned and thought that the Baron was a lying pig. Everyone knew that his lordship had done this, and then said that he should give them a little more time. Having pushed the old man, the Baron said that it was too late. If there was no money, let him give up his daughter. He would show what happens to those who do not pay taxes on time. The man asked him to take anything, but not his daughter. Hans pointed his hand at the Baron and said that it was him, to which the hero replied that it was clear to him. Frowning, Ethan said that he had already realized from afar that he was just pathetic. The Baron thought fearfully that it was Hans, the one who was sent to the wilderness, and next to him. He looked at the hero emitting red particles and asked who it was. The Baron turned to the guard and said that he was his protector, let him do something, and the knight thought about what this burning mana was. Dakin grabbed his sword and told them to stop. They would be punished by law for disobeying the Baron if they came closer, and then thought about the fact that he had little mana. but why he felt such monstrous pressure. Taking up the sword, Ethan asked again and said not to make him laugh, he did not want to hear such things from robbers. Swinging his weapon, Dakin asked that he dared to threaten them, he wanted to die. Smiling, Ethan said that he was the only one who would die here. The protagonist flew up sharply, leaving red traces of magic behind him. Raising his head, the guard saw the hero and thought about how fast he was. Crouching down a little, he added that the trajectory was simple, he would block and immediately counterattack. Ethan attacked the knight, and he put his sword in front of him to defend himself. The protagonist's sword flew past the guard's weapon. Looking up in surprise, Dakin said in his head that he had changed the trajectory in the middle of the attack. Ethan struck the guard sharply. The knight fell to the ground, his mouth wide open. A blue flash appeared, stones were flying in the air. Ethan raised his sword above himself, red particles were flying around him. The knights looked straight ahead in fear and said that it couldn't be. He defeated the knight with one blow. He handles a huge sword so easily, he is clearly on another level, to which the Baron asked what they were worth. Let them stop him. Hands shouted that they should not try. The Archduke Arden himself was in front of them. Let them lay down their arms and surrender. Looking at the hero, the knights asked, the Arden family, the Archduke, the one who destroyed the red scorpions. The spears fell to the ground. Smiling, Ethan said that yes, they know their place. And what about him, Himes? Himes looked up in fear and heard that they would chat a little in private. A view of the city of Maruko, the Baron's mansion opened up. The hero said that he lives even better than him, has settled in well, to which the Baron replied that he had nothing to do with it. Beaten Himes, looking down, said that Baron Kargas was to blame. He ordered to collect more taxes. Everything is recorded in the account book that he keeps. Looking at the papers, Ethan thought that there was enough evidence, and then turned to the servants. Hans, holding the sphere in his hand, replied that yes, he had written everything down in the memory sphere. Handing the piece of paper to the servant, the hero said that it was good that when he was done here, he would give this scroll to Baron Kargas, to which Hans responded approvingly. Turning his head, the hero said that it was true. Ethan said that the Baron had ordered to collect more taxes, and not to fill his belly, let him make sure that he would not return to his vile deeds, to which Hans, flexing his fists, replied that he understood. There was an open letter on the table, and the man said that it meant that the Archduke was pressing him to increase his power before the Senate meeting and bring everyone to their knees. Whether he had understood everything correctly. The man from the sphere said that in that case it was necessary to act, they still needed to find out more about him. His face dissolved, and at last he said that he should report if he found out anything. The Baron angrily swung his fist on the table. Gritting his teeth, he thought that they had decided to use him as bait. He put his hand on the letter that said that it seemed he had violated the vassal contract and was collecting more taxes, and then he began to think about how he had managed to deal with 3 tax collectors. They were accompanied by knights, there was no other way. Crumpling the letter, the Baron called the butler and told him to send Ruin to the hovel, let him invite the Archduke to his mansion. An image of a hero appeared in the man's mind, and he thought that he could not underestimate him anymore. He would meet and deal with him personally. Ethan looked at the piece of paper, thinking that in the past weeks he had dealt with almost all the violations in tax collection, and that Baron Kargas was probably furious. The protagonist looked at the door and allowed him to enter. Myers smiled and asked if Ethan called him, and he answered in the affirmative. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked the guy to get ready, since he would soon be leaving for the Collateral family. Myers looked confused when his brother added that he wanted to ask him something. He stood in front of the protagonist when he asked about what side family he was talking about. Then Ethan asked him not to worry and said that he would explain everything now. The guy unbent his fingers and added that there were 3 reasons why he was sending him there. The protagonist was standing near the table when his brother asked again, after which he said that, firstly, as Myers already knew, after Terran left, there were only 2 contenders for the place of the head of the family. Sweat appeared on the guy's face when Ethan said that it was unlikely that the other families would simply watch him destroy the Baron, and that besides, he had immunity against which they were powerless. The protagonist unbent 2 fingers and added that, secondly, they wanted to maintain their influence and would be against him becoming the head, so they would probably try to promote Myers and make him a puppet. He imagined 2 grinning men and said that they had already tried. The guy looked forward in shock. Opposite him stood Ethan, who said that, thirdly, if they thought that their brother was on their side, they would give him all the support they could. Myers smiled and agreed, saying that everything was clear to him now. Ethan's mouth fell open. He looked ahead and said that they were crossing a Rubicon and that anything could happen to him. The boy looked ahead with a smile and replied that he understood what the protagonist was trying to say and that everything would be fine. Ethan looked ahead seriously and thanked his brother when he asked about just pretending to be on their side and enlisting their support. Ethan put his hand on his brother's shoulder and said that as long as they supported Myers, they would not actively interfere with him and that he would prepare everything to destroy them in the meantime. Hands approached the boy when the protagonist added that one of the most influential families of the Count of Furnace was the target and that the servant would go with his brother, so he did not need to worry. Myers clenched his fist and exclaimed that he could handle it. The man was packing boxes. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and asked if he was really leaving. She approached the guy with the tie who asked her again and told him to answer the question. The main character's sister put her hands on her hips and asked him if he was really just going to leave for 6 months without any preparation. Then Myers apologized. He closed his eyes and said that he would try to write more often. The guy opened his eyes when he was called and asked to wait. Ethan put his hand in front of him and said that he believed in him, and always did, but he should be careful. His brother looked ahead with delight. They shook hands when Myers asked him to rely on him. He waved and exclaimed that he was leaving. The coachman held the reins in his hands. People looked at the departing carriage. The carts were driving along the forest. They passed each other. The wheel ran over a stone. There were some people in the carriage who asked about the roads and whether the Baron was worth all this suffering. The blonde smirked and said that he would have to tell him what they had been through and then asked how much he had sent this month. The man put his hand on the chest and said that he had not been stingy and had sent 100 gold coins. The boy looked ahead in surprise and asked again, asking if it had not been 1 gold coin last month. He gritted his teeth in anger, thinking about how the Baron had cut his pay when he had lost a little at cards and had sent 100 gold coins to these pathetic scum. The boy held out the bag and offered to let the servant keep 10. The man was holding the coins when he laughed and said that 10 gold coins was a fair price for his suffering. The blonde boy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that they would leave 10 coins for the scum and that he would take the rest and have some fun. The servant spread his arms wide and asked about the Archduke getting angry, because they say he is stronger than some knights, and then said that the Baron said to be careful with him. The blonde grinned and replied that it was 10 times more than last time, so he had no reason to be angry, and that the Archduke would not do anything to him, because he was a knight of the 3rd rank. The guy with white hair turned around and asked his brother not to worry and go. He held a sword in his hand when he added that he would protect this place until his last breath, until his brother defeated the Dragon King. The blade was illuminated by the sun. The sword hit the mannequin. The protagonist raised the weapon above his head, wondering if Taran was okay, because he had not heard anything about him since he woke up. Ethan punched the training dummy when he thought that he understood his brother and that he probably did everything he could to keep this family from falling apart, but it irritated him that he himself knew nothing about his situation. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that he would just take him and return him to his family. Ethan held the blade in front of him. Then he held his hand out to the side. There were 3 dummies in front of him. Energy enveloped the guy when he thought that he doubted that this would be easy, and that this made him even more angry. The wheel stopped in front of a stone. Ethan turned around. Behind him was a horse and a carriage. The servant opened the door and told the master that they had arrived. The blonde looked to the side and asked if it was necessary to live in such a wilderness. The protagonist looked forward threateningly and asked who he was. The blonde guy threw the bag and answered that he was the one who brought the allowance from Baron Kargas. Coins flew out of the bag when he added that he was sure that Ethan had not expected to see so much money. The coin rolled towards his shoe. The protagonist looked down when the boy said that the beggar was speechless at the sight of gold. Ethan turned his back when he was asked about why they should bow to the Duke's family. The blonde opened his mouth wide and asked about how the Archduke would not even thank him for such generosity. A fist appeared in front of him when he began to talk about how much the Baron gave last month. The blonde youth fell to the ground. He covered his face with his hand when Ethan asked if he had misheard and since when the Baron became more important than the Duke. He grabbed the boy by the clothes when he asked what the protagonist was doing. Ethan lifted him above himself and asked him to repeat who he was, and the boy replied that he was Kargas. Ethan frowned and asked again. The blonde boy was punched in the face as he started to speak. The blonde grabbed his face and screamed. He grabbed the protagonist's arm. A white circle appeared on his back as he called Ethan a psycho. The blonde gritted his teeth and wished him death. The boy bent his arms in front of him. The protagonist held him above himself. He looked forward, thinking about that aura. The blonde grabbed his arm and threatened to break his limbs, while Ethan suggested that he too studied their breathing technique. The protagonist's mouth fell open as he realized how pathetic the boy was. He remembered the man with the beard as he thought about how they clearly knew it, but they barely showed their potential, and that one look was enough to tell that they were self-taught. Red energy enveloped his fingers as Ethan thought that it was good that he knew the technique to block. The blonde's body was attacked by a red aura. He fell in front of the protagonist. The blonde boy opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he didn't even feel it. Sweat appeared on his face. He looked at his palms and asked what was going on. The boy raised his head and asked what Ethan had done to him. The protagonist looked down and replied that he had sealed the mana, then he was asked again. The blonde boy looked up in horror when Ethan added that it was unlikely that a tech thief would understand how they worked. The blonde boy swung at him and told him not to mess around with him. The protagonist dodged the blow. He pinned his opponent to the ground. Ethan looked forward seriously. Behind him sat a servant, whom he asked about the reason for their arrival. The man handed him a letter and explained that it was an invitation from Baron Kargas, and that he had sent him not 10 gold pieces, but 100. The protagonist looked at the paper in his hand as he ordered the servant to put everything in a bag, thinking that he had been wondering what the Baron would do. Ethan smiled, thinking that a personal meeting would be more beneficial to him. There were people standing near the house the next day. The girl looked ahead, asking her brother if everything would be okay. The guy turned his head and asked her not to worry because he was just invited to talk. Ethan waved at her and said that he was leaving, and also told her not to worry because he would be back soon. The carriage drove away from the house. The protagonist's sister crossed her arms when she said that she wanted to ask why he needed a sword if he was just going to talk. The carriage was driving along the trees when the guy thought that the Baron's fate was already predetermined, no matter what he came up with. Ethan folded his arms in front of himself when he realized that since he invited him, it meant he decided to be a hindrance until the end. He confidently looked ahead, anticipating what the Baron would do. The city of Porith was surrounded by walls. There was a Baron's mansion, which was too luxurious for such a city. The carriage was approaching the castle when Ethan realized that Kargas was hiding the people's suffering behind this luxury and blaming the Arden family for everything, and that for such people they shed blood on the battlefield. The coachman pulled the reins when he said that they had arrived. The protagonist got out of the carriage when someone asked if he was the guest. The purple-haired man looked ahead with displeasure and said that he told his father that it was not worth wasting time, and then asked where his younger brother was, who was sent for him. Ethan looked at him and asked if he knew who he was talking to, and whether the Baron had not even taught him respect for the main family. The man grabbed the protagonist by the clothes and asked if he was acting too impudently because of his title. Ethan grinned and asked again. He bent his knee when the man asked if he was laughing. The protagonist kicked him. The Baron's son flew into the bushes. Ethan stood with his leg raised as he said that it was funny that such a scoundrel wanted to teach him something. The purple-haired man shook when he realized that he had been hit and he hadn't even noticed. The protagonist stood in front of the carriage. He threw the blonde to his brother and told him to take him. The purple-haired man gritted his teeth and asked if the Archduke had done this to him. Ethan looked ahead and asked who else could have done this. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword. The man pulled the blade out of its sheath and cursed, promising to finish him off. He swung the sword, standing in front of the protagonist. The man's mouth opened wide as Ethan thought about how this one was the same and how they couldn't even master the basics of what they had stolen. The blow landed on the protagonist's head. The Baron's son looked away and assumed he had missed, wondering where he had gone. Ethan grabbed him by the hair. He slammed him into the ground. Cracks appeared on the ground. The protagonist grabbed his sword, saying that such a man was not worthy of being called a knight. A man lay in front of him when he said that he would finish everything with the next blow. The tip of a sword appeared at Ethan's side when he was told to stop right there. He crossed blades with someone. The knight jumped away from him a little. The boy with pink hair held his sword in front of him when he said that his name was Menharten and that he was the commander of the Knights of Baron Kargas, and then added that the Archduke had crossed the line and asked him to be reasonable and stop. The protagonist gripped the hilt of the blade when Menharten asked him not to force him to use force. He lowered the sword and asked again. The knight commander's face sweated as he was asked if he had crossed the line when he raised his sword against the Archduke and the heir to the main family. Ethan held his blade out in front of him and offered Menharten to block his next strike. The purple-haired man was lying on the ground. The protagonist held his sword out and said that if the knight threatened him with force, he had better be stronger than this scoundrel. The pink-haired boy was enveloped in energy as he replied that in that case, he asked for forgiveness. He was approaching the Archduke at lightning speed. Ethan looked to the side. He blocked Menharten's strike. The knight commander turned his head to the side. The protagonist stood next to him. He swung his sword. Ethan smiled as he realized that his opponent was good. Menharten attacked the Archduke. A wound appeared on his shoulder. The knight gritted his teeth, thinking about pushing him back. He swung his sword at the protagonist. Ethan looked ahead confidently. Menharten moved forward quickly. A man was lying behind Ethan when dust rose. The knight thrust his blade forward, thinking about how he had blocked his view and how he could now disable him without seriously injuring him. The tip of the sword appeared from the dust. Menharten opened his eyes and thought that this couldn't be happening. The swords collided. The blade appeared in front of the knight's face when he realized that the Archduke would kill him. His hand clenched the hilt of the blade. The commander of the knights closed his eyes. Ethan stood behind him. Menharten looked away. The protagonist, smiling, looked ahead while the knight thought about why the Archduke stopped the attack, because he would have definitely hit. The commander of the knights sat on the ground when he realized that he had spared him. The boys looked in the same direction when a scream was heard. The blonde was hugged by a woman who asked him to open his eyes. She gritted her teeth. The woman opened her mouth wide and asked how the half-dead duke dared to touch her son. She pointed at Ethan and ordered him to grab this psychopath, and then asked the commander why he was standing there. The man with the mustache opened his mouth wide and ordered him to stop. Behind him stood people in black clothes. He frowned and looked menacingly forward. A woman approached him and exclaimed that this crazy man beat their children. Then he replied that he knew and that he would sort everything out, so she should leave. Manhwa took the blonde man when the Baron ordered him to take care of his wife and son. The man spread his arms out to the sides and greeted the Archduke, saying that they had not seen each other for 10 years, and then offered to let his son go so that they could talk. The protagonist took a step and replied that they had not seen each other for a long time for many reasons, and that, unfortunately, he could not fulfill the Baron's request. He brought the sword to the man lying on the ground and added that the sin of the one who raised his hand against the Duke was great, and that now only execution awaited him. Sweat appeared on the Baron's face as he asked Ethan to calm down and apologized on behalf of his son, and then said that he might be immune, but the Duke's power had long since ceased to have influence. The protagonist looked ahead threateningly as Baron Kargas added that the Senate was now in charge of these lands and that they would judge his son, and then suggested that they settle all misunderstandings and join forces, because then the Arden family could become great again. Ethan stood in front of the Baron when he addressed him. He clenched his teeth in anger. The protagonist grabbed the sword with both hands as he exclaimed that if the Duke's family did not rule the duchy, then why did they even exist? The Baron opened his mouth wide and shouted his son's name. The blade stuck next to his head. The man looked ahead in horror. He grabbed the sword and ordered that he stop testing his patience. A blue aura surrounded him as he told the protagonist that if he wanted to live, he should let his son go and beg for forgiveness on his knees. The guy's hand clenched his clothes as he asked him not to make fun of him. He held the Baron's son in front of him as he said that he had already decided to get rid of their entire family. The Archduke threw him into Kargas's hands, saying that the Baron had broken the vassal contract. People in black robes stood behind the man as Ethan added that he had threatened the Duke's descendants to cover up his crimes. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed that Baron Kargas was accused of treason and that he would be stripped of all his rights, title, and castle. The mustachioed man looked forward and asked how he dared to threaten him. He frowned and opened his mouth wide. The warriors with swords were surrounded by a blue aura as they were ordered to deal with the protagonist. The Baron gritted his teeth and said that they were acting according to plan. Then he ordered that he be made to be unable to disturb him anymore and threatened to turn him into a cripple. Ethan smirked and replied that he knew he had something hidden. The majestic castle was in the capital of the kingdom of Hadern, called Palantium. People were sitting at the table. When someone asked if there was anything else or if they could end the meeting, then His Majesty was addressed. Marquis Bloten of the Bessus family put his hand on his heart and asked if he would be allowed to say what he wanted. The gray-haired man looked forward and allowed it, thinking that it was strange that the Marquis decided to discuss something. Bloten opened his mouth and thanked His Majesty, and then said that his lordship Archduke Arden had contacted him. The man imagined the boy radiating energy and remembered that he was the Archduke who had been in a coma for 10 years after the Mana surge. The king rested his head on his hand, thinking about how long he had had dealings with the Bessus family. The Marquis stood before him when he asked about the reason for contacting him, and the man replied that Ethan had said that Baron Kargas had repeatedly violated the vassal contract. Bloten held a sheet of paper in his hand as he explained that he had raised taxes, created secret groups, and outnumbered his army, as well as illegally appropriated and sold information about the Duke's family's secret techniques. The Marquis looked away, thinking that as he thought, the 7 families were not happy with this discussion. The people at the table listened silently as he added that the evidence was recorded on the memory spheres and that his lordship was insisting on confiscating the castle. The king touched his hair, thinking that this was a difficult decision, and that he would have to side with the 7 families that supported the Senate or join the legendary defenders of the kingdom. He placed his hand on the railing as he said that it was not his responsibility. The king, sitting in his chair, added that the Arden family was not in the Senate, and that since the problem only concerned one family, he would not interfere. There were people sitting at the table when the king told the Archduke to handle it himself. Then Bloten replied that he would pass on his words. Sweat appeared on the Marquis's face. He imagined Ethan with a sword in her hands when he realized that the king had not chosen the side of the Arden family. The woman covered her face with a kerchief when she was told not to worry, because it was safe. Next to her stood Manhwa, who ordered the window to be closed and hot tea to be brought. The knight opened his mouth and said that he would go to the Baron, then he was told to be careful. He took a step. Manhwa walked down the corridor, not understanding why Ethan changed his mind in the middle of the attack and thinking that he had a bad feeling. The protagonist was attacked by the Baron's warriors. He repelled their attack with one blow. One warrior opened his mouth wide and exclaimed that he was caught. Ethan dodged the attack. He looked ahead with disdain. He was attacked by warriors with swords again. The tip of the blade was enveloped in red energy. The Archduke swung his sword. Baron Kargas clenched his fist and ordered them to attack simultaneously and not let him dodge. Then Manhwa addressed him and said that the lady and young master were safe. The man turned around and replied that the help of the Knight Commander would most likely not be needed anymore. Menharten looked ahead seriously, thinking that the Archduke was not attacking on purpose. Ethan jumped, dodging the blow. He looked ahead confidently when the knight thought that the protagonist was looking down on them. His foot rested on the surface. The Archduke hung in the air above the warriors. He gripped the hilt of the blade with both hands and said that everything was ready. The shockwave from his attack rushed forward. Red energy approached the Baron's warriors. Baron Kargas covered himself with his hand, asking where he learned such a move. Ethan landed with his sword in hand. Warriors with swords stood in front of the protagonist when a man with a mustache shouted that he who only runs away will not win, and that he will leave him to rot in the dungeon today, and not for 10 years, but for life. The Archduke swung his sword. He smiled and replied that it was just the next attack with a large radius, so he did not want to hit anyone unnecessary. He grabbed the sword with both hands. A vortex began to form around it. The Baron gritted his teeth and asked what kind of monstrous energy it was, and then suggested that it was another trick. Ethan swung his blade. Energy gathered near the tip of the blade. Menharten looked forward in fear. The protagonist's eyes widened. The Knight Commander opened his mouth wide and ordered them to dodge. A flash erupted above the Archduke as he used the second form of the Arden family's secret technique. The blast wave rushed towards the warriors. The girl pulled her hand away from her mug, saying that it was hot. She opened her mouth slightly and said that she was wondering if Ethan was okay and that she hoped that this time there would be no foolishness. She put her hands to her face and added that her brother had always been reckless and that it was strange not to hear their war cries outside the window. Flames blazed everywhere and screams were heard. Menharten covered his face with his hand, wondering how this was possible since he had almost no mana. Streams of fire rose up. The warriors were engulfed in flames. The Knight Commander stood before the Baron. The man's mouth opened wide, wondering how this was even possible. His eyes burst when he realized that these were elite knights, each of whom could take on a few thousand regular soldiers, and the Archduke had taken them down in one blow. The protagonist's hand was shaking. He looked at it when he thought about how his mana was almost gone and that this was his limit, and then realized that without the blessing of the Fire Lord, he would have passed out already. The Baron backed away when Ethan said that it was his turn. The protagonist was enveloped in a red aura when he said that the years of bullying his family deserved a severe punishment. Baron Kargas looked up in horror when he told his knights that he was probably exhausted by now, and that whoever killed the Archduke would receive 500 gold. Sweat broke out on Menharten's face when he thought about how impossible it was, because his attack was not just powerful, and that the huge wave of fire only hit those who he wanted. Then the knight realized that he had never seen anything like this before. The fallen warriors lay on the ground when he added that all the survivors already understood the difference in strength, and that even if someone could get up, he would be smart enough not to raise his sword again. Ethan turned his head to the side. He looked at the commander of the knights and asked if he wanted to try again. Menharten looked down and replied that he had already lost to him. Flames appeared on the tips of the Archduke's fingers when he asked the Baron if he heard that. The protagonist stabbed him in the stomach. The commander of the knights ran towards him. He turned around, sitting next to the Baron, when Ethan told him to lock his master in the dungeon and keep a close eye on him. Menharten put his hands in front of him and asked if he was really asking him to throw his own master in the dungeon, and then exclaimed that he was a knight and had taken an oath. Ethan stepped forward and replied that he was a loyal knight, and that was why he was entrusting him with this. He placed a hand on his shoulder and added that the Baron was a traitor who would lose his title for his crimes. The knight's pupils narrowed when the Archduke said that if the Baron tried to escape, his entire family would be executed according to the law. He clenched his fist when Ethan said that a loyal knight should not forget his oath. They stood near the burning banner when Menharten replied that it would be done. A scream came from the cage, the man shouting that he thought he would get away with this. Frowning in displeasure, he looked at Menharten and then added that he should let him out right now. The protagonist approached them. He put a hand on his friend's shoulder and replied that he could handle the rest himself. The man in the carriage continued to shout that he ordered the door to be opened. Suddenly, Mengarten looked towards Ethan, turned to him, and then asked if he could ask something. He tilted his head and added that including him, they were attacked by the Baron's order, so why did he spare some of them? Ethan turned around and replied that the sword was a reflection of the soul, and never heard of knights speaking in blade languages. He imagined the bad guys in his head, and then went on to say that when he woke up, he was surrounded by equally vile people. They wanted the death of his family, the one who saved the country. He remembered how he put his sword in front of him, and the knights attacked him, and then added that they crossed swords with him. The protagonist, remembering their battle with Mengarten, went on to say that he realized that there were still people who respected their lineage. Ethan was covered in a red aura, then said that he sighed in relief back then. Turning around, he continued to say that he did not care whether they were driven by remorse or melancholy, whatever the reason. Mengarten looked ahead in surprise, and Ethan added that there were people who were loyal to the Duke's sword. That was enough. After the protagonist, turning around, went to the exit, putting his hands in his pockets, he added that he had completely chatted, he would leave this place to him. We are transferred to the Baron's office. Ethan goes inside. A man meets him, bends down and greets his lordship. A middle-aged man appears in front of the protagonist. He puts his hand on his heart and then adds that he is the Baron's eldest son and he was waiting for him. Ethan takes a few steps forward and then adds that he was waiting for the one who would imprison his father and brothers. He does not know what he wants, but let him be careful with his words. The Baron's eldest son stretched his arms out to the side and then thought calmly. He was not like his father and brothers and then asked if he wanted to make a deal. Hearing this, Ethan smiled. Looking ahead, he added that he had been wondering what he would say. His hand shook, and he added that it seemed he had misunderstood the situation he was in. Deals were made between people of equal status. Then he grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Frowning, he said menacingly that the Baron's family had committed treason, raised a sword against the Archduke. He still thought he had the right to bargain. The eldest son shook in convulsions, and then thought that he could not breathe. He needed to have time to say something before he suffocated. Looking at the protagonist, he said in a trembling voice the information about the seventh family, after which Ethan threw him to the ground, adding that he should speak. Clenching his fists, he came closer, saying that if he deceived him, he would also go to prison. The eldest son desperately replied that no, he really did have information about them. After which he handed over the red book, adding that he should look at it. It was an agreement on the transfer of secret techniques. The protagonist read in a book that when the Arden house was destroyed, the seventh great family demanded a book describing secret techniques from the Duke's vassals. He saw a picture of a baron in the book, and then read that it was all in order to strengthen the army and counter the threats of neighboring countries. The protagonist imagined the army of the countries nearby in his mind, and then continued reading that therefore they had no choice but to give it to her. Now, looking ahead, he said that their knights were not particularly helped by the records. The eldest son replied that they were still unable to unravel all the secrets. Looking at the puzzled protagonist, he added that the seventh family sold them a simplified version. He pulled out a red book, saying that this is it, and Ethan, clutching his head, thought about giving the full version and then buying a shortened one from them. How can you be such idiots? Opening the book, he heard the eldest son say that the price of decryption was huge, so they had to raise taxes. Ethan slammed the book down, frowning, and then replied that it was trash. Looking at the Baron's frightened son, he replied that this book, it contains the most useless things. Clenching it, he continued to say that no one in their right mind would share something so important. They were just used and everything was taken away. Tilting his head, he continued to think that war is a time to form alliances and unite, and in peacetime, everyone only cared about their own wallets. Looking at the Baron's eldest son, he added that he would spare the rest of his family. Frowning, he continued to say that in return, he wanted to see all of the Baron's ledgers, let him take them and wait for further instructions in the annex. A broken flag appears in front of us, everything around is burning. There are many corpses of soldiers lying on the ground everywhere. He turns around and asks fearfully where he is. What kind of place is this? Looking around, he thought that he was just training in the yard. Suddenly, a huge monster appears in front of him, raising his sword above himself. The protagonist watches this in fear, unable to do anything. A second later, the sword flies through and kills the warrior who was standing behind him. He looks at his body and asks in confusion what this means, why he was not hit. Looking down in fear, he wonders if this is a memory from a past life. Suddenly, a guy with long hair appears in front of him. He says that this is a great victory. Looking intently in his direction, the protagonist stopped. Looking in front of him, he thought that this is Baron Kargas from his world, who stretched out his hand, adding that he should burn in hell. Ethan stood there for a few more seconds, unable to move, and the Baron added that he had burst into a peaceful world and was destroying everything around him. That was great. Dragon, was that right? He was just an intruder. The protagonist stood there, his head down, and listened to his defense that just like those he hated so much, he couldn't change the course of history as he pleased. Ethan pulled out his sword, remembering all his comrades. He clenched his teeth and then said no. Then he swung his sword and cut the Baron's body. A dark aura scattered around, and the protagonist saw that he had just destroyed a training target. Trying to catch his breath, he thought that his sister and the others were alive here. They were alive, and he didn't care what was allowed or not allowed. Looking up at the sky, he continued to think that no matter where the course of history would go, he would protect his family at any cost. Suddenly, he turned around, hearing someone shouting that he couldn't do that. In the distance, he saw a guy surrounded by guards, shouting that the Archduke knew him, let him pass. The bearded man grabbed the guy by the vest and shouted loudly to let him meet his lordship. Suddenly, he turned around, hearing Ethan's voice. He was walking towards him, asking what it was. The old man smiled widely and, putting his hand on his chest, shouted his lordship, tears welling up in his eyes. A man in expensive clothes appears in front of us. In the protagonist's past life, he was nicknamed the Monster of Paperwork, one of the key people in the Orden family, who rose from the very bottom to the count only thanks to his abilities. Almost any administrative task takes him no more than an hour. The man sat in the chair with his head down and then said that everyone who supported him, including himself, lost their place. Ethan replied that now it was clear why he was dressed like that. Looking in front of him, he picked up his mug of tea and then thought that all the useful people were fired in order to destroy the Duke's family from the inside. Maybe they were not such idiots, he was just thinking about who to entrust with administrative tasks. After which he extended his hand forward and said that they should introduce themselves. This is Michelin, a merchant cooperating with the duchy, and then thought that the man appeared at the right time. The old man, turning his head, replied that he apologized for what happened recently. Michelin replied that it was okay. Then, extending his hand, he continued to say that Ethan so suddenly dealt with the Baron's family, now the Senate. Suddenly the protagonist interrupted him and replied that enough. He did not want to hear this anymore. He crossed his arms and smiled, then replied that it was the land of the Orden family. Hearing this, Michelin was surprised, then replied that only if the king returned the right of ownership to him. The protagonist replied that the Baron's eldest son told him something too. Frowning, he continued to say that the vassals and the 7th great family did something interesting. He would repeat himself, this was their land. He thought that the heir of the Orden family needed permission from some useless king. Hearing this, Michelin choked on his tea. Looking ahead with fear, he wiped away the spilled liquid, then replied that he understood that Ethan was immune, but the protagonist smiled, raising his hand, and replied that he should not worry, there would be good news soon. Michelin, standing up from his chair, replied that if he said so, then fine, he would go carry out his errands. The old man, putting the mug on the table, laughed and said that he was glad that Ethan had come to his senses. Apparently he would need a lot of smart people, and he was just raising a child here. Would he like to meet him? The protagonist, looking ahead in surprise, asked that he had a child. The door opened and someone said, "Come in." Ethan looked to the end of the room and saw a guy with white hair. The man, looking at him, replied that he was adopted, and he brought him with him. The guy, looking ahead, replied that it was an honor for him to meet Ethan. Putting his hand on his chest, he added that his name was Lawrence. Hearing this, the protagonist, frowning, looked ahead in surprise. He imagined the image of the guy in his head and continued to think that it was him. We are transported to the Iron Valley to the red waving flag. The protagonist is sitting astride a black horse. Lawrence approaches him, saying that all the troops are in position. He smiles, and Ethan replies that he exceeds all his expectations, as always. Looking at the army of many thousands, he adds that in just a week he managed to develop an excellent strategy that will turn the tide of the battle. The Death Squad plays a decisive role. Lawrence, laughing, replied that all that remains is to give the order to attack. Ethan, looking ahead, added that he was probably the only one who could think of such a thing. He always finds the best place to strike the cavalry. Lowering his head, he added that he appreciated his abilities, but you can't sleep for 3 days. If he passes out in the middle of the battle, he will have to cope on his own. Lawrence, lowering his head, replied that since he dedicated himself to tactics and strategy, every human death is laid down as a heavy stone on his soul. But now, the dragons raised the horn and then blew it. A second later, a huge army moved into battle shouting in an unknown language. Lawrence replied that he was ready to put his life on the line. Looking menacingly ahead, he continued to say that even if you have a strategy, it will save at least one more person. Ethan, looking menacingly ahead, replied that this is good. They will finish off these vile invaders and save humanity. Then he raised his sword above his head and shouted that the Draconians have come into motion. They cannot miss the moment. The knights blew their horns. The catapults began to pull huge stones. The boulder broke away and flew up at great speed. The protagonist raised his sword above his head and shouted for all troops to go into battle. Many stones flew into the crowd of Draconians, and they began to fly apart. Ethan, riding a horse in the front ranks, destroyed his opponents. He thought that the battle that day was the most brutal. Then Lawrence held out his hand, and Ethan thought that many had died. He remembered the brutal battle, thinking that thanks to Lawrence's ingenious tactics, the people managed to win despite the huge gap in strength. Ethan held his strategist in his arms. He looked at the sunset and then thought that this battle was his last. We are transported to the protagonist. He looks ahead with displeasure, then thinks that he is not sure that it is him. Frowning, he continues to think that why he introduced himself as Lawrence. Looking at him, he continued to think that even the atmosphere was different from him. He replied that he was grateful that Ethan avenged the Baron instead of him. His hands trembled, and then he continued to say that his family died because of his huge taxes. The protagonist, frowning, wondered what this means. History has changed due to the decline of the horde and the beginning of the tyranny of the side families. The man, lowering his head, replied that he came because he wanted to talk to him. The protagonist, lowering his head to the side, replied that the old man recommended Lawrence, and then thought that he needed to test how talented he was. Approaching the table, he continued to say that he must understand the situation of the Baron's family, how he would propose to deal with them. Lawrence extended his hand and then instantly replied that they should be spared and turned into a scarecrow. Ethan answered why. Lawrence imagined it in his mind's eye, then added that even as a scarecrow, the Kargas remain Kargas. The other families will not be able to interfere if the mouth is not destroyed. He continued to say that it is also possible to save one of them in order to get a mole in the future, because many were ousted during the struggle for power. Extending his hand, he continued to say that the most important thing is the lack of labor. It is necessary to use everything that Ethan has. The protagonist smiled, then replied that he was talking about the future and what to do in the short term. Lawrence introduced the protagonist with the knights, and then replied that he needed an army. He couldn't deal with all the vassals alone. Lowering his head, he continued to say that first they needed to be set against each other, so he would gain time to prepare. He presented the location of the kingdom on the map, and then added that when he could deal with at least 4, the duchy would be divided into 3 parts and victory would be in his pocket. The protagonist, raising the glass to his mouth, thought that he knew it was him. Then he extended his hand to the man and replied that he had raised a very smart child. Lawrence looked ahead in surprise, then asked what that meant. Ethan, remembering him on the battlefield, replied that he would become his advisor. We are transported to the city. There are guards on the street and they are leading prisoners. Suddenly one of them is thrown back and hits the barrels. Mengarten walks forward, looking ahead, telling them not to overdo it, and he will deal with them. A fat man surrounded by a blue aura appears in front of him, looking menacingly ahead, shouting that he is a traitor and he calls himself the Baron's Knight. Mengarten adjusts his bracers and then replies that why should he listen to such a thing from him. The fat man lunges forward in displeasure and then shouts that they both learned breathing techniques and were both servants of the Baron. He is no better than him. Mengarten, frowning, replies that he is right, but it is the duty of a knight to correct the mistakes of his master. The man swings his fist and then shouts that he is not a knight, he is a traitor. Mengarten calmly dodges the blows and then says that all he can do is bark, after which he kicks his opponent in the face with all his might. He flies off at great speed and hits the wall. Coming closer, Mengarten continues to say that he needs to be tied up and the mana centers destroyed. Turning around, he hears someone telling him that he did a great job. Lawrence appears in front of him. Mengarten, looking at him, thinks that he was very surprised. Frowning, he continues to think that, when he was told to listen to someone he sees for the first time, and on his orders to destroy the 8 gates of darkness. Lawrence sank down to the fat man, and then Mengarten continued to think that he really turned out to be a professional, as if he had planned everything for a long time. Looking at him, he wondered who he was. Meanwhile, Lawrence, turning around, said that they were moving to the next point, while they did not understand anything. Walking forward, he added that there were still 7 left. He walked with the guards, and then said that they needed to finish before darken. We are transferred to the office. Lawrence, looking at Misha, says that he heard everything correctly. Suddenly, the man with the white beard stood up and, bowing his head, said that he would go get some fresh air. The protagonist was left alone with the guy. Lawrence, lowering his head, said that he was grateful for the offer, but he had to refuse. Looking ahead, Ethan asked discontentedly if he could find out the reason. Lawrence pursed his lip, and then, frowning, added that, in truth, he was a girl. We are transferred to the tents. She says that her childhood was spent in the slums in a commoner family, a girl without an education at the very bottom of society. You can't imagine anything worse. She remembered looking at her father with her mother, and then said that her father thought the same. Before his death, he did not blame the Baron for the exorbitant debts, but his daughter, who could not become a knight. The girl, clenching her fist, thought that since she was a girl, she could not earn money to pay the taxes. She remembered how several knights surrounded her, and then added that the tax collectors decided to sell her into slavery. Then she thought, remembering how she hid behind a wall with her brother, saying that she could not leave him, so the only thing left to do was to run away. An image appeared in her head, how she stole food from the market, and then she said that they had to steal, but the thought of her brother helped her to live on. One day she returned home, her legs were shaking, and she said that the bastards deprived her of even this, on their own, and then said that the 8 gates of darkness found them, and she lost her brother. She grabbed a knife, adding that she had always been looked down upon just because she was a girl. Life had become meaningless because everything had been taken from her. She then cut off her hair, adding that when her brother died, she decided to start a new life under his name. Lowering her head, she said that if they found out that the girl was a commoner, everyone would think that she was just selling her body. Clenching her knees, she added that she apologized, but she would not be able to become an advisor. Ethan slammed his fist on the chair and then replied that no, he did not think so. Frowning, he told her not to listen to such vile things. Talent does not depend on gender. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, and Ethan continued to say that she should look forward proudly. If someone points a finger at her, let her break it. Raising his hand, he continued to say that the Eight Gates, the organization the Baron created to collect the excess taxes, was her chance to avenge her brother. With a knight and a group of soldiers at her disposal, she could do it. Lawrence lowered her head and replied that if he gave her one day. Looking ahead frighteningly, she added that she would wipe them off the face of the earth. The protagonist, smiling, replied that that was great, he would wait for the results. We are transported to the city of Hermes. The guy looks ahead, puzzled. We appear in a room in the castle of Count Ferns. The guy says that he has an amazing office. The Count laughs and says that he is flattered. He raises his hand up and then asks what brought him to him. His lordship must be busy with things after waking up. The guy sighed, replied that, to tell the truth, his brother has become somehow strange. Hearing this, the Count was surprised, then asked, strange. He lifted his sleeve and then answered for him to look. There were many abrasions and scars on his arm. The Count asked where it came from, to which the guy replied that it was his brother's fault. The Count pointed at his subordinate and then added that he did the same to him. Ethan beats him every time he doesn't like something. He can't stand it anymore. Lowering his head, the young guy replied that he was quiet and calm 10 years ago. Maybe the consequences were thrown out. He became a completely different person. Dissatisfiedly looking in front of himself, he thought that now everything fits together for him. Imagining the man in his head, he continued to think that for several days he had not been able to contact Helmut. It seems that the Orden began to act. Tapping his finger on the chair, he thought that he had nowhere to rush if he used Myers, as he planned. Suddenly the guy turned to the Count. He asked what was going on. He smiled, and then leaned over and asked if he wanted to make a deal. Fountain near the palace. The heroes were sitting at the table. Shimon asked, a deal? The guy answered, yes, that was one of the reasons for his visit. Myers explained, he had just learned that the side families were divided into factions, and not all members of the Senate supported each other. The Count thought with irritation, where did he get this information? The side families were divided into two groups, and each wanted to gain more influence in these vast lands. The first faction, Emilton, was led by Count Lugon. He was at the head of the second faction, Ferns. He knew that the forces were almost equal, and each faction was waiting for the moment to attack. The guy raised his hand, said that thanks to this he had learned something even more important. Someone was trying to turn him into a useless drunkard, and his family into a scarecrow. Shimon was struck by lightning when he heard that Helmut Kargas was behind all this. Meyer said, and the order was given to him. The man shuddered, Count Lugon. He looked ahead. The boy explained that this was why he had come to him. The deal would be beneficial to both of them. The Count wondered what to make of this. He thought that someone had spilled the beans about their plan and he had come for revenge. He turned his attention to the Chamberlain, wondering if he had really tried. Hands tensed up, Mayer said with a smile if he helped him remove his crazy brother and become the head of the family. He clenched his fist. He would help him get rid of Count Lugon, asked what he would say to that. The man grinned, thought this was his chance. He couldn't miss such a great opportunity. He picked up his cup, laughed, said that the boy had come for a reason. He would do everything to make him an archduke. There was a knock at the door. The Count allowed him to come in. The servant entered the room. He bowed, asked, he was calling him. Shimon, who was sitting at the table, greeted him, said that he wanted to ask something. He joined the fingers of both hands, added that he understood perfectly well who had misinformed Myers. Hands looked at him. Shimon asked why he had helped him. If the truth came to light, then he would also be hit. The servant bowed, closed his eyes, admitted that he was Baron Kargas' chamberlain, and had come to him to protect the young master from his cruel brother. The Count put his hand to his chin, asked why to him, and not to the Baron. The servant stood opposite him, answered, the Archduke had begun to openly show aggression towards Kargas, and could attack them at any moment. He spread his hands, and the path to the other faction was closed to him, so he had only slightly changed the truth for the young master. The man remarked with a grin, what a sly man, he had done him a great service, well done, that he had gone to him and not to the Baron. He added that Helmut had just stopped communicating. The servant exclaimed, really? The Count told Hans not to worry, he was one of his men now. The servant bowed and thanked him for his kindness. Shimon laughed and waved his hand, nonsense. He put his finger to his chin, said thoughtfully, but without the Baron it would not be easy to find out what the Archduke was up to. Hans put his hand on his chest, offered to send him to the Baron's estate, since he had generously accepted him. Now he wanted to prove that he was loyal to him. He personally knew the Archduke, he had connections, and he would be useful. The man was happy, that's how. The servant clenched his fist. Shimon clarified, so he would be able to report what and when the Archduke was up to? He answered, of course. The Count handed him a bag with a crystal ball. He could contact him with it. Hans told him to rely on him. He left the room, closed the door. He exhaled. So far everything was going according to plan. Mr. Myers had done a great job with his role. He also needed to try. Shimon, who was sitting in the office, asked what you thought. Commander Loudon was standing behind the cabinet. He grinned and answered, it sounded coherent, but too smooth. He approached the Count and said that he didn't see any danger yet, but he needed to be on guard. Shimon agreed. He needed to find out his intentions. Meanwhile, the man said excitedly that he was encountering someone like that for the first time, and during his service as a knight he had seen a lot. But there had never been such a dangerous person in his life. He tortured and killed criminals without a drop of pity. The advisor wiped the blood from his face. Mengarten approached him and said that he shouldn't go that far. He stood with his head down and replied that he had promised his lordship. He looked back and would wipe them off the face of the earth. The man said that he had only seen them for a second. He shuddered, hugged himself, but still had goosebumps. His face was like a demon devouring children. He asked the young guard. He was guarding the prisoners. He had to be careful and watch out for this devil. He noticed the advisor approaching them and asked him to be quiet. The man looked back, screamed in surprise. Lawrence asked, the devil, some new criminal group. The man, white with fear, gave up the part. The advisor told the young guard that he was going to the Duke with a report. He let him in, said that the Duke was training. Ethan was practicing blows on wooden dummies. He pointed the sword forward, exhaled, pushed off the ground, jumped up, struck a blow at the dummy. It fell apart. The guy swung the sword again. The head flew to the side. He hit the platform, threw away the other part of the dummy. Another blow. Ethan dealt damage to all wooden opponents, stuck his sword into the ground, clenched his fist, thought that training with dummies was no longer useful. An advisor stood behind him with a report. The guy looked back, asked if he was talking about the previous conversation. Lawrence answered, yes, there were useful people in the 8 gates. They could be turned into a good reconnaissance team. Ethan took the report in his hands. Great, asked if they were ready. She answered, a little more than half. A guard appeared and loudly reported that a man had come to see the master, introducing himself as Hans. The guy put his hand on his hip, asked if Hans. The man said yes, asked what to tell him. Ethan said that this was his servant, let him go to his office. He told Lawrence to go with him too. The guy put his hands in his pants pockets, said, it looks like he managed to infiltrate. We need to see if the plan worked. Kelmont Castle, training ground. Opposite Myers, 2 fighters. He exhaled, looked to the side. The opponents were preparing to attack. One of them jumped. The guy ran forward. He raised his hand with a shield, defended himself from the blow, and simultaneously parried the attack with a sword. The opponent jumped back. The other one jumped at Myers from behind. He hit the hero's shield. The man who was watching the fight from the balcony said, a good level. He would be good enough to be the head of the family. Shimon was sitting on the throne. The commander was standing next to him. The Count added, the blood of the Ardens is immediately visible. He stood up, told Loudon to make sure that Lugon did not find out anything and to follow every action of the Archduke. He was counting on him. He put his hand to his chin, smiled evilly. Who would have thought that he would be waiting for the Senate meeting so much? Ethan held a letter in his hand. He was pleased. It seemed that Myers was doing well. He asked what about the Count. Hans raised his hands, said that he did not suspect anything. They did everything in the best way. Since he was sent to the Baron's estate, it would be much easier to pass on information. The advisor looked at the hero, asked if he was already driving stakes between the families. They would start after the meeting. The guy answered, yes. Hans was scared, and he knew about their plans, asked the guy who it was. Ethan introduced Lawrence to him. The girl bowed. The hero said, and this is Chamberlain Hans. They need to discuss the details, since they will soon have to work together a lot. Lawrence put her hand to her chest, introduced herself as an advisor. A cup of tea on the table. The servant and Lawrence sat opposite each other. Hans turned to the advisor. He frowned at him, thinking about the fact that he had been gone for only a week, and the Count had already found someone so smart. He thought, wait, he has such gentle features. The man was shocked. Really, is he his type? The servant tried to slow down his heartbeat. Lawrence looked at him, wondered what he was thinking about with such a face. She noticed with a smile that he seemed to dislike her. The man coughed sheepishly, answered, well, not really, he was just so young. The advisor pushed a book towards him, said that age did not matter as long as there was an opportunity to be useful to the Archduke, asked if he wanted to look at the report on the current situation. Hans brought the book to his face, looked at the advisor, thought that he was better than he thought, just ignoring the comments. He opened his eyes wide, screamed in surprise, saw that Baron Helmut and his 2 sons were in prison. Lawrence took the cup, answered, yes, a public execution was coming soon. The servant exclaimed, execution. He said timidly, but to execute the nobles, the advisor said, 357 people. Lawrence reported that so many had died of starvation last winter because of the Baron, and how many more had suffered at the hands of his servants was beyond counting. Hans shuddered. She added, besides, they had raised a sword against a descendant of the Arden family. He still thought that execution was too much. She looked darkly at the servant, asked if perhaps she should begin to doubt his loyalty. He began to leaf through the pages, answered no. He thought that if he had taken the Baron's side, he would already be a corpse. He was even more surprised, said the 8 gates were destroyed in just one day. The advisor said coldly, yes, this was just one of the completed assignments, clarified what his plan was. The man frowned, said that he would gain the Count's trust by giving false information. The young master also needed to get as close to him as possible. Lawrence asked, and then he was surprised that, she asked, and that was the whole plan. The Chamberlain crossed his arms, said that he had only been there for a day, and that was enough to fool the Count and return back. They could not predict how he would act next, so it was better to adapt to the situation. The advisor sighed. Hans raised his fists, indignant. This sigh sounded so condescending. Shouted, what? Lawrence answered, this is not enough, asked to let her plan everything. She put the cup on the table, said that he had missed something very important. The man shouted, and so what? She narrowed her eyes, a shadow fell on her eyes, answered, if he returned to the Count like this, he would lose his head. Hans was stupefied, his mouth opened. The castle, the guy thanked him for coming all this way, offered to introduce himself first. He said that he had heard a lot about him. The young man with short blonde hair bowed. It was Jaren from the Missa trading group, said that he would be happy to work with them. Lawrence shook his hand, said that too, there was no need for formalities. The guy laughed. Well, of course, he was an advisor to his lordship. Ethan, who was sitting at the table, asked Jaren if everything was going according to plan. He said yes. He was just about to pass on the answer. He took a letter out of his inner vest pocket. He handed it to the hero, said that perhaps he was expecting other news. The guy replied, nothing. He would personally thank the Marquis Bloaton for agreeing to carry out such a difficult task. He opened the envelope, sighed, threw the paper on the table, some empty talk, not a word on the matter, and the handwriting was disgusting. Jaren was embarrassed, said quietly, not the best news. The advisor put her hand to her chin, suggested that the king supported the Senate. Ethan folded his hands, said that the king said that he should solve the problems between his families himself. Lawrence smiled. Then great, Jaren exclaimed in fear how to understand them. The girl explained, at the moment the king and the 7 great families are the main obstacles, and he decided not to interfere. Most likely, this is what the Archduke achieved by submitting a petition. Ethan joined his fingers in a house, confirmed, and thanks to the letter he was convinced that the great families are behind the Senate. The advisor frowned, and the king abandoned them for his own benefit. Jaren was surprised. The hero slapped his palm on the letter that was lying on the table, exclaimed that they would return to this later. The plan is ready. He stood up, rested one hand on his hip, said that the king gave them the stage. Decisively said, it's time to begin. The hero said, clear. He sat in a chair and specified that he wanted to establish potion deliveries throughout the country. Jaron, who was sitting opposite him, answered, exactly, but his trading company would not be able to handle such volumes. Therefore, he decided that the Bessis house would handle the deliveries. His family had established trade relations throughout the country, so there would be no problems. He raised his finger and began to say that it was also possible to agree on deliveries to neighboring countries. They would receive at least 100-fold benefit. Ethan unexpectedly extended his hand to him. He confidently said that he saw no reason to refuse. They shook hands. Ethan asked to convey to the Marquis that he was looking forward to their cooperation. The guy replied, of course. There was a knock on the door. The hero looked back and said to come in. The advisor opened the door slightly, apologized, said that the preparations were complete. Ethan began to rise, apologized to Jaron because they were not finished yet. He said that it was okay, he understood everything. Ethan waved his hand, said that he would send a letter with all the details. He approached Lawrence, said that they could go. A slight smile appeared on her face. Jaren was left alone in the room. He thought that the Archduke was truly an incomprehensible person. Did he really foresee the expansion of supplies? He thought that the whole kingdom seemed to be in the palm of his hand. He wished he would return the House of Arden to its former strength as soon as possible. There was a torch hanging on the wall. The hero turned to Lawrence, said that he was leaving the supply of potions to her, and as soon as they received the documents from Jaren, she should take care of everything. They went for Mengarton. The advisor answered, okay. Ethan asked, they came. The hero stopped at the door. The knight answered, yes, they are holding the Baron here. The guy asked, he was interrogated. Lawrence, standing behind him, said yes, but even torture did not help. There were still blank spots in his stories. The guy answered, I understand, he will figure it out. Mengarton gave him a bunch of keys. The hero praised him for his work. He could return to his duties as captain of the knights. The boy replied that he understood him, but the hero looked at him, smiled, told him not to worry, he would keep his promise and spare the rest of the Baron's family. The knight saluted, thanked the Lord. A mouse appeared from the darkness. The man sat on the floor, his head down. He thought that he was a fool. When he was young and weak, when enemies surrounded him, he was so careful that from the outside he seemed unsociable. But when he became a member of the Senate, when he had power, he, without noticing it, turned up his nose. That was his mistake. He underestimated the Duke and crossed the line. He had no idea how strong he was. The hero inserted the key into the lock. Helmut shuddered when the door opened. Ethan stood in front of him. He screamed in fear. Here. The man noticed Lawrence. He fell on his back, raised his hand. He stepped back, screamed in fear for him to come closer. The Baron covered himself with his hands, shouted, enough, he had already told them everything. Ethan looked at him and sternly said that his acting was not impressive. He could not believe that even in such a situation he continued to hide something. The guy put his hand on his side, asked if he thought that if he had any useful information left, he could buy some time. The man, stuttering, answered that he did not understand what they were talking about. The hero threw him a letter, asked if he expected to wait for help. He may not hope. The Baron got on all fours, looked at the letter lying on the floor, asked what it was. The guy told him to read. The man noticed the royal seal on the paper. He grabbed the sheet and read tensely. The guy asked, well, did he understand? Even the king turned away from him with his sons. Helmut read that he told him to solve problems between his sons on his own. He clenched his teeth. In despair, he slammed his fist on the ground. He screamed loudly. The Baron was kneeling before the hero and the advisor. He said that this was the end. He would tell everything he knew, asked to spare him and the boys. Ethan frowned, replied that he would look, let him tell first. The man lowered his eyes, said that there was another floor under the house. He kept all the secrets there, including the relic of Duke Arden. The guy's hand trembled. He exclaimed that. He flared up with anger, asked the relic of his father. He dared to appropriate the divine sword. The man asked him to calm down. He raised his hand, exclaimed, it was not him, of course, he is in the Senate, but no one would trust him with it. The hero froze when he heard the Baron say that it was broken. The divine sword Dranian, the perfect sword, capable of cutting anything, withstanding any heat. This divine relic has been passed down from the old head of the family to the new one for many generations. It is the symbol of the Ardens. It was with it that he fought in the last battle. The guy clenched his fist, thought, even though he lost, the sword withstood all the blows of the Dragon King, and now it is broken. He sat down opposite Helmut, said that it was impossible. How did this happen? The man said that 15 years ago, when the dragons attacked, the countries that were not ready to defend themselves immediately fell. He said with excitement, the Ardens created the Death Squadron, which included the best representatives of the family. He said that they were stronger and more talented than any knight, and in the end they challenged the Dragon King himself. But they all died, and they found only the hilt of the divine sword. The guy thought, so that's how it is, my father also fought the Dragon King. He asked what happened to the Dragon King. The man sat, leaning on his hand, answered that he did not know, he only heard that he was not seen again. Ethan put his fist to his chin, thinking that the Dragon King hid, so they were able to seriously wound him. He removed his hand, looked seriously at the Baron, asked why they agreed to peace then. The dragons lost their king, they had a chance to win. Helmut opened his mouth, asked in surprise, but everything happened before his coma. Did he really lose his memory? The guy shouted for him to answer. He raised his hands, answered, of course. He said that the Xenon Empire was the initiator of peace. They forced the neighboring countries to agree. The hero opened his eyes wide, asked what? The guys went down the stairs thinking that this was really a secret passage. Helmut did not lie. Ethan began to remember his words. The guy was squatting in front of the man and demanding details from him. But Helmut said that everything would be exactly as he reported. According to the man, after that battle, the Dragon King disappeared somewhere. He said that his commanders were still there, the army was very strong, so nothing had changed. Soon after, one of the ambassadors contacted the Xenon Empire. Thus, the strongest of the countries made a peace treaty with the dragons, and the rest of the countries followed suit. The guy went down the stairs in confusion, because the Empire had never been weak, and in this world their position was better than his. The guy needed more details, but he had already arrived. In front of the guys was a large blue symbol, a protective spell. Ethan lit it with a lantern and said that it was a big job. He ordered to open it. He handed the seal to his partner and left the opening to him. After the key was placed in the center, the guys walked away a little. Ethan thought that his father's relic was kept here, but not the divine sword. He had an idea what it was. The guy went forward with the thought that he was almost sure of it. The partner said that this room was much larger than it seemed from the outside. He wondered if they would even be able to find the relic here because of the large number of unnecessary things. Ethan said they would, especially since they had already found it. On one of the shelves stood a vessel with a black liquid. It happened when they were preparing the Duke's body for burial. The man could not believe his eyes. Everyone was shocked to see it. Some black metallic liquid flowed out of the Duke right onto the ground. No one knew what it was. The Senate debated for a long time what to do with it, and in the end they decided that it would be safer to divide it into parts and store it. The guy opened the vessel, saying that the collateral families did not know that this was the 8th ring. It was another relic that was passed down in their family by inheritance, like the divine sword. The interlocutor asked if this was the 8th ring, since it did not look like a ring at all. Ethan replied that the substance was not called that because of its shape. The guy noticed a breath of black flame that was rushing towards his head. Many energy connections glowed inside the guy. The liquid began to form energy inside. Eventually, it exploded. The guy absorbed it and became covered in red mana. Some pieces flew to the sides and began to swirl around the guy. Eventually, one of the pieces changed its direction and flew straight towards Ethan. These pieces began to fly at the guy with great force, causing discomfort. After some time, he began to absorb their power. The guy standing next to him asked what was happening. Ethan glowed brightly. The guy was burning with red mana and exhaled nervously. He looked at his hand and said that this is not bad. The guy standing next to him asked to explain what just happened. Ethan said that the 8th ring had to be absorbed. The guy said that no one knows what it is made of, but the Ardents have always had this treasure. Usually it was passed on to the new head of the family. Only those with strong Ardent blood can use the ring. This thing was a common trinket for people who had not mastered the breath of black flame. The interlocutor asked him if the 8th ring had any special power, to which there was a short positive answer. Ethan asked the guy to step aside to demonstrate its power. The guy clenched his fist, thinking that first it was necessary to direct the flow of mana directly to the 8th ring so that it would begin to greedily absorb it. He experienced discomfort when using it, since the 8th ring fetters the owner's hands and feet. The guy had already forgotten what it felt like, but everything seemed fine. He began to release all the mana accumulated by the ring for action. Ethan laughed while the flow of mana spread to the sides. Energy waves flew to the sides at high speed. The guy felt like he was in a new body. His partner stood with incomprehension and watched. He asked his friend if he had released all of his mana right now. Ethan confirmed that the 8th ring could store mana and give it explosive power when needed. The boy agreed that it would be even easier to reclaim the lands now. He just needed to factor it into his plans. He asked to rely on him regarding the location of the remaining pieces. Ethan believed that not only did they not revere their father, who had sacrificed himself for them, as a hero, but they were also stealing his relics out of greed. He clenched his fist tightly, intending to get to them soon. The boy promised to finish off anyone who questioned the valor of his family. The sun shone over the castle. Voices could be heard outside the door. The boy was confused by the news that 5 pieces had been taken outside his land. He was told that one was in the hands of the heads of 4 families, and one was in the royal Reimdal. He hoped that this was a myth, but he was told that the Baron confirmed everything. Ethan thought that there was no point in lying to the Baron now, so they had a problem. They wouldn't be able to collect everything quickly. The guy said that it didn't matter now, they'd better think about how to get Terran back. He said that he would act with everything he had. Later he would return to the issue of the removed rings. The guy looked at the map and thanked the guy for the news. Thanks to him, he now understood how to act. The guy tapped the map and said that he planned to take the ring that was hidden right under his nose. Ethan ordered to prepare for the attack. A new life began in the small town. Rumors were spreading everywhere about the appearance of the hero's heir, who was ready to fight for the people. These rumors spread very, very quickly. People became confident in the future and in their kingdom. They hoped that despotism had come to an end. They had new hope. That very day, many soldiers and local people gathered in the square to watch. Someone from the crowd shouted and drew attention to 2 men leaving the building. The people looked at them, thinking that this was the end of these pathetic scum. The people shouted that because of them they had lost their family and they were thirsty for revenge. The crowd shouted calls for the man to be killed as he was led to the blade. The man in armor slammed his halberd on the floor and demanded silence. The Archduke had arrived. The people recognized him, for he had overthrown the Marquis as soon as he had arrived in the city. They believed that the boy had saved their city and put an end to the Marquis's atrocities. Ethan stood before the people to make a statement. The people were waiting for the boy to make an announcement. Ethan addressed the people of the city so that they would listen carefully. The boy stated that the Marquis had broken the treaty and was illegally appropriating the property of the people. He said that the relatives and friends of the townspeople had suffered because of his actions, and that there were those who had had to say goodbye to their lives. The boy introduced himself and promised to return all tax rates to normal. He looked at Helmut and his sons and said that according to the family law, he was stripping them of their Marquis status and all their titles. Ethan also sentenced them to death. The people cheered, shouting glory to the boy. The big blade came loose from above and flew down at high speed. There were splashes of blood everywhere. Someone asked if it was true. The boy's sister wanted to know if her brother had captured the Marquis family. The boy with white hair confirmed her words and added that on the same day he arrived in the city, he had captured the Marquis and was now restoring order in the city. The girl was confused by such a statement and asked if the other clan families would interfere in the matter if the boy had sentenced a member of the Senate to death. The boy asked the Duchess not to worry because Ethan was acting with all possible turns of events in mind. The girl said that the boy had arrived in a carriage which would then go to port. She offered to talk to him about the road there, to which he agreed. The boy gently hinted that the knight standing next to the Duchess would interfere with the conversation. He bowed and said that he forgot to introduce himself in view of this situation. He is the Duchess's escort knight. The boy remembered what his duke told him about him. He said that Marquis Bessus sent him as a sign of alliance. People were packing the carriage and tying suitcases to the roof, while the boy was discussing about riding a horse so that the others could get into the carriage with the Duchess. He said that he would follow behind with the other escort knights. The horses raced quickly along the road. The boy realized that as long as the duke used the accompanying faction structure, his strategy was safe. The sister thanked the boy for answering all her questions. Until now she had no one to ask about her brother's family situation. The girl said that she had too many questions. She told the boy that he had a very good memory and he was kind. The advisor asked the girl not to exaggerate and to address him informally because he was her brother's subject. The Duchess was happy to learn that this was possible. She grabbed his hands, saying that it would be better this way. The girl approached the guy, saying that it was good that he was next to her brother and her. The advisor was amazed by the reaction. The Duchess said that she felt like she had another younger brother. She had hoped for friendship. The boy blushed and agreed. He didn't understand why such a noble and beautiful man was acting so casually with him. The Duke wasn't much different from her. It seemed like everyone in their family was like that. The carriage drove up to the castle. The gates were opened from the inside. The boy met the horses in the carriage. He took his sister by the hand, while she was happy that she met him. The girl admired the size of his castle. The man in armor approached the guys and greeted them. The guy said that he had heard a lot about her. He was Fulton. He was sent to accompany the girl. Ethan extended his hand to him and said that he was pleased to meet her. The guys shook hands and looked at each other. Something strange passed between them. Ethan noticed that the interlocutor was using an imperceptible wave of mana to study him. The guy noted that the interlocutor was hiding the movement of mana well. An ordinary knight would not have noticed anything. Any knight, but not him. Fulton was shocked to see Ethan's parallel mana flow. The boy thought that this knight was about rank 6 in level. The Marquis had put a lot of effort into sending him. Ethan asked his subordinate to prepare a room for this knight. Fulton thanked the boy and thought that he was only rank 2 in mana. The boy reasoned that no matter what his abilities were, he still did not understand how a knight of such a rank could disperse his mana. The Duchess asked her brother about the news in Myers. The door in the room opened. The Duchess entered the room, saying that she was shocked. She asked her brother if she could really use it. Everything was very expensive everywhere. The boy said that his sister should only use this. The sister looked at her brother pitifully, looking for words of support. Ethan said that she would be taking management lessons from tomorrow, which caused the girl to have questions. The boy said that if she didn't mind, he wanted her to help him in this area. Of course, if she didn't want to, she could refuse. The girl said that she couldn't help but want it because her brother had done everything possible for her. She should help him. The Duchess put her hand on the boy's cheek and said that she would try to be his support, to which the boy thanked her. Ethan said that by evening he would introduce her to another knight instead. The Duke said goodbye to his sister, saying that she should rest because they would see each other at dinner. The girl didn't understand what the words about the knight meant. The boy closed the door and continued thinking about that knight of the 6th rank. Ethan realized that this knight was not just one of those who knew how to handle a sword. He was the one who began to understand the essence of the sword. The boy thought that a knight of the 6th rank could very well do more than he could. The reason why the counts were so calm was because they had several knights of this rank. The guy walked down the hallway thinking that he had only started training a month ago, and that his strength was not yet enough to withstand such men. The guy knocked on the door and asked to come in. Fulton was standing behind the door and asking what he needed. The Duke asked him to spare him some time. The guy said that he had not yet unpacked his things, and if the Duke was satisfied with this arrangement, then let him come in. The guy asked the Duke if he could inquire about the reason for his visit. Ethan said that there was nothing special. He simply had a proposal, which was a little impolite to talk about in front of the castle gates, but now it was quite normal. The guy looked at the knight, who was sitting down at the table, and asked what the proposal was. He finally understood what the matter was. Ethan said that the guy was very curious about his abilities. He would like to learn one technique before dinner. There was still time. He offered the knight a fight. The girl was rereading her book. The Duchess stretched and said that while she was reading this book, it was time for lunch. The girl offered him to have lunch together, even if it was for a day, but today he was her escort. The man was interested in the offer and agreed. The guy said that it was an honor for him, but awkward in front of Sir Fulton. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. The knight said that Ethan offered the guy a duel, which shocked the girl. The guy said that most likely, the fight was in full swing now, nothing could be done about it. Ethan looked into the eyes of his opponent. The guy struck a blow, from which the opponent barely defended himself. The knight admitted that this blow was quite good. The guy was glad, because as he thought, he parried blows well. In this case, he could simply attack as much as he wanted. Ethan hit the ground with his foot, activating mana in it, and got ready. The guy thought maybe he should increase the pace. The knight found it difficult to look at him as he was glowing strongly with mana. Fulton pressed himself against the sword, expecting a blow. Ethan delivered a powerful blow and a jump, which the boy parried with difficulty. He did not think that the attack speed could be developed so quickly. The knight realized that if he hesitated, he could, on the contrary, suffer himself. The Duke pulled the sword towards the boy. The boy no longer saw it in front of him. It was strange. Fulton attacked the boy from behind. Ethan foresaw this and easily parried the blow. They continued to fight again, parrying each other's blows. The knight could not understand it. He knew that the boy was restoring mana from the broken aura and again controlling it. An ordinary person was not capable of such a thing. The knight also did not understand how the Duke managed to show abilities exceeding his available amount of mana. Fulton knew that the knight's strength and speed depended directly on this, so the level was distributed based on the assessment of the amount of mana. But the knight had never met someone like Ethan, so he did not know that the fragments distributed directly throughout Ethan's body had the essence of flames, so each piece acted as a clot of mana. The guy was able to transfer it throughout his body faster and more accurately than squeezing it out from the center of his stomach. The knight rushed to attack. The Duke was thrown back and crouched. He stabbed the sword into the ground, saying that it was a little heavy. The knight said that it was simply amazing that he was able to do such a thing with such a large amount of mana. The Duke thought about a duel with a high-level owner. He had not thought about the times when he learned how to handle a sword for a long time. The guy suggested that they fight properly this time. Ethan's eyes were red, veins covered his face as he activated the 8 rings. He was completely lit up with red mana. The knight was perplexed by the sudden increase in mana. The guy's eyes were filled with red energy. He suddenly moved to attack and dealt a powerful blow. Fulton tried to defend himself. The guy also gathered some mana around himself. The energy crashed into the ground. The guys fought with unrealistically high speed, using a large amount of mana. The knight standing to the side looked at them in surprise. One of the guys remembered the duel with the Duke, who had already demonstrated unprecedented abilities to them. The guy was angry and amazed that in a few days his skills had increased many times over. The guys continued to fight until the knight could not understand where the limit of his capabilities was. Fulton tried to deal a critical attack. The Duke quickly and effortlessly repelled any attacks. In one of the attacks, his sword flew out of his hand. The enemy sword, filled with mana, was put to the guy's neck. Ethan admitted his defeat in this duel, to which Fulton was shocked after what happened. The guy said that the knight could not be defeated. He thanked him. The Duke was ready to leave as his opponent called out to him. The knight asked if he fought at full strength at the very beginning, if during the battle he sharply increased his speed. The guy said that the thing is that he saved his strength. The knight was surprised that there is such an amazing technique. The Duke said that if it were not for this skill, he would not have a chance. He thanked him again for his time. The knight said that he was also grateful for this duel. Fulton realized that he miscalculated. He just wanted to check the truth that they say about him and his abilities, but did not think that everything was so serious. The knight remembered the movement and technique of the guy that he showed him. They combined precise knowledge, like from a textbook, but at the same time there are some elements that go against the generally accepted. The boy realized that his understanding of the sword was the level of a fully trained knight. Having reached the 6th level, the boy wandered in a confused state for another 5 years. No matter how hard he tried, he could not reach the highest level. The knight realized that in 6 months he would no longer be able to defeat him. The only thing the Duke lacked was time to accumulate mana. The boy called out to Ethan again. The boy said that his opponent learned one technique today, but he himself learned something from him. If he did not mind, the knight offered to arrange a duel with him sometime. Ethan agreed with the offer, to which the knight thought that with such abilities he could become arrogant, but on the contrary, he wanted to learn something. Fulton said that he was speaking sincerely. Ethan said that as soon as he had time, he would teach him another technique. The knight thanked the boy for accepting his offer, despite the way he had behaved during the day. Ethan asked him to continue accompanying his sister in training. Someone shouted his name from behind. The Duchess was standing behind the boy, clearly dissatisfied with his behavior. The girl accused the boy of not letting a person who had come such a long way rest. The knight looked at the boy and thought. He had no idea what was going on in his head. Ethan covered his ears while his sister scolded him. There was a conversation in the castle of one of the families. The man asked the knight through the orb if the Duke was that strong. He could not believe the words he had just heard, because the boy had great potential. The knight said that the boy's strength and speed exceeded all his expectations. He also possessed a special technique for mana control that exceeded his own level. The boy said that he himself saw this type of ability for the first time. The man praised him and asked him to report the smallest details about the Duke in the future. Fulton obeyed him. He said that he would call again at the time of the next report and hung up. The man thought about the fact that the guy had been in a coma for a long time, but now he was also able to break through the mana sphere. He wondered why the guy's strength could be compared to the level of a 6th rank knight. In the man's opinion, the Duke had shown amazing resourcefulness so far. It seemed that his combat skills were much higher than he thought. Surely, he would begin to take specific actions, which the man could not be aloof from. He ordered his subordinate to collect a list of things and hand them over to the knight as quickly as possible along with a letter. Now the man was convinced Ethan could bring about great changes in his kingdom, in which case now was the best time to strengthen the cooperation between the two families. A fire broke out in the building. People were shouting the alarm. The soldiers were shouting that the people from the 8th gate had escaped. They ordered all available soldiers to catch the fugitives. People started running into the forest, calling for them to be captured. The armed soldiers knew that they were running in that direction. The guy was sitting behind a tree, taking a mental break. He was thinking about how he had barely gotten out of there, where he should go now. Hands behind his back covered his mouth and pulled him back. The man behind him ordered him to be quiet. He said that the count had sent him to accompany them. The guy agreed with the ambassador's words that they should first go with him to a safer place. The guy started following the man into the thicket of the forest. He thought that everything was going according to the count's plan. Small torches were burning in the dark, unlit corridor. The guy was sitting in the corner of the corridor, asking the ambassador if it was necessary to do this. The subordinate said that nothing could be done. It was necessary to lull the count's vigilance. The boy said it would be hard, but he had to be patient. The man said there had to be a limit to everything. He was not a prisoner, to which the answer was that the count was ruthless. The boy said that the count had easily gotten rid of the baron, like a lizard that cuts off its own tail, although he had worked for him for a long time. He said that such a person would not trust the head butler. The boy asked how long he would have to stay here, to which the answer was that it would all be over soon. The butler said that tonight he would cause a stir in the 8th gate, then they would send a man who would help them get out. The boy said that during the escape his interlocutor should meet one of the pursuers. The prisoner remembered all the words that the butler had told him. The reality coincided with what was said. The man led the boy into some building. They both went down the steps into a lighted corridor, saying that they were already there. The man led the prisoner further, saying that this shelter was safe. The man asked what had happened if they had to hide before they got to the castle. The boy answered that he had not hidden. He had been captured by the Duke. He said that he had been put in prison and tortured there. The man saw deep wounds on the boy's body and thought about the bad attitude towards the prisoners there. He said that they needed to heal them quickly. The boy interrupted his interlocutor and said that first they needed to contact the count, as he had valuable information. He shouted that his crystal ball had been taken away from him when he was caught. This was a very important matter that could not be delayed. The man said that he would contact the count now and help the boy. The Duke sat in his place while the sun was shining outside the window. The butler said that everything was going according to plan, to which the answer followed that now the count would become a little more serious. He asked what was going on with the management. The butler answered that they were recruiting new managers. The boy reported that too many had been kicked out of the duchy. Ethan entrusted this matter to him. The butler asked what the Duke was reading there all this time, to which the guy showed a piece of paper. It was a letter from Marquis Bloden. It seems that Fulton reported it to the Marquis. The butler asked if there was anything special in the letter, to which the guy agreed. Ethan said that he would send him some kind of gift so that his plan would progress faster. It seems that he wants to make an alliance with him. The guy clarified about the gift, how it could affect the plan. The Duke suggested that he would send him a miracle cure, which is rarely found in nature in plants with a high concentration of mana, which they absorb from the air. Miracle cures are made by processing such plants. If there is such a thing, then mana can be collected very quickly and filled with it into the sphere. The guy said that his skills and knowledge are enough to go beyond the usual. To reach the level of his past life, he only needs time and mana. The guy suggested that if his mana increased after the miracle cure, then its fiery part would become even hotter. He said that the heat from his sword would be incomparable to what he was now. According to him, an ordinary sword would not withstand such heat and would simply melt. The Duke said that before the gifts arrived, he wanted to go somewhere and assign 3 knights. The butler asked where the Duke was going at such a time, to which the answer was that he needed to get one thing. The guy did not understand what they were talking about. Ethan asked him to take care of all the affairs while he was gone. The guy said that he needed a weapon that could withstand his mana. He would make a new sword in return. Vendinium is the capital of the Duchy of Erden. The guy put the crumpled paper on the table and asked the count what it meant. The man was unhappy that the faction leader took the death of his subordinate lightly, which meant that the Duke could kill all of his subordinates and no one would care. Count Shimon asked Lugon to calm down, because if the Duke had committed murder, what did he think their actions would be? The guy continued to insist that the king and the 7 clans would demand that they be held accountable for it. The man sitting in the chair replied that this was entirely possible, their heads could fly off their shoulders. The man stood there with a serviceable look and thought that this would be the case. The Count would be held accountable for all of this because it was immediately clear why the Duke had struck at Kargas. He thought that everyone already understood everything, that something was being plotted against him. The guy realized that it was he who had come up with the idea of destroying him. He thought that he should add fuel to the fire to make it so that they would tear each other apart. The man looked furiously into his opponent's eyes, thinking that he understood everything perfectly, all of his plans. However, the guy reported through the magic ball that everything worked out. The Count demanded to know more. The guy said that during the torture, the Duke asked him about Count Shimon. He immediately realized that this was his chance and deceived him, passing on false information about the faction. The man jumped up from his chair and praised his subordinate, saying that it was not in vain that he trusted him. He left. The man realized that the Duke's next target was Romanton. He let Ethan have fun while he could. The dungeon is one of the special areas where Mama gathers in whirlpools. These places attract wild monsters, which gather in a pack and form dungeons in such places. Mana has an effect on them, and magic crystals appear inside the dungeon. These crystals are used for various magical actions, while the dungeon becomes something like a treasure cache. The guy galloped up on his horse and stopped, thinking that he hadn't been here for a long time. In his opinion, there must be a dungeon in the vicinity. Of course, he really wants to get crystals and treasures. Ethan preferred to concentrate on searching for a special metal. An unknown voice stopped the guy. The guard asked him to stop, since the passage through this village is currently closed. The guy asked why he came here. Ethan showed a seal with the words to open the gates for him, because he is not an ordinary person. The boy thought for a moment and said that not everyone could come here, even those belonging to the faction. The man behind him looked closely at the seal and asked what the pattern was. It was a drawing of golden flames. The man said that it was the symbol of the Duchy of Arden. He asked if the boy was the Duke. He ordered that the gates be opened immediately and that the elder be brought here. The boy rode into the village on horseback, accompanied by a sentry. Ethan suspected something, because the situation in the village was very strange. There was no movement on such a wide street. He noticed anxiety in the eyes of the villagers. The boy assumed that they might be wary of him. Their faces were full of fear. Ethan asked the escort where the village elder was. The man apologized and said that a soldier had already been sent for him and that he would be there soon. The boy said that he would visit him himself and asked to accompany him. The hunter of this village had personally experienced such a situation. A man was hunting near an abandoned mine as usual, when suddenly he heard a strange sound from there. The man listened and thought that it was the sounds of a pickaxe. He was interested in finding out who was making these sounds, so he went closer to the mine. There he saw something he did not expect. The skeletons of the dead were mining ore. Jillian claimed that there were several dozen of these skeletons there. They were working with hoes. The guy clarified whether they were the dead, to which he was told that he did not dare to go inside out of fear, but he heard the sounds of a hoe. And there he thought that this was very strange, because the only thing that could be mined in that mine was that very metal. Ephraim. It was not as powerful as mithril, but harder than steel. Its properties are very similar to the properties of mana. It is often used as a component for making magical tools. The guy thought that this metal should have been discovered here only a few years later, which meant that someone else had visited the mine. He continued to think while the elder and his companion tried to come up with guesses. Ethan understood from the elder's behavior that the inhabitants still did not know about the existence of the mineral. He needed to find out for sure that his goal was Ephraim. The problem at the moment was a little different. Someone who had enough power to summon several dozen skeletons. Only a dark mage could do that. A lick. The guy realized that if the lick was really involved, then the matter was quite serious. The guy clenched his fist, thinking that he would have to give up the metal, since he would not be able to defeat an entire army that the lick could summon. Ethan got up from the table and said that he needed to check something right now. The guy asked where this strange mine was. The guy walked through the forest, catching branches and thinking that he had been told about a completely different place. Suddenly, he noticed something off to the side, a large stone ledge where the rails entered. The guy came closer and heard a faint but distinct sound of tools working. He went inside thinking that they were confident in their powers since they had not put up a barrier. The elder said that he had already reported to the Baron about the Nizhits. The guy thought that he had not seen these documents. If the elder was not lying, Helmut had torn up the contract and hidden the truth. Ethan thought that something else was involved here if he had deliberately allowed the lick to appear on his territory. The picks clearly hit the stones. The guy watched this spectacle from above. One of the skeletons was carrying an Ephraim in a minecart. The guy realized that their goal was something. Suddenly he noticed something below and tensed. It was a creature unlike the others. It was wearing a cloak. The guy felt the aura that this person emitted. It was a dark mage controlling the skeletons. He thought that he was not as dangerous as the lick. Ethan went down and thought that he could easily take the metal. He approached the man in the cloak and asked who he was. The man concentrated mana in his hand and said that this should not interest the future suicide bomber. It was a young guy. He threatened to make a skeleton out of him. Ethan was ready to take the sword out of the casing, but stopped. The guy noticed an imitation of a beating heart in the center of the man. He did not believe what he saw. Ethan took out his sword and called out to the guy. He pointed the weapon to the side and asked him to answer him. Where he learned the dragon's breath, he was interested in. The stranger began to laugh. Ethan did not understand what was funny in his question. The opponent prepared to attack, saying that he could not leave him alive if he even knew such a thing. The guy threw an energy chain towards his opponent and ordered him to die. Ethan was not ready for the attack. The guy jumped and dodged the chain. He noticed that the opponent made a chain with mana, and it also contained a large amount of magic. The guy asked how he liked his chain, which crushed even a 5th rank knight. He said that he was sent by the villagers. It was a pity that he would have to die for a measly penny. The stranger promised to suck out the opponent's mana and make his skeleton his servant. Ethan thought that the guy was very strange because his mana was at the 5th level, but the control technique was very clumsy. The guy thought that his opponent did not know how to hide its flow. He saw a weak point in this. This was the weak point of the magic chain, which he struck. The stranger shouted that he was caught. A funnel of magic chain formed around Ethan, causing confusion in the guy. Many of its ends headed towards their target to pierce through it. The chains crashed into the ground, creating clouds of dust and dirt. The guy left. The stranger claimed that he had defeated a 5th rank knight, and he was a 2nd rank knight, and that it would be boring to fight him. Ethan said from the smoke that the guy was talking too much. The stranger was shocked that his opponent had survived. The guy created an energy network that destroyed his chain. The stranger was in complete shock when he saw the fragments of his chain. He thought that the opponent had not just cut the chain with a sword, he had cut off the flow of mana that was running along this chain. Ethan rushed to attack. The guy thought how he had managed to do this. He decided to take you in his hands and end this. He summoned impenetrable darkness and asked it to protect himself. Ethan was already close to his opponent by this point and swung his sword. The guy easily resisted the onslaught of energy. He thought that he could easily deal with this opponent and swung at him. Ethan's sword was ready to pierce right into the opponent. The guy tried to resist, using more and more mana. He did not understand how the opponent's sword was destroying his barriers. The guy desperately screamed at the skeletons to help him. Several dozen subordinates pounced on Ethan. The stranger claimed that he would not be able to attack him at the same time and fight off the skeletons. The guy grabbed the sword tighter. He screamed and applied incredible force. From one blow, dozens of skeletons flew apart in pieces in different places of the cave. A crack formed in the stranger's protective dome. Ethan concentrated all the mana in his hand to pay. The guy called a wave of mana, which caused shock in the opponent. He defeated his opponent outright. Now the guy was convinced that the clot of mana was in the heart area. The opponent tried to fight the hand that was strangling him. He noticed that the method of mana control was the same as that of the dragon race. This is what the guy learned in his past life when he was researching this species. To fight them, instead of using the clots of mana in the very bottom of their abdomen, they control it with their hearts. At that time, it was called the dragon heart. Ethan just didn't believe that the guy also knew the breathing technique. He asked the guy one last time where he learned this technique. He said that due to the mixture of human and dragon techniques, the guy couldn't have invented this method alone. There was someone from the dragon race who helped him. Ethan squeezed his hand tighter and told the guy to tell him everything he knew about the breathing technique, otherwise it would hurt more. The stranger said that his opponent was quite strong. He said that there was an order. According to him, the order will exist forever. A large explosion occurred in the mine, filling it with fire. Ethan looked at it and realized that it was quite dangerous. He said that if he hadn't left the mana of the 8 rings, there would have been no living place left on him. It seemed that he understood the order of the breathing technique, but he said something about an order. It turns out that in a past life there was also a pseudo-religion, a group of mentally ill people fascinated by the power of the dragon race. As a result, these people began to worship and serve them. The stranger was a dark magician who followed the teachings of the order. The Baron's notes were lost. The breathing technique containing human and dragon techniques were recorded in them. It all looked quite complicated. Ethan assumed that the guy was not the only one in the huge duchy. Perhaps he began to guess. It is quite possible that representatives of the dragon race have already penetrated here. The guy simply had no words. How dare they hide on the territory of Arden? Ethan said about his plans when he makes a sword. That is when he will have a lot of things to do. Dwarves, creatures living in the mountains deep underground. They are skilled in handling metal, precious stones, and various tools. The skill of even the most outstanding among people is just child's play compared to their abilities. People have always been amazed by these abilities, so they tried to use the dwarves for their own purposes, catch them and make them their slaves. After that, they began to hide from people and live in remote places that no one knew about. Before the war with the dragons and the formation of the Union, the dwarves did not show themselves to anyone. The guy thought that their technology was very useful during the war. He himself used it several times. He made friends with them and found out where their settlement was. Ethan stood in the middle of the ruins, thinking that it was definitely here. He did not understand what happened here. For Ethan, the biggest problem was to persuade them to make him a sword. However, now he cannot even find any of them. The guy had no one else to turn to, since they are the only ones who knew how to handle S1. One of the creatures came out to the guy and greeted him. The dwarf asked if he was a human and why he had come. Ethan said that he had come here to place an order. The dwarf asked why the guy hadn't gone to his city and had come here. Ethan asked what he was talking about, to which he said that all the inhabitants of this place had left to earn money. The dwarf asked how they could not know about that. The guy asked where all the blacksmiths had gone, to which he was told to try to look for them in the north. Ethan suspected something was wrong. Because the dwarves hated humans, why would they move to the city? The guy handed the stranger a golden bottle as a token of gratitude. The dwarf wished him luck and said that he was very smart. He asked for the blessing of the hammer to be with him. The dwarf put the mug on the table and asked why the interlocutor had broken it again. The blacksmith Muradny asked the boy who he was and if he knew how to handle a sword. The dwarf said that it was the first time he had seen a man who used a sword so often. Muradny refused the money and asked who the boy thought he was. He asked to buy him some wine and wait a month while he made weapons. Ethan knew that dwarves had no prejudices about the status of people, and that they were more interested in making weapons than in money. Now he claimed that all the dwarves had left to earn money. Someone called out to the boy. The knight approached him and asked about his bad expression. Ethan said that everything was fine and there was nothing to worry about. The boy liked the unusual reaction of the interlocutor, for whom, according to him, devoting time to him was the highest honor. The boy asked why it was so noisy outside, to which offers for money poured in from all sides. No one can trade like the dwarves. Once you get to a clever merchant, you will be left penniless. The knight asked him not to worry because he promised to show him a reliable and proven place. The guy said that Ethan would definitely be satisfied after the services. The guys came to a strange house, and the knight said that they had come to the place. The guy said that Regressed in this forge is famous for its quality. Ethan pointed to a very long line and assumed that they would not get there today, to which the knight asked him to wait a little. The guy said that he would try to go inside and talk, while he was shouted at from the line that he was doing wrong. The man called out to Ethan from the side. The dwarf by the wall said that he guessed about the product that the guy came here to make. He said that this forge would not be able to properly use this metal to preserve its properties. Ethan thought that the man had very good eyesight, since he could see what was in his bag. The guy asked if he knew anything about S1. The dwarf laughed at this question. The people standing in line looked at him askance. The man said that S1 had to be melted at a very high temperature, which made it difficult to work with. He said that the higher you heated it, the higher its quality and the possibility of using it for magical items. He knew about the method of hot pressing, which could double its strength before the metal crystallized. The dwarf said that the question about knowledge of this metal was incorrect. He said that he should have asked if there was a court that knew S1 better than him. The man confidently stated that there were no such people. He was sure that there was no such expert in the world who would be better in this matter. The knight asked the guy to go inside, since he warned them that he was the main client. Ethan asked if the knight knew this dwarf. The guy said his name was Poference. The man was shocked to hear the guy's name. He recognized him as the same duke who was in a coma. Ethan said that he liked dwarves who do not use politeness, knowing the status of the interlocutor. He liked the impudent attitude that was before. The knight demanded that the man leave, to which the guy said that he wanted to entrust the order to him. The guy tried to object, to which Ethan told him not to worry. He asked the knight to send this letter as soon as possible to Port Castle. The guy said that he would fulfill his request, but asked to be careful when communicating with this dwarf. Ethan learned that this man had previously been convicted of a crime. It was about 10 years ago, when he had a competitor named William. They were both quite famous craftsmen in the capital of one kingdom. One day, a decree was issued that blacksmiths were being recruited to the royal court. The dwarf was completely confident in his abilities. He said that back then, he and William both knew that his skill level was higher than his friends. He spent several sleepless nights to make a real masterpiece. But in the end, it was a real defeat. William bribed one of the judges, but this was not enough for him and he accused him of fraud. It turned out that he was accused and branded a criminal. The dwarf jumped up from his chair and said that he would like to make the guy one offer. The man said that his forge was living out its last days, but he would like to make a weapon just for him for free. If he liked this weapon, the man asked that the Arden clan make a contract with him. He wanted to put everything he had left and his future on it. Ethan asked if the man's intentions were serious. He asked what they would do if the guy didn't like the product. Dvorov said that in that case, the guy could cut his throat. Ethan felt awkward. He finally agreed and said that if the man was confident in his abilities, there was no reason to refuse him. The dwarf cried out happily that the deal was done. He asked to wait only 3 days to make the best sword from S1. The guy was surprised by such a short deadline and said that usually dwarves work alone. He was not sure that he could handle it alone. The man said that the dwarf had changed a lot during this time. He learned a lot. The dwarf was proud of his abilities as a blacksmith. Several compatriots appeared behind him while he was talking about how he had made several allies. He asked the guy to prepare a contract. The man promised that the forge would make the best sword in the world for him. Burning fuel appeared. The man in the protective suit told him to throw all the coal in there, and the other asked, "Well, how is it?" Having taken out the molten metal, the man said that the metal had begun to melt, asked if nothing would happen if they used so much solvent. He thought that the furnace would not withstand the pressure. The man with the mustache said that it did not matter, let him pour out what he had, let them use all the materials and destroy the furnace, but they had to finish the job. Hot liquid appeared, and the man said that molten iron was coming out, let them maintain the temperature. Watching how it poured, the man said that he should cool it as slowly as possible, the strength of the S1 depended on it. A hammer struck the ingot. 2 men held it, and the third struck. The man shaped the product. Another man polished the product. The hammer was raised up. The man, frowning, struck the hammer. The gray-haired man, his mouth slightly open, looked at him. A factory appeared, emitting smoke. Raising his sword up, the man said that they did it. Turning his head to the side, he added that they were great, and they really finished in 3 days. Turning to the protagonist, he said that he was just in time, there was one last touch left. Ethan asked what, they said that everything was ready, to which the man, smiling broadly, replied that this applies to ordinary swords, but S1 is special, at the end it is necessary to temper with mana. The hero, wide-eyed, asked again about tempering. Going outside, the man said that this is the process of putting mana into the sword, to which the hero asked again. Pointing his hand to the side, he said that yes, let him try to breathe mana into the sword. If it holds up, the strongest S1 sword will be completely ready. Looking at the weapon, Ethan thought about how light it was and how nice it was to hold in his hands. Unlike iron, there was a feeling of smoothness and strength at the same time. Red particles appeared around the sword. The hero thought that as soon as he started pouring mana into it, it would absorb it. Smiling, the protagonist said that he should step aside, he would do it right now. Many red effects appeared. The hero activated the secret technique of the Arden clan number 1, the fire sword. Covering his eyes with his hand from the glow, the man thought about what kind of flame. This is the very same Arden fire mana. Hiding around the corner, he shouted that it was hotter than he thought. Everyone should step back so as not to get burned. Grinning, Ethan grabbed the sword tightly, thought that his reaction was not bad, he could withstand it. Slightly bending over, the hero laughed, and the thought arose in his head that maybe he could upgrade to the highest level. The man watched the bright glow with fear. A bright flash appeared among the red effects. A small flame appeared. The hero raised his head up, looking at the burning sword. Looking at it, the hero smiled. Looking out from behind the wall, the man said that this was very good, this is a credit. Putting his hand on his side, Ethan said that as soon as he arrived in Port, he would immediately send him materials, people, and a contract. Smiling widely, Ethan said that welcome to the Arden clan, the blacksmith flaming hammer. A view of the burning torch opened up and the man said that I understand. Taking steps forward, he added that it means that the undead were dealt with on the estate. He did not know that the Baron was so strong. Going down the stairs, the guy said that the Duke asked to find out information about a dark magician who can control the undead. Perhaps that man knows something. Opening the door slightly, Lawrence added that the Baron had disappeared, but the one who had served him for many years remained. A man in handcuffs appeared, and he said that he was the Baron's butler. The guy said that they wanted to ask him something, to which the man asked if they were talking to him. With his hands behind his back, the guy asked if he remembered what requests the villagers had made, and the butler replied that yes, he knew about this village. Looking at the man, Lawrence asked why the Baron had ignored this request and hidden the truth, to which the man, lowering his head, replied that he himself did not know the details. A man appeared, emitting a bright purple glow in the middle of the room, and the butler said that this sometimes happened. He himself saw it when he was working in the Baron's office. Suddenly, without any warning, a man in a black robe appeared in the middle of the room. The butler slightly closed his eyes, and then added that at such moments he had to go out the door. It seemed that the Baron obeyed all the orders of this man. It seems that it happened that he hid the truth about the village of Fellorn. The man slightly looked out from behind the door, and said that once, when he went back into the office, Helmut put his hand to his face and asked how many magicians there were. The butler said that he heard such words. The guy put his hand to his chin and thought that magicians, here one can assume several situations. If the door did not open, then this is not invisibility magic. Raising his head, the man said that he really is nothing more, and the guy thought about the fact that there are, of course, techniques for using shadows and spells, but then the butler would have guessed what was going on. Leaving the room, Lawrence said that they were finished, to which the knight replied that it seemed that he had grabbed onto some thread. Turning his head slightly to the side, he said that yes, he thought it was worth checking the entire county territory, gathering knights who could help with this. It was necessary to finish the investigation before the Duke returned. A view of a large city opened up. A knight standing on the wall shouted that His Grace the Duke had arrived. Open the gates. Ethan, sitting on a horse, walked in the middle of the guards. The guy approached the protagonist and asked how his trip was. Fine, nothing happened. Looking at the protagonist, the guy said that yes, while he was gone, his relatives, on the contrary, behaved quite quietly, to which Ethan replied, what a relief. Taking steps forward, the hero asked what about his request, which he sent in a letter, to which the guy replied that they had conducted an investigation. Clenching his fists, Ethan said that great, then he would check right away, and the guy, lowering his head, said that yes, he left all the data in his office. The protagonist was sitting on a chair in his office, the guy was standing in front of him. Holding the paper in his hands, Ethan said about moving in space. Looking at the documents, he read that thus the number of magicians in the county capable of moving in space is about 50 people. The details are described in the attached document and the hero asked what he said. Ethan asked again if this data is accurate, to which Lawrence replied that yes, he personally checked with the knights. The protagonist put his hand to his chin and thought that the content of the investigation is quite logical and there are no errors in it, but the result is quite unexpected. The man in the black cloak opened a portal in front of him, and the hero said that the magic of moving in space or teleportation is, of course, very convenient, but requires a huge amount of mana, so magicians usually try not to use it. People entered the portal emitting lightning, and the hero added that earlier this was the main method used by aristocrats in big cities. They bought expensive crystals and created teleportation gates. Frowning, Ethan thought that for about 50 people to be able to use space travel magic, a minute, maybe it. A guy in a cloak appeared, and the hero added that the same dark mage he saw in the abandoned mine, his mana level was quite high. The guy, with his mouth open, held his throat, and the hero thought that the one who uses dark magic mixed with the technique of dragonmen, the ability to increase the volume of mana in a short time. A view of the documents opened. Ethan thought that if such a breathing method was easy to learn, then each mage would have an immeasurable supply of mana. But this is only a hypothesis. Slightly tilting his head, the hero thought that this means the real problem lies here. A red glow appeared around the protagonist and he added that among these 50 people, there is probably someone who is connected with the order. A view of the hero's office opened. The man made a surprised sound. Holding the sword in his hand, the guy asked if this was the new sword he had ordered. Sitting in the chair, Ethan replied that yes, it was a masterpiece of the best dwarven blacksmith. It was so good that he decided to take it to the Arden estate. Holding the weapon in his hands, the guy said that it was very light, and the handcrafting was done so skillfully. After all, one should not underestimate the dwarven craftsman. Smiling, Ethan said that if he wanted, he could ask to make a sword for him too. The guy widened his eyes in surprise and asked if this was true. Raising his hand, the protagonist said that yes, he was guarding his sister. He thought this was a small reward for your efforts. Putting the sword on the chair, the guy said that it was not difficult for him at all. On the contrary, sometimes it seemed that he had too much free time, to which the hero asked again, though, by the way, how is his sister doing? The girl looked at the man holding the papers in his hands, and the guy said that recently she had been doing administrative work with Mr. Flexian, and although she had never done anything like that before, she turned out to be quite capable. Smiling, the guy added that Mr. Flexian also recognized the Duchess's abilities, mentioning that she was a quick learner. Grinning, Ethan said that it meant that it was not for nothing that he entrusted his sister to them and thanked him, to which the guy said, no, it was not worth it. Putting his hand under his clothes, he said that by the way, he had something to give him, to which Ethan asked again. Putting the box on the table, he said that Marquis Bloaton had sent him this gift. Opening the box, the hero saw a glowing ball there and thought that it was a special pill that dramatically increased the amount of mana. Holding the gift in his hand, the hero thought that it seemed he had decided that his mana was not yet sufficient, so such a pill would be most effective for him. A portrait of a man appeared in his head. The hero added that he still had amazing observation skills in this life. The hero stood up from his chair and thought about what happened during this trip. A silhouette of a man with glowing insides appeared, and Ethan added that he had managed to place the essence of flame into fragments of mana, which then spread to important areas. Holding the ball in his fingers, the hero thought that if he could increase the amount of mana after this pill. Having swallowed it, Ethan added that he would be ready for the third stage of breathing the black flame. The hero frowned. A cycle occurred. The phase of absorbing the mana of the black flame began. A bright flame appeared around the hero and he thought that now he would begin to experience terrible pain, beyond imagination, but with such a quantity of mana he could easily withstand it. Clenching his fist tightly, the hero said that first it was necessary to activate the black flame to the maximum level after the mana was heated so much that it could even melt iron. The hero lay down and added that his body would absorb this hot steam, and he would begin to experience terrible pain as if all his blood and organs were burning in a fire. A particle of red flame appeared, and the hero said that then the negative emotions caused by the pain would begin to mix with the fiery mana. The fire began to burn with a black flame. Bright particles began to appear on the hero's body. Clenching his fist, the hero raised his head up and shouted. The office window appeared among the bright flames. Looking at his hands, Ethan asked in surprise, but why did he not feel anything? The protagonist extended his palm and added that he must be experiencing terrible pain, as if he was burning. Did it really not work? No, that was not it. The hero noticed the bright glow. Rorosha, smiling, asked how the fire child was doing. Raising his head, Ethan asked what she was doing here. Looking at the hero, she said that she wanted to praise him. It was not a failure, on the contrary, he rose one level. The hero stood in the middle of the flame, and Rorosha added that she received pure fire mana. Thanks to this aura she was able to revive. Smiling widely, the Fire Lord said that, unlike others, he was able to avoid the corrupted fire. Surprised, Ethan asked again, did she really mean the breath of black flame? Clenching her fist, she answered that it was true. The black flame, mixed with pain, lost the true properties of fire. As a result, such an imperfect fire limits growth. The hero looked straight ahead in amazement and thought that the black flame breath, imperfection, limits. The Arden flag appeared, and Ethan said that the Arden clan became the strongest in sword technique precisely because of the black flame breath technique. The clan members appeared, and the protagonist added that the black flame reflected the essence of the Arden clan, and no one even doubted its destructive power. The hero thought that, however, the technique that reflected the essence of their clan was imperfect. Ethan clenched his fists tightly, thinking that he could not contradict Rorosha. A memory arose of how the guy swung his sword. The hero thought that in his past life, having reached the limit of the level of excellence, he felt a wall limiting him, which was impossible to overcome. Narrowing his eyes, Ethan wondered if the reason for this was really the black flame breath. What should he do then? Rorosha smiled and said that he seemed to have many thoughts in his head, but she knew that she had been revived before with such a pure aura. The guy looked straight ahead in surprise, and she added that the source of that aura was the founder of his clan, to which the hero asked again. A picture appeared, with a portrait of a man. It was the first head of the Arden clan, Zeron. He founded not only the Arden clan, but with his genius abilities also became the progenitor of many other clans. A book and documents appeared, and it was said that however, too much time had passed, and there were no records left about him. The shards flew apart from the sword strike, and it was said that there were only 2 stories that were passed down as legends. His level went beyond reality. The man stood in the middle of the fire, and the flames he summoned blazed with white light. Ethan tilted his head slightly, thinking about the white flames. What a fool he was, only now he remembered it. Looking at the hero, Rorosha said that he seemed to have realized something. The body of the Fire Lord began to disappear, and she added that she would wait for the day when he could summon a pure flame, said that they would see each other again. Looking to the side, Ethan thought about something that was very vague, but he thought that he understood something. Raising his head, an image of a man and a guy bleeding appeared in his head. The hero thought that the founder of the family, who went beyond reality and could summon a white flame, the imperfection of the black flame, a limitation in his past life. The hero frowned and thought that this time he could not summon a black flame, but simply finish the circulation process. Perhaps now. A blue sky with clouds appeared. A view of Baron Romanton's estate, the city of Uldren, opened up. The man ran forward rapidly. Sharply opening the door, the guy turned to the Baron and reported urgent news from the scout. Romanton looked ahead in surprise and heard that the Duke was preparing to attack their estate. Standing up from his chair, the Baron asked if he wasn't going to take revenge on Shaman. The knight standing next to him asked him to calm down. Smiling, he said that he had him, who had recently reached the level of 5 stars. He, on the contrary, was looking forward to meeting the Duke, asked to tell him to come faster. The knight standing on the wall blew loudly into the trumpet. The horses ran forward rapidly. Ethan, sitting on a horse with a huge army behind him, looked straight ahead. Frowning, he said that forward to Uldren. A view of the castle wall opened up. Ethan made a sharp swing with his sword. The guy parried the blow flying at him. Gritting his teeth tightly, the guy thought about what kind of techniques these were. In one attack with the sword he managed to deliver more than 2 blows. Then, swinging his weapon, he thought that this couldn't be happening. Of course he knew that his mana had increased, but he didn't think that a new technique would appear. Ethan leaned forward, and the guy said that the red flame technique that only members of the Arden family who had passed through the cycle stage could use. The protagonist swung his sword, and the guy thought that if he mixed it with the basic technique. Looking forward in fear, he thought that this couldn't be happening. He firmly grabbed the sword with both hands, thinking that he could no longer stop it with just a sword. The guy struck the protagonist. Ethan dodged the attack. Then he leaned on one leg and clenched his teeth tightly. The protagonist struck with his sword. Red marks appeared. The guy widened his eyes in surprise and thought that he had cut his sword aura, but he had deliberately put a large amount of mana into this strike so that it would dodge. Ethan smiled and said that this blow was a good decision. In the end, he had to stop his basic technique. The guy grinned, and in his head there was a thought that this Duke, how much he had grown in such a short period. Holding the sword in front of him, the guy said that he thought that now he would have to fight at full strength, like in a real duel, of course, if he allowed it. Looking at him, the protagonist replied that he always agreed. A view of the castle opened up. Someone said that here is a strategic plan for the Baron. Holding the papers in his hands, Ethan said that this is not bad. Even the king will not be able to object to this. Looking at the hero, the guy said that he has already prepared everything. He just needs to go and say his word. But Ethan asked again in surprise. A portrait of a man appeared in the guy's head, and he said that they say the head of the knightly order has reached the level of 5 stars. Maybe gather more strength just in case. Smiling, the hero said that he thought there was no need to worry about it. As soon as he finished, he would go to a safe place and wait there. All the fighting knights would accompany him. People on horses entered through the gate. The guy asked in surprise what was going on. The horse stomped on the ground, and the guy added, "Was it really tax collection again?" Ethan stood across the road and looked at the people. Frowning, he thought that the ruler of these lands, like Kargas, was squeezing all the juices out of the common people. Tired people appeared, and he added that both adults and children were simply in a terrible state. A man with a woman and a child looked straight ahead in surprise, and the hero thought that their faces were full of fear and suffering. Pulling out a piece of paper forward, Ethan said that the inhabitants of Polaris should listen to him. They probably already knew the news about Baron Kargas. Under the patronage of the royal palace, he came to check the situation in these lands personally. Looking straight ahead, Ethan said that if he found Baron Romerton violating this agreement, he would be punished according to the laws of the duchy. So, Elder, will you answer something? Asked, is the Baron doing his job conscientiously? Spreading his arms out to the sides, the man said that he understood. The thing is, the people discussed this in surprise, saying about punishing the Baron. Is it true? Is it possible if they speak out too much? A guy from the crowd raised his hand up and said that they want to bring the Baron to court. This freak Romerton takes too much taxes from us. Another guy from the crowd also said that it is true. He must be punished. All the people raised their hands up and began to shout about what is right. Because of him their life is like hell. They themselves have nothing to eat. Ethan looked at the crowd and they could be heard asking to save them. Glory to the Duke and Arden. The people, looking at him happily, heard that it was good. He had heard their opinion. Putting up his fingers on his hand, he added that he, Ethan Arden, swears on the name of his family that he will punish the Baron. Frowning, Ethan said that if they know about his atrocities, if they have any evidence of the Baron's atrocities, then let them bring it to him. The man raised the book up and said that he was well prepared. Turning to the guy, the hero asked if this was the same secret organization, to which he replied that yes, everything turned out pretty well. If he visits 2 or 3 more villages, he thinks that he will be able to collect enough evidence. Ethan, tightly gripping the harness, said that this is excellent and they are going. A view of a luxurious estate opened up and someone asked if this was true. Putting out his hand, Hans said that yes, he had just heard from a spy. The Duke had attacked the Baron's estate today, and Lugon knew nothing about it. Smiling, the man said that he was a good man to send a man there immediately so that these rumors would not reach the Baron. Raising his hand to his chin, he thought about what they would see, Lugon, whether he would be able to behave so impudently when the Duke deprived him of his subordinates. Smiling broadly, he added that even if the Duke lost, he would still overthrow him from his position, forcing him to answer for all this. He never thought that everything would work out so well. A view of Romerton's estate, the city of Uldren, opened up. Ethan stood holding a book in his hand. Baron Romerton and his subordinates stood in front of the hero. Looking at the hero, the Baron asked why he had come to him. He should have at least warned him in advance. Throwing a book at him, the hero said that he had enough chatter, asked if he knew what it was. He would like to hear his explanation. The book fell at the Baron's feet. Raising his hand, Romerton said that of course he knew what it was. Stepping on the book, he asked if he had gotten it in that village before coming here. Putting his hand to his face, the Baron said that he thought he should visit those villages after he dealt with him. Looking away, he turned to the chief and said that it was his turn. Grabbing his sword, Merlin laughed and said that he was either stupid or too daring to come here alone. Taking out his sword, he asked if they thought they would tremble in fear of him. Although out of respect for his status, he could fight at a reduced strength. The protagonist laughed quietly. Taking hold of the hilt of the sword, he said that he was even worse than Kargas. Raising his sword up, the hero asked if that was all he could tell him. Looking at the hero, Merlin laughed and said, "How self-confident." The man began to burn with a bright blue flame and said that he knew that he was proud of his lineage, but would he still think the same? Smiling widely, Merlin asked when he would see his abilities in person. The blade with a blue glow appeared right in front of the protagonist's head. The hero looked down in surprise. The hero looked at the man emitting a blue glow, and he asked how he liked it. Taking hold of his collar, Merlin said that he seemed to like his greeting, asked if he had ever seen a real fight. Looking at him, Ethan thought how impudent he was, acting too hastily. The Baron, stretching out his hand forward, asked the man to wait. Romerton turned to the protagonist and said that he should forgive him for being rude, but he would not listen to him otherwise. He believed that they had just become convinced of the difference in their abilities. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he asked if he wanted to listen to his proposal. Looking at the protagonist, the Baron said that when he listened to him, he would certainly change his mind. They did not need to fight. An image of two warring counts appeared, and Romerton said that it seemed that he had misunderstood something, because his real opponent was Count Shimon, namely the military leader of Kargas, who had driven him out to the outskirts when he was in a coma. He was in the faction of Count Lugon, therefore in hostile relations with them. Based on the above, he had a proposal for him that he would like. Ethan, looking straight ahead, asked what, thought that there were simply no words. First they point the sword, and now they talk about the proposal. Romerton smiled broadly and said to trust their faction. If he took their side, no one would be able to stop them, and then they would tear Count Shimon, who was tormenting him, to pieces, and he would guarantee his safety. The protagonist lowered his head and laughed, and the Baron asked what was so funny. Ethan raised his head and said that it seemed he had completely lost his fear, even forgot about shame, asked, "Is this their peculiarity? Pathetic scum?" Right. The protagonist struck the ground with his sword, and the Baron looked forward in fear. A bright flame appeared around the protagonist, and he asked how he could guarantee his safety. He was just some vassal. He had no interest in his dirty showdowns between factions. Ethan grabbed his sword tightly and said that the elders who betrayed their ruler were his enemies. They should all go to Arden's court. The Baron asked the protagonist again furiously. Blue particles appeared around him, and he said that Merlin suddenly rushed forward and said that there was no need to listen to the hero anymore. Then he swung his sword at the hero, and he parried the blow. Smiling, Merlin said that the secret of capturing Kargas was revealed. He bribed Menharten and captured Helmut. Maybe he came here with the same intentions. Swinging his sword, he added that he fell into a coma, then woke up and still thinks that the laws of the duchy apply here too. Clenching his fist tightly, the Baron thought that Karas, what an idiot. He thought he was already old and no longer able to look after his people, and here is such a specimen. Smiling broadly, he added that he is different. Because his order is loyal to him, it will never fall apart. Reflecting the blows, Ethan thought that Lawrence tried hard enough. Swinging his sword, the hero added that he did not think that he knew so much. Smiling, being in the middle of the flames, Ethan thought that if the neighboring lands falsified information so much, then there is nothing to talk about the rest. Merlin, being behind the hero, said that it seems that he felt his strength. He is irritated by the protagonist's smile. Bringing the weapon to the main character, Merlin said that the jokes were over. Blue lightning and blue particles appeared. The man took a cup of tea. Sitting in a chair, the girl said that she does not even know if it is normal that she is sitting here and drinking tea when Ethan can be in danger, and the man, laughing, said that he should not worry about him. Phyrexian, holding the cup in his hands, said that the Duke was easily able to defeat Kargas. Count Romerton may be stronger than Kargas, but this time he rode accompanied by knights. Putting his hands on his knees, the sister said that Ethan, with his character, would not stand and watch his subordinates fight, to which the man replied that after her words it now seemed to him that he could fight alone. The guy laughed and said that he thought the Duke would not have a scratch. A picture of Ethan standing in front of him appeared in his head. The guy said that he was no longer someone the Baron's men could handle. He tried to fight him and could swear on his knight's honor. The man's eyes widened, and a question arose in his head about what had happened. Sitting on the ground, Merlin thought about the fact that he was behind him and was already ready to win. Ethan stood in the middle of a bright flame, and the man wondered if the hero's sword had accidentally touched him. Lowering his head, he thought about what it was like to be humiliated in front of his subordinates. Damn, what a shame. Putting his hand out to the side, Romerton asked what they were worth, told him to help them quickly. Raising his sword, Merlin said that everyone should get back, that he was fine. Gritting his teeth, he asked the Count for understanding, because he was unable to control his power, so he could kill the Duke. Laughing, the Count said that this was not part of his plans. Merlin pulled the sword out in front of him and screamed. The man suddenly jumped up and screamed about summoning a deadly sword. Many blue flashes appeared. Romerton, putting his hand to his face, said that it seemed that Sir Merlin had lost his temper a little, that the repairs would cost a lot, and that he would have to collect taxes again. A sword appeared, glowing blue, and Merlin thought that he had dodged it, that he did not feel it. The protagonist appeared behind him, and he, tightly gripping the sword, asked where he was hiding. Merlin abruptly turned his gaze to the side. Ethan kicked the man in the face. Merlin flew away, and the protagonist stood and looked at him, raising his leg. The protagonist stepped on the man, and a thought arose in his head, how is this possible? Bowing down in front of him, the hero said one thing to him, and Merlin thought about how powerful. The man winced in pain, thinking that he could not move. Swinging his sword, Ethan asked what he thought happened to Kargas's men. who were waving their swords in front of his face. The man opened his mouth wide in fear and screamed. Bloody particles appeared. The Baron looked straight ahead and said that there was a loud noise, asked what was going on. Then he angrily shouted for Merlin to tell him if he had dealt with the Duke. Someone said that he seemed unable to answer now. Romerton, raising his head, saw black particles in the air. Covering his face in fear, he asked what it was. The Baron looked at the man lying on the ground and, saying his name, said that this could not be. Raising his head, the Baron asked his deputy what was going on here, to answer at least something quickly. Romerton spread his arms out to the sides and asked if there weren't 30 knights here, told him to stop the Duke immediately. The girl gripped the sword tightly in her hand and said not to relax. Surrounding the protagonist, they shouted to prepare for the attack, to show the techniques they had practiced. To surround the Duke, they would avenge the leader. Smiling, Ethan thought that the level was quite low, he wouldn't even have to use the red flame. The girl shouted for all the knights to attack, and they jumped towards the protagonist. Raising his sword over his shoulder, Ethan thought that he would have to control his strength with such weaklings. The hero opened his mouth wide and screamed. A huge fire tornado appeared. All the knights began to fly apart from the blow. Frowning, Ethan thought that there was no point in killing ordinary knights. There was not a single one of them who emanated an evil aura. Turning his head, the protagonist added that there was only one who really wanted to kill him. The hero looked at the Baron hiding behind the knight. The girl looked ahead in fear. Ethan suddenly appeared behind her. Walking straight, the hero said that he not only imposed high taxes and sucked all the juices out of the residents, but also went at him with a sword to hide his violations, and this is a pretty serious crime. Ethan raised his sword to the Earl's head and said that according to the laws of the duchy, from that moment he would lose his title and all his fortune. Romerton fell to the ground and screamed in fear. He looked to the side and asked why they were doing nothing. There were 200 guards there. The Earl pointed at the guards and said that they should attack him immediately. He was nothing. He asked what he was paying them for. The knights stood and heard that their master was not Arden, but he let them obey his orders. The sword fell sharply to the ground. The guard lowered his head and said that their squad could not obey such orders. How could they raise a sword against a hero and savior? Ethan turned his head to the side and heard that, moreover, their wages were given to them from the taxes of their families, which he collected unfairly. Memories of the hero giving a speech arose in the Earl's head, and he thought about what it meant. All his stupid mutterings were addressed not to him, but to them. Romerton clenched his fist tightly and thought that this Duke was a terrible man, possessing military might, power, and also the ability to influence the people. Raising his head, the Count wondered why no one noticed this. A flame appeared in the protagonist's hand and he said that this was the end. Ethan hit the Count sharply. Romerton, wincing in pain, screamed. The crowd watched as the protagonist stood in front of the lying Count. Looking forward in surprise, the knights heard that he wanted to express his gratitude to them for not raising a sword against him and his family. The Baron lay on the ground, drooling, and the hero added that, as they had already heard, before coming here, he had visited other cities and promised that he would put an end to the Baron's despotism. Looking to the side, Ethan said that from this very moment, he, Ethan Arden, was taking all power from the Baron. Frowning, the hero added that he was declaring that from now on this land would be under the direct control of the duchy and would also gain freedom. The guards knelt before the hero. Surrounding the hero, they said that they obeyed his instructions. Glory to the Duke, glory to Arden. A view of a luxurious estate opened up. On the table in a flask lay a shard, and the man said that he was a good man. He found the second part, asked if the Baron had told everything. Lawrence, standing in front of the main character, said that yes, they had the king's seal, and given the case with Helmut, this was not difficult. He asked to show him mercy in exchange for answering all the questions. Lowering his head, Ethan said that mercy, it already depended on what he would say about this book. Lawrence asked again in surprise. The view of the bookshelves opened up and the protagonist said that he found it in Romerton's office. It was called the Sacred Book of Dragons. Holding the book in his hands, the hero said that he should go and interrogate him again. He needed to find out how it got into his hands. An image of a dragon appeared and the hero read lines from the Sacred Book of Dragons that, praise the dragon god, then he will give strength to those who worship him, study the scriptures, and the patronage of the dragon god will be with you. Frowning, Ethan thought about what he knew. This is a book of mana breathing techniques. A guy in a black cloak appeared, and the hero thought that the dark magician he met in the abandoned mine. Frowning, Ethan thought about the fact that judging by the description, this is weaker than his techniques, but here it is said about the same breathing techniques. A heart appeared, emitting blue particles, and Ethan thought that however, this method has two serious side effects. The technique is mixed with the breathing technique of dragonmen, but instead of a vessel, mana is collected in the heart. The man grabbed his chest, and the hero added that in this way you can quickly rise, reaching the level of 4 stars, and as a result, a heart rupture occurs with a fatal outcome. Putting the book on the table, the guy said to come in. Looking at the guy entering the room, he asked if he managed to find out anything, to which Lawrence replied that yes, He got information not only from the Baron, but also from ordinary residents. Ethan and Lawrence looked at each other and the guy said that the book is connected with the order he was talking about. It seems that they used it to lure people, and the hero replied that they used the book as bait. The guy smiled widely and held the book in his hand, and Ethan said that indeed, people did not know about the side effects of this breathing method, obsessed with strength, so they were easy to lure unless they had hostility towards the dragon race. Raising his hand, the protagonist asked what ordinary people thought of dragons. Would they really easily believe this method? Lawrence, looking forward, said that usually wars harm the common people first. Even if a non-aggression pact was concluded, the dragon race became an object of hatred. People looked at the book in fear, and the protagonist said that this is why when this book was first found, there were often requests from the inhabitants for this order to be destroyed. People of aristocratic appearance appeared, and Ethan said that however, the aristocrats ignored the pleas, and those who spoke a lot soon even began to disappear. Thus, with their silence, they allowed lawlessness to happen, and the people simply whispered in the corners and could not do anything. Putting his hand to his chin, a portrait of a man appeared in the hero's head and he said what he thought. Fear and the interests of both sides were involved here, which meant that Zifron acted alone after what happened to Helmut. Lawrence stood in front of the frightened man, and the hero added that yes, Zifron, on the contrary, seemed to be against it. The man said that he had nothing to do with it. Closing his eyes, he said that these scum, he has nothing to do with this damn order of Neuraxis. The hero, slightly lowering his head, repeated the name of the order. Lawrence, looking at the hero, said that yes, he said Neuraxis, asked if this was a problem. Ethan folded his arms and replied that there was none. A silhouette of a man in a black cloak appeared, and the hero thought that the one who changed his appearance was the embodiment of the lie Neuraxis. Dragonmen appeared with weapons in their hands, and the protagonist said that not all representatives of the dragon race had the same abilities. With the help of their special skills, they tortured people. Animals with glowing eyes appeared before his eyes, and the protagonist added that among them was the one who was called the one who changed his appearance. They could take the form of a person, a plant, or an animal. Frowning, Ethan thought that these were very annoying guys. In order to recognize such a disguise, you need to be at least a knight of 7 stars and above. The hero looked at the hand that appeared from the ground and thought that even he had to play hide and seek with Neuraxis for about a year to deal with him. A map appeared in his head and the hero thought that a non-aggression pact had been concluded, but it was unknown how many years he had been hiding in the duchy because the dragon could have taken the form of some aristocrat. Abruptly getting up from his chair, the hero added that then the situation could become even more serious than in his past life. Stepping forward, Ethan addressed the guy and said that it was quite an urgent problem. The book could not have spread on its own. Throwing his cloak over his shoulder, the protagonist added that there were probably those who transported it. He needed to personally find out who the carrier was. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. Looking at the book, the man cried out that they were closed and asked to come next time. He frowned. Hitting the table, he shouted to come next time. The door suddenly broke. The man was stunned. Holding his fist in front of him, Ethan noted that the door finally opened. The enraged man asked who he was and what he was doing. The protagonist's face was serious. The people looked at him and asked who he was. Ethan saw the book in his hand. He began to walk towards them and declared that they were vile merchants who forgot their past and sold the power of dragons and fools who happily bought it. The men asked him with serious faces if he was trying to get killed, noting that they would fulfill his wish. Ethan walked past the boys and asked them to step aside, adding that he had no business with them. Swinging his sword, the stranger said that they had business with him. The protagonist frowned at this. He hit the man in the face. Enraged, Ethan noted that he would not repeat it twice. The protagonist approached the merchant. The frightened seller began to scream. Standing by the wall, he asked who Ethan was and why he had come and disturbed them there. The stunned man cried out that if he did not leave now, he would call the guards and that causing disorder was a serious crime. Grinning, the protagonist said that he was yelling with such an impudent face. Drawing his blade, Ethan asked how he dared to sell a book praising dragons in the territory of the Duchy of Arden, noting that this was tantamount to a mortal sin. The dumbfounded merchant wondered if Ethan was the Duke. Frowning, the protagonist said that if he didn't want to die, he had to tell him where the books were. Ethan stared at him. Kneeling, the merchant said that he simply sold the books that were sent from the order and did not know the details himself. Looking at him, the protagonist assumed that there were probably other places where the books were distributed. He asked if the man knew about them. Looking at Ethan, the merchant said that the people from the order checked everything very carefully and he did not know whether this information was accurate or not, but he heard that there was another point in the Viscount Deccan estate. Walking through the forest, the protagonist thought that the Viscount Deccan estate was near the lands of Kargas. He seriously assumed that he had decided on his next target. Coming out of the forest, Ethan mentally noted that this seemed to be the place the merchant was talking about. His face was serious. Looking around, the protagonist noticed that there was no magic circle with an alert or even sentries. Frowning, Ethan emphasized that this meant that they had been doing their business there for a long time and were confident in complete safety. Entering the cave, the protagonist said that it irritated him. The torch was burning in the dark room. The guy asked what he had done. Spreading his arms, the stranger replied that he had threatened him slightly. He had immediately pulled out the money and he had taken it and sent him to the next world. Frowning, the guy said that no matter how the priest covered him, such things should not be done often. Grinning, the stranger asked who would tell him what, noting that the order already practically ruled this world. The protagonist walked towards them and told him to shut his mouth, adding that he was so disgusted that he could not listen to it anymore. The enraged guys asked who he was and where he came from. Ethan seriously suggested that he didn't think they needed to know that, since they were going to die soon. Frowning, the protagonist said that he couldn't believe that people could say such things. He asked if they felt any guilt. The guy noted that he didn't remember having any visitors scheduled for today. The stranger, with a smirk on his face, said that someone had reported them and that it was a mercenary. The guy grabbed his blade and noted that he was bored. A purple aura began to emanate from the stranger. He said that Ethan had asked for it. Veins appeared on the protagonist's face. He emphasized that this was the same mixed breathing technique. Ethan asked if they had already forgotten about the war between dragons and humans. Taken aback, the guy asked again. The protagonist said that not only had they mastered the breathing technique of dragons, which had killed so many people, but now they were using it to kill innocent people. A red aura enveloped Ethan. He asked how they could call themselves humans after that. The protagonist rushed at the guy. The stranger thought with a serious expression that Ethan was quite fast, but his attack style was monotonous and he could handle someone like that without any problems. The protagonist swung his blade. He cut the guy's sword. Blood began to spurt from it. Ethan knelt down on one knee. He pounced on the guy. The dumbfounded stranger wondered if the protagonist had dodged his blow that easily. Ethan extended his hand. He grabbed the guy by the throat. Holding the guy by the neck, the protagonist said that he could not even describe how disgusted he was, noting that his father and his entire family had sacrificed their lives for fools like him. He clenched the sword in his hand. Enraged, Ethan declared that the guy would pay for his betrayal and for killing his subjects, adding that no one would escape punishment. A torch was burning in the corridor. People were shouting that there was an invader and that they needed to report to the priest right away. Ethan walked through the cave. There was blood on his face. He heard shouts that the protagonist had broken through the second block. Ethan came out of the corridor. The crossbowmen stood in front of him. Looking at the protagonist, they ordered him not to move, adding that if they noticed anything strange, they would immediately shoot. Looking around, Ethan noted that this was a bright greeting and asked if there was anyone else left there. Smiling, the man said that he did not think the protagonist wanted to die a painful death and that if he answered questions, they would show mercy on him. Looking at him, Ethan said that this was funny. The protagonist clarified whether he was the same priest who was responsible for distributing the sacred book of the dragon race. Frowning, the priest asked if Ethan knew that their territory was there. Grinning, the protagonist noted that he was speechless. A red aura enveloped Ethan. He asked how the priest dared to say such a thing in the Arden territory, adding that they worshipped dragons. Ethan, with an enraged look, emphasized the fact that he would crush them all to the last one. The priest screamed for the protagonist to be shot at, but to be left alive and find out who he was. Ethan rushed into battle. He directed streams of red flame at the enemies. The dumbfounded crossbowman asked what it was. Frowning, the priest wondered if the protagonist had mastered the sword technique and also controlled fire mana, noting that this was no ordinary knight. The dumbfounded priest asked if this was really Duke Arden. Looking at Ethan, he noted that if this was the same Arden, known for his hatred of the dragon race, then everything was clear. He thought that perhaps this meeting would be his chance. A smirk appeared on his face. He noted that the protagonist had just woken up. The priest presented a dark book and emphasized that if he dealt with the Duke, who was only getting in the way, the dragon race would recognize his contribution and reward him. Dark energy enveloped the priest. He stated that then he would be able to gain power. A magical whip appeared in him. He swung the whip and wished death on Ethan. Dodging, the protagonist thought that with such a short spell he was using powerful magic. Ethan wondered if he could also use dragon magic. He imagined dragons and noted that the magic of the dragonmen, who praised dragons with words, was special. An image of a magical seal appeared in his mind and he noted that the greatest of them was that they could use magic without special spells, and this was possible thanks to a clot of mana in their heads, the so-called spiritual ball of words. He imagined the energy in the brain. While dodging the attacks, Ethan thought that if the priest really had this orb, then the Order of Neuraxis was connected not only with the shape-shifting Neuraxis himself, but also with other dragon races. The protagonist prepared to dash. He stood with a serious expression. Looking at the opponents, Ethan heard the words that he was cornered and everyone needed to go on the attack. Holding the blade in front of him, the protagonist thought that the priest was much stronger than that dark mage and that he needed to be dealt with in one blow. Grinning, the priest asked if Ethan thought he would give him time to cast the spell. Fire shackles tied the protagonist. The priest cried out with a satisfied look that the protagonist was caught, and if he twitched, his arms and legs would be torn off. Ethan's face was serious. Grinning, he said that the priest was a fool. He dealt powerful attacks to the opponents. The priest was taken aback by this. The protagonist, enveloped in a red aura, said that the priest was not very smart, noting that the Arden clan has one feature: they are able to control fire mana, so his pathetic techniques do not work on him. There was a smile on the protagonist's face. The enraged priest said that he knew that it would be difficult to deal with Ethan, but he did not think that it would be so difficult. He took a fighting stance and noted that the protagonist could not even hope for a peaceful death, adding that he would show him real hell. Purple veins appeared on the priest's face. He asked the Cloud Giant's aura to enter the whip. A huge stream of purple energy enveloped the priest. Ethan thought with a serious look that this was a strong aura, and if he collected all the power in it, then he could be in trouble. The warriors began to attack the protagonist. Fighting back, the protagonist noted that there were quite a lot of warriors left. Blood flowed from the priest's mouth. He asked to see it with a crazy look. A purple monster appeared above the priest. He cried out that this was the power they had given him, and if Ethan was so confident, he could try to stop it with his vaunted abilities. The monster rushed at the protagonist. Ethan noted that it was too late. Red streams of mana ignited at his feet. He emphasized that he did not want to resort to this method. Red energy flowed through his body. He ordered the double ring to open. A powerful aura enveloped him. The dumbfounded guy began to scream. The protagonist was furious. He used the second part of the secret technique of breathing black flame. He sent a huge stream of fiery energy. A powerful gust of mana flew at the priest. Mana began to gather into a fireball. The surprised priest wondered if Ethan had summoned such powerful magic with pure power. He was scared. The priest cried out in pain. The cave began to collapse. Stones fell to the ground. People were burned. The protagonist stood over the priest. He said with a serious expression that he wanted to ask him something. The priest was lying on the ground. Ethan's face was serious. He asked if the priest knew about a group of magicians who were part of the order. The priest grinned and began to laugh. He lay on the ground and laughed. He asked with a satisfied expression if Ethan wanted to demonstrate his superiority as a winner, adding that he really was Arden's man. Frowning, the protagonist said that he did not intend to chat with him in vain and ordered him to answer the question. The priest grinned and said that such a group certainly existed, but he would never be able to find out about it in his life. Dark mana enveloped the priest and he cried out about the glory of the great ruler. Purple mana began to flow from his forehead. The priest noted that now the protagonist could go with him to the next world. Ethan grabbed his head. The shocked priest began to scream. There was a stream of purple mana in the protagonist's hand. Clenching his hand into a fist, he said that he had seen those who tried to do the same before, so he pumped out all the blood magic before blowing himself up. The priest said with a smile on his face that the protagonist was a monster. Looking at Ethan, he said that even with such power, he would not succeed and no one from the order would give him an answer. The protagonist frowned at this. The priest noted with a smile on his face that this was because they had all sworn an oath to their great lord. Chains began to fly out of the magic circle. Ethan noted that it looked like the magic of burning, which divulged the secret. Watching the priest burn, the protagonist thought that the magic was of a fairly high level and his skills were not enough to cancel it. He imagined how an unknown person stretched out his hand. Ethan assumed that most likely this magic was cast by someone higher than an ordinary priest. His last words. Standing on the battlefield, the protagonist emphasized that it would be necessary to find out more about the Lord. Laughter was heard in the castle. A man with a glass in his hand said that this stupid Lugon made a fool of himself, noting that Hans had tried very hard. Putting his hand on his chest, Hans replied that the Count was exaggerating. Stretching out his hand, the Count noted that thanks to Hans's information, Lugon was unable to send reinforcements and most likely he would find out about it tomorrow. Smiling, Hans cried out that he was glad that he had been useful to him, but it was not so easy to capture the castle with the forces that the Duke had. Hans assumed that he had used some special method. The Count introduced the men in cloaks and replied that everything was obvious. Putting the glass on the table, he clarified whether Ethan had previously won over the Order of Kargas to his side. He said that he had attacked in the middle of the night with their help. Pouring wine into a glass, the Count remarked that this meant that this Romerton was at the level of some order. Taken aback, Hans thought that he had not thought that the Count was so wrong. Standing opposite, Hans thought that he had him in the palm of his hand and would soon begin to say that Lawrence also had magical powers. The Count turned to him. Hans responded with a serious look. Smiling, the Count said that he had made a huge contribution to this matter, for which he should be rewarded with status. He announced that he was appointing him head of intelligence for the county. Stunned, Hans asked if this was too much responsibility for him. Handing over the glass, the Count replied that it was not so and that he deserved it, noting that he would give him knights, but Hans should try to find out what the Duke was planning. Taking the glass, Hans cried out that he would do everything in his power. The Count smiled and noted that this was great and then asked for a favor. He grinned and thought that now Lugon had no choice but to fight the Duke, and as he planned, he would put pressure on everyone at once and his factions would go over to him. The Count noted that he was eager to hear what he would say at the meeting of the elders. Sunlight enveloped the castle. The guy walked next to Ethan and asked how it went. The protagonist reported that although it was small, they managed to collect a small harvest. Looking at the guy, Ethan asked if he got the information. He replied that he got some information about the Narcissus Order. He said with a serious look that firstly, the Narcissus Order acts as an official organization, mainly in the territory of the Xenon Empire. Ethan was taken aback by these words. Turning around, the protagonist asked again what he said and whether this information was accurate. Holding the papers in his hands, the guy replied that it was true and stated so in the official materials, noting that he himself had recently found out when he checked the situation in other lands. Ethan remembered how dragons killed people and noted that the Xenon Empire had also been attacked by the dragon race. He mentally asked that as if the peace agreement was not enough for them, they now recognized Narcissus as an official organization. Frowning, Ethan emphasized that this meant that the scale went beyond the duchy. The protagonist with a serious look ordered Phyrexian to be called there immediately, noting that he probably knew much more than they did. Ethan imagined a huge castle and noted that the Narcissus Order is currently considered sacred land of the Xenon Empire, in the center of which there is a temple. The protagonist presented a map and noted that in 6 kingdoms, except for Hydern, there are their branches. The main leader of the order is called the Holy Lord, and each branch is headed by the so-called Great Rulers. Ethan hit the table. Standing in front of the guys, the protagonist said that if everything is as Phyrexian says, then the most influential figures of the Western continent are in their hands. Ethan introduced the priest and told that there are probably branches of them in Hydern, which he just does not know about yet. He can be sure of this, since that priest mentioned the Lord. The protagonist with a serious look cried out that from that moment on, Arden had another goal. This is the revival of the family and the extermination of the orders of the dragon race that have spread throughout the kingdom. Extending his hand, Phyrexian noted that it is still good that there are not so many hidden orders in Hydern thanks to the restraining policy of the king. Puzzled, Ethan clarified whether he was talking about this incompetent king. Holding the papers, Phyrexian said that it is hard to believe, but it is true. His Majesty very actively opposed the order, therefore only in Hydern there is no official branch of them. Looking at the papers, Ethan said that it was quite unexpected that he had managed to prevent the dragon race from entering the kingdom. The protagonist introduced the king and thought that he was just an incompetent ruler who always looked at the opinion of the 7 great families, but in fact it turned out that he had been protecting the people all this time. Ethan seriously suggested that in Arden's case, he had no other choice due to the circumstances. The protagonist said that Phyrexian would now report on the king's policy. Placing his hand on his chest, Phyrexian replied that he obeyed. Ethan showed the medal and asked to find out about it. Looking at the medal, he noted that it looked like a chest badge. The protagonist introduced the priest and emphasized that he had it, and it seemed that he was somehow connected with the order or a group of magicians. Ethan handed over the letter and asked Lawrence to send it to Pofference as soon as possible when dawn broke. Holding the letter in his hands, Lawrence asked if the protagonist meant the blacksmith and whether he urgently needed a weapon. Sitting down on a chair, Ethan replied that there was something more important and that this was only his guess for now. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist said that not only people but also dwarves could be involved in the order. People were standing in the street. The blacksmith dropped his hammer. He looked at the letter with a dumbfounded look. The blacksmith looked at Pofference and asked what was wrong with him. Putting the letter on the table, he asked Muster to look after the forge. Leaving there, Pofference cried out that he needed to quickly see the Duke. Surprised, Muster asked what had happened. Grinning, Pofference assumed that the chance for revenge would appear faster than he thought. The Count looked at the purple ball. Sitting at the table, he proposed to start the 33rd meeting of the elders. He said with a serious expression that the first point of discussion would be the Duke's seizure of Baron Romerton's estate. The Count noted that he also wanted to point out that the head of the faction, Lugon, had learned of this fact later than the others. The man slammed the table. The people listened to him attentively. The Count asked if the leader was so incompetent that the Duke did not value them and dared to attack. Smiling, the man asked what Lugon would do or continue to watch from the sidelines until all his people were killed. Clenching his hand into a fist, Lugon noted that he thought that this Duke had a claim on Shimon, which is why he dealt with Kargas, but it turned out that he simply started with those who looked weaker. Dumbfounded, Lugon noted that it was too strange that he was the only one to learn of this situation later than everyone else and that Shimon probably had someone helping him. He imagined Ethan shaking Shimon's hand. Surprised, Lugon wondered if Shimon was in cahoots with the Duke. Frowning, he said that in that case. Getting up from the table, Lugon suggested sending a letter with a warning. Smiling, Shimon asked again. Looking at the people, Lugon said that because of the vassal agreement they could not attack the Duke, but they could use their rights and send a warning so that the Duke would stop the attacks. Enraged, Lugon cried out that they would also notify the king of the events that were happening. Smiling, Shimon thought that Lugon was a fool. He noted with a mad look that Lugon had not yet realized that an angry duke would not be stopped by some piece of paper. He contentedly emphasized the fact that it would be nice if they clashed, and he would use this chance to destroy everyone with the help of his brave knights. The evening light enveloped the castle. Shimon asked Hans to come in. Opening the door, Hans asked if the meeting had ended well. Smiling, Shimon said that he had cornered this Lugon, and if the Hekrog was attacking Viscount Litton, that would be perfect. He asked Hans if he had found out what the Duke's next target was. Looking at the papers, Hans replied that he had not yet been able to. Standing in front of Shimon, he reported that according to his observations, the Duke was attacking areas where taxes were too high, so they needed to lower the taxes to distract him. Shimon was furious. Hans was afraid. Shimon folded his arms and asked if Hans was being too bold. Hans, dumbfounded, wondered why the atmosphere had suddenly turned sour. An angry Shimon pointed out that his job was to keep an eye on the Duke. Sitting at the table, he asked how Hans dared tell him to be quiet so as not to attract attention. Hans bowed and apologized. An angry Shimon ordered him not to forget his new duties. He asked if Hans knew what would happen to him if he failed. Hans was taken aback by these words. Shimon noted that if he understood, he could go. Having closed the door, Hans apologized. Holding his chin, Shimon assumed that Lugon had guessed that someone was helping him. Shimon imagined Myers and noted that the best way to deal with both the Duke and Lugon at once was to make the third Duke the main family as soon as possible. The plot takes us a few days forward to the training field of Romerton Castle. Ethan was standing on the field. He was looking at the paper. Smiling, the protagonist noted that it was a letter with a warning. He handed over the letter and assumed that his plan had succeeded, and both factions probably thought that he was going to attack the West. Holding the papers, Lawrence asked if he was going to attack Shimon's faction. On the contrary. Holding his chin, Ethan asked if they should use Lugon for their purposes, noting that he was hiding behind the king. He asked if the research on the sacred book of dragons of Viscount Deccan, which the merchant had spoken of, had already been completed. Raising his hand, Lawrence replied that it was so and that he had established all the channels for distributing the book. The protagonist introduced the king and stated that it was now their duty to follow the king's policy, which meant protecting the dragon race and punishing the Council of Elders. He clarified what was going on with Hans. Looking at the papers, Laura said that, as he had assumed, he had hinted to Shimon about reducing taxes, but he had ignored him. Frowning, Ethan said that they were greedy fools and they knew perfectly well that the Council of Elders would be punished, but they still stood their ground. The stranger laughed, noting that he was saying funny things and that he was a thief who had stolen everything that was hers from her. The protagonist suddenly frowned. He swung his blade. He pushed away the powerful streams of fiery mana. The fire began to spread across the training field. Lors covered himself with his hands and asked who it was and how he got there, noting that the place was guarded. The stranger came out of the fiery mana and said that it was hot. Her silhouette was visible in the fire. She asked if this was the flame of Arden that was talked about so much. Taken aback, Lors mentally noted that the Duke's attack had no effect. Drawing his blade, the protagonist asked who she was. The old woman smirked and said that he was acting too brazenly for a thief. Standing in front of him, she noted that she was the owner of the potion that he stole from her. Ethan stood in front of her and asked if she was saying that he was a thief. He asked with a serious expression if this was too rude a statement for someone who had broken into someone else's castle. He asked again who she was. The stranger concentrated blue energy in her hand and asked not to make her laugh. Ethan, taken aback, said that it was the same. She held the bottle in her hands and noted that she would see what he would say about it. The protagonist noted that it was a special potion that he had told Geron about. He imagined the potions and rare stones and emphasized that the special potion, the essence of life force, the lightning stone, the metal mana charger. He imagined the knight standing in front of the dragons and noted that thanks to these 4 items, which had extraordinary effectiveness, in a past life, humanity was able to resist the dragon race. Ethan looked at her and thought that the one who invented them was the craftsman magician, Ilya Fizcraft. She was furious. Ilya crushed the bottle with the potion. She imagined the potions and told that she invented this potion after 5 years of research and did not go outside for 10 years. She asked if the protagonist had made a mistake and was able to repeat it exactly. Frowning, she cried out that there was nothing to think about. Looking at Ethan, she asked how he had managed to steal her potion recipe. The protagonist seriously wondered where she had suddenly appeared from. Turning around, he assumed that, judging by everything, she must be Aaliyah, but this was not certain and it was possible that history could have changed, as it had with Lawrence. Squinting, the protagonist noted that this should be checked. Holding the blade in front of him, Ethan asked what kind of absurd accusations these were. He stated that if she had decided to accuse him, she could have appeared in her true form. Aaliyah was taken aback by this. The protagonist thought that, judging by her past life, this was the surest way. Frowning, Ethan said that one should not underestimate the Arden family and he immediately guessed what kind of tricks she was using. Aaliyah's face smirked. A magic circle appeared under it. She said that he had good eyesight and she admitted that he was unusual. Lawrence shielded himself from the bright light. She appeared in her true form and noted that she had not shown it for a long time. Taken aback, Lawrence asked if this was her real face. She asked him to honor her with a smirk on her face. Aaliyah asked him to answer her question with a satisfied look, noting that she could not stand it any longer either. The protagonist seriously assumed that this was indeed Aaliyah and that she had shown him her face, which he had not been able to see in his past life. Looking at her, Ethan emphasized that he was facing a hermit mage who never showed his identity to others and he could not miss such a chance. Keeping his hand on his hip, the protagonist noted that he would try to take her on the bait. Enraged, Aaliyah asked if he was stuck there. The protagonist mentioned a potion that allowed the use of monster abilities for a short time. Aaliyah was taken aback by this. He presented the artifacts and told about the transformation stone with mana properties, a bead that reduces the weight of the owner, an invisibility cloak that hides even sounds. He began to talk with a smile about a crystal ball that shows up to 1,000 lie ahead and a bottle that absorbs water on its own. Furious, Aaliyah ordered him to stop. She remembered how she prepared the potion and emphasized that these were all the items that she had researched and even those that were still in the project. Furious, Aaliyah wondered how he knew. Standing in front of him, she asked how he knew this. Ethan replied that there was nothing special about it. Clenching his hand into a fist, he told that this was a vision of their Arden clan and there were many other things besides them. He could not tell the details to an outsider. Frowning, Aaliyah said that she could not listen to this anymore. She waved her hand and asked if he wanted her to believe it, noting that they weren't even mages or alchemists, and he was talking about a vision of swordsmen. Looking at her, the protagonist said that she didn't have to believe it. Taken aback, Aaliyah asked again. Standing in front of her, Ethan said that she had trespassed on someone else's territory and was unfairly accusing him of stealing, and instead of punishing him, he had answered her question honestly. Sighing, the protagonist asked if she wanted him to worry about whether she believed him or not, noting that she hadn't thanked him. Furious, Aaliyah thought that Ethan was definitely lying. Turning around, he said that if she heard the answer, she could leave and that he had destroyed the training field himself so he wouldn't charge her for the damage. The veins on her face stood out. Yellow streams of mana appeared behind him. A powerful gust of energy emanated from her. Aaliyah was enveloped in fiery energy. She asked how he dared to lead her around with his lies. Aaliyah began to scream that she would teach him a lesson. Stunned, Lawrence tried to call the Duke. Taken aback, Ethan thought that this was a domain. There was red mana around the protagonist. He noted that someone who has reached the highest level in mana control can change the area around themselves, and in the world this is called the domain of the caster. Frowning, the protagonist noted that he forgot about it and in her past life, Aaliyah was a great mage of the 8th level. Swinging, she asked if they could move. Red mana began to flow from his hand. The protagonist noted that they could get hurt that way. Red veins appeared on his face. A powerful gust of mana began to flow from him. Aaliyah was taken aback by this. Ethan rushed at her. Stunned, Aaliyah cast a spell. The protagonist hit the barrier. Holding her hands in front of her, she wondered how he broke her domain and who he was. She put up a barrier in front of her. A powerful blow hit Ethan. Several magic seals appeared in front of her. The protagonist tried to stop. Looking at Aaliyah, Ethan thought that the damage was too strong. He grabbed his blade and noted that it was still in the development stage, but a stream of mana began to flow from his heart. Surprised, Aaliyah wondered why there was suddenly more energy and whether it was him. A stream of fire surrounded Ethan. He used a red flame spell, Scorching Spear. A powerful explosion was heard. People tried to hide from the explosion. Clouds of dust rose. The protagonist stood above her. He pointed his blade at Aaliyah and stated that if she moved, his sword would pierce her. Aaliyah wondered what was going on. She remembered how the fire enveloped the protagonist. She noted that Ethan had just used the dragon breathing technique. She wondered in her mind if he was in league with the dragon race. Clenching her fist, she concluded that the Duke might have stolen their equipment, but he was not the type to act in league with them. Frowning, Aaliyah asked how he knew she was a doppelganger. Sighing, Ethan assumed that she did not intend to fight anymore. He replied that just because they were a clan of famous swordsmen did not mean that they could only swing swords. Lawrence listened to him attentively. He told her that they were familiar with potion making, as well as techniques that could be useful in battle, and her identity was recognized through one of their abilities. Ilya listened attentively. The protagonist said that he hoped this answer was enough to dispel all doubts and asked not to destroy everything there anymore. Lawrence looked at him and asked what happened to her attack on the mansion. Ethan replied that it was due to a misunderstanding, so they would forgive her for it. Walking away from Ilya, the protagonist told her to get herself together. Ethan grabbed his chest. He began to breathe loudly and noted that it was dangerous and a technique using the breath of the dragon race. The protagonist looked at Lawrence with a smile and thought that without her, he would not have been able to do anything against her, but fortunately, he managed to fully master it without any side effects. Ilya screamed for them to wait. They suddenly turned around. She asked with a satisfied look if Ethan was currently waging a war with his relatives, noting that she would help him, but in return, she would tell her. Interrupting her, the protagonist stated that this was not necessary. Stunned, Ilya asked again. The protagonist with a serious look said that he did not need her help and he had enough power to defeat them. Ilya screamed that she was an 8th rank archmage and he was just some 4-star knight. Stretching out his hand, Ethan said that he defeated her. Ilya bit her lip and sighed. She screamed with an enraged look that she could make not only the items he spoke of, but also a lot of others. Ilya smirked and assumed that he would probably think about it, because there was no better craftsman in the world than her. She imagined manipulating him and noted that she would pretend to want to help him and crush this vision of Arden. The protagonist agreed. Ilya had a smile on her face. He looked at her and said that if she wanted it that way, then he would check whether her abilities would be useful to him or not. Leaving there, Ethan asked Lawrence to prepare her room. Ilya smirked and thought that he had been caught, as she planned. The protagonist had a smile on his face. Opening the door, Lawrence said that it was there. She entered the room and noted that it was not exactly to her taste, but it was livable. She extended her hand and used an interdimensional pocket. Shelves with potions appeared. A potion brewing apparatus appeared on the table. Lawrence was taken aback, thinking that the Duke had defeated her so easily that he had even forgotten that she was actually an archmage. Ilya stood there with a smile on her face. She shook the dust off her hands and noted that it seemed to be ready. Looking at the room, Ilya declared that it was now suitable for living. Lawrence, dumbfounded, wondered where all these things were placed. Pointing a finger at him, Ilya suggested that he knew a lot about the Duke, noting that she wanted to find out something about him. Lawrence, surprised, replied that he himself had recently met him, so he did not know much yet. He asked if it would be better to meet the lady if she wanted to know about him. Surprised, Ilya clarified whether he meant his sister. Lawrence said that was correct. Joyful, Ilya asked to be taken to her. Lawrence said with a serious expression that he had heard that doppelgangers could take on different forms. He asked if she usually took the form of an old woman. Placing her hand on her chest, Ilya replied that she did, as that was how people showed respect for her age. Extending his hand, Lawrence said that as far as she knew, there was a war going on with the Duke's relatives, and they were using different information to misinform their opponents. Lawrence noted that if she remained in the form of a young girl, no one would suspect her of deception, and it would be better for her to remain in this form. Placing her hand on her chin, Ilya replied that it made sense. She asked if Lawrence dressed as a man for the same reason. Taken aback, he replied that it was. As she left the room, she said that she would go to the lady and asked him to take her quickly. Smiling, the girl asked if Ilya was traveling alone. She hugged Ilya and cried out that she would look after her. Furious, Ilya asked if she knew how old she was. Lawrence wiped the sweat from his face. Ethan raised his hand to his cup and noted that it was good that Poferance had come. Sitting opposite him, he asked how he could be late when the Duke himself had called him. Poferance held out his hand and said that he could not sit still when he saw this sign. He asked to look at it right now. The protagonist handed over the crossbow and asked if Poferance recognized it. He began to examine the crossbow. He opened the compartment for arrows. Poferance showed the crossbow and stated that it had exactly the same pattern, and now he was convinced of it. He introduced the man and said that this was definitely the hand of the royal blacksmith Williams. Putting the crossbow on the table, Poferance asked if he was in cahoots with the dragon race, noting that even among the dwarves this was considered treason. He remembered how the dwarves ran away from the dragons and told that the war with the dragons was devastating for the dwarves as well, and they lived without any specific rules or system, so they were easy prey for the dragon race. He imagined the warriors trying to fight off the dragons and said that when the invasion began, the small villages were unable to respond to the enemy's attacks and the dwarven settlements began to disappear one by one. A picture of a settlement burning appeared in Poferance's mind. He noted that many of them died in the end and their villages were completely destroyed. Clenching his fists, he noted that if it weren't for Arden, now, he emphasized that it was still thanks to King Miradni, who founded the country. Taken aback, Ethan asked again. Surprised, Poferance asked what was wrong with him. The dumbfounded protagonist asked if Miradni was his ruler, noting that it was surprising that the dwarves founded a state. Everything around was burning. The man opened his mouth and screamed. The guy slightly opened his mouth, after which the man closed his eyes. Duke looked down carefully. Then he looked at the survivors and told everyone to listen to him. Then he looked at the warriors and noted that they had managed to avoid a dangerous moment thanks to the help of Duke Arden, but he could not guarantee that such a danger would not knock on their door again. The two warriors looked at him carefully. Then Duke raised his fist and shouted that they must cope with this disaster together. The whole crowd raised their hands and the warrior added that all the dwarves must become one, and the plot said that this is how the dwarves and humans united under a single flag and created a kingdom. The dwarf smiled and the plot noted that Miradni, who personally met with each of the 12 clans and made a huge contribution to the unification, became the first king of the dwarves. The gray-haired man looked at the guy and noted that all this happened while he was unconscious. Ethan smiled and thought that it was very unexpected that he became a king on the other side. It means that he is fine. Paference extended his hand and noted that some dwarves still occasionally went out into the human world, trading and sending part of their income to build the kingdom. Then he looked closely at the protagonist and added that they say they are only interested in money, but for the sake of his people he is ready to endure this. The protagonist smiled and noted that in the past he had helped his family a lot. Then he raised his hand and added that he did not know if this would help him, but their clan Arden would also contribute to the restoration of the Dwarven Kingdom. The blacksmith shed a tear and was told that if he could help in any way, he should contact him at any time. After which he covered his face and said that they already owed a lot to the former Duke Arden, more than anything, thank him. Then he smiled and asked what he would do with Williams. Ethan opened his mouth and replied that his behavior now was contrary to the policy of both the Dwarven Kingdom and Hydern. Even though he was the court blacksmith, he was behaving inappropriately. Paference opened his mouth and asked what he meant by there being someone bigger behind him. The protagonist folded his arms and replied that that was exactly it, and they had power that even the king couldn't handle. It wouldn't be easy. Ethan raised his fingers and added that if they thoughtlessly accused Williams, they would counterattack. The blacksmith gritted his teeth and said that the other dwarves were trying so hard for the kingdom, and this bastard was working for their enemies. He was extremely angry. The protagonist opened his eyes and told the blacksmith to listen. Paference opened his mouth and sharpened his attention. Ethan opened his mouth and asked if he wanted to play for high stakes. The blacksmith opened his mouth and asked what he was talking about. The protagonist recalled moments from the life of Paference and answered that the place in the lost glory, as well as the sacrifice for the sake of his people, there is a way to do it all at once. Ethan opened his mouth and noted that he would make him the court blacksmith. The blacksmith opened his mouth and asked if that was possible. The protagonist took his hand away and answered that he was going to do it, if only he agreed. Paference opened his mouth and froze, after which he looked down and noted that he thanked him for such words, but he did not quite understand. Then he clenched his fist and added that no one believed him, so why did he believe in him so much? The blacksmith opened his eyes when he heard that it was really so strange to trust someone with whom he had the same enemy. Then he raised his head and heard that he had become his man. Ethan opened his mouth and asked if there was any reason to trust his people. Paference flew up sharply, after which he knelt down and shouted that he had asked a stupid question. He promised that he would do everything for him, swearing by his hammer. Then he opened his mouth wide and added that he dedicated his hammer and his loyalty to him. The protagonist stood up and said that he gratefully accepted his oath. Ethan looked at the ceiling and greeted the Marquis. The man opened his mouth slightly and noted that he was glad to see him. It seemed that they were communicating like this for the first time. Let him address him as he was comfortable. Ethan smiled and noted that he would call him Marquis. Then the ball lit up brighter and the protagonist noted that last time he did not thank him properly for the elixir, and he gave him such a gift. The Marquis smiled and noted that he was only glad if his gift was useful to him. Let him accept it as a sign of friendship. The protagonist opened his mouth and heard that he did not think that he had contacted him personally only because of the gift. Maybe something important had happened to him. The protagonist opened his mouth and replied that it might be a little unexpected. Then he looked closely at the ball and added that the court blacksmith of Hydern was connected with the dragon race. The courtier opened his mouth and heard that Ethan suspected that someone very influential was behind him. The Marquis frowned. Then he opened his mouth and noted that this was indeed an unexpected and very serious problem, and that he had some kind of plan for this. Ethan smiled and replied that he had a dwarf friend who was much superior to the current one in his abilities, and that he was thinking about making him the new court blacksmith. Ilya powerfully kicked the floor. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that now her abilities would come in handy. The protagonist looked at her, remembered how the princess followed her and thought that over the past week, she not only learned the Duke's secret, but was also constantly under the supervision of the princess. Ilya clenched her fist and thought that she finally had a chance to show what she was worth and a chance to get rid of the princess. The protagonist extended his hand and noted that since everyone was assembled, they needed to begin. Ethan opened the box and noted that it was a gift from the marquee. Aaliyah and Poffrent stared at the equipment and heard that Ethan wanted to make artifacts out of them. The protagonist looked at them and asked if this was possible. The blacksmith opened his mouth and noted that if he was talking about artifacts. The weapons glowed brightly and the plot told that artifact alchemy, a high technology in which a magical scheme is embedded in armor and weapons, with its help even an ordinary knight is able to activate magic. Poffrent took the sleeve and noted that this equipment was made of the highest quality mithril. He thought it was not easy to create. Then he looked at the girl and added that his skill was enough to insert a magic circuit, but this usually requires a skilled mage as an assistant. Aaliyah raised her hand and shouted, why was he staring at her with such a bold look? She was that mage with the highest class skill. Then she pointed her finger at him and added that she meant assistant. He would do as she said. The man pointed his hand to the side and asked if he had to work together with this girl. The protagonist put his hand out and noted that he vouched for Aaliyah's abilities. Despite her appearance, she was an 8th rank archmage. The girl turned to the protagonist and heard that this was her chance to demonstrate her skills. Ethan grinned and added that in order to achieve a good result, they should not quarrel. He expected a lot from this armor. Poffrent bowed and noted that if it was his order, despite all her shortcomings, he would try harder to make a better artifact. Ilian opened his mouth and shouted for Ethan not to listen to him. She would put fantastic magic into them. The girl released a pink lightning and thought that as soon as he was shocked by her abilities, she would reveal the secret of the Ardents. The tool hung on the wall. Poffrent was diligently working on the weapon. Ilian jerked sharply when she heard if it was working normally. The protagonist put his hand out and asked if he needed to check how it worked. Ilian smiled and noted that he turned out to be quite a capable guy. Without unnecessary movements, he cuts only what is needed, amazing concentration on the matter. Poffrent powerfully struck the hammer. Then he put the hammer on the table, after which he turned and noted that he was finished. Now it was her turn. Ilian smiled sharply, after which she walked forward with filigree and noted that the Duke should wait for the results. She would do something she could not even imagine about herself. The sword began to glow brightly red. The protagonist carefully ran his hand over it. Ilian and Poffrent looked at the blade carefully. Ethan suddenly strained his gaze. Then he chopped the air. Then he raised his hand and noticed that it was light. The protagonist carefully looked at it and thought that it had been light before, but now it was like a feather. Ilian winked and asked how he felt. He probably felt it himself when he used mana, that more than one spell was put into it. The girl opened her mouth and added that in addition to the magic that reduces weight, she also cast sharpness magic on it, and also added the function of magical repair in keeping the sword clean. The protagonist looked at the glove and heard that in addition to this, she cast magic on the gloves and knee armor that increases compatibility with mana like Ephraim. The glove caught fire and the protagonist thought that this was even better than he thought. After which Ethan clenched his fist and added that even with one of all the listed functions, he could already be considered a real masterpiece, and Aaliyah put it into one thing. Then the protagonist grinned. The girl spread her arms and noted that if this dwarf was more capable, she would be able to create something better, and Ethan noted in his head that if he allowed her to show off further, it would be difficult to deal with her later. The protagonist looked at her carefully. Then he raised his hand and asked what was all this. Aaliyah folded her arms and shouted that of course not, this was just the beginning. Now she would show him real magic, let him try to put mana into all the items at the same time. The protagonist took the weapon in his hands and asked again. A magic seal appeared in front of the girl's face and she replied that all her fire mana, it would be too much for such a weapon, but this was the only way they could check if it could withstand it. Ethan took the sword with both hands and noted that he would try, after which fire energy came from it. Poffrent opened his mouth and thought that this was amazing. He had only recently received a sword from Ephraim, but during this time his skill had grown. The protagonist looked at the sword and noticed that nothing was happening. Iliya opened her mouth and noted that this was not it. There was what he used during the battle with her. Let him not worry about the weapon, let him put all his mana. Ethan gripped the sword tightly. Powerful energy began to emanate from it. The protagonist opened his mouth and screamed. The windows in the house broke. Objects in the room flew apart. Poffrent covered himself with his hand. A huge fire was coming out of the protagonist. Ethan calmed down and looked at the sword. Then he spun his hands on it, after which his legs were covered in fire. The protagonist looked at his hand. Ilian put out her hand and screamed that this was the so-called high thermal conductivity technique that she invented. The girl imagined the arrows near the protagonist and noted that he could distribute part of the heat of the equipment, as well as collect it in only one place. He could withstand heat twice as much as this. The girl put her finger up and asked how he was. Let him quickly share his impressions of her abilities. The protagonist looked at the masters and thought that, to be honest, she was amazing, did not think that she had such strong magic. Ethan was covered in fire and added that he could not so easily make her the main one. The girl opened her mouth when she heard that it was quite bearable and asked what that was all. Poffrent bowed when he heard that he had also tried. Aaliyah pointed her finger at him and shouted that this gnome was a talentless person. Because of him the effect was weaker than necessary. The blacksmith opened his mouth and shouted that she had just praised him. The protagonist sharply waved his sword and noted that the girl was accepted. Aaliyah opened her eyes and heard that he would tell her about Arden's vision. She would be able to help him in the future. After which she put her finger up and noted that only he must keep his promise. The sun was shining brightly over the mountains. Lawrence opened his mouth and noted that Pofference had left with the letter to the capital. Within 3 days he would get there and meet the Marquis. The protagonist put his sword behind his back and heard that they had finished all the preparatory work anonymously. The inspection would begin before the meeting with the ruler. The protagonist got fully dressed and praised his brother, after which he began to walk forward. Ethan approached in his retinue. Mangarton put his hand to his chest and noted that 40 knights from the Order of Arden were ready to go out. The knight on the stage began to blow his horn, after which the gates opened and the protagonist noted that they were marching. The horses came out of the gates. Ethan held tightly in the saddle, after which he looked straight ahead. A loud sound rose above the castle. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted, "What other army? Where did they come from?" After which he looked over the wall and asked if he could find out where they were. Arden's coat of arms appeared in the telescope. The guy looked at the protagonist and shouted that it was Arden. The horse stopped in front of the bridge. Mangarton opened his mouth and shouted to the guards of Lithan, "Duke Arden is coming. Viscount Lithan will answer for collecting too many taxes and exceeding his authority." The protagonist looked at him and heard that also for distributing books of the dragon race on the territory of Arden's lands. The army stopped in front of the gate and ordered to open the gate. The commander opened his mouth and shouted that order must be carried out to open the gate. Then he turned and asked if he had contacted the Viscount. The protagonist suddenly flew up and the commander said that they did not have time. Ethan took out his sword, after which he powerfully hit the wall. The magic ball fell to the ground. The Viscount opened his mouth and shouted what happened. The commander fell to the ground and coughed. The guy stretched out his hand and noted that they were in trouble. The protagonist stood on the wall and the guy added that the Grand Duke was here. The commander stood up and ordered everyone to take positions. Then he pointed his finger at the protagonist and ordered everyone to attack the Duke. The warriors felt a strong aura and heard that everyone should immediately take their positions and attack. All the warriors pulled out their swords after the order. They can take it if they unite. The protagonist calmly looked around and thought that there was no sinister aura in them. They raised their swords because of the order. After which Ethan smiled and added that the fastest way is to weaken their fighting spirit. The protagonist's chest caught fire after the 8 rings technique. The protagonist released a powerful charge, after which all the warriors crouched down and the commander asked what it was. All the warriors opened their mouths and looked up. The commander opened his mouth and thought that this was a sphere spell. The protagonist began to confidently walk forward. The warrior sank to the ground and coughed. The entire squad dropped their swords. Ethan confidently walked near the squads to the commander. The warrior raised his head and asked what was going on the tower. The commander bared his teeth. Then he opened his mouth and thought that it could not be that he, a knight of 5 stars, fell under the pressure of the sphere. Then he jumped on the protagonist. The protagonist raised his burning hand. Then he blocked the blow. Ethan smiled looking at his opponent. The commander's sword crumbled into small pieces. The protagonist grabbed the guy by the face. Then he powerfully hit him on the ground. Ethan looked at him. Then he looked at the squad of warriors and noted that he does not fight with those who do not feel hostility towards him. He came to punish not them, but Viscount Lithan. Then he opened his mouth wide and added that he, the true master of these lands, orders them to open the gates. The sun was shining brightly above the flag. The man opened his mouth and asked what he was talking about. The Viscount opened his mouth and shouted that the Duke had passed the outskirts of the fortress and was now heading there. Then he opened his mouth wider and added that didn't he say that his abilities were at the level of 2 or 3 stars, but he knocked down his commander, a 5-star knight. The man opened his mouth and asked for more details. The Viscount took hold of the ball and noted that, although it was not long, he had clearly seen through the crystal ball how the Duke had flown in from above, and then the connection was cut off. The man opened his eyes, heard that where had they seen a 2-star knight make such a jump in the air, and asked what he had said. Then he raised his hand to his mouth. Shimon pressed his lips with his hands and said that the information about his low mana level was reliable after all. He had checked why he had broken into the fortress. The Viscount opened his mouth and shouted that there were problems with taxes in a dragon book. The Count put his hands out and said that that was it. First let him hold out as long as possible. He would send reinforcements right away. The ball went out and the Viscount shouted at the end that he did not know how long they would hold out. Let them hurry. Shimon looked down. Then he looked at the table and thought that the Duke's abilities were different from that information. The Count gritted his teeth and added that something was wrong here, as if everything was getting out of control, or something had happened that he could not even imagine. Then he clenched his fist and noted that first he needed time. He said about taxes and books, it was necessary to distract the Duke with Lugon by any means. Then he gritted his teeth and added that even if he had to give up something. The knight entered the room and asked if he had been summoned. Shimon opened his mouth and noted that he had been informed that the Duke had attacked Locken's knights, and that he should send reinforcements of several men there. The knight then put his hand to his chest, after which the count noted that he should tell them to walk slowly so as not to run into the Duke. The warrior smiled and accepted the information. The flag fluttered in the sun. Lawrence approached the protagonist and noted that it was a good job. Then he opened his mouth and added that he had figured it out so quickly. Ethan smiled and noted that he had simply opened the outer gate. Then he remembered how the prisoners were being led and added that most likely the main forces were inside the castle along with the Viscount. Then he turned to the guy and asked if everything was going according to plan, and Lawrence replied that everything was in progress, they could begin to retreat. The protagonist turned to the knight and noted that he had left a few soldiers here to watch the guards and reorganize the forces, and that they should follow him with them. Then he jumped into the saddle. Ethan opened his mouth and said that they were coming. The villager raised his fist and shouted. The man opened his mouth and shouted that Archduke Arden had finally arrived to end Loken's tyranny. The villagers opened their mouths and heard that it was time for the great hero to draw his sword to protect them. A guy in the crowd raised his hand and shouted that he could not bear to starve any longer. The next guy added that he would too. The entire crowd raised their hands and shouted that they were all coming. A huge number of disgruntled people had gathered near the stage. The protagonist stood behind them and watched. Ethan smiled and said that so many people had gathered in such a short time, they had only fanned the smoldering flames. The townspeople had many complaints. Lawrence looked at the happy citizens and noticed that the news about him had spread even without his participation. They said that Kargas and Lytton lived in luxury, like in the old days. A moment later, the man saw the Duke. Then he put his hand out and shouted that he was finally here. The whole crowd turned and shouted that they welcomed him. Ethan began to walk through the crowd. Then he stopped. Then he turned to the people and noted that their city used to resemble paradise. The residents looked at each other, remembered the Viscount, and heard that after the war, the vassals did not follow the will of their lords and made them suffer. The protagonist raised his fist and noted that he would punish Viscount Loken. Then he put his hand out in front of him and added that he would rule this city himself. Ethan waved his hand and ordered to draw swords. All the residents raised their hands and began to shout for the Duke. The people opened the windows and began to shout, "Evening Kim." The flag was slightly illuminated on the wall. The warriors looked at each other and said that Duke Arden had apparently captured the outer part of the castle. From what he had heard, he had already captured 2 territories. The second guy looked at his comrade and asked how he had done it if he had recently come out of a coma, and the first one opened his mouth. Then both began to peer into the distance, after which the warrior opened his mouth and shouted that there were people there. The townspeople under the command of the Duke were moving forward. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted not to panic and to stay put. After which he looked at the crowd with torches and ordered that everything be reported to the Viscount. Loken opened his mouth and shouted that the Archduke was attacking them along with the townspeople. After which he opened the doors and wondered what the hell was going on. The civilians had suddenly rebelled. The commander opened his mouth and shouted not to panic. These were rebels. After which they took out their bows and heard the order to set fire to the arrows. The commander opened his mouth and shouted for them to shoot. The guard opened his mouth and noted that he couldn't, his family was there. The commander swung and noted that he would kill him if he disobeyed. The protagonist clenched his teeth sharply. Then he opened his mouth and shouted loudly for him to stop. The commander covered his ears with both hands. Mengarten opened his mouth looking at the Duke. The Viscount opened his mouth and asked what kind of thunder was that. After which the protagonist opened his mouth even wider and noted that Loken should stop torturing innocent citizens. It was time to open the gates and answer for his sins. Loken opened his mouth and shouted that he had no right to do this. What were they doing? The Viscount leaned out of the window and shouted to kill all the rebels. The captain put out his hand and shouted to kill everyone who disobeyed. The guy opened his mouth and shouted that he couldn't attack his family. The commander raised his sword, after which a projectile flew into his head. The commander grabbed his head and screamed. Ethan held his fingers out in front of him. The captain opened his mouth and wondered if it was a fiery finger of mana. Then he remembered the fireball and added that it was so fast that the soldiers didn't even realize what had happened. Then he walked to the edge and wondered how he could hit the target so accurately from such a distance. The protagonist ducked. Then he flew up with an air jump. Ethan pulled out his sword. The Viscount, looking at this, opened his mouth and shouted that this is how he jumped over the walls of the outer castle. The protagonist landed on the wall. Then he froze gloomily. Then he pointed the sword straight at the Viscount. Loken trembled with fear. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that he refused to surrender. Then he looked furiously at the Viscount and added that he shouldn't think that he would be lenient. The protagonist raised his sword. The captain jumped down and thought that Arden's flame was red, not black, otherwise everyone would have died immediately upon seeing it. Then he reached for his sword and added that he had a chance to defeat him. Then he opened his mouth and noted in his head that while the flame was not black, there was no guarantee of his victory. No problem. Then he lit up and shouted for everyone to attack from all sides. 4 warriors jumped on the protagonist. The protagonist turned around. Then he kicked the floor. Then he slashed all 4 with his sword. The captain opened his mouth and thought that he had used the sword's range to fight back. Ethan held the sword in front of him. Then he opened his eyes and wondered what was wrong with him. The protagonist saw a warrior behind him, a dragon. Ethan opened his mouth. Then he looked at the squad of warriors and asked that they had taught the knights the techniques of the dragon clan. The captain opened his mouth and shouted that this was nonsense. The protagonist clenched his fist and noted that they had combined it with a human sword technique. They could have fooled someone else, but not him. This was a dragon clan stance, a dragon of destruction. The Viscount opened his mouth. The captain opened his mouth when he heard that he had taught them this, even knowing that dragon breathing and fencing techniques had side effects. The commander opened his mouth. The other warrior opened his eyes. The guy opened his eyes and stared at the protagonist. The warrior stepped forward and asked that there really were side effects. The Viscount opened his mouth and shouted that enough of this nonsense, let them ignore his words, he was trying to deceive them. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that how cruel, it seemed that only 4 of them and the Viscount knew about it. The captain opened his mouth and shouted that they should not listen to him. Ethan opened his mouth and noted that forcing knights to learn techniques with side effects was for his own benefit. After which he caught fire and shouted that he was worse than he thought. Loken. The protagonist swung his sword and used sword explosion, after which he hit the guy. The swords of both collided. The warrior flew back from the protagonist's blow. The guy opened his eyes. The commander opened his mouth. The captain opened his mouth and thought that their swords had simply crossed, but an explosion occurred. The protagonist moved the sword aside. Then he clenched his fist and noted that seeing how they were acting, he could conclude that the 4 of them and the Viscount were in cahoots with the dragons. The captain ducked, wondered how he could even think of opposing such a technique, and shouted that he was alone, let them surround him together. The protagonist smiled and asked again. Then he suddenly jumped up. The captain opened his mouth and shouted that he was going to lower the gate. The warriors jumped after the protagonist. Ethan turned and noticed that they were caught, after which he hit 3 of them with one swing. There was a powerful explosion behind them. The captain opened his mouth and called his comrades. The protagonist raised his sword and noted that they were attacking from behind. They were still far from real knights. Then he cut the chain with a powerful blow. The bridge to the fortress fell. Mengarten put out his hand and shouted for the knights to go forward. A crowd of peasants and knights headed for the castle. The Viscount opened his mouth and became nervous. The captain put out his hand and ordered them to stop, let them deal with the citizens. Then he turned and added to hold on no matter what. He stopped the duke. Ethan hit the captain sharply, after which he flew to the side. The captain stopped and clenched his teeth. Then he tensed his trembling hands and thought that he had struck down the 5-level knights with one blow. Even he, having the 6th level, could not withstand him. The Viscount's hands were shaking and the captain added that now he understood how Kargas and Lomonton felt. The Viscount gritted his teeth and thought that the duke had dealt with them alone. Then he fell to the ground and added that he had been hiding his strength. Mengarten opened his mouth and ordered to attack, because the enemy was losing ground. The protagonist hit the captain hard. After that, a loud squeal rose above the castle. It began to get dark. Then night fell. The palace was illuminated by a bright moon. Pauference put his hand to his chest and heard that this was the man recommended by the duke. The Marquis smiled and noted that he was glad to meet the best blacksmith. After that, they went into the room and the man added that a lot needed to be prepared before the council meeting with the emperor. The Marquis looked at the map and noted that his head might be a little dizzy. After that, they were surrounded by magic. Then a bright light appeared. Pauference and the Marquis came out of the portal. After that, the blacksmith opened his mouth. He saw a beautiful palace, and the Marquis said that he was welcome to the capital of the Hydern Empire, Parantium. Then he smiled and added that now he needed to be made the blacksmith of the imperial family. A strong wind rose above the tower. The wounded warriors lay on the ground under the screams. The Viscount opened his mouth and looked from behind the railing. The captain opened his mouth and shouted a technique. Then he pointed his blade towards the protagonist. Ethan parried the blow with his sword. Then he clenched his blade in his hands. A moment later he powerfully hit the captain. The warrior flew back and heard that he must be confident in the speed of his attacks. The protagonist lit up and added that then he would show him Arden's attack. A moment later he powerfully hit the enemy. The captain opened his mouth and shouted. Then there was a powerful explosion. The whole crowd turned to him in surprise. The knights stopped fighting and looked at the explosion in amazement. The captain was lying pinned to the ground. The protagonist looked up sharply. Then he opened his mouth and shouted that he intended to send his subordinates to fight in his place. If he was a real knight, then let him finish this himself. The Viscount opened his mouth and shouted that he had done nothing wrong. Why should he? Ethan opened his mouth and remarked that he was a coward, he did not deserve to be an aristocrat. Then he jumped up. The protagonist flew to the balcony. Then he looked at the Viscount and remarked that he should be ashamed. Then he powerfully hit the aristocrat in the chest. The Viscount opened his mouth and grunted. Loken flew into the room. The protagonist opened his mouth. Then he turned and shouted that the Viscount had fallen. A loud sound covered everything nearby and Ethan added that everyone should lower their weapons. Mengarten raised his sword and shouted that the battle was over, let Loken's subordinates surrender. The Viscount's warriors looked at him and heard that they would attack everyone who did not lower their weapons, let them surrender. A moment later, all the warriors threw their weapons on the ground. The protagonist opened his mouth and remarked that from this moment on, the Viscountcy was under Arden's control. All the inhabitants raised their hands and shouted joyfully. Ethan looked at them carefully. Then a voice came from the tent that there was urgent news for Count Shimon. The Count opened his mouth and asked what it was. Greg opened his mouth and noted that Viscount Loken had fallen. Shimon opened his eyes and asked again. Then he opened his mouth and asked that the castle had been captured in just 2 days, maybe Loken had surrendered. Greg opened his mouth and noted that no, they had interrogated the escaped soldiers. The Duke's knights had opened the inner gate and won the battle with the help of the townspeople. The sphere began to cloud and Shimon noted that he would hear a detailed report later. Then he looked straight ahead. Then he squeezed the piece of paper and said that Loken had a captain of 6th level knights and 4 5th level knights, if in spite of this the Duke had managed to open the inner gate. Shimon put his hands on the table and added that this could mean that he was almost at the 6th level. The Count looked straight ahead furiously and noted that not even half a year had passed since his awakening. It was almost impossible to believe. Then he turned to the knight and asked him if he thought the 1st Division could defeat the Duke. A dark-robed squad appeared and the plot told him that the 1st Division, the most elite knights of the 100 knights of the county, the secret weapon of Count Shimon, they have precisely studied the techniques of the dragon race, so they have no choice but to remain in the shadows. The knight walked straight and answered that most likely, the Duke had barely reached level 6. A level 6 rookie is very different from the veterans. Then he raised his hand and added that they, the professional knights who would soon reach level 7, there are 12 of them, including him and the vice captain, so there will be no problem. The knight imagined the glowing protagonist in his mind and noted that 2 knights of the 1st Division are quite enough to defeat the Archduke. Shimon raised his hand and noted that he would still use the Duke for a little while. Then he put his hand out and added to tell the butler to lower the taxes and stop distributing the new dragon book, and the knight replied that he understood everything, and he would also pass this on to the families in the faction. The Count gritted his teeth and noted that to make sure everything remained a secret, it was important that Lugan never found out about this. The captain opened his mouth and agreed. The bright sun was shining over the city. Mengarten was pointing his finger at the soldiers. The protagonist put his hand on the stack of papers. Then he extended his hand and noted that they had succeeded in their work, but they needed it. Lawrence opened his mouth and noted that with the expansion of his territory, there were more workers and supplies, so there were no problems. Then the guy turned and added that they had already reclaimed most of the southern region of the duchy if they captured another fief. After which he pointed to the map and added that they could implement the plan to divide the duchy into 3 parts to wage a war of influence. Shimon would soon try to contact him, then he could use him as a shield to attack Viscount Lugan's faction. The guy opened his mouth and noted that perhaps Lugan thought that they were cooperating with Shimon and would not be able to act rashly. The protagonist smiled and noted that this was stupid, most likely they thought that he was acting blinded by rage. Then he leaned forward and added that they did not see the whole picture, since they were busy with the faction war. He would present it to him, let him make them think so before the Enlightenment ceremony. Lawrence nodded and agreed. There was a lamp hanging on the wall. The Viscount looked closely at the note. Then he opened his mouth and said that the area for tomorrow's tax collection. After which a strong wind rose in the room. A moment later, a purple ball appeared in the center of the room. A mage in a cloak appeared from the portal. The knight opened his mouth and shouted who he was. The man opened his hand. Then he smiled and noted that he showed up early so they would know he was coming. The captain held out his sword and shouted that he forgot himself here in the middle of the night. Loken opened his eyes and thought that the mage, who couldn't be sensed by the 5th level knight, was a bad thing. The Viscount opened his mouth and asked to wait. The captain grabbed the sword tightly and noted that he would grab it right now. The mage opened his eye. Then the whole room was immersed in purple light. The Viscount pressed himself against the table and thought that this was the territory of the cover. The mage put a knife to the captain's throat. Then he asked who he was, what he wanted from them. The sorcerer smiled and replied that he was here for negotiations. To find out the secret of the Duke, it looks like he extorted money from many people. The Viscount suddenly flew up. Then he opened his mouth and asked what could happen to him. He is an assassin hired by the Lugan faction. who has gone crazy on this basis. The mage put out his hand and asked if the Viscount wanted to become stronger. There was a spider web hanging in the corner of the room, and it was heard that his power was more overwhelming than his area of coverage. The Viscount looked at the floor and added that it seemed that if he did not accept his offer, he would kill them on the spot. Loken opened his mouth and said that it meant that they accepted the texts of the Dragon Clan, and their knights received great power. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that dragon techniques had side effects, did not feel guilty for deceiving their subordinates. The Viscount smiled. Ethan opened his eyes when he heard that even in the duchy where dragons were hated the most, many people had already learned their techniques. After which Loken looked up and asked what he thought other regions would do. They just followed the general trend. Ethan clenched his fist tightly. Then he opened his mouth and noted that he understood. Then he looked furiously at the trembling Viscount and added that now about the magician who appeared in front of him that night, let him tell about the organization he belongs to. The Viscount opened his mouth after the protagonist grabbed him. Ethan looked furiously at the Viscount and noted that the coward, as soon as he was in danger, immediately changed his attitude. He thinks this is the right time to test him. Loken kicked his legs and said that if he tells about it, then not only he will be in danger, but also his family. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked what he thought. Why is he asking about them? If he tells, it will be easier for him to get rid of them, and in this case his family will be safe. Then he threw the Viscount against the wall. Loken grabbed his throat and replied that the mage who came that night was a go-between, told him to go to the Viscountcy of Delgorn to find a man with such a sign. The protagonist froze gloomily. There were a huge number of noble people sitting at the table. The guy raised his hand and asked why the dwarf was here. The emperor sat on the throne and noted that before the meeting began, he saw that there was a new participant here. Could he introduce himself? The blacksmith bowed and said that he was here instead of Archduke Ethan. He had received a letter from him. People began to talk about the situation. The butler covered his mouth with his hand and whispered to the emperor, after which the emperor looked at the letter. Then he opened his mouth and noted that it was curious. The emperor leaned his head on his hand and said that it was written here that the royal blacksmith cooperates with the dragon flame. The trio turned sharply to the emperor. Two soldiers calmly looked at the ruler, after which the emperor crumpled the letter. The marquis turned his gaze and thought that the emperor was extremely uncomfortable. It was because one of his subordinates was associated with dragons. Then he turned his gaze to the table. Then he swallowed and added that because he himself was cooperating with them. The marquis slightly turned his head. Poference turned and stared silently. The protagonist looked at the letter and thought that it must be. Right now he is in the palace. Then he turned the page and added that the preparations regarding Viscount Ethan are perfect. Now it is time to proceed with the issue of the dragon tribe. Elia quickly ran along the corridor. Then she opened the doors and shouted that she succeeded in developing what he asked her for. Then she put out a stone and noted that it was a well-rounded whetstone. The protagonist looked at her with displeasure, heard that with this he can sharpen his sword anywhere, and asked to knock. Elia opened her mouth and shouted if he could hear her. The girl looked at the list and asked if it was Meleses, a miserly weirdo, and Ethan asked if she knew him. Then the girl opened her mouth and answered that he knew a lot about magicians, and then asked if he was looking for this weirdo. The protagonist looked at her and answered positively. Elia smiled and said that he was very busy, but if he begged her, she could help. Ethan pressed his lips together and told her to pack her bags. Then he went to the exit and noticed that they were leaving right now. The carriage was moving forward quickly. The girl looked out the window. Ethan looked at her and asked what Meleses was like. Elia put her hand to her chin, imagined the mage in her head, and replied that he specialized in enhancing the properties of ingredients, something like alchemy. Everything he touched, even a simple piece of metal, could be used to create a famous sword. In comparison, his magical skills were not that impressive. Then she leaned her hand on the sofa and added that she thought he was at level 4 at best, but why was he asking? The sword was chained to the carriage, and the girl added that it did not look like they were going to have tea since he took the sword with him. The protagonist turned around and replied that he needed to check and ask something. The carriage passed by on the road, and Ethan added that whether these swords would be useful or not depended on his answer. The carriage stopped abruptly. Ethan and Elia looked at the mountain, and the girl noted that she thought they were in the right place. She could feel Meleses' mana. The girl's eyes were glowing, and she added that there were traps and magic circles of safety everywhere. It would be a shame to just go there. Ethan looked at her and asked if there was a better way. Elia moved forward and told him to trust her. She was an 8th level mage. She could easily get rid of these weak magic circles. The girl raised her hand and added that it was so quiet that he wouldn't even know what happened. A moment later, there was a loud explosion. Birds flew out of the trees. Elia gritted her teeth and screamed. Then there was another explosion. The girl walked through the forest discontentedly and noted that the damn old paranoid, how much he had created. Elia was all fired up and noted that she wanted to compete with her, then he would destroy everything. Then there was a huge explosion and she screamed that he should just wait for her. Ethan smiled and thought that judging by the fact that she was disguised as an old woman, they must be close. A huge seal appeared in front of the girl. Then there was a huge explosion. Aaliyah looked at the passage and asked who dared to make her do all this work. Then she opened her mouth and shouted for the mage to come out right now. Nelesis took a step out of the cave and said that every time he came here, he destroyed all the magic circles like a bandit. The mage held out his hand and asked how many times he told her to just warn her of his arrival and he would tell her how to bypass all the traps. Had she forgotten or something? Aaliyah opened her mouth and asked why she had to ask permission from someone like him to come here. He should have known she was coming and removed those circles. Melesis put his hand on his head and remarked that she should not be stubborn. Canceling and recreating those circles takes too much time. It is not like she happens. Then he turned to the protagonist and noted that it would be faster to talk to the Archduke. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked that he knew who he was. The mage closed his eyes and replied that this place might be in the wilderness, but news reached him. He understood who they were when the first magic circle was destroyed. He thinks he knows why they are here. Then he waved his hand and told them to pass. Torches were burning behind the gate. A mug of tea stood on the table and Aaliyah shouted that he cooperates with the dragon clan. The girl leaned on the table and added that he went too far. As a result, he lost his honor, and Melesis noted that times have changed. As a mage, she should be open to new things. Then he turned to the protagonist and noted that he understood that they did not come to get rid of him. Ethan smiled and noted that he was not just a killer, he wanted to listen to him. Melesis extended his hand, recalling the Dragon Clan warriors, and remarked that he might not have heard of it since he had recently woken up from a coma. But in the last 10 years, overseas and in territories outside the duchy, the Dragon Clan's techniques had quickly become commonplace. Ethan raised his hand to his face and said that from what he had seen, people without a dragon heart who tried to imitate their breathing techniques had shortened their lives, and people were studying them even though they knew about it. Melesis smiled and said that mages might seem obsessed with knowledge, but they were not idiots. The mage's chest glowed green and he added that they had taken apart their techniques and studied them thoroughly, so most people only gained the benefits and avoided the negative effects, including him of course. Ethan smiled and remarked that it seemed reasonable. Melesis spread his arms and said that he was glad that they thought so. Thanks to the dragon techniques, new levels of power appeared. The mage looked at the protagonist and said that 10 stars for knights and the 10th level for mages. This is the limit for humans, but now everything has changed. Melesis introduced 2 warriors and added that now there are people with 11 and 12 stars. Aaliyah slammed the table and asked again. Ethan smiled and noted that above 10 means. Then he folded his hands and added that it must be that with the dragon breathing technique, their mana amount exceeded the threshold level and thus they neglected training. Ethan opened his mouth and noted that he wanted to ask him an important question, so let him answer honestly. Melesis trembled when he heard that he was pursuing the Brotherhood of Neuraxis, who worshipped the Dragon Clan, and that led him here. Ethan strained his gaze and asked him to give a reason why he should leave him alive. Melesis opened his mouth and replied that there weren't that many of them. Then he looked at the protagonist and added that they, the mages, wanted knowledge in the highest level, and the key to that was the texts of the Dragon Clan that the Brotherhood offered, so they made a deal. He wasn't interested in the Brotherhood and their faith. He didn't join the order. Ethan looked at him and asked about the order. Then he took out an emblem and asked if it was possible that the order was related to it. Melesis looked at him and replied that it was related. It was a symbol of the Arcana's magical association. Aaliyah opened her mouth and noted that she had never heard of such a thing before. The mage imagined a round table in his head and said that it was a secret organization of strong mages selected by the Hydern Empire, like a group representing all mages. Then he pretended to be important and noted that he had actually received an invitation. Aaliyah waved her hand and laughingly noted that the funniest joke she had ever heard from him was that the Order of Representatives of the nation's magicians had contacted him, so why hadn't they contacted her? Melesis raised his fist and shouted that she was a rude little brat, underestimating him every time she got the chance. He was better than a doppelganger living in a cave. Aaliyah doubled over in anger and shouted that she told him not to call her that. Ethan put his hand to his chin and thought about how mages became stronger thanks to the techniques of dragons, a secret order of the elite. 2 mages jumped up and almost started fighting. The protagonist opened his mouth and noted that it meant that mages held high positions in the palace. Melesis smiled and replied that it was exactly that. They were either important members of the Brotherhood or related to them like him. The protagonist imagined a dragon and an emblem and thought that the mages were already lost. The palace blacksmith was probably related to the 7th kingdom, related to the Dragon Clan, in which case the entire palace would be sold to the dragons. Ethan imagined that the emperor was a dragon and noted that or this had already happened. Aaliyah looked at the bookshelf and noticed that one of the magic circles she destroyed was beyond the capabilities of this old man. The protagonist looked at her and said what this meant, and Aaliyah continued that someone else knew that they were here. The girl imagined Melesis in the hands of the mage and noted that the fate of this old man was either to die by his hand or to be killed by the representatives of the order. Aaliyah smiled and asked why not take him with her, he would be useful as an assistant. Ethan smiled and noted that there was no reason to refuse. He was not a member of the order and did not work with the Dragon Clan. The girl quickly ran and said that this was great, she would keep him on a leash like a dog and use him until his death. Melesis opened his mouth and noted that it seemed that he had no choice. If he became their subordinate, he would be protected and, apparently, his work would not be too different from before. Aaliyah turned and looked at the backpack. Ethan extended his hand and asked if she took the communication crystal, and the girl replied that Lawrence said he should contact him. The protagonist looked into the ball and heard that Count Shimon had sent him an urgent message. Lawrence looked at the protagonist and added that it was as he expected, and Ethan replied to take Mengarten and the knights and invade the Viscounty of Iton. The protagonist slammed the table and noted that he was leaving immediately. Ethan headed for the exit and noted that they would go together. It was time to move. The Pleston district of the Viscounty of Iton was on fire. The residents were rebelling against the guards. The knight's blade caught fire. Mengarten glowed blue and shouted for everyone to hold their positions. He was strong. Nerian answered the sword and heard that they could not fail just because he was alone. The knight gritted his teeth and thought that the envoys of the Viscounty were right here, to think that they were stopped by one person. Nerian suddenly jumped on the knights, after which the knights jumped with shouts to attack, and Mengarten opened his mouth and shouted to stand and hold their positions. Nerian quickly beat the knights who jumped. The knight opened his mouth and swung. Nerian calmly looked straight ahead and noted that the order of the Duke's knights was a complete rabble. Then he swung and said goodbye to the knight. A moment later, a red beam appeared behind the knight. Nerian turned sharply and looked at him. Then he flew back from the blow. Ethan looked at him and noted that he did not think that there would be such a strong knight in the Viscounty. Impressive, he noticed his attack in time. The protagonist looked at the hunched over soldiers and asked that he left the enemies alive because he was confident in his skills. Nerian turned and replied that he was not so arrogant, he simply believed that he could surpass them without killing them. The protagonist turned around and said that he apologized for being late. He would take care of him, leaving the Viscount to Mengarten. Nerian held out his sword and apologized for pointing his sword at Duke Arden. The protagonist opened his eyes. Then he blocked the knight's blow. Nerian flew away from the protagonist and thought that he hid his strength faster than when he fought Mengarten. He was about 6 stars. The protagonist slashed with his sword and the knight added that he was closer to 7 stars. Moreover, the weight of his sword was different from those that doubled with mana. Nerian swung sharply and screamed. The protagonist blocked the blow. Then he gritted his teeth and thought that he knew the basics of swordplay, but his blade was filled with doubt and anxiety. Nerian gritted his teeth and thought that it was strange. At best the Duke's mana was at 4 stars, but he could not find an opening. Ethan and Nerian crossed their swords, after which they drove away from each other. The protagonist smiled and said that he wanted to ask something. Nerian opened his mouth and asked what it was. The protagonist remembered the captain with the dragon and noted that all the knights of the side branches used techniques similar to the techniques of the Dragon Clan and Arden's secret techniques. Why didn't he use them, being the captain of the knights? Nerian squeezed his gaze and remained silent, after which he put his hand to his chest and answered that the foundations of a knight are the correct thinking and body. He did not stoop to destroying his body for the sake of strength. Ethan grinned slightly, after which he lit up and noted that this was a good answer. Nerian opened his mouth in surprise, after which the protagonist charged the sword with fire and noted that he would fight him using real strength, as a real knight would do. Ethan opened his mouth. Nerian opened his mouth slightly and froze, after which a powerful explosion was heard. Nerian knelt down. A crater formed around him. The protagonist began to walk towards him, after which he looked at him and said that he should already know what it meant for him and his knights to break in here with the civilians. He still had time to correct his actions. Nerian opened his mouth when he heard that if he was a true knight, he needed to remember what he was fighting for. The knight looked closely at the protagonist, after which he raised his sword. Then he opened his mouth and asked if there was still a chance for someone like him who had rejected the truth. Ethan took the sword away and noted that it depended on his actions from now on. He would personally cut the chains holding him. Nerian, kneeling, looked at the protagonist and noted that he would wait. The flag of Arden fluttered in the sun. Shimon laughed and then noted that the side branches that had fallen so far were Kargas, Deccan, Lomenton, and Iton. The Viscount opened his mouth looking at the ball. The protagonist's army stood in the city and the plot added that 4 territories and 120 nights, 136 days had passed since he came out of a coma. Ethan gathered forces to confront the side branches. Ethan stood on the podium in front of the people and the plot said that the news of the decree by which everyone in the duchy must live had spread throughout the Hadern Empire. Wellington walked down the corridor. Then he knocked on the door. Then he entered, put his hand on his chest and noted that he had a report. The Emperor put his hands on the table and asked if he had finished the investigation concerning Duke Arden. The Emperor's hand trembled after the phrase that difficulties arose because of his visit to the royal blacksmith. The Emperor smiled and asked how the investigation of their relationship was going. Wellington opened his mouth and replied that they had received proof that he had secretly supplied weapons, but because of secrecy, they could not obtain more information. The Emperor raised his hand to his beard and thought that he had opposed the policy of the Dragon Clan as soon as he had the chance as a representative of one of the 7 kingdoms, but he was the leader of the aristocracy. This was not a person he could easily do something to even from the position of the Emperor. Wellington bowed and noted that they had demoted Williams, but they had not been able to remove him from the imperial court. He had failed. The Emperor extended his hand and noted that it could not be otherwise, given that the Count and the aristocrats were against it. He had tried well. Let him raise his head. The ruler looked at him carefully and added that it was normal that the investigation was progressing slowly. He just needed to make sure that the identities of the spies were not revealed. Then he looked out the window and added that the spy organization cooperating with him, the Red Moon, was the last thing they had left against the Dragon Clan. A bright light shone through the glass and he could hear thinking. Everything went smoothly. Lawrence walked next to the Duke and said that the blacksmith of the Imperial Palace William was fired and Poference was hired. The guy looked at the decree and added that although it was only for a year, the protagonist confidently walked straight and said that this was a temporary position. Well, he guessed it would become permanent if something went wrong. It seemed like the Emperor was sincere about the policy of the Dragon Clan. What was the reaction to the battles within the duchy? Lawrence opened his mouth and replied that it seemed like he would just wait and see for now. The protagonist smiled and said that then, he guessed he doubted it. Everything was fine as long as he did not interfere. Ethan entered the room and added that the balance in the imperial court was like a slowly approaching evening. Soon there would be an opportunity to verify the strength of each side. The protagonist entered the training field. Then he smiled and asked how the training was going. Nerian put his hand to his chest and greeted the protagonist. The protagonist smiled, remembered how the knight fought and thought that it was a great advantage that a knight close to the level of 7 stars joined the knightly order. He could leave the management and discipline of the knights to him. Ethan put his hand on the knight's shoulder and said that they had only recently joined and were already working so hard. He was very reliable. Then he looked at the warriors and thought that it was immediately obvious that thanks to Nerian, the knights had improved their skills. Then he turned to the knight and asked him to gather everyone, and he asked why so suddenly. Ethan smiled and replied that the new knightly order needed a new fighting technique. The weather was clear outside. The protagonist stood in front of the knights, after which he opened his mouth and said that right now there are more than 100 knights gathered from 4 families. Therefore, everyone's swordsmanship and command systems are different. Ethan took a step forward and added that from now on, everything will be like in the Order of the Knights of Arden. After which he took out his sword and noted that they will use the techniques that he will now introduce to them. Let the representative knights take position. The protagonist looked at them and noted that they can begin. All the warriors suddenly attacked the protagonist, and he noted that this is all without using mana. Nerian and the others hit the protagonist, but he parried the blows. After which he powerfully swung his hand, pushing everyone. The warriors jumped from above. Ethan strained his gaze, after which he parried the blow from above. The warrior flew away from the protagonist, after which the warrior hunched over. The next one gritted his teeth and headed for the protagonist. Ethan covered himself from his blow. The warrior clenched his teeth and thought that he would suppress him by force. The protagonist looked at him carefully, then grabbed his hand, then dropped him to the ground. The warrior opened his mouth and grunted. Ethan turned sharply, then repelled the attacks of 2 more warriors. Then he struck with a sharp lunge. Ethan struck a quick series of blows. As a result, he hit first one, then the other enemy. The warriors fell to the ground. Mengarten and Ethan crossed swords. The knight swung his sword and thought that the duke's strength was so great not due to fire mana. What kind of sword technique was this? Ethan abruptly walked around the knight from the side. Mengarten opened his mouth. Then the protagonist knocked him down with a sweep. The warrior fell to the ground with a crash. Nerian held his sword in front of him. Then he froze in place. Then he quickly ran at the protagonist and thought, what's strange, he thought he would teach them the art of his family's sword in order to restore Arden's honor. Ethan abruptly blocked the blow, and Nerian wondered what kind of swordsmanship style this was. Then the knight powerfully hit the protagonist. Ethan looked at his hand. Nerian opened his mouth and swung. Then he froze. He saw a dragon behind the protagonist. Ethan stepped on the ground. Then he powerfully hit the enemy. Nerian covered himself with his sword from the blow. Then the protagonist swung his hand at the enemy. He grabbed him abruptly. Nerian pushed the protagonist away with a sharp blow. Then he saw the protagonist's leg flying towards him. Nerian quickly jumped back. Ethan ducked. Then he quickly ran at the enemy. The knight opened his mouth and thought, what is this technique with such a low stance? Ethan quickly headed towards the knight. Then he grinned slightly. The protagonist powerfully hit the enemy's sword. The tip of the sword broke. Ethan put the sword to Nerian's throat, after which the knight opened his mouth and noted that he lost. The warriors looked at the protagonist and thought, he defeated 6 with 1 sword, how did he do it? Ethan looked at the warriors gathered around. Nerian looked at the protagonist. Ethan smiled and spoke to listen, most of those present here out of love for Arden. The protagonist looked straight ahead and added that they had no choice but to swear allegiance to the Senate because of the tyranny of the side branches. Ethan looked straight ahead, remembered how people fought dragons and added that how they came to love the Ardens, perhaps because they know how skilled they are. They are considered the best on the western continent. But the blade is honest with everyone. Do they know how the Arden family achieved this level? The crowd opened their mouths and froze. The whole crowd looked at the protagonist in surprise when they heard that they were not tied to their aristocratic status. They studied the techniques of the barbarians and improved them. Nerian opened his mouth and thought about the barbarians, then said that those who unleashed a war against the Hydern Empire 100 years ago. Ethan opened his mouth and noted that there are no evil or good techniques. Then he remembered the warrior, clenched his fist and noted that everything depends on the person using them. The sword skill he showed him is a combination of his family's techniques and the Dragon Clan, a new sword technique he invented. He called it the Dragon Slaying Sword Technique. Mengarten opened his mouth. Nerian opened his mouth and thought that Arden's blade, slaying dragons. Then he looked at the protagonist and said that then the reason why he indicated to accept the Dragon Clan's techniques was. Ethan turned around and noted that they would be learning the Duke's family's new sword technique and would become the continent's greatest knightly order. The protagonist then clenched his fist and asked who wanted to be with the Ardens. Nerian knelt down and shouted that he swore allegiance to Duke Arden's family. Everyone around him knelt down and swore allegiance to the Duke. Ethan looked at everyone and heard them all swear allegiance to him. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him. He then looked over the wall and said that it looked like it would be a stronger army than they expected. Lawrence turned around and asked that he intended to restore the Black Flame Legion. The protagonist clenched his fist and replied that no, the current one had changed too much. The knights appeared under the flag and the plot revealed that the Black Flame Legion, the official knightly order of the Arden family, were the pride of the family as they were the most elite knights on the entire continent. After which the warriors in cloaks appeared and the plot added that they exterminated the Dragon Clan. An Arden squad with the do-or-die principle was formed thanks to them. The flag began to collapse and the plot noted that due to the management of the side branches, in fact, they almost all disappeared. Ethan clenched his fist and said that the war against the dragons is still going on, it will soon enter a new phase. The protagonist leaned on the wall and added that from now on, this order will replace the Black Flame Legion and will become the most elite order on the continent that will exterminate dragons. A bright light was shining through the window. Shimon spread his arms and noted that the Viscountcy of Itten had also fallen. Then he smiled and thought that in fact the Duke and his allies, Lugon, still do not know the goal of the protagonist. The Count looked furiously and added that at this rate the Duke will take care of Lugon. The butler quickly ran forward. Then he flew into the room and shouted that there was an urgent message. Shimon opened his mouth and asked what was so urgent that he forgot his manners. The butler opened his mouth and noted that Ethan had said that he would attend the Senate meeting. Shimon flew up and asked again in horror. Then he hunched over furiously and thought that it was much sooner than he thought. Shimon clenched his fist and thought that this would lead to his rage spreading to him as well, not just to Lugon. The Count closed the door and noted that they would hold an emergency Senate meeting. Let him inform the others about it. The Count looked out the window and thought that there was no choice. He would have to speed things up a little. The warrior pointed his sword and caught fire. The Arden flag was brightly illuminated by the sun. Ethan opened his mouth and shouted that the time had come, time to reclaim the duchy and cleanse it of the parasites that were sucking the blood of the Arden family. The knight stood and listened attentively to the protagonist. The princess clenched her fist and heard that in the name of the Senate for 10 years. Ilya and the mage looked at the protagonist carefully. The protagonist raised his weapon and shouted that right now he declares that they are a squad of dragon slayers, will overthrow the Senate and create a new duchy. Then he looked at everyone and shouted, "Glory to Arden." Ethan held out his sword and noted that this is the true beginning. In the arena of the city of Senerant, shouts were heard that Archduke Arden was coming. The warrior opened his mouth and shouted for the crystal ball to be brought quickly. It was necessary to report to the Viscount right away. The city dweller opened his mouth and thought that seriously, Archduke Arden himself. The protagonist's horse slowly approached the city. The protagonist's retinue entered the city and the inhabitants thought that it was he who liberated the 4 fortresses. They were begging him to liberate them too. Ethan looked forward furiously. Coats of arms hung in the office. The man looked at the table and said that there were still many empty seats. But since the matter was urgent, they would begin the Senate meeting right away. A loud cry was heard from behind the door. The butler opened his mouth and shouted that they had a problem. Arden had just entered the city. Shimon opened his mouth. The Count clenched his teeth tightly. Ramon clenched his fist and shouted why they were only telling him now what the guards were doing behind the walls. They wanted to punish everyone for neglecting their duties. The butler opened his mouth in fear. Shimon covered his mouth and thought that it was strange. He had deliberately hurried to start this meeting because the Archduke had expressed a desire to attend it. How did he know that they were holding it now? The butler crouched down and said that he could not enter like this. Ethan walked past silently. The people in the room opened their mouths and looked at him in surprise. The protagonist opened his mouth slightly and remarked that he was glad to see them all. He would also take part in this meeting. The Count flew up and shouted that this was against the laws. Then he pointed his finger at the protagonist and added that didn't he know that only side families could take part in the meeting. Even if he was the Archduke, he still had no right to attend the Senate meeting. Ethan threw the papers on the table and noted that he had received letters of authorization from 4 elders who were not here now, all of which had been approved by His Majesty personally. Then he sat down and added that he could express all his objections to the king. The protagonist opened his mouth furiously and noted that he would be blunt, let him cut his taxes in half right now and prohibit the distribution of copies of the scriptures. Lugon opened his mouth and was indignant. The protagonist turned around and noted that if he did not obey, he would start a war against him. The Count trembled and asked why he dared to speak so rudely. Then Lugon opened his mouth and shouted that they would see if he had the right to treat him like that. The captain of the knights, Zarit, began to glow blue. After that, the entire room was in the coverage area. Everyone in the room pressed their heads and grunted. Shimon looked straight ahead and thought that this was the power of a 7-star knight, the reason why he was trying to use the Archduke to intimidate Lugon, all because of him. Then he slammed his fist on the table. Then he looked at the knight captain and added that he was the captain of the Red Lion Knights of the Emilton family, a 7-star knight. The protagonist's chest glowed red and he asked if he had the right. Then a red charge came from his chest. Everyone in the room flew up and covered themselves with their hands. Then Lugon covered himself with his hand. Then he clenched his teeth tightly. The Count opened his mouth and shouted what he was doing. Ethan opened his mouth and noted that he wanted to ask. He was using his coverage area here. He wanted to add treason to his crimes. Zarit clenched his teeth and thought about what it was. He overpowered his coverage area so easily, and less than a year had passed since he came out of his coma. Then he looked closely at the protagonist. Lugon clenched his teeth tightly after being asked what his answer was. Then he flew up and pointed his finger, shouting why he wasn't telling Count Shimon anything. Ethan grinned and noted that he didn't need to. He had already accepted all of his demands. After these words, Shimon smiled. Lugon clenched his teeth tightly and looked furiously at the Count. The protagonist's squad was standing near the building. Fons looked closely at the knights and asked who it was, if it wasn't their former knight captain Nerian. Then he raised his hand and added that he apologized for the late greeting. It was hard to notice him because of his dark clothes. Nerian looked at him and asked what was the matter, and he replied that nothing. The army of dragon slayers. What an ironic name for a group that copied the techniques of the dragon tribe. Nerian looked at him furiously, after which he closed his eyes and noted that he was laughing at them when he himself was crawling at their feet just to adopt these very techniques. Fons gritted his teeth and asked what he just said, dare to insult the Order of the Red Lion. Nerian folded his arms and pointed out that someone like him is the vice captain of the Order of the Red Lion. He guessed they were all demoted. After saying this, Fons gritted his teeth harder and pointed out that he was talking too much for a traitor. The Archduke must have lost his mind to hire someone like him as a knight captain. Nerian abruptly began to draw his sword. Then he put it in front of him and asked if he was finished. If he wanted to fight, then he should finish his chatter and draw his sword. Fons smiled and asked what he was doing. Nerian opened his mouth and replied not to include the fool. They can't use deadly techniques. He shouldn't cause trouble for the Archduke by killing someone like him. Fins put his hand out and pointed out that he thanked him for his concern, but there was no need to worry about his death. After which he lit up and added that however, let him be sure, he made him lie around for the next 10 years chained to a bed, like his master. Nerian extended his sword and noted that then he would make sure that he spent the rest of his life licking dragon boots. Fons swung his sword and told him to shut up. Nerian quickly blocked the enemy's attack. Fons clenched his teeth and thought that this was the sword skill of the dragon tribe. He was adamant about using their skill. Nerian quickly swung his sword, and Fons blocked the attack and thought that he was a hypocrite. Then he swung his sword and noted in his head that he already knew all their sword skills. A dragon appeared behind Nerian. Fons blocked the knight's blow with difficulty. Then he jumped back and thought what kind of attack was that now? It was different from the techniques he knows. Nerian extended his hand. Then he grabbed his opponent. Fons threw back his hand and told him to let go. Nerian swung his sword and shouted that he would pay for his insults. Fons gritted his teeth and asked him to stop. Nerian abruptly threw away his sword and clenched his fist. Then he powerfully hit his opponent in the face. The warrior looked down and thought that the coverage area had just been revealed. The Archduke's mana had reached rank 6, and there was no black flame energy. Shimon looked straight ahead. Then he smiled and thought that at his level of skill, he could not use the black flame. Then he turned to the protagonist. Shimon opened his mouth and thought that he might simply be unworthy. The protagonist abruptly turned his gaze to the Count and he thought that he had used a mana spell. The energy emanating from him seemed to be less than that of a 7-star. The knight behind the Duke emitted blue energy. Ethan turned around abruptly and thought that he didn't know exactly what they were thinking, but they probably decided that they had the upper hand. The protagonist folded his arms and added that they should enjoy this feeling while they could. Ethan turned around abruptly and told Lugon to answer whether he would obey his orders. Griff opened his mouth and said that he needed some time to discuss, to give him a week. Then the protagonist slammed the table and remarked that it was enough nonsense. They wanted him to wait another week when they had been fleecing the villagers like a linden tree for the past 10 years. Then Ethan lit up with rage and remarked that then maybe they should start a war here and now. Shimon opened his eyes and thought that he was so serious. He knew he was quite arrogant, but he had no idea that he would be in such a hurry. Lugon gritted his teeth and thought that this damn guy just did whatever he wanted. Even if they won the war, he couldn't kill the Duke. The Count opened his eyes and added that if he obeyed his orders, the collapse of the faction awaited him. Shimon stood up and everyone around looked at him. Then he clenched his teeth. Then, looking at the table, he noted that he would obey his orders. The guy stretched out his hand and noted that just like that, the income would be cut in half. Ethan stood up and noted that then let him do it from today. Here he finished, bowed. Then he turned and headed for the exit. Shimon raised his hand and said that since everything necessary had been said, he was closing this meeting, they would go too. Zaret raised his hands to the Count and called him. Lugon opened his mouth and shouted that this vile Archduke behaved so arrogantly only because of personal immunity. Then he ran out into the corridor and ordered them to return and prepare for an attack. The Count, as soon as he went outside, opened his eyes in surprise. Nerian took the sword away, looking at the defeated opponent. The knights turned around sharply when they heard what they were doing. Lugon stuck out his finger and shouted for him to get up right now, and Zaret opened his mouth and noted that he was asking him to wait, let him figure everything out. Then he went up to the knight and asked what had happened here. Had they been ambushed, they would immediately raise the entire knightly order. Fons, looking at the floor, replied that no, it was not so, he had simply lost to him in a duel. Zaret opened his mouth and shouted. Then he turned to Nerian and thought that the troops of dragon slayers, they were just a bunch of vagabonds gathered from all over the world. They defeated the vice-captain of the Knights of the Red Lion. Then he clenched his fist tightly. Zaret raised his hand and shouted for him to get up. They were all returning to the main castle. Ethan abruptly walked past the Count and noted that the Count's knightly order was just some kind of joke. Then he walked past and added that they were also called Red Lions. What a pity. Lugon clenched his teeth furiously. The door to the carriage opened. Lawrence turned and remarked that the meeting must have gone well, and Ethan replied that everything had gone smoothly. A moment later, the carriage moved off, and the protagonist added that now it remained to be seen how Lugon would react. The protagonist crossed his legs and ordered that the number of spies on the territory be increased. They would set a trap. Lugon slammed the table. Then he looked into the ball and shouted that Keston was not responding. How dare he betray him? Then he looked at the butler and added how the people had reacted. He believed that they were complaining less now that the taxes had been cut in half. The butler raised his head and replied that it seemed that some sinister rumor was spreading there. People were saying that the taxes had been cut because he had lost to the Archduke. The Count raised the bottle sharply, after which he threw it and shouted to bring here immediately those who spread these rumors. He was just listening to them, and then, as if nothing had happened, he dragged himself simply to report to him about it. If he did not bring them to him, he would hang him. The butler ran out in fear and shouted that he obeyed. He would do it now. The Count cooled down and began to slowly descend, after which dark energy appeared and someone said that he seemed to have gotten into a difficult situation. Lugon turned and shouted who said it. The magician smiled and noted that he was connected with the magical association of the Arcana and was also the 8th spiritual leader of the Brotherhood. Lugon fell to the floor after these words, after which he opened his mouth and asked that he was from the Brotherhood of Neuraxis. The magician sat down and answered that it was so. It seemed to him that he got into a difficult situation because of the Archduke. They would help with this. Lugon opened his mouth and asked why the Brotherhood would help him. The mage smiled and replied that they didn't like the Archduke either after they got rid of him. Then he held out the banner and added that with this they would be able to avoid suspicion. Lugon looked at the emblem and shouted in his head that this was the emblem of the Kingdom of Rimdel. They constantly had conflicts with them because they bordered. The Count narrowed his eyes and added that it was true, along with that. Then he opened his mouth and said that if this was the case, he would send the captain of the knights, the vice-captain, and 10 elite knights. The mage smiled and remarked that this was amazing. Then he opened a portal and added that they would contact him later as soon as they were ready. Lugan looked at the portal carefully. Then he opened his mouth and laughed loudly. Then he clenched his fist and remarked that the assassin, the spiritual leader, and 10 of his elite knights would be finished with him. The protagonist looked at the chessboard and asked that he had found a spy from the Brotherhood. Lawrence opened his mouth and replied that that was exactly it. There were only 6 Lugan spies, one of them was connected to the Brotherhood. The protagonist looked at the figure and noted that it looked like he was working with them, and that their goal was an assassination attempt. Lawrence looked away and replied that it looked like all the spies were trying to find out what they were doing. The protagonist pushed the figure and ordered it to leak some information that he was going on a secret sortie to inspect the territory. Lawrence extended his hand and noted that he meant that he was going to go alone. He did not doubt his skills, but it could be dangerous because the Brotherhood was involved. The protagonist raised his hand and said that if he took the guards with him, these guys would not relax. It would be more effective if he lured them out himself. Lawrence stuck out his finger. Then he looked at the protagonist and asked what about her then. Aaliyah quickly ran to the protagonist. Then she ran into the room and shouted that she heard that he was in dire need of her irreplaceable help, so she came to help. Ethan looked away and noted that this time they were going to fight. He knew that she was a great mage, but he thought that she was no longer the inventive type. She was sure that she could do it. Aaliyah opened her mouth and replied that he would regret his doubts once he saw her in battle mode. The protagonist opened his mouth and asked about battle mode. The girl opened her mouth and noted that her battle mode was the highest point that a great mage can reach. Then she looked at the staff and told him to wait impatiently. The sun was shining brightly outside. The protagonist was riding a horse and said that they were very careful. Aaliyah raised her hand and noted that they had been circling each of the cities for a month now, but not even any presence was noticed. Then he turned and asked if he was sure that someone was supposed to ambush him, and Ethan replied that this was their only chance. That was why they were being so careful. A moment later, the girl felt something. Ethan turned around abruptly and heard the girl's quiet voice in his head that he should listen to her, but continue walking. There was a magic circle ahead of them, about 50 meters away. The girl's eyes lit up and she added that it seemed like they really put a lot of effort into it, but it was still nothing. Seriously, it was space prohibition magic. A purple ball appeared in front of them and Aaliyah noted that as soon as they entered the circle, they would get stuck. What was he planning to do? Ethan confidently walked forward and noted that they had been waiting for them all this time. What else would they do? They would enter, of course. The horse slowly began to walk into the circle. A moment later, purple walls began to appear around them, after which the ball began to glow brightly. The warriors began to enter it, after which they stood opposite the protagonist. The magician entered the sphere and noted that they had fallen into their trap. Ethan opened his eyes and asked who he was. The sorcerer bowed and noted that he was Eric, the 8th spiritual leader of the Brotherhood of Neuraxis. I am sure he has already guessed why they are here. The protagonist got off his horse and noted that he saw that they were real professionals in assassination attempts and he recognized him. Zaret looked closely at the protagonist, after which he took out his sword and noted that the 10 years while he was in a coma were the calmest. This is the end of his tyranny. Everyone around the protagonist lit up brightly. A huge cube stood in the middle of the forest and Zaret spoke in it that this impassable wall, the best magic circle of their brotherhood, let it not even try to escape. The protagonist grabbed the sword and said that he talks too much. Then he put it in front of himself and added that they need to get down to business. The mage wiped his lips with his tongue and thought that he was rather careless about all this. Unlike the others, by this point he had already killed countless people, but he thought it would be much more fun with him. Aaliyah folded her arms and paid attention to the words that unfortunately, for that child behind him, they did not spare even very young children. Eric spread his arms and noted that he should think that she was just unlucky. Aaliyah grabbed the staff and smilingly noted that they were fools. Her legs were covered in fire. Then she raised the staff and told them to taste the power of the great mage. Aaliyah put the staff in front of her and added that now they, the kids, will not go out without her permission. The whole cube lit up with a bright light. The warriors opened their eyes as the cube began to disappear. Eric opened his mouth and asked that she was that inventor. The girl smiled and noted that he would go with her, after which the magic lifted the sorcerer above the ground. The warriors looked in fear as the spiritual leader disappeared. Eric was left alone in the red world, after which he turned around and thought that this was just a spatial pocket, different from the coverage area. This was a world created by the magician himself, after which he opened his mouth and screamed. Then he released purple magic and noted that he would create his own coverage area here. The magician smiled, after which he turned around abruptly. Aaliyah smiled and noted that it was true. This whole month that they waited for them would have been in vain if he had not done at least this. Eric put out his hand and asked them to wait, saying that they had been looking for her everywhere across the continent. He was so glad to finally meet her. Then he began to walk towards her and added that perhaps she would want to join their brotherhood. They would adhere to all the conditions she had voiced. Aaliyah smiled and noted that their organization was pure evil. He thought she would work with them. Eric lowered his head and noted that it was a pity. Then he released the magic and shouted that then she would have to die. The girl opened her mouth and remarked that it was very funny, let him try. The main character stood around the knights and thought that 1 7-star and 9 6-stars. For the first time since his return he was facing so many strong opponents. Ethan held his sword tightly and looked at the warriors. Then he strained his gaze and noticed that he was not afraid. Ethan remembered how he swung his sword and added that if he were a coward, he would not have had the courage to swing his sword then. Then a dragon appeared in his head. Ethan held out his sword and told them to attack. Aaliyah fired a fire arrow. Eric ducked and dodged the arrows. The girl smiled and noted that he ran like a small rat. The sorcerer raised his head and thought that she really was a great magician, but how could she cope with such a thing? Then he opened his mouth and shouted for the dragons to give strength to their faithful servant. After which it glowed brightly. A purple dragon appeared above the magician. Aaliyah looked at it carefully. Then she opened her mouth and asked what else was that. Eric grew a paw. Claws came out of his hand. Horns came out of his head. Eric spread his arms and took the form of a dragon. Aaliyah lit up and released arrows. Then she grinned and thought that this was a unique skill. He increased his mana supply and used dragon language magic. Eric stretched out his hand and shouted that he would laugh at her, the great witch. She would die in her own magical space. Aaliyah summoned the seal and noted that he was funny. He just made this game a little more interesting. The dragon opened his mouth and Eric shouted for her to die. The seal near the girl increased and she used a lightning wave. The protagonist brightly lit up with a red light and Zerit thought that the Archduke's mana had suddenly increased. After which he gritted his teeth and added that he managed to mislead them. He didn't want to admit it, but he was definitely strong. The knight looked closely at the protagonist. After which he jumped on the protagonist and ordered everyone to attack. Ethan opened his mouth and released fire. Then he was covered in fire after casting a spell. Ethan gritted his teeth and was covered in blinding flames, after which he exploded powerfully. The warriors were on fire and grunted. Zerit covered himself with his hand and ordered everyone to retreat. Fonz opened his mouth and thought that he didn't know that there was a skill that makes the body fiery. How can he kill him now? Zerit grabbed his sword and shouted for everyone to calm down. Even if he uses the secret art of the Ardens, he still can't be invulnerable. Ethan looked at him and heard to look at his chest wound. If they try, they can hurt him well, even if he uses the fire technique. Fonz gritted his teeth and thought that there was a wound on his neck that he had inflicted on him. Zerit glowed brightly and opened his mouth and shouted that they would not be able to reflect his best attack, but let them do as he said. Let them concentrate all their mana on their swords. Ethan touched the wound on his chest and thought that a great knight of the 7th level, no wonder he was so insightful, the second for his trick would not work on them. Then he remembered how he was covered in fire and added that the body of fire, the technique of the secret art of the Ardens. It makes the body fiery and reflects all blows. If you were in another dimension, their blows would be completely useless, but this technique has its drawbacks. The protagonist looked straight ahead and thought that he was wasting a huge amount of mana. Then he gritted his teeth and noted in his head that he should deal with them as soon as possible. Then he headed towards the warriors. Ethan swung his sword and used Fire Fist Dance. A moment later, he passed the warriors and appeared behind them. One of the warriors opened his mouth and everyone saw cuts on it. Ethan looked at himself and saw that he had 40% of his mana left. Zerit jumped up and shouted that it worked. Let them all attack together and not give him a break. Then the protagonist turned around and used Solar Prominence, move 4. Then he slashed with his sword and used a fractional Kai attack. The explosion threw the warriors back and they screamed. Zerit and Fonz deftly parried the blows. Then they cut the protagonist with 2 blows. Zerit turned around. Fonz turned and thought that they only scratched him. Then they saw how the protagonist jumped on the others. The protagonist's sword brightly glowed and he saw that he had 30% of his mana left. Then he extended his sword and called out a fiery explosion. The warrior covered himself with his sword and was covered in ashes. Fonz gritted his teeth and thought that he couldn't even get close enough to strike. Ethan kicked the ground hard. Then he swung his sword and used Solar Prominence, his second move. The protagonist opened his mouth and used the detonator sword. A moment later, dust rose in the cube. 2 hands flew off from the fire. Zerit opened his mouth and shouted that they shouldn't lose him in this smoke. Then he suddenly opened his eyes. Ethan grabbed the warrior by the neck with a sharp movement. The knight, watching his comrade being killed, opened his eyes and froze. Ethan turned to him and noticed that there were only 3 of them now. The glass broke a little. Aaliyah walked through the glass dragging the guy with her. She had red eyes. She looked at what was happening. On the battlefield, she smiled and asked the protagonist why he hadn't dealt with them yet. She threw the guy and said that he was just a weakling. The spiritual leader was defeated. The guy with dark green hair did not believe that this could happen. He ran at Aaliyah, wishing her death. She snapped her finger and started her magic. A fireball appeared in the air. Erich and the guy with short hair were shocked. Aaliyah asked how much longer the protagonist would make the lady wait. Ethan replied that she should not rush him, because he would finish soon. Erich bared his teeth because she even defeated the spiritual leader. He thought that it would be difficult to deal with too. He got into a fighting stance in front of the girl. She waved her hand and said that she would not interfere in the fight. The guy did not like this. He began to get angry, thinking that she underestimated them. He called out to Fonz. He listened to him attentively. Erich said that he would take on Ethan, and he should look for gaps in the defense and immediately hit. And if this is his end, then he will be the leader of the Red Lion Order. Fonz started yelling to stop him. Erich started approaching Ethan. He was very serious. He used the secret technique of the Red Lion Order. Ethan used the lion attack. The guy with blue eyes thought that he noticed. There was blood on his clothes and face. Ethan was the first to attack. Ethan defended himself. The protagonist with a serious face said that very interesting conversations in the face of the enemy. He said that he would not miss the opportunity that his subordinates gave him. He moved his leg a little and said that if he spent all his mana to wear him out, then the guy with red long hair began to conjure. A blue glowing ball appeared in front of his hands. The protagonist had no mana left. Erich was glad because he succeeded. There was dust around. Blood poured out of Ethan. The guy with long red hair held a sword near the protagonist's neck. He grabbed his wrist. Erich started yelling at Fonz to start his attack. A guy with short red hair rose up holding a sword. He started the attack. It was almost enough to kill Ethan, but he used the 9 rings fold, and also the wyvern breath technique. Erich was shocked because Ethan absorbed his energy. He also used solar flare and fire blast wave. The two guys flew away from this. The protagonist's eyes turned red. Ilya was shocked. There was chaos all around. The spiritual leader woke up sitting with his head bowed. He had just woken up. In front of him was a table with Ethan and Ilya. He looked a little further. There were people killed there. He wondered if these two had really killed everyone. The protagonist grabbed him by the neck. He had many questions for him. First of all, where to find the great spiritual leader. The spiritual leader laughed and said that he was probably in a good mood, but it wouldn't work. A purple ball appeared in front of his head. The girl with red eyes was shocked. She screamed that he had used a phase shift. She started using her magic, but it was probably too late. He said that it was all in vain. Ethan, gritting his teeth, thought that he had been saving this technique in case he was captured. He used his power to stop the phase shift. The spiritual leader screamed in pain. His head was covered with different lines. The main character had this guy's power in his hands. The girl asked what he had done. He said that the phase shift was an advanced technique owned by the Wyvern tribe. It has vulnerabilities and big ones. She asked if he was talking about the effect on the brain. Ethan, with his hand on his head, replied that the phase shift gives incredible healing and regeneration abilities even if a person's head falls off, but it does not return memory, so he concentrated the flame on his head and took his memory. It turns out that he is now a simple and harmless fool, whose mouth was drooling. The great spiritual leader read a document about this situation and asked for an explanation. A young guy with white hair said that they are still figuring it out and will try to give an answer as soon as possible. The man read this document with a very serious look. In their hands they held a document in which a list of the leaders of the sect of the Western Lands was written. The priest of the dark arts was in charge of the mines. Killed by Ethan, the mines are closed. The high priest was in charge of the publishing house. Killed by Ethan, the publishing house is closed. The book of magic of the Wyvern tribe is banned in the lands of the Ardents. He read all this and said that in the region for which the 8th spiritual leader was responsible, a battle had recently occurred. Was it Ethan's fault? The guy replied that the conflict was not connected with him, but according to the report, during the attack, the protagonist was on reconnaissance with a woman and there was no one else with them, while the 8th leader had a squad of the Count's elite assassins with him. Erich also owned the technique of possessing a dragon. The great spiritual leader said that perhaps this was the work of the king. The guy assumed that perhaps yes, the Order of the Shadow Knights was under suspicion. He thought that the government would also blame the king. The man asked if these were his knights. He asked to send a squad against the Order of the Shadow Knights and the Ardents. The one who did this to his students. He must pay dearly for this. It was night. Many people were already asleep. Marcus was sitting at the table and reading a piece of paper. Suddenly someone knocked. Hands were holding the door handle. It was a guy with light pink hair. He was allowed to enter. He asked Marcus if he was the second spirit in charge of the mission. He confirmed that he was and asked him to sit down. Mengarten thought that this was the person appointed by the advisor to the position of captain of intelligence. He had heard that Marcus was in the organization. The guy with the beard said that everything was ready to begin the operation, but asked to make sure that there were no unnecessary losses among the personnel. He said that there was no need to worry. Putting his hand on his heart, he said that the mission would be completed with honor, swearing on his honor as a soldier. People in the street were whispering that the Count had organized an attempt on Ethan. They were wondering if he was okay. After all, he was attacked by the captain of the knights and the deputy, when suddenly they were called out. Those who called out to them began to shout that how dare they spread slander. People began to be indignant, because they all knew how the Count did this only on Ethan's orders, and that people should not be taken for fools. When suddenly he was kicked in the stomach. He was arrested for treason. The guy with brown hair said that he should be thrown into prison. Someone called out to him from behind. It was Marcus with his men, saying that he was a warrior liberator. The guy and the girl were held by their hands, and the guy with brown hair said that he knew, because Marcus was the leader of the reactionary traitors. The guy with a beard shouted for the townspeople to be released, because they were not criminals. The guy with brown hair gave the order to his servants to take him. Suddenly, a man with a sword jumped out in front of them. They began to ask him who he was. He said that they did not need to know, because nothing would change from this. The young guy wondered who this man was. He did not know that among this revolutionary scum there were knights, and besides, this man was a knight of high rank. He ordered everyone to form a line for the attack. The guy with pink hair used the strike of the joint hunt of the red lions. His face was absolutely calm. Then he said and used the art of the dragon slayer sword, the first technique, and also a smashing blow. The guy with brown hair did not understand what was going on at all, because he had never seen such a thing, especially such a technique in the art of the wyvern tribe. Then the guy with pink hair used the art of the dragon slayer sword, the second technique, and also a destructive blow of the dragon. When suddenly the guy with brown hair struck this blow right in the chest. But this did not stop him. He tried to perform his blow, but Mengarten leaned down, causing the blow to miss him. He began using the dragon slayer sword art, the third move, and immediately a devastating single flash. The guy has a sword fell out from his hands. A guy with pink hair put him face down on the ground. He said that although they were both 6th level knights, he was stronger. He also thought that he had become stronger than when he served the Baron family. Marcus shouted that the Order of the Red Lion Knights was not the enemy, but the real enemy was the Count and his exploitation of the masses. The townspeople began to rejoice that they had defeated him. Lugon began to shout why they had not arrested the ragged warrior yet. They answered him that he was not an ordinary Smedian, because he had support. Lugon asked what kind of support. As the servant said that he had knighthood behind him, the guards from the Order of the Red Lion were defeated and disgraced. Lugon asked angrily that Arden's knights were already here. He also asked if Erich and Fawns had answered them. The servant said no, a week had already passed. He hit the table, and continued, considering that their army was larger than the others, there must be an advantage. He also ordered to appoint a temporary captain of the order. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. It was the guy who said that Arden captured the fortress of Toledo. He continued that he himself was leading the knights into battle. Lugon began to bare his teeth. He asked the butler to convey the order that all forces should gather in the palace. We will stand to the death. People were standing. The guy with brown hair did not understand what was happening. After all, almost the entire city had gathered. Nerian said that the guards were surrendering. Everyone was in shock, because the true ruler of these lands was also a traitor. People raised their hands up and rejoiced. The guards said that they were not as weak as others. They had a squad of 4th rank mages ready. And what a craftsman Ethan was. He would not survive the assault on their castle. The guards took up their bows, and they began to shoot. The citizens were shocked, because they were shooting at them. Ethan approached Nerian. He took the sword in his hands. Having read the spell of Mana Shrapnel, he told Nerian to go ahead. He ran. Ethan's strike was approaching through the arrows. The guards were shocked. After all, the main character's people were standing above. The guy with white hair began his strike. They were told that they needed to follow the master's order. The most important guard firmly said that they needed to hold out until the Count sent reinforcements. Nerian fought while Ethan said that as soon as we break through the gate, we need to gather the best people and find the Count and take him hostage. The guy with white hair agreed. There was a corridor. The stranger was being carried on carts. People were saying that they needed to go faster. One boy's cup fell. Lugon insulted him because they could leave him here alone. The servant asked if it was necessary to fight to the death, because if the rebels break through the defense, there would be tens of thousands of them. After all, Ethan himself is fighting, and it is better to surrender. Lugon began to insult him, because he forgot what happens to those whose cities the main character captures. Let the soldiers fight to the death and detain him, and in the meantime he will hide, and the servant will go with him, and it would be best to take a few more servants and treasures. Lugon asked if they were being pursued. He said that there was none. In the distance, the townspeople were screaming. Lugon's family was in shock. He thought that the castle had fallen, and he did not expect that the soldiers would last so long. The servant said that they had better hurry, because they were almost at the exit, when suddenly people were standing in front of them. They asked if Count Lugon was there. One of the guards began to attack them, and the servant asked him to stop. Something purple glowed on one of the people. He used magic against the guard. His face was crazy. He killed him. Nothing was left of his head. Lugon's family was in shock. They were covered in blood. The guy himself did not understand what it all meant. The people in the cardigan decided that only the count should be left alive. One of them had long eyes, he was crazy, and suddenly they started killing them. After all this, a guy with pink hair came up. Lawrence and Aaliyah were with him. The guy said that it was a pitiful sight, because the count ordered the soldiers to fight to the death and he himself ran through the tunnel. Lawrence began to examine the murder, saying that no one touched his treasure. He assumed that the people simply wanted to kill the count. The guy with pink hair also examined the dead people. He said that judging by the traces of mana, the count was guarded by knights of the 6th count, and anyone who was able to kill 3 such knights at once was very strong. Lawrence asked what he thought, that it was one person who did it. He agreed, because they were all killed in the same way. The murder was definitely not committed with a cold weapon, otherwise there would have been characteristic wounds. It looks like magic mixed with wyverns. Aaliyah said that there were 2 of them. After all, the only one who did not die was the count. They wanted to get some information from him. The guy with white hair was wondering who could have done it. It turns out that they were people from the Brotherhood, at least that's what Ethan thought. The guy with white hair agreed, because he also thinks that they were trying to squeeze information out of the count about the culprit of the death of the 8th leader. Aaliyah also agreed. Ethan said that judging by the level of their skill in magic, the attackers were clearly spiritual leaders themselves. It seems that this was their response to what the main character did. The Brotherhood sends assassins to the palace. Lawrence said that they probably think that the main character is being set against the king. Ethan waved his hand, because that's good, let them follow the wrong trail. He also returned the 9th ring to himself. Lawrence asked if they should take advantage of the situation and pit the Brotherhood against the kingdom. He wanted to arrange it so that the king would have no choice but to act against the Brotherhood. He asked to contact the Marquis and the Sir. It was sunny. Holmut was talking in the Shar near Ethan that the Brotherhood had killed the count. Ethan claimed that their confidence was not out of nowhere, that the 7 noble houses were behind them. He intended to create conditions for the king under which he could intervene in the situation. He asked Holmut to find out about the former royal forge. The man with the mustache thought about it, while Shimon said that it meant that you wanted to expel the Brotherhood's agents from the king's entourage. The protagonist agreed, because if he found evidence of contacts between members of the 7 noble families and the Wyvern tribe, then they would be able to shackle their influence on the king. Holmut thought about it. The Wyvern tribes had been enslaved by foreign countries, but if His Excellency were to do this, then it would be worth trying to fight them. He told Ethan not to worry, he would get irrefutable evidence. The guy started to attack. He tried to strike the guy with red hair. He had a shield, which did not allow damage to be done. The guy with dark pink hair fell. He stopped. The guy with red hair said that now the blow will be stronger. He pounced on the poor boy. He tried to defend himself with a shield. Someone asked if he was sure. The servant said yes, because 5 lands had already been recaptured. And that's not all. Myers lowered his head a little. The servant asked if he was sick. He said that everything was fine. We are again transferred to the fight. Myers had just learned the art of Black Flame, and his brother, meanwhile, was already capturing the capital of the Count, defeating his Knight Corps. The guy with the bangs on the side asked if he was distracted during the duel. He made a blow of a pure diamond. Myers stopped. He thought that he was a complete non-entity compared to his brother. He was very angry. His sword began to glow red. The guy with orange hair was shocked. The protagonist's brother struck. Their blades touched. He placed his shield on the ground. Myers struck a decisive victory blow. He thought that he should not lag behind his brother. His eyes were burning with anger. The guy with red hair asked him to stop. The light of the flame from the blow was visible even outside the arena. The guy was shocked by his brother Ethan's blow. Count Shimon applauded. He said that Myers was mastering the art of the Black Flame even better. He said that it was a shame, because there was still so much to learn. Shimon laughed and told him not to be modest. The servant presented him with an elixir. Shimon asked how Ethan was doing. He answered that he had overthrown Count Lugon. Shimon said that the soldiers were saying that the main character had not shown the Black Flame during the entire battle, even when he was killing the Count. The Myers were shocked. The man was thinking about starting preparations for the Black Flame ceremony, where the Ardens would choose their patriarch. He asked if Ethan would allow them to do this if he himself could not yet summon a fine. Shimon said with an angry face that he would settle it. Ethan asked if he wanted to go against the will of the late king. Shimon asked what he was talking about. The main character said that he was not even 20 yet. The man asked if he was talking about the ban on performing the rite of opening fire until the candidates came of age. He knew about this, but you will soon be 20 years old. The Senate has no need to change its plans because of such trifles. After all, nothing will happen before your birthday, Shimon asked. Since you do not object, then we will wait for you in a month in Rendinium. If you do not come to the ceremony, they will consider that Ethan has renounced his claims to the Patriarchate, the man said. Everyone was sitting next to Ethan. The girl with blue eyes asked what they should do, because the ceremony requires calling up the Black Flame. Phyrexian said that he was worried about him, because they had not seen his Black Flame yet. Ethan asked Lawrence if he saw any prospects. He thought about it. Ethan thought that he had trained a lot, preparing to undergo the ceremony of opening fire. He asked everyone to be encouraged, because soon they would put an end to the reign of unworthy heirs. The girl said the city. He said that they needed to return to their home. Ethan was packing his things. Lawrence was discussing what to take. A bracelet lit up on his hand. Ethan and Lawrence were sitting on the couch. The protagonist asked if everything was okay with him. He heard that the guy had trouble sleeping, which is why he got drunk on at least 2 bottles of rum. They also say that he does not eat at all. The protagonist understood that he was trying for the common cause, but did he want to die young because of this? Lawrence sadly said that he did not want to. Ethan said that he still needed to take care of himself because he could delegate some tasks to his subordinates because he needed him for a long time. Ethan gave him a box. It was a gift made by the protagonist's sister. It was a magic amulet that would give him strength. He also asked that he not take it off. At such times, you need to get enough sleep and be able to delegate your affairs whenever possible. Lawrence looked at him with his mouth open because it was an order. He smiled because the bracelet was very beautiful. The servant said that everything needed to be dragged before sunset. He was horrified because Lawrence was smiling. Apparently, tonight heartbreaking screams in dungeons would be heard. Ethan stood there, all glowing with a red flame. He exhaled, red flame came out of his mouth. He asked himself what pure flame was, his chest glowing. Rorosha said that the black flame was made of pain, alien to the natural characteristics of fire. In other words, unstable flames have limitations. Ethan thought, no bitter feelings, only pure breath of fire. He snapped his fingers, there was fire near them. When suddenly someone appeared behind him. It was his sister. She wanted to tell him that all preparations were complete. He smiled, she was shorter than him. Ethan said that he was ready. She smiled and said that they were returning home. On the day of the opening ceremony of fire, people were riding in a cart. They were entering Rondinium. There were citizens who were talking about the Lord. They were crying because finally he returned. The cart stopped. Ilya thought that it was even worse than she imagined, and this is the capital city. Lawrence thought how half-breeds dared to spoil the city of the young master. Ethan's sister put her hand on Lawrence. He didn't understand what was happening. He asked what it was. She was looking out the window and thinking that Ethan would teach them a lesson for how their city was suffering. Ethan was sitting on his horse. Suddenly she stopped. Shimon came out to meet him. The protagonist asked if everything was ready for the ceremony. The man confirmed that the ceremony would be held in the arena. Ethan said that if so, it would be better to hold it now. Shimon wondered where he got such courage from. He still didn't know how to summon the black flame. He stopped him and said that this was a grand event that hadn't happened for decades. They had prepared a reception for this occasion. Ethan said that it needed to be cancelled. He continued that he didn't want to spend a single extra minute with the traders who had trampled on his lands and turned them into a desert. Shimon angrily shouted what this meant. He thought about how he would sing at the ceremony. He had ensured himself well so that everything would go as they needed. The flame burned. Ethan walked, other people behind him. They were standing in the arena. Ilya smiled. She told the protagonist that there were magic seals in the center of the arena. It was best to be careful. He did not even expect honesty from them. He asked her not to worry and walked on. The townspeople shouted that this was a young master, and now was not the time for banquets. Others were wondering who would win. His brother Myers also entered the arena. They stood opposite each other. Ethan smiled a little. He realized that he had already grown up. Shimon said that it seemed like everyone had already gathered. Ethan asked where the other person was because there were 3 contenders for the place of the head of the Arden family. Shimon raised his hand and said that he tried to contact him, but he never answered. The protagonist thought that he probably wanted to sit out even when the rite of opening fire was taking place. Shimon asked if it was possible to begin already. He moved his leg a little. The man said that the 18th rite of opening the Ardens was beginning. The people watching screamed with joy. The brothers stood opposite each other. Both smiled at each other. The people were watching this. Myers decided to show his brother how much stronger he had become. He raised his sword high, trying to attack. Shimon raised 2 fingers up, showing this so that the magic seals would activate. There was a magical aura near his brother. Myers was shocked because the sword itself rose higher. His legs moved back a little by themselves. There was a black and red aura near him. Shimon smiled maliciously. Myers did not understand what was happening at all. The sword was getting higher and higher. He understood what was happening because they were trying to pump mana into the field. He thought about turning into something, but his thoughts were interrupted by Ethan, who told him not to be afraid. He told him to do what he could. He looked at him confidently. Myers smiled. There was a large red aura around the sword. The onlookers were pleased with the spectacle. They shouted with joy. The people from the stands understood that he was stronger than even the previous head of the family. Shimon thought that it was all over and he had won. Ethan walked calmly. He walked with a smile on his face. The man thought, where did he get such confidence? He couldn't see the black flame. The main character read the spells of eternal pain, endless circling of fire, be patient, the black flame is born through pain, you will always feel the flame. He raised the sword up, there was a black flame next to it. It was just as strong. The townspeople shouted that the eldest heir was also strong. The people from the stands did not understand, because the eldest should have been disqualified. Shimon was angry because he had not finished yet. The magic seal helps the youngest heir to demonstrate much more black flame. Ethan was serious. He shouted for everyone to listen to him because until now the symbol of the Arden house was black flame, but black flame is an unstable type of magic, and now he will demonstrate the future. People did not understand what he was talking about. He continued to speak so that they could see their future. Suddenly his eyes turned white. He used the secret of pure flame. He took the sword tighter in his hands and began to demonstrate white flame. It was just as strong, but already white and red. The guys were shocked. Shimon did not understand where he got the white flame from. The tribune was perplexed because it was the legendary magic of the father of the founder of the family. The sister was happy like all the other people. Ethan said that the black flame was the symbol of the Arden house, but it fettered the potential and did not allow it to grow. He learned the principles of the martial art of the founding father of the family and realized that the future belongs to the white flame. Myers fell. He admitted his defeat and swears to serve him faithfully and truly. The townspeople rejoiced that the eldest heir won. Ethan smiled because the result was obvious. Shimon was completely angry. He tried to say that the result of the ritual of the head of the Arden family, when suddenly someone said to stop. The brothers did not understand who it could be. It turns out that it was Taran. He said how dare they choose the head of the family without him. Ethan wondered who it was. He had a dark aura. His sister was scared. She tried to run to Taran, but she was held back. He said that only he was the best contender for the throne. Ethan remembered who it was. He stood and spoke, when suddenly, a few seconds later, he pounced on the main character, saying that he would be the head of the Ardens. Ethan said that it was a curse and prepared to fight. Taran struck the first blow. The protagonist tried to defend himself. He attacked Ethan again. The protagonist defended the blow and thought that he was definitely not himself. He also thought that the 7 great families, a curse on your heads, what did they even do to his brother? There was a pink aura in the middle of the arena. He stood, defending himself. Black flame imposes on the enemy, the curse destroys him with its unclean energy. And the white flame, Ethan said, a little later continued to speak. It must cleanse the darkness covering his mind, finishing his thought to the end. Taran's eyes darkened. The eye itself glowed brightly. The townspeople talked to each other because the youngest heir to the throne is skilled. He surpasses his father, although he is still so young, while another person said that the middle heir is better. They did not understand what was happening. Ethan and Taran fought among themselves. The sword only flew. The middle heir was defeated by the eldest. Mengarten and Nerian talked to each other. Nerian thought that the aura of the white flame was much smaller than the black flame, but it absorbed the dark energy of the black flame. It seemed to always have something to surprise us with. Ethan was still fighting. Taran was angry. He bared his teeth. The protagonist thought that it was almost the end, when suddenly someone behind said that they had to stop. Ethan made a strike and stopped. There was a large red aura in the middle of the arena. Ethan looked at him in bewilderment, who it was. The citizens were also looking. It turned out that it was the commander of the Knights of Count Ratian. In front of him was the sword of the protagonist. It was a transcendent warrior, Commander Marlek. Shinon was horrified. After all, the fate of the Arden family is in question, so at the moment the strongest family of swordmasters is the Ratian family. Marlek is the commander of the Ratian Knight Regiment. He has reached the 10th rank. Marlek asked if Ethan wanted to kill him. He said that as a knight, he should know that he cannot interfere in someone else's duel. He also thought that he stopped his white flames with just mana, not even with some defensive skill. The commander laughed, because they teach how a knight should lead. He also asked if the ritual of opening fire, where violations are taking place, should not be stopped. The rostrum began to shout. After all, the leader of the black demons appeared. Marlek said that the Ratsians and Agles received a letter about holding the ritual only 2 weeks ago. Taran was not given time to prepare. The protagonist thought that this was a bad excuse, and they also call him a transcendental warrior. If he were one, Ethan would not even be able to point a weapon at him. Apparently, his level is no more than the 9th. However, he really has a lot of mana, almost as much as he had when he became a transcendental warrior. If he has so much mana, then the knights of the 11th and 12th levels should have many times more, because they are real transcendental warriors. Ethan asked what next. Marlek said that the middle heir's condition was unstable, so they had to perform the ritual again. Ethan replied that they were the ones who had caused this condition. He also asked what they had done to his brother. Marlek tried to show that he was just teaching him. Marlek started to leave, saying that the ritual of opening fire was invalid. He continued that they would prepare a fair duel and then notify them. Ethan, however, wedged him. He very angrily told him to go into the abyss and pounced on him with a sword. but Marlek moved away and the blow did not hit him. Marlek took up the weapon. He began to fight with him. Ethan was completely serious. Marlek was also serious. Myers was shocked. His sister covered her mouth with her hand, not understanding what was happening. Phyrexian said that it was a secret technique given out by the families. He would never have thought that a member of another family would master it to such an extent. People were whispering, because the commander of Count Ratian's knights also knows how to summon black flames. Marlek held his sword near him. Ethan made a strike, to which the man rebuffed. In a second, the protagonist moved to another place. He struck again, but Marlek rebuffed. The man thought that for a rank 7, the strikes were strong, his sword technique was flawless, only mana was missing. He thought that the technique was very similar to Count Gerond. Marlek parried the strike. Ethan moved around him very quickly. He struck again with great force, but Marlek parried again. Shinon was shocked, because the eldest heir was holding his own in a fight against Marlek and did not lose, although the man was a transcendent warrior. He struck. Ethan was able to rebuff. He thought that the man was playing a game with him, but he was convinced that his black flame was much better than Terran's. They used him as a test subject to deduce the secret of the black flame. He assumed that he was brainwashed in various ways to sow hatred in him. Otherwise, where would they get it in the darkness of an 18-year-old boy? They did not spare his consciousness in order to achieve their goal. Ethan was angry because they were damned torturers. He wanted to kill them all. Ash rose into the sky. Terran rushed at the dragon. He struck it. The monster's body was cut. Turning around, he screamed for the people to hold on, noting that a little more and the Dragon King would come. Terran saw the dragon's paw in front of him. A powerful blow was heard. Ethan stood in front of Terran. The protagonist looked at him and asked how he was. A huge dragon stood in front of them. Holding the blade in front of him, Ethan asked his brother to get ready, adding that this was their last commander. Terran asked the protagonist to go forward with a serious expression. He smiled and said that he would fight to the death. Looking at the monster, Terran told Ethan to kill the Dragon King and save humanity. Terran lowered his head. The protagonist dodged many attacks. As he covered himself with his blade, Ethan thought that the more his anger grew, the colder his mind became. Red mana enveloped the man's hand. Frowning, the protagonist said that he would show these fools that they could never shake the Duke's resolve. Fire enveloped Ethan's body. The man thought with a serious expression that the protagonist had lost his composure, noting that he had deliberately not hit hard so that he could dodge. He stabbed the blade into Ethan's chest. A powerful energy emanated from the protagonist. Red mana was coming out of his chest. Frowning, Myers thought that Ethan did not have enough mana. Blood splashed in the air. The protagonist dodged the attack. The boys were scared. Ethan's face was serious. He swung his sword. The man saw a powerful blow flying towards him. The protagonist struck him. Blood was dripping from his blade. There was a scratch on the man's neck. People began to shout joyfully. Shimon was dumbfounded by this. The boys were discussing that the first heir not only fought against a transcendent warrior, but even wounded him. Frowning, the man thought that Ethan did not know his place at all. The enraged man noted that he only wanted to calm him down because he rushed at him like a mad dog and he did not understand who was in front of him. The protagonist watched him carefully. The man pounced on him. Heading towards Ethan, he screamed that he would put him in his place so that he would not dart around anymore. A powerful explosion was heard. The man and the protagonist were surprised. The guy stood in front of him and noted that this was enough. He said with a serious expression that he demanded to stop this useless duel, adding that they would rather listen to the message from His Majesty. Looking at the guy, Ethan wondered if this was also a knight of the 9th rank, noting that there were many transcendentals there. The man was dissatisfied. The guy grabbed the blade and asked to listen to the message of His Majesty. The man knelt down. All the people began to kneel down. The knight looked at the protagonist. Looking at Ethan, he noticed that he still dared to stand when the king's words were announced, and apparently he had the right to do so. The protagonist looked at the knight and thought about Count Wellington, adding that most likely his family was related to the royal family and probably if he wanted to convey something to the king, he should tell him. The guy brought his hand to his mouth. The man listened to him attentively. The knight cried out that the eldest heir of the Archduke had won the right of opening fire, but the preparations for the ritual had been hastily done, and this was acknowledged by all the representatives of the 7 great families. The boy was radiating powerful energy. The knight noted that this was why the eldest heir was being appointed acting patriarch of the family for a year. Shimon was taken aback by this. The protagonist's face was serious. The boy cried out that the right would then be held again to finally choose the Archduke. There was a smile on the man's face. Enraged, Ethan asked how the king could interfere in matters of succession. The boy said that they were only asking him to wait a little. Looking at Ethan, he noted that the king was on his side and what had happened to his brother was certainly terrible, but it was not the time to fix everything, and if he gave in now, they would reward him generously. Frowning, the protagonist asked what they would reward him with. The guy calmly noted that if he waited a year before performing the ritual again, They would help them financially with the rebuilding of the cities. Ethan looked at him silently, standing in front of him. The protagonist said that they would discuss this later. Holding the blade in his hand, Ethan thought that he would not be able to bring Taran back right now anyway, and he needed time to become stronger. The protagonist mentally asked Taran to wait, noting that he would bring him home. The guy began to shout that he was announcing for everyone to hear that from now until the next ritual of opening fire, Ethan Arden was appointed the patriarch of the Arden family. The protagonist's sister was happy. Standing in the arena, the protagonist heard joyful cries. People were stunned. Shimon was scared. Walking down the corridor, he noted that this simply could not be happening. A guy was walking behind him. Shimon ordered that the soldiers be quickly taken out. The guy replied that as soon as he saw him off, he would immediately get to it. Shimon climbed into the carriage and ordered that a couple of guards and a crystal for communication be sent to him, and the rest be sent to the castle to prepare for the march. The carriage began to leave. Enraged, Shimon thought that Ethan was a scoundrel and a fool. Holding his head, he noted that even the king intervened and recognized his legitimacy, and all his plans were over. The plot takes us to the same night, to the castle of Count Shaman. The moon was shining brightly in the sky. The warriors were in formation and discussing that the eldest heir became the head of the family, and young Master Myers was left out in the cold. The frightened boy asked what would happen to them now. The captain approached them. Stretching out his hand, the boy asked for the attention of the Knights of the Blue Eagle. The boys responded with a serious look. Looking at the knights, the boy said that they all knew that young Master Ethan was chosen as the head of the family through deceit and intrigue. The people began to discuss that they had thought so, and apparently the main character had connections. Clenching his hand into a fist, the guy noted that at the moment the rabble and many of the nobles supported Mr. Ethan. However, holding his hand in front of him, he noted that they would temporarily relocate to the county of Hallam. Shimon, with a serious expression, cried out that they would then join forces with the forces of Marquis Prichtal and deliver a decisive blow. Frowning, Shimon thought that while he still had knights, not all was lost. The gates began to collapse. Shimon noted that after they captured the Duchy of Arden, if Prichtal and Hallam agreed, they could promise to divide the conquered lands between themselves. There was an explosion. Taken aback, Shimon asked what was happening. The people stood in clouds of dust. Nerian's face was serious. He cried out for the dragon slayers to attack. They rushed at the army. The captain drew his blade and cried out that they were Arden's knights. The battle began. The boy extended his hand and asked Shimon to take care of his family and go to a safe place. Shimon looked at him and replied that he understood everything. Frowning, he wondered how they had gotten to the castle so quickly. The boy was suddenly taken aback. Nerian struck him. The boy jumped back and said that he was a fool. Looking at him, Nerian said that he had not seen the Knight Captain Loveland for a long time. He asked them to surrender, noting that they did not want their blood. Enraged, Loveland cried out that Nerian was crazy and asked him not to forget that he was only the captain of the Viscount's Order of Knights. He asked if he really thought he could fight against the captain of the Count's Order. Nerian looked at him and said that Loveland was talking about things long past and that he had once been weaker. Nerian frowned and said that he had changed a lot since he became a Dragon Slayer infantry fighter, and that they would not be able to take the Duchy of Ardenham from the rightful heir. Loveland rushed at him and ordered him to be silent. Nerian clenched the blade in his hand. Nerian was enveloped in the aura of a dragon. Their blades were close. Loveland was taken aback and wondered if Nerian was really stronger. He parried Nerian's attack. Powerful mana was coming from his blade. Nerian dealt a powerful blow to it. Loveland's blade was split. He thought that he would not give him victory. He put his hand inside his bosom and thought that he was the captain of the Count's knighthood. Loveland dealt a blow to him. Nerian was furious. A smirk appeared on Loveland's face. He dealt a blow to Nerian and wished for death. A blue aura enveloped Nerian. He hit Loveland. Blood was running down his face. Nerian drew his blade. Standing before him, he asked him to surrender. Frowning, Nerian noted that it was a pity for such a talented warrior to die without any sense, and the Archduke would never be stingy with those who were ready to swear loyal service to him. Blood was running down Loveland's face. Loveland had a smile on his face. He rushed at Nerian and screamed that the Blue Eagle would not break its claws just because some boy was put on the throne. Enraged, Nerian declared that he was a fool. Blood spattered. Loveland fell to the ground. Nerian looked at him. The warriors were taken aback. Nerian began to shout for Count Ferns's men to surrender. Myers tied up Shimon. Nerian emphasized the fact that the Archduke was merciful to the defeated. All the men were tied up. Nerian noted that the Count's accomplices were already in their captivity, and that they needed to praise the sole ruler of these lands. The plot takes us to the estate of Duke Ratian. The night sky enveloped the building. Ratian asked how his wound was. Closing his eyes, the man asked for forgiveness for disgracing the honor of the duchy. Ratian asked who would have thought that the eldest heir had such gifts. Sitting at the table, Ratian asked what he could say after a short battle with him. The man replied that he understood what the white flame was and what skills the young heir Ethan possessed. Putting his pen on the table, Raishin said that this was wonderful. He seriously ordered to convene a council of the 7 great rulers, adding that he would also be there. The plot introduces us to the 24th patriarch of the Raishin family, Duke Geron Raishin. The guy held a flag in his hands and shouted that this was the 18th head of the Arden family. The main character's face was serious. He began to climb the stairs. He stood on the stands, standing in front of the people. Ethan said that he wanted to express his support to the inhabitants of the duchy, noting that they had to endure a lot, but now they can rest easy. The people were taken aback by these words. The protagonist introduced the people in the dungeon and said that, as the ruler of these lands, he sentenced Ferns, Emil, Kargas, Lemon, Alien, Gainleys, Dekun, Keston, Romerton, and Atten to death. Ethan clenched his hand into a fist and noted that he was establishing a new system of governance. The people were very happy. The protagonist extended his hand. Holding his hand in front of him, Ethan ordered that they begin to carry out the order. The door slammed shut. Sitting at the table, the protagonist stated that there was not a single normal person. Lawrence said that so many people had disappeared at once and now there were not enough managers for such a huge duchy. Ethan looked at him and asked if he wanted to say that it was his fault. Lawrence replied that he did not say that. Lawrence calmly noted that they were going to hire those who were removed from power during Kargas' time, but there were no worthy people among them. He asked if Ethan had anyone in mind. Looking at the papers, the protagonist noticed that he had no one. Phyrexian entered the office and noted that he would let the next candidate in. The guys entered the office. One of them introduced himself as Kalen of the Halim clan. The second noted that he was Erkin. The protagonist mentally noted that these were the people he was looking for who had come to him themselves. Raising his hand, Ethan asked them to take their seats. The protagonist told Lawrence that they would begin the interview. Looking at the papers, Lawrence asked Kalen the reason why he chose the county that belonged to Ferns. Spreading his arms, Kalen said that he was going to create an industrial cultural city, so he was currently looking for a way to attract the residents of the duchy. There was a smile on his face. The protagonist introduced him among a lot of money and noted that he was a young talented man who had shown extraordinary abilities in developing entrepreneurship in the past, and he remembered that back then Kylan seemed to him an unremarkable character who dreamed of completely changing the entire city. But now he had a different character, although his ideas remained the same. Lawrence asked what lands Erkin would choose. He replied that he chose the county that belonged to Emilt. Ethan imagined Erkin holding an apple and noted that he was well acquainted with agriculture. During the war between people and dragons, he did not let the duchy die of hunger. Erkin said that this place had rich and fertile soil and excellent water resources. The protagonist thought with a smile that this was excellent. Putting down the papers, Ethan said that they were accepted and he would immediately enter their names in official documents and appoint them to positions. Smiling, the protagonist said that he would provide them with knights and carriages and they could immediately go to these lands. Putting his hand on his chest, the guys thanked him. The plot takes us somewhere in the Duchy of Lasian, in the meeting room of the 7 Kingdoms. Sitting at the table, Geron said that they would begin the meeting, noting that he was sure that they were already aware of the agenda, namely the 18th head of the Arden family. He took the paper and asked to look at the report based on the testimony of Count Marlek. Covering his mouth with his hand, the Marquis asked the Duke if this man was so capable and did not have any help, and at the same time stronger than the heirs of other families. The plot introduces us to Marquis Tyrion, a fractal from the family of spirit summoners. The man with a serious look said that this is so, and it seems to him that only Mr. Milton can handle him. Spreading his arms, the stranger asked who Milton was and whether he was serious now. We are introduced to Marquis Sage Aidan, a renowned family of spear masters. The man thought calmly about how Milton was the strongest and most capable of all the heirs of the 7 families. We were introduced to Duke Dostin, a renowned wrestler family. He introduced Milton and noted that he was fed and given potions to make him a strong heir, and was trained in the secret techniques of dragons and the dark magic of Arden. Duke noted that at the age of 18, he became a master of the 8 stars. An image of Milton holding a blade appeared in his mind. Duke thought about himself as the so-called strongest swordsman of the next generation. Standing next to Geron, the man said that to be honest, if they had a duel now. Frowning, he noted that it was difficult to say with certainty that Milton would win the battle. Sitting at the table, people asked what the man had just said and whether Ethan had about the same abilities as the strongest sword master in the kingdom. The dumbfounded people began to look at each other. A dark aura hovered around the people. Raising his hand, Tyrion noted that there was one incomprehensible point in this report. The main character seemed to be already familiar with the technique of the dragon sword. Looking at the paper, Tyrion said that it was written that for a 20-year-old boy, his abilities were too great. Putting his hand on his chest, the man said that everything was as it was written there and he knew it because he had experience fighting him, noting that he could guarantee the accuracy of this assessment with his life. The surprised people said that they did not understand anything. Raising his hand, the guy noted that he could not understand the reason for his rapid growth. He wondered how a person who had been lying for about 10 years could reach the level of 7 stars in 8 months. Grinning, Geron said that Count Marlek would explain it to them. The man looked at Geron, who asked him to tell them. Standing in front of the table, Marlek said that until now they all thought that Arden fought dragons only out of a sense of justice. The man closed his eyes and asked what this had to do with their discussion. Marlek put his hand to his mouth and said that it was a bit strange if he thought about it. He started talking about hating dragons, protecting the continent, noting that the protagonist was coming up with many reasons. He asked if there were enough of a reason to continue a war that would lead to the complete collapse of the lineage. The people were suddenly taken aback. Marlek's face was serious. Raising his hand, he suggested that if something happened during the war with the dragons that allowed him to gain the knowledge and experience of another being. The listeners were frightened by this. Marlek frowned and noted that in that case, all of the Duke's actions in the legendary White Flames would be understandable. Tyrion, dumbfounded, said that this meant that the Duke's condition was not due to mana exhaustion. Holding his hand to his face, Marlek said that the artifact, the magic circle, the secret of the lineage that transfers experience and technology, whatever it is, they are currently searching for what might be in the Duchy of Arden. The people were dumbfounded. The great spiritual leader came in and said that this was unbelievable and he had never heard of such a thing. Dumbfounded, Marlek wondered if this was Chief Naraxis and when he had appeared there. Geron raised his hand and asked what the chief thought. Naraxis stood in front of the table and said that if there was such magic, it was of a very high level, but the Arden family was not related to magic and it would be too ineffective. Raising his finger, Naraxis suggested that the technique had been passed on to him, but the Arden family had already suffered a complete collapse. The people sitting at the table said that this was for sure. The chief looked at them and said that his conclusion was that judging by the speed of his development, the Duke was certainly an outstanding person, but he was just a puppy. He introduced the king and said that thanks to this puppy, their order could not advance west at all. Because of his conspiracy with the king, their spies were being driven out of the royal palace. Naraxis slammed the table, noting that he intended to completely destroy Duke Terran's sanity during the upcoming ceremony. He shouted that they must win. Frowning, Naraxis said that he hoped the 7 clans would not forget the generous gifts they had received from their order. Surprised, Geron asked him to refrain from negative emotions. The table was dented from the blow. Naraxis said that if they could destroy Duke Terran's sanity and recreate his flesh, and then pass on the dragon's techniques to him, they would surely defeat the Duke within a year. He had a smile on his face. Marlek noted with a serious expression that in this case he would definitely go crazy, and in 5 years he would die. Grinning, Geron said that they would immediately begin to carry out the order. Screams were heard in the dungeon. Terran's hands were cuffed. Saliva was flowing from his mouth. He began to scream loudly. The man was kneeling and thought that the Council of Elders replaced the head of the family, but they were not crazy enough to take the divine sword for themselves. He opened his mouth wide and said that Ethan himself knew that this sword was broken. The doors opened. The protagonist opened the gates. Entering the room, he wondered if this was the very treasury of the Arden family. He walked around the room and said that they had completely plundered it. A mouse ran across the floor. Bending down, Ethan noted that, as Kargas said, they left this. Looking at the hilt, the protagonist thought that this was a family heirloom that he was never able to get. The plot says that this is the divine sword Dranian and Zeron Arden, the former first head of the family, left words. Ethan imagined a guy with a large blade and thought that the handle was made of the branches of the world tree and the blade of the divine metal Ardenesi. Zeron was in the land of fire and got the flame of the Lord there, and the god of blacksmiths forged it, and the elder of the magicians blessed this sword and engraved words on it. Zeron seriously noted that this sword, which contains a white flame, is called Dranian. Looking at the handle, Ethan noted that this is a sword that has withstood the perfect white flame. He emphasized the fact that there is only one such blade. Red mana came from the handle. Leaving the treasury, Ethan wondered what happened in the fight with the Dragon Lord. He seriously noted that in order to fix this sword again you will have to sweat. People fought on the field. Nerian rushed at the guy. The boy parried the attack and thought that the Knight Captain Nerian was much more agile than him, the future deputy of the Blue Eagle Knights. The man frowned at this. Nerian continued to advance. The man jumped up. After parrying the attack, he thought that his skill had become more precise than during the duel with Lovern. He watched Nerian and thought that it was the same technique of the dragons, but such a striking difference. He wondered in his mind if Duke Ethan invented it. The man received a blow. He frowned at this. The man grabbed the blade in both hands. He attacked and ended up behind Nerian. Grinning, he asked how he was. Smiling, Nerian told Raymond that this was the end of the duel. Surprised, Raymond looked at his sword. He suddenly began to run. He grabbed his head and cried out that in 13 fights, he had never been able to move to the attack. The surprised people looked at the red energy and said that the black flame was very strong and that the blood of the Ardens was different from the usual ones. Myers rushed into battle. Ethan dodged his attack. The the protagonist pulled out his blade. Myers was taken aback by this. He managed to dodge. Stunned, Myers looked at the sword. He jumped back. He made several attacks on Ethan. Their blades clashed. Myers tried to strike. After parrying the attack, the protagonist asked him to concentrate and give out more black flame. Frowning, Myers thought that Ethan said that this would be a training session in using the power of purification at the same time, but he did not expect it to be so powerful. After making the attack, Myers thought about justice and dishonor, purity and corruption, purification and damnation, white and black flames. Looking at the protagonist, Myers noted that he did not know if he could adopt the white flames. He wondered if this was too much fun. He covered himself with a shield from the attack. He slid along the ground. Myers fell to his knees. Ethan said that she was finished for today and that in the evening he would give him his notes and they would help him summon the white flame. Myers raised his head and asked if he would personally teach him and if he was going somewhere. Smiling, Ethan said that he needed to restore the divine sword and when Myers could summon the white flame, he would give him a weapon that would suit him. Beads of sweat were running down Myers' face. He asked with a surprised look if the protagonist wanted to restore the divine sword. A man's voice was heard from the room, asking if these were branches of the world tree. Furious, Aaliyah ordered her to pay for the night. He asked with a displeased look if she was not interested in what it was, noting that these were branches of the world tree itself. Aaliyah closed her eyes and clarified what was interesting about it if it was broken and whether the man had called them to restore it. Ethan extended his hand and said that they would start with the swordsman, since Melaces was a metal specialist. He asked if there was any way to get ardenesite. Melaces presented an ingot of the metal and said that ardenesite was the best of its kind, called the divine metal. He noted that it had disappeared 200 years ago and that this sword was the last weapon made from this metal. Inspecting the hilt, Aaliyah asked if ardenesite was needed to restore the sword, noting that she thought even the emperor did not have it. Smiling, the protagonist clarified if she meant that it could be replaced with something. Aaliyah said metal alloy. She said with a serious expression that it contained about 30 types of metal, and that it was about half as effective as ardenesite, so it would naturally be better if this old man worked on it. Ethan asked where he could get it. Aaliyah hit Melaces and noted that with money it could be bought from the dwarves in the kingdom of Amiria. Putting his hand to his chin, the protagonist said that he would try to solve this issue. Aaliyah seriously suggested that they could contact the dwarf who knew how to handle metal, and fix the rest with new branches of the world tree. The protagonist said that this was a problem because they were elves. Aaliyah raised her hand and asked to trust her with this. Smiling, she noted that she knew an elf. A man knocked on the door and asked if Ethan had time. The protagonist seriously wondered what that voice was. Entering the office, the man said that he came to congratulate him on his title of Duke. Smiling, Ethan cried out that it was Marquis Bloaton. Sitting opposite, he noted that they had met in person for the first time. The protagonist asked him to address him informally. The Marquis noted that he wanted to give him a gift in honor of receiving the title. While drinking tea, he asked if Ethan needed anything. Turning around, the protagonist said that he was just about to ask him for a favor and first he needed to look at the scroll. Ethan said that the Marquis would help him find the items he was looking for. Looking at the scroll, the Marquis asked about the method of making new items, 2 more. Looking at him, the protagonist asked if he could find a Manerian alloy from the Dwarven Kingdom for him. Taken aback, the Marquis asked why he needed such an expensive alloy. Ethan remembered holding the sword in his hand and said that as soon as he began to control the white flame, the sword could no longer withstand such a load and he would find the money. But it was very difficult to get the necessary alloy. Raising his hand to his chin, the Marquis noted that the Manerian alloy was a rather rare material. Clenching his hand into a fist, he declared that he agreed, because both of their families had entrusted each other with their future and he would certainly use all his abilities and find this alloy. The flag fluttered in the wind. Looking at the purple ball, Ethan asked about the military forces that would help in organizing intelligence. Lawrence replied that it was so. The Red Moon, which worked for the king, was guarded by the Shadow Knights, which is why they were able to get verified information. Lawrence said with a serious look that if they also planned to increase their forces, they would need help and protection. The carriage drove along the path. The protagonist noted that it would take a long time to recruit new guards. He asked if Lawrence had heard about the Dark Brotherhood. Lawrence replied that he had only heard rumors. Looking at him, Ethan asked to find out everything about the lawless city of Carmen and contact him. Lawrence agreed with a calm face. Turning away, the protagonist asked if he should continue meditating. Enraged, Aaliyah asked him if he had noticed that he was not alone. She said with a displeased look that Ethan was not familiar with this, but if there was a person sitting in front of him, it was customary to have a conversation with them. She said with a satisfied look that she would tell him how she became friends with the elves. Pointing her finger, she asked him to listen carefully. Smiling, Aaliyah told him that it was a long time ago and that she slept with a high elf. Looking at her, the protagonist asked again. Aaliyah imagined the world tree and noted that it was the home of the elves, and being near it, the elves become stronger and the only creatures that can take care of it are high elves. She imagined the image of a girl. Smiling, Ethan thought that the world tree was just another type of tree, and nothing would happen to him if he tore off one branch, then making a handle would be easier than he thought. The carriage was heading towards the mountainous area. Arrows began to fly at it. The protagonist deflected all the shots. Holding the bow in his hands, the elf said that the protagonist dodged and they needed to prepare for the second wave. Standing with his back to Aaliyah, Ethan noted that she said that she was friends with the elves. Aaliyah said that this could not be true. Frowning, the elf cried out that under no circumstances should they be allowed to enter their territory and that they needed to fire all the arrows they had. Aaliyah stretched out her hand, suggesting that they misunderstood, noting that it was theirs. The protagonist, engulfed in flames, said that it would be faster that way. The elf, with a serious look, ordered to deal with the man first. They aimed at Ethan. They drew their arrows. The protagonist prepared to deflect the shots. Ethan launched powerful attacks. The girl raised her hand and ordered them to stop. The girl, covered in green mana, said that they deserved to be punished for daring to harm them in order to get the sacred world tree. Lowering his hand, the protagonist asked her not to be afraid. The elves' bows were broken. Ethan noted that he had simply broken his weapon. Dumbfounded, she asked again. The girl was thinking about this fire mana. Aaliyah began to run to Irina and said that they had finally met and that this was the handkerchief she had given her as a sign of their friendship. Looking at Ethan, Irina said that he was the same descendant of the Ardens who had fought the dragons. The protagonist asked why they were acting so cautiously. Irina said that some people had come there and taken some of their elves, although these lands were protected by the world tree. Raising her head, she noticed that they themselves did not know what was happening. She asked to understand their desire to protect the world tree. Looking at her, Ethan wondered who these people were and whether that was why they took them for invaders. Irina imagined a huge cloud of dark mana and said that about 6 months ago they began to build a castle not far from there and an ominous energy was concentrated around it, which continued to expand the territory. Looking at the guy, Irina said that although the energy was outside the influence of the world tree, it took away all their strength, that they could not even fight, and their magicians were very powerful. Taking the blade, the protagonist asked for forgiveness. Ethan hit the ground. The dumbfounded guy asked what he was doing. Frightened, Aaliyah screamed. He saw the dark energy and clarified what these strange appendages were. Dumbfounded, Irina asked what it was. The protagonist said that it was all about the dragon tree. Ethan presented a purple tree and stated that it was something like a world tree, only it belonged to the dragon race and only unlike the world tree, which gives life, it takes away energy and strength. Raising his head, the protagonist noted that he did not know where they planted it, but the world tree was on the verge of death. Irina grabbed her head and asked what would happen to them. He asked with a serious look to tell more about those who were building the castle. Exhausted, Irina said that they themselves did not know. One day they suddenly appeared. They were wearing cloaks from which a purple glow emanated. Ethan imagined a guy in a cloak and asked again. Irina noted that they were slightly different, but they all emanated a purple glow. Squeezing the blade in his hand, the protagonist thought about the dragon race and purple cloaks. Raising his hand, Ethan said that he would help them and asked to take them to the castle. A purple fruit hung on the tree. The guy was sitting near the tree. The stranger approached Diego and noted that he had come to report to him. He said that the infection of the world tree had reached 80% and very soon it would begin to wither, and the elves would lose their powers. Diego was holding a puppet in his hands. Grinning, he said that even if they figured everything out, it would be too late. Controlling the puppet, he noted that it was still better to remain careful and when the infection reached the maximum level, they would begin the attack. Looking at the fruit, Diego said that it was a dragon fruit. Licking his lips, he said that it absorbed the life energy of the world tree in its branches. It was hard to even imagine how much mana was in it. Clenching his hand into a fist, Diego said that he had to be patient and if he touched a high-level bishop who had mastered the dragon technique, even 10 such fruits would not be enough to defeat him. An image of Naraxis appeared in his head. Diego introduced the girl and emphasized the fact that his true target was a high elf who could grow the seeds that would remain from the dead world tree. He introduced the book, noting that since Eric had failed, he now had even more responsibility and if he succeeded, he would be able to learn a mid-ranked dragon technique, after which the difference in strength would be colossal if only he could achieve it. The puppet was lying on the ground. Diego looked at the doll and thought that it was an invader. He called an army of silver mages. Portals began to open in front of Diego. The guy sat on his knee and asked if Diego had called him. Diego smirked and suggested that the elves had come again and they needed to be taken alive. The wind was raging outside. Ethan and Aaliyah were jumping through the trees. The protagonist stopped and said that it looked like it was there. Looking at the castle, Aaliyah reported that the dark energy was spreading from the fortress itself. Ethan looked up, guessing that someone was approaching. Aaliyah asked if they had recognized their presence. The warriors surrounded them and said that they were not elves. Taking the blade, the protagonist asked Aaliyah to step aside. The guy smirked and shouted that it did not matter who they were, they needed to attack them and not leave them alive. The mages sent powerful streams of mana at him. Ethan's body was enveloped in red flames. He repelled all the attacks. The attacks were broken. Dumbfounded, the guy wondered who he was, noting that he had not expected this. He shouted that they were retreating. The mages began to disappear. Turning around, Ethan said that they were going in pursuit. Irina thought that the protagonist was really the same one who made the Dragon Lord himself retreat. There was an explosion. Looking around, Aaliyah assumed that this was the inner part of the fortress. They were looking at the castle. The elves closed their mouths and asked what this vile aura was. The protagonist lowered his blade to the ground. He sent fiery mana into the ground. The energy enveloped everyone around. Ethan asked them to stay close to him. Diego ordered to stop this mage and the elves. A huge magic circle appeared above them. The protagonist's barrier was destroyed. Irina fell to the ground. Grinning, Aaliyah asked if this was gravity magic, noting that they were fools. Light energy enveloped her. She raised the magic seal above her head. Looking at Ethan, Aaliyah said that she thought she should protect them. The protagonist began to walk forward. Looking at Diego, he said that he would deal with their leader. Diego, with a smile on his face, noted that Ethan looked the same as in the picture. The protagonist rushed at him and clarified what from that. Diego reflected his attack. Ethan seriously wondered if he had managed to knock his sword away, adding that even if it wasn't white flame. Diego grinned and noted that since he was convinced that he was Duke Arden, that was where he would meet his death. A dark space began to surround them. Ethan watched in surprise. A purple sphere surrounded them. Frightened, Irina called out to the protagonist. Turning around, Aaliyah asked him not to be afraid, noting that he could handle it and that the main thing now was that the people were emitting dark energy. The guy ordered everyone to strain as much as they could, noting that they couldn't let some rabble interfere with the leader. Aaliyah frowned at this. Diego remembered how Naraxis looked at him and said that he was worthy of the title of the clan leader and that the great dragon had passed this technique on to him, and he would pass it on to him. Diego looked at the puppet and thought that he would be able to control other creatures. Streams of purple mana were visible in the area. Ethan dodged his attacks. Watching Diego, the protagonist thought that he had never seen this technique even in his past life, and judging by its appearance, it was something from the category of subjugation techniques and it could be quite dangerous in that case. Ethan grabbed the blade in both hands. He swung the sword and thought that he needed to cleanse it with the aura of white flame. Lowering his head, Diego said that this was the same legendary white flame that lived up to its name. Grinning, he cried out that everything was a deception for the sake of this. Powerful mana emanated from Diego. Ethan imagined the eyes of a dragon and noted that this was the Eye of Death. A picture appeared in his imagination of a man holding his head. The protagonist noted that this is dragon magic, which enslaves the enemy's consciousness, and even the strongest people with excellent skills are not able to resist this power until they die. The distraught Diego wished death on Ethan. The protagonist attacked him. Diego was taken aback by this. Ethan wounded him with a blade. Diego's arm was cut off. Looking at him, the protagonist assumed that he was using an eye to affect the psyche and a magical thread to control his body. Ethan asked if dragons used such cheap tricks these days. Diego smiled and noted that he had good skills. He stated that he did not know how he managed to resist his magic with so much mana, and it seemed that he underestimated the rumors about him. Frowning, Diego cried out that this place of his was under his control. A powerful aura began to emanate from Diego. He cried out that he was summoning a dragon. Ethan watched him with interest. Diego grew a dragon's arm. He began to transform into a monster. He grew a tail. Frowning, the protagonist wondered if this was the change Aaliyah was talking about. Ethan remembered how he fought Eric and noted that he said that they could take the form of dragons. Diego in the form of a dragon began to scream. Ethan thought that this was even better and he was not quite sure how to use it. Looking at the monster, the protagonist emphasized that he had personally seen it. Diego clenched his hand into a fist. He looked at Ethan and asked if he felt this strong aura and whether he would call it a cheap trick. There was a slight smile on the face of the protagonist. Red energy began to emanate from him. Diego was taken aback by this. Ethan showed the dragon hand and asked if this was how it was done. Dumbfounded, Diego asked how this could be. He wondered if Ethan just looked and repeated, adding that it took him his whole life to master the dragon technique. Looking at the hand, the protagonist said that the dragon's power, consisting of mana, is only in one hand for now, but it can be used. Frowning, Diego mentally asked if this puppy managed to do it. Diego rushed at him and asked him not to make him laugh. He raised his hand, suggesting that Eric had told him the secret. Diego slammed the ground. Ethan jumped back from the blow. Diego appeared behind him and asked him where he was looking and if the protagonist was impressed by his power. He delivered a powerful blow. Ethan fell to the ground. He was on his knee. Diego smirked and said that he knew the protagonist could give a pathetic excuse for a dragon, but he would never be able to replicate it exactly. Diego began to scream that this was what was called a cheap trick. Ethan covered himself with his blade. There was a red puddle under his feet. The protagonist was shackled. Diego stood in front of him and asked if the Duke was kneeling. He swung his sword and noted that this was the difference between humans and dragons. He sent dark energy at Ethan and screamed that he was finished. There was a huge explosion. Diego, taken aback, asked what was going on and what kind of explosion. He was dumbfounded. The humans released dark mana. Aaliyah frowned and said that they were annoying. There was a powerful explosion. The guy was taken aback and said that it was the leader's magic thread zone. Irina had a smile on her face. The protagonist suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Red mana was coming out of his heart. They saw Diego unconscious. Aaliyah was engulfed in flames and she screamed that it was over faster than she thought. She asked if she should show her abilities. The guy screamed for them not to give up and focus on the energy. Aaliyah had a smile on her face. A huge flame rose up in the area. Steam hung in the air. The guy fell to the ground. Looking at him, Aaliyah said that she had deliberately left one alive. She asked if Ethan would try to interrogate him and get a confession. Looking at her, the protagonist said that he had a prohibiting spell on him, most likely the work of the Archbishop, and he would not be able to get a word out of him. Holding her hand to her face, she noted that the same thing happened last time with the transformation into a dragon. Watching Ethan go, she asked if she could take the leader for research, noting that she would be able to learn his techniques. The protagonist replied that she could do whatever she wanted, adding that they first needed to find the dragon tree. A torch was burning in the hallway. An elf was carrying the torch. Ethan said that with the help of magic, they not only built a fortress, but also dug such a deep dungeon. Standing in the dungeon, the protagonist assumed that they put in a lot of effort. Looking around, Aaliyah wondered if this was it. Ethan raised his head and stated that this was what was killing everything around except dragons. They were standing in front of a dark tree. Tongues of flame enveloped the branch. A huge stream of red energy was emanating from the tree. Ethan looked at it. Aaliyah said that she had finally destroyed the dragon tree. The protagonist turned around and addressed her. She looked at him and told him that because of the dragon tree that absorbed all life energy, the surrounding lands were completely polluted. It was an evil tree. Even if you sprayed a restorative potion there, you would not be able to cultivate the land for several years. There was ash under her feet. She asked if the protagonist thought that people would return there. Looking up, Ethan answered that they did, adding that people had a pretty strong desire for life. Looking at the warriors, he said that someday the dragons would be defeated and peace would come. People would definitely put down roots there again. Aaliyah had a smile on her face. He seriously noted that this was what he was fighting for. Looking at the powerful burst of energy, the protagonist said that they knew what hope was. Ethan saw the dragon fruit. Aaliyah pointed her finger at it. Looking at the branch, Aaliyah said that she was a good girl for having managed to pick it before it completely burned. He asked where she wanted to use the branch of the dragon tree. Frowning, the protagonist said that he had very persistent life energy and if she intended to do something dangerous. Smiling, she said that she had a great idea on how to restore the hilt of the divine sword. She said that she would completely cleanse this fruit. Irina approached them and turned to the Duke. She asked with a smile on her face how they could thank him. Looking at her, Ethan noted that dragons are enemies of Arden and he did what he had to. He asked what would happen to the elves now. Looking away, Irina replied that this question torments her the most. Standing opposite, she said that the dragon brotherhood that is widespread in the kingdom will not leave them alone as long as they have the world tree. The protagonist asked them to come to his duchy. The elves were taken aback by this. Ethan clenched his fist and said that if they came, he would give them his protection and no order or brotherhood would be able to invade there. Irina, dumbfounded, noted that they were people after all. Ethan remembered how people tied up the elves and told her that there were times when insignificant people kidnapped and enslaved elves and dwarves for their own benefit. The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and asked her not to be afraid. Aaliyah looked at her and said that she had been observing people for several decades and could tell that the Duke was a good person. Aaliyah thought with a serious expression that the Duke had some kind of secret. He had a calmness and observation that were not typical for his age, and when the transformation into a dragon began, he was not even surprised. She remembered happy people and emphasized the fact that despite such power, she had never seen him oppress the weak and that is why he can be trusted. Irina folded her hands and asked what they could do to repay her. The protagonist said with a serious expression that they didn't need anything. As he left, he said that he would give them a small area, and if they didn't want to, they wouldn't have to communicate with people. He noted that they could grow a world tree there. Irina was taken aback and asked if they could really live there. Turning around, the protagonist asked to give him one branch before they collected the seeds and moved him to another place. He noted that this was his original goal. Streams of smoke hung in the sky. The carriage was heading towards the settlement. Looking out the window, Ilya asked if this was the place Lawrence had spoken of and what kind of city it was. Looking out the window, Ethan said that it was the lawless city of Carmen. Putting her hands on the window, Ilya noted that for a lawless city, it looked pretty decent and she thought there should be traces of blood on the streets. The protagonist imagined people walking through the desert. He said that at first it was just a wasteland, but then vagabonds began to come there and develop the area. Carmen accepted everyone. Then it really was a lawless place where smuggling, prostitution, theft, murder, gambling, and even kidnapping flourished. Ethan imagined angry people. The protagonist began to talk about people, elves, dwarves, vampires, adding that everyone was equal there. The carriage drove through the city. Ethan noted that then factions began to appear and, under pressure from the state, their own rules appeared. Looking at the protagonist, Ilya asked again about the rules. The protagonist noted that this was Carmen's law. Walking to the building, Ethan said that the law was to do nothing without being asked. Stretching out his hand, the man said that not just anyone could go in there and asked what business they had come for. The protagonist showed a gold coin and said that they came to meet the leader of the Black Brotherhood. The man was taken aback and wondered what this badge was. The man opened the door and asked Duke Arden to come in. Ilya looked at him and asked what exactly he came to ask of them. Walking down the hallway, Ethan said that he came to devour them. The blue sky enveloped the area. The protagonist was sitting on the couch. Smiling, the guy asked what Duke Arden was doing in such a place. The plot introduces us to Decal, the leader of the Black Brotherhood, one of the 3 strongest factions in Carmen. Folding his arms, the protagonist noted that he would say directly that he had an offer for him because they were in Carmen. He asked if they wanted to work for Arden. Decal frowned at this. They looked at each other in silence. Decal asked if he could ask 2 questions. Ethan extended his hand, allowing the questions to be asked. Decal showed 2 fingers and asked why he needed them and what they would get if they worked for him. Smiling, the protagonist asked if he had heard of the Shadow Order. Ethan said that he wanted to create a similar organization in Arden so that it would cover the secret organization of Arden. The guy looked at the girl. The protagonist said that they would be able to gain the glory of the secret order of Arden and learn the technique of murder. Decal was taken aback by this. Putting his hand on his knee, Decal clarified, "Isn't Arden a clan of assassins, but a clan of swordsmen?" The guy frowned. Powerful mana began to flow from him. The protagonist watched this. Blue energy emanated from him. Decal said that if he planned to deceive them in order to use them for his own purposes, even Duke Arden himself would not leave there alive and unharmed. Ethan sighed. He began to get up from the couch and agreed. Having risen, the protagonist asked to take him to the arena. Decal pointed at the people and said that they were the main members of the Black Brotherhood. He asked if he could attend. Ethan tossed the blade and said that it was all the same to him, especially since there was nothing special about this technique. He noted that it was a sword or leg technique. Decal asked again with a serious expression. Holding the dagger in front of him, the protagonist asked what he wanted to see first, adding that he would show whatever Decal wanted. Frowning, Decal mentally asked how he could be so impudent, even if he was a genius. He emphasized the fact that the techniques of knights and assassins were fundamentally different. They locked eyes. Decal thought that the Black Brotherhood had decided to take on the matter together only because of the previous head of the Arden family. But what did it matter to him, who could kill even an 8-star knight? Taking a stance, he noted that Ethan looked very self-confident and he would choose the leg technique. He asked the protagonist to try to dodge his blows. The protagonist had a slight smile on his face. He put his hand on his hip and agreed. Decal appeared next to him. Decal was taken aback. He swung his blade. The protagonist appeared behind him and asked if it was proper for the leader of the Black Brotherhood to act so hastily. The dumbfounded people asked what he had just done. Decal turned around in anger. He had struck. Ethan appeared behind him again. The protagonist smiled and asked if that was the strike he had just made. Decal looked at him with an angry expression. The Marquis asked him to prepare a book of dragon techniques, noting that the technique had too many side effects and it was dangerous to test it by yourself. Sunlight enveloped the building. The protagonist replied that he would prepare it within a week and send it to him. Ethan looked at the Marquis, who thanked him. Sitting at the table, the protagonist thought that he had been able to create a dragon slayer sword using the techniques he had learned from other clans and would now be able to develop them further. While flipping through the book, Ethan thought about the dragon techniques collected by the Marquis. He was suddenly taken aback. Looking at the book, the protagonist noted that in his past life, he was never able to find out his identity. He imagined a dragon in a cloak. He wondered if this was a shadow worshipper technique. Frowning, Decal noted that Ethan was doing well and apologized for being distracted and not showing his best. He said that he would now attack properly. The protagonist extended his hand and asked him to wait. He said that it was too easy and asked him to use mana. Decal was surprised. The people began to exchange glances. His dagger was enveloped in a blue aura. Decal said that he was a little angry. Pulling out the dagger, he asked if Ethan underestimated the assassin technique. The protagonist rushed at him. The attacks flew at Ethan. Decal smiled and mentally noted that he caught him, although he could not kill him. Ethan suddenly disappeared from under his attacks. The protagonist appeared in a different place. Holding a blade to Decal's head, he stated that he had died once. Decal was dumbfounded and wondered what that was. Turning around, he asked what that move was, noting that he had never seen it before. Smiling, Ethan stated that he had come up with it himself. Looking at him, Decal asked how he had come up with it if his family was famous for their sword techniques. Putting his hand in his pocket, the protagonist said that he would give him one last chance and asked him to try attacking using his strongest technique and aim to kill him. Decal frowned and agreed. Blue energy began to hover around him. Dumbfounded, the man cried out that the strongest technique of the Black Brotherhood had appeared. Clones appeared around Decal. He stated with a serious expression that it would sound bold, but he would deliver a fatal blow. A stream of blue mana appeared in the room. The clones ran around Ethan. The protagonist saw the attack. He thought that the Shadow Worshippers, a dragon race that specialized in killing. Ethan dodged the attack. Decal appeared behind him. The protagonist thought that they dissolved into the darkness and with the help of hidden techniques lured many knights into the darkness, killing them there. With the help of their technique, they managed to develop a new one, the Shadow Mantle. Ethan jumped back from his attack. The people watched the fight and asked what was going on. The man noted that Decal could not even scratch him. The blade jumped out of his hand. Decal knelt down. Dumbfounded, Decal thought that he was the one who was not smart and compared to him, he was just floundering like a frog in a well. Bowing his head, Decal said that he lost and asked to teach them his technique. Smiling, Ethan said that the world of the sword is quite wide and it seems they liked it. Standing in front of Decal, the protagonist noted that even if they were to work for the Arden family, their primary duties would not change and they would gather information and sometimes kill unnecessary people. Ethan noted that he promised that even in the darkness, the name of the Black Brotherhood remained associated with justice, just like the Royal Shadow Order. A smile appeared on Decal's face. The protagonist asked if they agreed to cooperate. Closing his eyes, Decal replied that protecting the Arden family and a new vision could not be greater glory for them, noting that they had no reason to refuse him. Extending his hand, Ethan said that this was what he needed. There was a snake depicted on the door. Lawrence said that he had sent dragon slayers to protect the elves. He said with a smile on his face that the Black Brotherhood was now working for him. Lawrence noted that he had succeeded. Lawrence looked at him and said that he had been contacted from the estate of Marquis Frechtal, adding that he would like to meet him in person. Looking at the pink ball, the protagonist thought about the 7 clans of the kingdom and the Fractal Spirit Summoner clan. Sitting on the chair, Ethan asked Lawrence to tell him to wait, noting that he would tell him the date. Taken aback, Lawrence asked if the protagonist thought it would work. Ethan introduced the man and noted that if he contacted first, it meant he needed something and he had one of the 8 rings. He would still have to face him someday and it would be better to save their trump cards for now to anger him even more. Smiling, the protagonist asked what happened to the lands for which managers were chosen. Ethan looked at Lawrence, who said that Galen, who was entrusted with the city of Hermes, was very unusual. Smiling, Lawrence suggested that he should check it out himself, adding that it was an interesting specimen. Aaliyah burst into his presence with a loud laugh. She stood in front of him and shouted that she had succeeded. She raised the fruit above her head and cried out that the dragon fruit was ripe. Looking at the fruit, the protagonist said that it was amazing, adding that his energy had not only become purer, but also noticeably stronger. Raising a finger, Aaliyah asked to say thank you. She had to use up all her precious reserves. The protagonist put his hand on her shoulder and thanked her. Taken aback, she asked again. Looking at her, Ethan replied that he said thank you, noting that he was going to throw it away, and she made something worthwhile out of it and if she needed anything, she could ask. Embarrassed, Aaliyah said that she would tell him later because nothing came to mind right now. Holding the fruit in his hands, Ethan asked her to take her time and think. The protagonist bit the fruit. The carriage was driving through the city. Aaliyah fell asleep. Red mana enveloped Ethan. Frowning, he thought that he had absorbed all the energy. Looking at his hand, the protagonist noted that 7 months had passed since his awakening and this level was much higher than what he had in his past life. Clenching his hand into a fist, the protagonist noted that there was more mana, and most importantly, the white flame was completely distributed throughout his body. Sitting in the carriage, he emphasized that internal problems had basically been solved, and the foundation of the essence itself had been laid. All that remained was to fight the 7 clans of the kingdom, which had 8 rings in Terran. Ethan got out of the carriage. Walking to Galen, the protagonist noted that they had not seen each other for a long time. Galen bowed and said that he would report to him about the achievements of the city in which trade and culture were developing. They walked through the city. Looking around, Elia said that the city had become much more lively than before. A guy on the stage was shouting about Duke Arden, who had been ill for a long time and was asking for their attention. Elia enthusiastically suggested watching. Ethan said that they would go somewhere else. The protagonist asked why they should watch a performance that was about him. Enraged, Elia screamed that he had promised to fulfill any request she had. Galen laughed and asked Ethan to feel how culture was developing in the city. Elia sat with a satisfied face and said that the performance was already starting. A guy stood on the stage and shouted that the village of Barasis, Baron Kargas, the villagers suffered from the Red Scorpions, villains who collected taxes under the guise of protection money. The actors came out on stage and announced that they would drink and have fun, noting that today they would collect money from these pathetic people. The guy pulled back the curtain. The people watched the performance with delight. The boy raised his fist above his head and shouted that he was Ethan and they would not have to suffer from these villains anymore. The main character grabbed his face. The battle began on the stage. Elia stood there with a happy look and listened to the people talking. The Duke was simply amazing and he was truly a hero sent by the gods. She looked at Ethan and asked if he had fire mana as soon as he woke up. Galen looked at him and said that such performances were shown in the city every day and the people responded positively. Galen extended his hand and said that this was the power of the culture that he promoted. As he walked down the street, he noted that he would show something else. They entered the room. Galen sat down at the card table and asked if he wanted to try it. Looking at the cards, he noticed that they depicted real people in history. Elia put the card on the table. Galen noted that Arden was presented as a hero to arouse sympathy in people, and the dragons and the order were presented as worthless and pathetic, strengthening the hostility towards them and reducing interest in the sect. Galen presented the cards and said that in the future they planned to connect the cards with the help of magic, then the game would become brighter and more orderly and he would do it in order to interest all citizens in this worldview. Taken aback, Ethan thought that this idea had potential and it was a good idea. Elia was dumbfounded by the loss. The protagonist noted that it was commercially profitable and effective. It was not for nothing that Lawrence advised him to see it in person. Putting the cards on the table, Ethan said that he would allocate additional funds for the development of this game. The protagonist held the card in his hands. Ethan emphasized that as soon as they achieved stability, they would share the profits. Galen bowed and thanked him. Walking to the carriage, the protagonist said that he was satisfied and that was the end of his business there. Elia asked if they would now go to the place where the agricultural center was planned to be created. Ethan answered that this was not the case and that he would go there when the elves arrived. The coachman started to pull the cart. The protagonist said that they were going to Londinium. Enraged, Elia screamed that she thought that this card game had one big drawback. She presented the cards and noted that if even a great magician like her failed, it was very easy to lose. Ethan thought that judging by how carried away she was by the game, it really was effective. She began to shout that such gambling should be banned. The protagonist said that Galen promised to give a special card as a gift and it must be said that she did not need it. Elia was taken aback by this. She replied that this was too much. Looking at her, Ethan clarified whether she wanted to receive it. Smiling, he asked her to admit that this was an interesting game. Frowning, Elia remarked that he was disgusting. She said that he was the type who was not popular with girls. Ethan was taken aback by this. He crossed his arms. She asked with a displeased look if this was true, and that was why he did not have a girlfriend. Turning away, the protagonist said that he was too busy to date. The man on the roof of the castle ordered the gates to be opened. From the carriage, Elia's screams were heard that Duke Arden was a fool. The man loudly shouted for everyone to move, saying that they had brought the one. Ethan walked through the hall, saying that judging by the preparations, everything was in full swing. The man with a smile on his face was glad that Ethan had arrived and that they had everything ready. The hero asked the girl if she had brought the world tree. Elia with a smile on her face answered that she had brought not only them, but also the fruit of the dragon tree. The heroine laughed and replied that she did not need to be explained what to do with it. The man looked closely at the tree, saying that this was the same ominous tree he had heard so much about. An unusual aura emanated from it. The hero began to shout to all his people to hurry, since they needed to increase these branches and put it all into the sacred sword. Elia, with a smile on her face, replied that a magician like her should not be left aside. Magic sparkled to the side. Lightning with spells flew in different directions. Elia screamed loudly. The man repeated various words after her. Magic was directed at various objects. The sword glowed brightly. Ethan looked ahead with interest. Magic turned the sword into something magical. The girl looked ahead in surprise. Magic and the spell created something magical. The magicians looked at what they were doing with incomprehension and no one could understand what was going on, because now it was only the strengthening stage. The things were trying to connect. The students looked at the lanterns with confusion, which began to glow blue. The girls did not understand what it was. The mages tried to cover their eyes. The man looked at the object with confusion and said that the three relics suddenly connected and began to absorb mana. Ilya told the mage with fear that she did not have an infinite supply of mana. All three mages directed their power. Ethan looked ahead in surprise, not understanding why so much mana was required, because it was just a handle. The man looked around, answering that he himself did not understand. Ilya shouted loudly that these absorption properties were transplanted to him from the tree itself. The heroine decided that it was necessary to invest mana into him until he was satiated, and if they hesitated, then they would all die here. Everyone looked at the handle and said that Ilya was suggesting to stop the handle, but with all this, if the process that had already begun was stopped, all the materials would be destroyed. Ethan began to direct a huge flow of power, telling everyone to stay in their place. The teeth were clenched. The three guys began to open the 8 rings with great force. All the flows of magic were directed to the handle. Everything began to glow brightly. The man and Ilya watched tiredly as everything began to calm down. The thing glowed red. The girl asked the main character with interest his opinion, to which he answered that all the missing voids were filled and the fruit of the dragon tree fit like a glove. Ilya looked ahead with a smile on her face and said that initially it was supposed to call Ethan and hold a ceremony when the handle was fixed, but with all this, everything happened in one go. The guy looked at the floor in surprise and heard the heroine answer that thanks to him, everything went well. Ethan looked at the hilt, answering that, unlike his previous life, something had changed. Several days had passed. The heroes, with smiles on their faces, asked if this was the glory he would have to deal with. Ethan smiled, answering that this was the hilt of the sacred sword, which had recently been restored and all that was left was the blade. The hero looked at it all carefully, answering that it was strange, because the dwarves did not sell such good alloys outside the kingdom. Ilya pointed at herself, answering that she had done all of this. The heroine approached the man, answering that she had enhanced the properties of the low-level alloy that the dwarves had sold us. The man asked the girl if she knew how to enhance the properties of materials. A sick mage lay in the bed and heard the girl answer that she had done it with some help, but had mostly done it herself. The heroine answered that she had first obtained high-grade solvents. The man calmly replied that it was the first time he had encountered such a pure alloy, so they should try it anyway. The furnace was shining brightly with flames. 2 guys were climbing the stairs. The man was shouting loudly that the temperature was gradually rising. Everyone began to pour in solvents. The poison was falling on the stone. The fire was growing. People looked at it in surprise, saying that it was a real miracle, because if it weren't for this high-quality equipment, the furnace would have melted long ago. Ethan and the girl calmly watched all this. The alloy continued to lie quietly. Ilya was shouting discontentedly that an hour had already passed. The man looked away in confusion, saying that he himself did not know when the scroll would melt, since it was the first time he had encountered such a situation, because ordinary metal would have melted and boiled long ago. One of the guys began to say that the effect of the solvent would soon end, but the alloy would not even begin to melt. The hero answered sadly and surprised that it seemed that nothing had worked. Ethan slowly approached the goal, despite the fact that everyone began to shout at him not to come closer. The guy looked ahead confidently. One of the heroes asked Ethan about his intention to increase the temperature with the help of fire mana. The guys tried to say something among themselves, but the man ordered them to be silent. The hero carefully watched Ethan and said that it would not work, since even knights had a hard time achieving such a temperature. Everyone looked at Ethan, thinking that they were talking about the Duke, who still surprised everyone with his actions. The guys looked at all this with incomprehension. His hands touched the alloy. Ethan began to scream loudly. A strong fire passed through the entire territory. The flame came from the furnace, which meant that everything was starting to melt. The man shouted loudly that they had succeeded. The guys looked at Ethan in surprise, saying that this could not be. The hero looked ahead in surprise, thinking about the legendary sacred sword Dranian, which visited the land of fire and got the flame of the Lord. The man could not believe all this. Ethan looked at the floor carefully, realizing what he was missing. The guy was gaining magic, saying that the manse of 8 rings, which he used for the handle, which had not yet been restored. The flame rose high. The man continued to watch Ethan in fear. The protagonist sighed. Ilya looked closely at the hero. The girl heard how everyone was told to immediately gather all of the Order of Dragon Slayers who remained in the vicinity of the forge. The heroes began to fight among themselves. Nerian looked carefully to the side, listening to the news. 2 guys listened with interest to the information, where they said to gather faster. Their feet stood on the asphalt. The guy quickly and confidently answered, pointing to his army, saying that 101 people from the Order of Dragon Slayers were assembled. Ethan angrily shouted at the guys that he needed some of their mana and they should not interfere with this. His hands held the handle tightly. Nerian could not understand with interest what kind of handle it was. Ethan angrily began to absorb mana. Everyone looked at the hero in surprise. Nerian saw how Ethan's energy slowly left. The army looked at the magic, not understanding what kind of phenomenon it was. Ilya laughed, saying that this is the feature of the dragon fruit that she saw during the manufacture of the handle. The purpose of this device was to collect mana and transfer it to the owner. Tyrion carefully watched this, saying that Ethan will not only restore the sacred sword, but also mastered such a terrible technique. The girl saw that the Duke became one step higher. The man confidently looked forward, hearing how he was given commands. All the heroes answered themselves in surprise that no one knew that it would be possible to completely melt with all this. The heroine, with a smile on her face, shouted not to skimp, since they needed to join forces to succeed in forging. Everyone shouted to pull themselves together so as not to miss a single mistake. All the workers asked each other in surprise what they were going to do. One of the girls, with a smile on her face, recalled the legend of the sacred sword, according to which they managed to make a handle from the branches of the world tree, and then make a blade from a sacred alloy. Ethan looked at the workers, who asked each other strange questions. The hero looked ahead confidently. The man skillfully forged. Aaliyah was engaged in magic. Ethan remembered all this and told himself that he simply chose the best path. The weapon was in the sky. Everyone shouted in surprise that this was the same legendary sword that withstood the white flame. The hand began to hold it tightly. Ethan raised it high up. All the people looked at the guy in surprise. The protagonist looked at the kingdom, realizing that they had a future and a goal to protect the people, having real power. Mountains. The guys looked at the guy with interest, saying that he had become a legend. The sword hit the asphalt. The hero began to look at everyone with a smile on his face. Someone's hand showed a paper. One of the men calmly looked ahead. There was a letter on the table, which said that they should humbly wait for him until he himself called. The hand hit the table with displeasure. The hero shouted loudly that he was always a temporary ruler, but despite this, he was already showing arrogance. The man began to think that all this was set up in order to light a white flame. The hero continued to look at the letter. The man stood up, calling the butler. The professor calmly replied that he would leave him in charge of the clan until he returned, since he needed to find out something important. The hero looked ahead confidently, understanding that if they really had a vision, then the experience would always be passed on. Ofference looked at the guy who asked him if he wanted to tell him something. The blacksmith, sitting on a chair, answered that the situation was quite alarming and the man was talking about Williams, with whom the dragon race had been making deals. The man thoughtfully answered that the dwarves were being hunted in the kingdom and he thought that they were being put on trial for treason, and with Ofference it ended with him simply being warned not to do that again. Ethan listened to the man in surprise. The hero answered that it was strange, because the dwarves still hated dragons, but Williams was safe and sound and the Marquis Bloaton promised to find out what was going on and later say that he would contact him soon. Cusney shouted that it was time for him to return to the castle. The door closed. Ethan understood that the dwarves hated dragons, but they treated the castle normally. The hero sat with his hands folded, answering that the day would surely come when he would meet the hero he knew in his past life. Ethan looked ahead attentively, saying that he needed to prepare in advance. A holiday. The guy was surprised to ask Fawns if there were any holidays at this time of year. The hero answered with a smile on his face that Ethan had managed to restore the relic of the Ardens, the sacred sword. The guy asked that they had arranged a holiday in honor of this. The heroes talked among themselves, and Tyrion was behind them in a cloak. Fawns answered that during the festival there would be competitions, and the prize would be the Duke's great sword. Tyrion listened attentively as Fawns said that this is why all the sword masters had gathered here, from knights to mercenaries, and despite the fact that even if they did not manage to take first place, there would be an opportunity to join the Order of Dragon Slayers and achieve success. The guys walked on with smiles on their faces, saying that there would be a lot of people, which was a great chance for merchants like them to make money. Their feet were on the ground. Tyrion looked into the distance and told himself that he should really check if they were strong or not. One of the guys blew his horn. Ethan walked to the center and heard everyone shouting that he should announce the competition. The man noticed a strong aura out of the corner of his eye and said that there was someone here. Ethan lifted his leg, answering that he was hiding, but he couldn't hide since this aura of a strong warrior, similar to the one that came from Count Merc at the ceremony. The hero took out his sword with a smile on his face, thinking that it could be Tyrion. The guy put the weapon on the sand and decided that the man couldn't stand it and came in person. All the people looked at the new divine sword in surprise. Ethan began to greet everyone loudly, answering that today was the first day of the competition of the 10-day tournament. The guy with a smile on his face shouted to have fun. Ethan picked up speed. All the people, among whom was Tyrion, looked at the arena in surprise. A bright fireworks display appeared in the sky. The hero looked into the air in surprise, not understanding how Ethan could blow up the sword so easily. Tyrion noticed something. Ethan slowly walked back. The guy looked at the man out of the corner of his eye. Tyrion looked at himself in surprise, not understanding what was happening. A huge glass hit the table. All the people were having fun, answering that this was real fun and they should all drink. Tyrion looked around, answering that this was all amazing. The man remembered that he had already been to this city under other rulers, and then the inhabitants were in poverty and there was death everywhere. Tyrion looked around, answering that this same city had changed greatly in a few months and that even a man who had recently turned 20 could not do that. The man began to hear something on the side. Tyrion turned around in surprise, seeing a conflict between two people over a set of cards. The man thought about it with interest. A hero approached the men, telling them to stop arguing. The hero answered the man that these cards were in charge of the Arden department and the tavern owner had not deceived anyone, so they should calmly enjoy the holiday. Tyrion looked at the guys in surprise. One of them complained that he had spent a lot of money, but the second calmed him down, calling him a marquis. The man was looking at the Arbana card game. One of the sets was 50 copper and a special set was priced at 50 silver. Tyrion didn't understand what was so special about these cards that even aristocrats were buying them. The hero opened the doors, answering that the main competition he would take part in was the Order of Dragon Slayers in 2 days, which meant that he had to try it for the purpose of studying the culture. 2 days passed, the arena. The hero looked ahead in surprise, not understanding what kind of card game this was, because he was going to play a few rounds, just trying it out. Tyrion sat calmly, answering that he woke up only 2 days later. The man looked askance at the knight who had come to watch the tournament. The hero noticed that he had come to the celebration in a cloak with a hood. The guy with a smile on his face asked Tyrion if he liked the city. The hero asked with confusion how he had done it. The guy looked at the guy angrily, saying that he was warned to wait, but he came here and even made fake documents, so the hero could very well charge him with an offense. Tyrion gritted his teeth, answering that he looked down on him, but this could not be shown. The guy stood up, not letting Tyrion say anything, saying that the main battle had begun. The hero calmly left, answering that he was waiting for him at midnight in his castle and he would find the office himself. The guy tried to ask something with incomprehension, but could not. One of the heroes raised his hand, answering who the winner was. The man loudly shouted to all the people that it was time for the Battle of the Knights of the 7 Stars. Narion walked into the arena with confidence. The guy shouted with a smile on his face, naming the next participant. People looked at the fighters in surprise with smiles. Sir Fulton, sent by Bessus, stood in the arena. The guy looked ahead with confidence. Narion looked away with a smile. Someone put a paper on the book, answering to pass this on to Bloaton. Fulton looked at it in surprise, answering that this was the same book with which it was not possible to get rid of the side effects of the dragon tribe magic. Ethan sat on the throne, saying that at the request of the Marquis, the malicious spells were rewritten. The guy looked at the sheet, not understanding whether this was possible and what kind of note it was. Ethan smiled, answering that with such abilities she could easily increase her level. Fulton looked ahead, saying that thanks to this he would finally be able to rise above the level of 7 stars and the Duke's teachings would be simply amazing. Narion looked at his opponent, asking if the participation of the Knight of Bessus contradicted the rules of the competition. Fulton looked at the guy, answering that he owed the Duke a lot since he had to restore order in the Order of Dragon Slayers, and then thank him. The hero looked confidently at the guy who said that if he took first place, he would give the reward. His hands held the sword tightly and said that he understood that he was a very important person guarding the Duchess. The man with a smile on his face shouted to the people that the competition was starting. Narion ran towards his opponent, answering that he should learn politeness. Fulton confidently ran forward. The two men began to fight. Tyrion watched them in surprise. The man looked at the competition, answering that this was a battle of the most capable knights of the duchy. Tyrion looked at Fulton, answering that the overall level of mana of the knights was not high enough, but with all this, their abilities were impressive and they had incomparable polish of fencing techniques. This battle was on the same level and everyone could easily compete with the order of their family, which has 7-star warriors. Tyrion watched the fight, not understanding how they trained. The man looked at the Duke, answering that all these fighters were scary people. Night was falling. Tyrion looked around, asking the spirit of the wind for help. The man took off into the sky. The hero quickly flew through the sky, answering that he was clearly hiding some secret and they must find out by any means. The man flew into the window, answering that if he did not obey, they would have to use force. Tyrion looked at the standing Ethan. The protagonist, with a smile on his face, answered that he thought that he would immediately begin to fall. The man looked at Ethan in surprise, answering that when he looked at him, he understood everything. Tyrion realized that Count Merk lied, caring about the reputation of Duke Ratian, since he said that the strength of Duke Arden and the strongest swordsman in the kingdom were equal. The man recalled the fight, answering that this could not be, since the probability of Arden's victory was 7 to 10 and this was 9 months after he came out of a coma. Tyrion smiled, answering that it could be proof. Ethan looked at the man carefully, listening as he said that he wanted to know something. The man smiled, asking if there was something in the estate that could transfer memories or experiences. Ethan asked him in surprise what he was talking about. Tyrion closed his eyes, saying that he knew that Ethan could not be fooled by his reaction. The hero looked at the man with a smile on his face, answering that he knew everything and wanted to offer a deal. Ethan looked at him with confusion, asking what he was talking about since he was simply surprised to play along. The man looked at Tyrion out of the corner of his eye, answering that now he understood why he was here. The protagonist understood that he believed that the Marquis Fractal passed on his experience and abilities to their lineage, and the seventh line believed that this is how he returned. Tyrion couldn't handle it alone, so he offered a deal, trying to test Ethan's capabilities. The protagonist looked at the man carefully, answering that the matter for which he came here secretly and he wanted to learn the secrets by any means, gaining power over other clans. Ethan looked ahead carefully, answering that he had to test him since there was no information to cause a conflict between the 7 clans. Tyrion smiled, answering that if Ethan told, he would pay generously. The protagonist looked at the guy carefully, answering that he didn't need money and he would tell for free. The man looked at Ethan with incomprehension, wondering how he told so easily and what was on his mind. The protagonist calmly answered that everything was very simple and this power was passed down only by inheritance, and such abilities were manifested only in those in whom the blood of the Arden flowed. Tyrion looked at the man carefully, listening to him say that if he was taught this technique by another person, he still would not be able to repeat it. Ethan calmly replied that it would not be difficult to find information about the Arden Sword Tower, because relatives sell materials everywhere, and since ancient times those who did not receive the power of the Black Flame were appointed as managers in the Sword Tower. But even those who did not have the skills adopted the memories and had the opportunity to develop the technique of the Arden Sword. Tyrion worshipped, saying that this meant that he had such outstanding abilities that the result of fire, mana, and blood is transmitted by memories. Ethan smiled, saying that if he satisfied his curiosity, he could go. The heroes looked at each other with interest. Tyrion smiled, saying that it would be difficult to confront the other 6 families alone, so they needed to become their ally. Ethan looked at the hero in surprise, answering that he did not want this. Tyrion quickly ran, asking where the girl was. The man walked, not listening to anyone. In his hands was the power of fire. The heroine stood in the flames. The fire flew across the entire territory, creating a strong wind. The flame rushed through the scarecrows. The girl looked at the fire, holding it in her hands. Tyrion fearfully told the heroine to come out. The guy looked at the fire, answering that his skills had improved and he could no longer control it on his own. His hands snapped. The flames began to slowly die down. The girl looked at Tyrion and said that he himself asked her not to wander around and to lock her here. The man looked at the heroine's fire fearfully, creating ice and protection for himself. The guy pointed his finger up, not seeing the smoking hair on his head. The icy hand removed the flame, and the hero himself answered the girl that he had found a groom for her. The heroine looked at Tyrion with incomprehension. The man suddenly thought, answering that if Duke Ethan was telling the truth, then after an alliance with the Fractal clan, he would gain incredible influence in the kingdom. Tyrion looked away, saying that even if it was a lie, then judging by his abilities, the Arden clan would certainly return to its strength, so it would be nice to establish relations in advance. Isa received many marriage proposals, and Duke Ration tried to marry Milton to her in order to absorb their clan. The hero looked ahead, answering that, however, he could not give his daughter to him, since he was in no hurry to change his mind, so the man decided to take a new chance that would change the course of the game. Ethan calmly answered that he would refuse. Tyrion, in confusion and surprise, asked the reason for this. The man shouted at Ethan that his daughter was an extraordinary beauty. Ethan angrily answered that he was not interested in such details and was trying to find out the secrets of the Arden clan. The man spoke with incomprehension about the fact that he sincerely apologizes for everything related to the secrets of the family, but despite this, all the Agils and Ratian tried to harm. The guy looked at Tyrion, who said that he shared the secret only with him, which means that he wanted to become an ally. The protagonist shouted at Tyrion, saying that now he intends to send letters to everyone. The protagonist angrily shouted that if everyone finds out about the secret of the Arden, then various vile thoughts will come and then everyone will want to be related to him so that their descendants have abilities. In this case, there will be those who want to be his ally, observers, as well as those who want to kill him if they fail to pull him over to their side. Tyrion pursed his lips, answering that now the kingdom consists of 7 clans, but at any moment the situation can become dangerous since the Duke of Arden wants to use himself as bait to sow discord between the clans. The man looked at Ethan in surprise, saying that he was a terrible person who could kill himself. The protagonist pursed his lips. Tyrion looked at Ethan in surprise, saying that he probably guessed his intentions, but the situation was urgent, so Ethan offered to make a deal. The man shouted, saying that he would announce his secrets at the moment he chose himself and the guy could even give him time to prepare. Tyrion looked at Ethan in confusion. The protagonist confidently looked ahead, answering that in return he must return the treasure of his family. Liquid flowed from the body of the previous Duke of Arden after his death, and the Duke of Agils was going to use it against the Prince of Terran, but it did not achieve anything. Tyrion clenched his fists, answering that if he needed this treasure, it meant that most likely it was related to their blood. The hero looked after Ethan, answering that he would send everything within a week, and now he had to go. Tyrion flew in the sky, answering that he had a good chance and now they need to come up with a plan. Aizra Fractal was the only daughter of Marquis Tyrion. Among other clans, she was called the most enviable bride of the Western continent. She was not only the pride of the Marquis family, but also at a young age she occupied the 7th place in abilities, and she also had an extraordinary beauty. Having learned about the groom, the girl was furious. Her daughter had an uncontrollable character. Tyrion tried to do something about it, but he could not. The heroine approached her father, answering that she was not interested in people who were weaker than her and it was too hot for her, that she could not be here. Tyrion looked at the heroine in fear, answering that the problem was not only in her unbearable character and the high society knew that she had reached the 7th level. The daughter looked around angrily, answering that she had long surpassed her in strength. The father looked at his daughter with fear, saying that as soon as the people around him, the Rations and the Agils, found out about this, they would immediately try to get her, so Tyrion had managed to hide her until now, but now his patience had run out. The father looked at his daughter, asking if she had heard about the Duke of Arden, who had been talked about so much lately. Aizra asked in surprise that they wanted to marry him. The man jumped in different directions, answering that this was true, but first they just needed to take something and look at it, and then decide. The heroine answered with a smile on her face that she was leaving right now. Tyrion looked at his daughter, answering that Milton had a weak and unstable character, so he would not be able to cope with her. The guy lowered his head, asking Ethan to take care of her. The market. Aizra looked around in surprise, answering that this city was not so bad. The girl looked at the people, answering that she could not say that the people here looked rich, but hope was visible in their faces. The heroine looked straight ahead, not understanding what kind of person this was. The face broke into a smile. A light was burning to the side. An army of people. One of the guys shouted loudly to the side. The fighters stood firmly in a stance, holding their swords. Ethan looked at the heroes, telling his assistant the numbers of the people who were being accepted. Aizra carefully descended the stairs. The girl looked at the floor, wondering if he was here, since there were a huge number of people. The man continued to shout loudly, and Ethan watched this. Aizra looked at the row of fighters. The daughter immediately saw Duke Ethan, saying that he was cute. Aizra looked at the man, saying that the aura was beckoning at the level of a star, but with all this, people said that he had great abilities. The girl smiled, answering that she was good enough. The heroine walked calmly around the city, answering that she still had a few days left before the promised time, so she could look for something. Aizra remembered the words of her father, who told her to buy the card game Arden. Before leaving, the man asked the girl if she understood that she couldn't play them. The door opened slowly. The host looked at everyone who had gathered with a smile and laughter on his face and said that they would start playing to find out who was also the strongest master of the card game in Rendirium. People and all the other guys screamed loudly with joy. Aizra looked ahead in fear, answering that she didn't understand how this happened, because 3 days had already passed since the promised time. The host pointed to the side with his hand, saying that this was the master of Jis, who had passed unhindered to the very end. Someone grabbed the man's hand. Ethan looked at the heroine. He was like a comet from the sky. The protagonist confidently began to ask to return the goods, and only then to play. Aizra opened her mouth and thought that this man was Duke Arden. She threw his hand away and asked what such a famous person could forget in such a place, and that there was no need to intimidate innocent people. Ethan looked at her and replied that she had been watching him for about a week, and that was when he noticed her. He continued that he had been waiting, but she never showed up, so he came in person so that she would not think of running away, extended his hand and told her to give him what she had promised. The girl smirked and said that he did not have the ability to easily find Lady Aizra. How could he be sure of that? Ethan looked at her and said that not everything was true, which was obvious. After all, she tells everyone that she had reached the village level, but in fact she was already at the 9th. Aizra's eyes widened and she thought about who he was, and that not only had he been watching her for a whole week, but he had also been able to accurately determine her level. She grabbed her robe and said it was a shame. She had come here a week ago, started acting, and now she had been found out. The girl put her hand in her pocket and said that she was handing over the goods first. She handed him the bag and asked how she had managed to track her down. The man turned away and walked away, and the girl asked again, puzzled. Her mouth dropped open in indignation. The man on the stage told Miss Iarasi to come out, and people began to talk about what was going on and whether she had run away. The man continued that if she did not come out in 5 seconds, he would consider her to be withdrawing, and the girl shook her head. He began to count, and the girl pursed her lips in fear. A moment later, she called the Duke and asked if that was too rude. Ethan turned around and she said that he had done his business and was now leaving. They stood opposite each other. He said that he got what he needed. What else should he do? To which the girl replied, didn't he hear from his father that she and he could get married, and that he wasn't even interested? Izura took off her hood and asked if he wanted to show that he was stronger than her and already considered her his future wife. Ethan narrowed his eyes and said that it seemed that Marquis Frechtel didn't understand his words. After all, he refused to be his ally. Looking at the angry girl, he continued that accordingly, he wasn't going to marry her either. Why should he show interest in a girl he'd never seen in his life? The protagonist turned away and told her to continue having fun. She asked him, offended, what he said. Then she continued that yes, she was the most eligible bride in the kingdom. Asura Frechtel, the goddess of water, he had not personally met her in battle, but he had heard that she was an outstanding summoner of spirits. With the help of her water summoning skill, she had solved the drought issues, and during the dragon invasion she had caused a storm at sea and drowned them in water. Looking at her, the protagonist thought that she had also helped Arden's death squad, thanks to which they managed to put an end to the battle. Her skills remained the same, but her character had changed greatly. Usually, those who control water have a calm character. Pouring the contents of the bag into his hand, he thought that what difference did it make to him? Now he had all 4 rings. Looking at the substance in his hand, he continued the thought that there was still more to get from the 3 clans and nearby states, and that it would not be easy. Ethan looked up questioningly. The girl's eyes lit up red and she told him to wait. She hadn't finished yet. Since she was here, she couldn't leave empty-handed. She said angrily that she was challenging him to a fight. Ethan raised one eyebrow and asked if he had to agree. Izura smiled and asked how he felt about it. If he won, she would grant him one request. Ethan frowned and looked down, and the girl continued that she also had power. The protagonist closed his eyes, agreed and said that he would visit her at his training field, and thought that maybe this would actually work in his favor. They stood on the field and Izura suggested to begin, and Ethan said as she wished. The girl raised her staff and thought that until now she had not met anyone among her peers who could compare to her in strength, and he with his 7 stars looked down on her. A dome of fire formed around the girl and she continued the thought that she would read it and then prove that he was weaker than her. Then she cast a spell to expand the spirit area. Ethan was surprised and said that this was how she controlled fire and that it seemed to be Ignis's level. The girl laughed contentedly and said that this was her element and that he was acting so self-confident. Wasn't he too hot? A fiery whirlwind appeared in the air and she continued that he should admit his defeats, then she would calm the flames, and laughed. Ethan closed his eyes, exhaled and asked if Asura Frechtel had forgotten what the Arden family was famous for. The girl asked again in bewilderment. Waves of fire flew in the air. Ethan touched one of them without hindrance. Asura's mouth opened in surprise and asked what it was. The protagonist held a flame in his hands and said that he had bragged about her abilities so much, but she was nothing special and that he was a little disappointed. Izura swung her staff and shouted for him to get this too, and in her mind flashed that there was nothing to be done. Let him not be offended by her, even if he got a little hurt. A huge fire tsunami did not fall on the main character and the girl said to try to absorb this blow too. Ethan held the sphere in his hands with a smile. He pointed his hand forward and the fire went around him on both sides. Izura frowned and said that this could not be. Was the white flame really that powerful? Ethan, pointing his hand forward, said that even on the 9th circle she could only give out this, and that he admitted that her self-confidence was at the highest level. The girl looked at him angrily. Izura pointed the staff at him again, shouted that she took her words back, and thought that she did not want to use all her powers, but he asked for it himself. She used the spell to summon Ignis, a spirit of the highest level. She angrily shouted at Ignis to attack. The huge fire spirit hung silently above. Then it turned to the girl and said that she had chosen the wrong opponent. Izura asked again, puzzled. She looked up and asked Ignis what it was doing. The spirit bowed before the protagonist and replied that it greeted the blessed Lord, pure flame. Ethan, surrounded by flames, looked back at it. The protagonist turned to the fire spirit and asked how Rorosha was doing, to which it replied that she was always watching over him. Ethan smiled and said that he hoped that they would see each other again someday, and for now let it tell it to take care of itself. Ignis replied that it would tell everything. Izura opened her mouth indignantly and thought that Rorosha herself, of whom only legends remained, he knew her and was close. The protagonist looked at the girl and said that the match was over and asked if she would listen to his request now. Asura exclaimed indignantly. Then she said furiously that she could not admit it. Ethan frowned and she continued that even if there was no spirit, she was level 9. A moment later, the protagonist used the 8 rings technique. Asura screamed in fear. The protagonist, engulfed in flames, asked what kind of shame and that the lady was from a good family, but she behaved so unworthily. Asura fell to her knees. She bared her teeth tensely and thought that she could not do anything. What an incredible pressure. The protagonist had a sphere burning in his chest, and he continued that even from defeat there was a lesson to learn. A true fighter uses this chance to become stronger, and that if she also had supernatural powers, then she should have the appropriate mindset. The girl lowered her gaze and said that okay, she would admit her defeat. So, the fire instantly disappeared. Ethan turned around and told her to come back, then he would send her a letter. Asura lowered her head and breathed heavily. Ignis looked at her sadly and said that it was a pity, summoner, and that he had been watching her for a long time, but this time she had met too strong an opponent. The girl answered that it was the first time, and the spirit asked again in bewilderment. Asura looked up lovingly and said that it was the first time she saw a man who could pacify her. The sword fell to the ground with a clang. The girl raised her finger, above which a fire appeared, and asked if he was tired of it, and that she had already admitted her defeat, and that he should not bother her anymore. Melee, he held his sore hand, and the girl continued that she was not going to marry him. She had no feelings for anyone weaker than her, and that there was no need to fight anymore. The guy bared his teeth, and Asura said goodbye to him. A moment later, he called her and shouted that she should wait only 3 years. He clenched his fist and continued that when he turned 18, he would definitely win. He would become the strongest in the kingdom. Asura turned around to look at him. Then she came up to him, pointed her finger at him and said that how dare he address her informally. She was actually a year older than him, that this habit of his irritated her, and that there was nothing she liked about him. Milton Ratian, the eldest son of Duke Ratian, frowned and asked if he had personally checked and whether all this was true. The servant answered that yes, they say Asura Fractal works for Duke Arden. Then he continued that there were rumors that she was in love with him. Milton slammed the table and shouted at him not to lie, and that his Asura could not do such a thing. He grinned angrily and thought that the same Asura he had loved since she was 10 years old had given in to this nasty Duke. A moment later, the man told the servants to go away and went somewhere. He walked along the corridor and thought that he had finally received recognition from the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. Then he knocked on something and continued the thought that he needed to see her right now and kill himself personally. They answered behind the door for him to come in. He opened the door and frowned and turned to his father and asked what was going on, and that he would continue to silently watch as Arden and Fractal got closer, and that he would now go there. The man furiously shouted at him not to talk nonsense and to behave quietly. Crows flew over the castle. The servants opened their mouths in surprise. Milton bowed and apologized. The man angrily thought that this Tyrian, he had often visited him for a long time, threatened, but he always avoided talking about the children's wedding, and now he was trying to figure out Arden. The man put his hands on the table and told him to do nothing or he would ruin everything, to which Milton replied that he understood. The man sternly said that the 7 clans should be called together immediately and told the butler to point to the crystal ball. The Marquis held the paper in his hands and thought that this was great. Asura had finally found a worthy match. He read the letter and thought that she had fallen in love, which meant that Duke Ethan had won the competition and that he knew people after all. Then he looked up and realized that Gerond Ratian was very angry. Frowning, he thought that Ratian and Agils were simply obsessed with power. Then appeared before his eyes, and the Marquis continued his thought that the 7 clans of the kingdom were now divided into supporters of hardline policies and moderate policies. He was sure that the former were brainwashing Thuron, while the latter, on the contrary, were trying to save face and fulfill their human duty. And in the middle there was a neutral faction. He pursed his lips and realized that he would have to consult with him first. The man stood in front of the stone. Blue magic hung around him. He frowned. Duke thrust his fist forward. The stone trembled. A moment later, he struck and the stone broke into several pieces. Looking at them, he said that it meant the rumors were true. The Marquis looked at the man and said that yes, it did. The Duke folded his hands on his hips and said that he would protect him since they were in the same faction. But this problem was not that simple, and that 2 dukes would definitely take action, and asked if he could handle it. The Marquis bared his teeth and said that Asura had finally found happiness. He would like to protect her and asked him for help. Since he also had a daughter, let her help change the mood among the 7 clans. An image of an hourglass appeared before his eyes, and the man continued that now the radical faction had 2 influential leaders, so the balance of power was upset. But what if Duke Arden united with the moderate faction? The Duke put his hand to his face and said that he did not think he would say such a thing, and what could have worried him so much. The image of the main character appeared in his head. The man said that at first he thought it was just an annoying puppy, so he began to follow him. However, Duke Ethan demonstrated great abilities. He has incredible skills and does not follow his emotions, recklessly drawn by his strength. The Marquis looked down and apologized for asking him such a request. Duke looked at him, told him to make his face simpler. He did nothing wrong, and so that he did not worry, he understood him. That's all. The Marquis looked questioningly at the man. He put his hand to his chest and said that he was also the head of the family, and asked if he could check for himself and then make a decision. A moment later, he disappeared, saying that he would now go and meet him. The man bared his teeth and thought, well, Duke Dustin is certainly a good person, but he does not think that with his character he will be very happy to see him, and that he must inform the main character as soon as possible. The warriors stood with their weapons in their hands. The voice said that the first position. They put their swords forward. Ethan approached the man and asked how the training of the new knights was going. Mengarten turned to the Duke. He smiled and replied that those he had personally chosen had excellent skills, and that it was worth showing them a little as they soon began to demonstrate success. The protagonist praised him and said that he thought he would have to leave the training field for a while. The man asked again in surprise and said that if some kind of event was planned, then he could take charge of the preparations. Ethan told him that it was not about that. The Duke bared his teeth. He descended to the ground and raised a pile of dust. The fighters flew back from the blow and the voice said that he himself was Duke Dustin, and that he was challenging the Duke to a duel. Mengarten frowned and said that, well, this is an attack. Someone's hand appeared above his head. Ethan pushed the man aside and looked at the man running towards him. Getting into a fighting stance, he said that he accepted his challenge. Duke came at him with a fist. A pile of dust rose under them. The protagonist blocked the blow and the man flew back. Mengarten turned to the protagonist and asked in fear who he was. Ethan replied that Marquis Frechtel had spoken of some new challenge. Looking at the man, he continued that it turned out to be the head of the Dustin clan, Duke. The man smiled and thought how amazing. He dealt blow after blow, and continued the thought that he acted suddenly, and he so calmly reflected his attacks. Accelerating, he thought that he should try this then. Ethan deftly dodged the blow. Duke bared his teeth. Then he smiled and thought that they would just look at him. The protagonist dealt another blow, and the man thought that he was not mistaken after all. The protagonist reached out to him. Duke raised his fist to punch and thought that Duke Ethan was not very fond of formalities. They clashed in battle. The man smiled and thought that he had only recently come out of a coma and could well have raised his level and strengthened his power. They continued to fight and Duke thought that, however, his superiority in fighting techniques was a completely different problem and how he could have achieved this at such a young age. Ethan dodged the blows. The man attacked the protagonist again. The protagonist crossed his arms angrily. The man looked at him and thought that he had only learned the principles of fighting techniques when he was already in his 30s and then trained every day in ideal conditions all his life. As he struck again, he thought how funny. A weapon was flying at the protagonist. Ethan grabbed it and said that he was still no match for him in technique and that now they would move on to the main part. Duke smiled and replied that he was convinced of his abilities, and now he would like to see his main feature, and in his thoughts flashed that he could not understand in any way, and that it was as if he was dreaming. People began to call the Duke. The man ran up to the guy and asked what was going on, to which he replied that he did not know. Duke Dustin suddenly appeared. Izura was surprised to think that Duke was on good terms with his family. Why did he attack the protagonist? And really, Duke Dustin furiously shouted for Ethan to show what he was capable of. He parried another blow and the girl thought that this meant it was true. Looking at the protagonist, she continued the thought that he pretended to be strong due to a large amount of mana, a strong warrior who came up with a great idea. Looking at the men's duel, the girl thought that in her past life, such strongmen could be counted on the fingers. Ethan's eyes sparkled happily. Duke returned his gaze, and Asura thought that was interesting. The weapon cut through the air. Duke looked at the protagonist and thought that Duke Ethan Arden was indeed very unusual, and that now he understood why Asura fell in love with him. Dealing another blow, Duke asked if he knew. The man smiled and continued that Dorothy was very nice. Ethan asked in surprise who she was, and the man answered that she was his daughter. He ran at the protagonist and continued that it had nothing to do with them, but it was important to him who would become her husband. He winked at him, said that he would wait for his answer and called him son-in-law. Ethan looked at him in bewilderment and the guy next to him said that he congratulated him, that he had heard that Duke valued his daughter very much, and that he had a reliable ally. The people talked among themselves about what it meant that their Duke already had 2 marriage proposals, and how enviable it was. The others said that it was nothing surprising. This was their Duke. Izura thought that she would not allow this. She clenched her fists furiously and said that she would be the one to marry the Duke. Ethan threw down his weapon, turned away and asked what they were talking about. Then he smiled, told them that they had enough of their chatter and that there would be no discipline. Everyone who was here, 100 laps around the training field. Lawrence frowned and thought that in that case he would make it so that this would be Arden's defeat. A cry of surprise arose from the Marquis Frechtel estate. He spoke fearfully into the sphere that, of course, he thanked him for recognizing the protagonist's abilities and agreeing to take part in the plan, but he was also going to marry Dorothy to him. The Duke replied contentedly that yes, he understood why the protagonist spoke of him that way, that he liked Ethan, and offered to fight fairly for such a son-in-law. Raising his finger, he continued that either he, Marquis Turien, wanted to refuse him, Duke himself. The Marquis agreed with him in fear. The man stood up from the table and said that they were incompetent and arrogant. Duke continued that they believed Count Merc's words without inquiring about Duke Arden's real abilities, and that he personally saw that his level was beyond imagination. They answered him that mana was not used in that duel, and that if he used mana, he would win in no time. Duke agreed and said that this was true, but that was why he was able to recognize the protagonist's skill level and that he was no longer the same person who was limited to techniques alone. The man asked if this was true and said that these were terrifying abilities and that in that case, Prince Terror would not be able to win against him in the upcoming competition. The Duke folded his arms and said that Duke Ethan would definitely win, and that if they were to judge soberly, their candidates would not be able to stand against the Duke. The man slammed the table and said that he objected. He closed his eyes and continued that Prince Terran had not yet been fully processed, and that it felt like he did not believe in the power of his dark magic. The Duke frowned, tusked, and told him to pull himself together. Even if they managed to make him stronger, it did not mean that he would gain reason and enlightenment, and more. The man frowned and Duke continued that he was really ready to do such a cruel act, despite the warnings of the spiritual leader. The man angrily asked what was happening, and that he was trying to insult him and his family. The Duke replied seriously that they, who ruled such a great power, had to follow the rules and asked if they had thought about how much the Dustin clan's reputation had been damaged by their antics with the 7 clans of the kingdom. The man slammed the table angrily. He held a clot of magic in his hand and said that it was so impudent and asked if he wanted to start a bloodbath right here. The people looked on in shock. After a moment, the man shouted at them to calm down. Magic energy was emanating from him. The man frowned and said that the temporary Duke Arden had more power than they thought and their plan to use Prince Terran might fail and that arguing during the meetings of the 7 clans was forbidden. He was warning them both. The Duke replied tiredly that Marquis Frechtel also had something to say about Duke Arden. The Marquis looked up and said that it was impossible to defeat Duke Arden now, and that there was a year left before the plan to use Prince Terran, and that in that case, how about using Duke Ethan? Aiden frowned and said that he had a grudge against them now, and asked what he was going to do. The Marquis spread his hands and said that he must have heard that his daughter was currently in Duke Arden's estate, but there was a hidden meaning behind it. The man frowned, and the voice asked about the hidden meaning. The Marquis clenched his hand into a pendant and continued that they would trust Duke Arden to teach their heirs and assign spies to him. Thus, the 7 clans would invite Duke Arden to a teaching position at the Hydran Academy, where he would teach their heirs. The man thought about it and asked the Count what he thought this meant. He closed his eyes and replied that it seemed they had changed their plans and that it looked like a gesture of application, to which the man replied that Duke Arden must have done something so that the 7 clans could no longer look down on him. The Count looked at the man and said that for some reason the rumors about the competition with Duke Dustin had spread so quickly and that he thought it was even beneficial for him. The discord between the duchies within the kingdom was too dangerous. The Count looked at the thoughtful man and continued that, however, Duke Arden was about the same age as the heirs of the 7 clans and that he was not sure that they would listen to his lectures. The man replied that perhaps his successes and achievements would, on the contrary, cause a feeling of competition among his peers. Looking at the papers, he continued that it made sense, but would Duke Arden himself agree to teach the offspring of the 7 clans, since he was in hostile relations with them, and that the Arden family had an advantage, he could refuse to follow the king's order. The man stood up from the table and said that recently he needed funds to restore the duchy. It was necessary to give to the 7 clans so that they would offer him a high payment, and that the Duke probably knew about other advantages. The Count agreed and said that he also ordered to distract the attention of the spiritual brotherhood from Arden, and that as a result of this, several Knights of the Shadow Order died. The man looked out the window and replied that it was not possible to avoid losses, and that it was necessary to provide protection to Duke Arden. The man pursed his lips and continued that at least for the sake of the final battle between him and the Brotherhood. The chandelier illuminated the room, the voice addressed the main character and asked if everything was alright with him, and that he would train the heirs of the clans with whom Terran was held. Ethan sat on the sofa opposite the girl and answered that yes, everything was fine, and that Marquis Frechtel had bought time for him. Then he continued that, in addition, the Eltarnes clan of archers and the Agils clan, which was holding Terran captive, would not send their heirs there. Ethan frowned and said that it was even better that way. If he met someone from the Agils clan, he would get angry and destroy them right there. Duke appeared in his memories. The words flashed through his thoughts. Duke Ethan, beware of Duke Gimam Agils. He is the one who controls Prince Terran. A man appeared in his thoughts, but he is a dark magician who is much stronger than him. The protagonist put his cup on the saucer and thought that now they still can't cope with Duke Dustin, and if they get angry, then defeating Agils is out of the question. Let them wait at least a year. He will build up his strength to cope with Agils, and he will do everything so that by that time none of the 7 clans will help him. Ethan folded his hands seriously. Chess pieces appeared in his head. He thought that for this he had to meet with the heirs of the clans and come up with something, and that if he could establish relations with them, it would definitely be in his favor, even if Lawrence came up with a new plan. Ethan pursed his lips and continued the thought that if this did not help, he could at least find out the techniques from them. They stole the Arden's technique, so he would do the same. Judging by the students' inept technique, it was immediately clear that they had no idea that he could recognize and analyze ideas and secret techniques. The protagonist got up from the sofa and told his sister not to worry, and that all this was for the sake of bringing back Terran. The girl replied with a smile that she believed in him, and that he should find and bring back their brother, and she would look after the duchy. The carriage, harnessed by horses, drove along the road. The voice shouted that once again. The protagonist frowned and said that he showed her everything on his fingers, and she can't even do that. The girl lowered her head, closed her eyes, and apologized. The protagonist crossed his legs and continued that she asked him to, so he decided to start a lecture on the way to the academy, but no progress was visible. Looking at the crying girl, he said that she herself said that she had unprecedented skills, but did not learn anything. The girl cried bitterly, and Ethan continued that well and asked if she was okay. The girl apologized to him again and said that compared to him, she was so pathetic. Ethan apologized to her. Looking at the girl, he said that she helped so much while she was in the duchy, and he spoke too rudely and asked if she could forgive him. The girl opened her mouth and looked at him carefully. Then she said that she loved him. But these were all her thoughts. The girl was sitting in the lotus position. Ethan said with a smile that yes, that's exactly it, and that she was doing better than he thought. Izra frowned and thought that the Duke was an excellent teacher, and what was wrong with him? Looking at him, she thought that she was making a mistake on purpose. He was finding a new way to teach. And the protagonist said that now he understood why she decided to start training early. He looked at her and said that he liked her desire to learn new things, and that it seemed that his advice was having an effect. The girl took a deep breath and thought that for several days she had been collecting information on all the girls in the Duke's entourage. There was one strange, crazy girl, another one who wore men's clothes and was always somehow gloomy, angry. She thought that she never thought that the Duke was completely uninterested in the opposite sex. Ethan looked at the girl who turned away and said that this was a new position for learning and that it looked good. The driver called the Duke and said that they had arrived. They arrived in Ferrantium, the capital of the kingdom. Shouts were heard all around to get ready quickly and to leave earlier. The carriage door vibrated. With a shout of forward, the carriages set off. The guy clasped his knees with his hands and thought that Usura could not have fallen for some poor nobleman, and that he must have used some tricks. Frowning, Milton thought that Usura would wait for him and that he would save her from this Duke Ethan. The sun was shining on the castle. It was the Royal Academy of Hydern. Someone was walking ahead. Ethan asked with a smile if it was here and said that it looked better than he thought. The Count spread his arms and said that they were waiting for their arrival. The man asked with a smile if everything was okay on the road and that before classes began, he would like to tell them something. The protagonist looked at him and asked if there were any instructions from the royal palace and for him to speak. The Count mentally conveyed to the protagonist that he was very sorry, but the leaders of the clans themselves were not going to follow him from the beginning. Ethan replied that he was saying such obvious things secretly. The man coughed and continued that he wanted to tell him the following: when they went against him, he could punish them, but he should never kill them, maim them, or do anything that would cause consequences. Ethan put his hands in his pockets and said that he worried too much. His patience also had its limits, and that violence was not so necessary for discipline. The Count handed the coin to the protagonist, saying that he hoped that they would work together. The Count felt somehow uneasy in his soul. The protagonist walked away from him with a smile and thought that, however, he would teach them to fight, which meant that he would have to beat them sometimes, and that it would be easier for him to teach them a good lesson. Avoiding those places, traces would remain in the floods. Someone appeared in front of the girl and the main character. Milton said angrily that it was good that he was not late and came on time. Izra asked in surprise that he was already here. He, grinning, answered in the affirmative. A moment later, the guy shouted at Duke Arden that he was using his right to challenge. The girl got angry and asked what kind of nonsense. Ethan stopped her with a hand gesture and thought that the right to challenge. This simple method he introduced especially for such arrogant students who do not perceive him as a professor. The main character calmly looked at the guy and continued the thought that they can challenge him to a fight at any time. Looking at the angry guy, he thought that if they win, they may not come to his lectures anymore. Ethan grinned and realized that it was better to show them once in practice than to explain 100 times. The main character with a smile told him to follow him. They will go to the training field. People ran to them and shouted what was going on, and that the Duke had just arrived, and there was already some kind of battle. They called the protagonist loudly. Count Milan, the rector of the Hydern Academy, ran up to the protagonist and asked him to wait, asked what kind of battle, and that he had just arrived. Milton frowned and asked why not, and that he had used his right to challenge. Milan said that he had also been informed, but classes would start tomorrow, to which Ethan replied that it did not matter. The protagonist extended his hand and asked to give him a wooden sword. The man thought fearfully that the best swordsman in the kingdom and the strongest warrior, Duke Arden, no matter what the outcome of the battle, one of the parties would be dissatisfied, which meant there would be problems. He widened his eyes, looked up and continued the thought that he would better take full responsibility and figure it out, and said that then he would be the judge. Opening his arms, he said to take positions. The girls were discussing who would win, which was naturally the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, and that they had heard that Duke Ethan only had 7 stars. After a moment, Asura angrily yelled at them to listen and asked what they had just said about her Duke. Mayton looked angrily at her as she said that her Duke was not that stupid. Milan closed his eyes and said that they should not forget that this was a competition and that they should not try to kill the opponent or cause serious damage to them. He then asked if they agreed. Mayton angrily said that he agreed. Ethan said the same at the same time. Milan raised his hand up and told them to begin. Swinging his sword, the boy thought that he had heard that he was equal in strength to Duke, but their family had a new breathing method, namely, the reverse heavenly method. The boy screamed angrily and lightning formed around him. The people looked at it in surprise and said to just look at him. It was an unprecedented pure energy. Milan looked at him and thought that his mana was of an incredible level. Opening one eye, he continued to think that how could he use such power in a competition? What if something irreparable happens? He looked at the main character and thought in bewilderment that the Duke was not even preparing for battle. People began to talk among themselves what was the matter and that maybe he wanted to surrender. Ethan smirked. He looked at the guy and thought that he was simply burning with anger. Milton swung angrily. He struck and shouted for him to die and called him pathetic Arden. Dust rose from the ground. People began to cough and say that it was a huge explosion. Milan screamed in fear that Duke Ratian had used too much force and that if Duke Ethan was seriously injured. The guy's weapon fell to the ground. A moment later, Milton appeared in a pile of stones. People were talking about what happened and how could this be? He was the strongest swordsman. Izura thought in shock about what she saw. When Milton swung his sword, a strong aura emanated from the Duke's heart. He struck so quickly that it was difficult to see. The girl pursed her lips and thought about how it was. Then she lovingly put her hands to her face and thought that it was so manly. Ethan seriously said that he was not badly hurt and to take him to the infirmary. The people around shouted to quickly put him on their backs and asked if he was okay. The sun was shining on the street. A voice said that today was the first lesson and to start with telling about themselves. The girl raised her hand and said that she was Asura from the Fractal family, signed up for the spirit summoning subject. Another girl introduced herself as Dorothy Dustin, signed up for martial arts, then silently asked Ani what happened yesterday. The guy said that he was Leon Aiden, signed up for the spear technique, and silently answered that the son of Duke Ratian could not cope with his anger and made a mistake. The other guy said he was Zero's Zenoris, he signed up for magic, he said to himself that he didn't even know, and that it was some kind of magic. Milton Ratian introduced himself and said that he signed up for fencing. Ethan put his hands on his hips and said that great students of different sciences gathered here, that however, during a fight, no one guarantees that their opponent will also have the same technique and that they will become role models for each other and learn to fight against different opponents. Then the main character smiled and said that before their class he would like to evaluate their abilities. It is necessary for everyone's safety and educational purposes. Milton raised his hand and asked what about him, because of what happened yesterday. He still can't control mana. Ethan said with displeasure that he thinks he will be the last, to which the guy asked in confusion. He looked furiously at the protagonist saying that he said that they could nominate them themselves, and that now he would have to answer for his actions. Milton thought angrily that the brat was deliberately trying to establish who was stronger to insult him. The guy asked fearfully if he could really use mana, to which Ethan replied that yes, let them fight with all their might, like during a real battle. Zeros continued fearfully that a real battle and that it could be dangerous. The protagonist answered with a smile that then what could he do without mana, dance, and said that they should begin. He himself will stop them when he deems it necessary. Leon pointed his weapon at him and said that let this fight be a good one. Standing in a fighting stance, Zeros replied that he hoped so too. Then he shouted that he was advancing. Leon frowned and thought that he should attack first before he used magic. He raised his weapon and thought that he should stop and strike, and that he would first disable him from the outside and tie his legs. Zeros used a protective magic dome. He stomped his foot on the ground. Leon thought that now, and used a binding spell. The guy parried the blow with a cry, and struck multiple times. Their forces clashed. Leon bared his teeth and cursed. Ethan watched what was happening. People behind him were talking, that after all, the offspring of the great 7 clans have power and that he is awesome. The protagonist frowned and thought that these 2 clans have such a level of ability. Looking at the battle, he continued the thought that they are still inexperienced, but he already sees the basic movements. Ethan moved from his place and thought that he understood everything. A moment later, he grabbed their weapons and said that it was enough. Zeros was shocked to think that he was so fast. Leon looked at him and thought the same. The protagonist said seriously that the victory was for the spearmen and that they should return to their places, then told Izura and Dorothea to get out. The girl put her hands on her hips and told Dorothea that she was unlucky, to which the girl asked again in bewilderment. Izura smirked and said that on the way to the academy the teacher gave her a personal lesson. They were riding only the two of them in one carriage. Dorothea's eyes widened and she asked again, said that she also wanted to become stronger. Izura shouted that she did not get the hint. Ethan raised his hand up and said that they had started. A fire suddenly appeared in the air. Dorothea looked at him in shock. Izura smirked and told her not to be too upset. A fiery whirlwind flew straight at the girl. A huge fiery explosion lifted Dorothea into the air. Zero said in surprise that Izura had amazing qualities, and Leon replied with a smile that his abilities were also surprising. It was not for nothing that he was called the Prince of Magic. Zeros laughed and said how awkward, and yet he beat him. Dorothy stood there with her eyes closed and said that was too much. Zeros happily said that he learned something, to which Leon said that he did too, and that he hoped that they would become friends. A moment later, Ethan called them here, calling them spearmen and glasses, to which they looked at him in surprise. The protagonist held a weapon in his hands and said that it seemed like they had no idea that their skills were just terrible, and for them to try to attack him both at once. The boys opened their mouths in delight, and the protagonist continued that if they hit even once, they would consider themselves to have won. Leon rushed at the protagonist, saying that then he would be the first. Ethan frowned and told the bespectacled man to look at him carefully. The basis of a mage's technique is to be able to dodge attacks, and that he was only busy with a defensive magic circle. The protagonist instantly parried the guy's blow. Zeros looked at them in shock and said that it was the same. His family appeared before his eyes, and he thought that this was a secret technique of their family, and how did the Duke know about it? Besides, his level was strikingly similar to his father's technique. Ethan said to the guy's back that this too. He pointed a weapon at him and said that he would stop and strike. Leon shouted in surprise. He frowned and thought that it couldn't be. An image of his father appeared in his head and he thought that how could the image of his father manifest in the Duke? Ethan struck again. Then he ran up to the other guy. A moment later, he cast a binding spell. Dorothy's mouth opened in surprise. The protagonist smiled and said that they would determine the levels: Asura, the spearman, the bespectacled one, Dorothy, and the idiot. He grinned and said that the last two places would have to get up at dawn and train for an additional 2 hours. Milton frowned angrily. The university building, Ethan praises his students for not being late. Looking at Milton and Dorothy, he asks if they are ready for the additional lesson, calling them losers. And, not hearing an answer, he says that in that case, they will start with the basics, but a sharp cry interrupts MC when they turn to him and Ethan hums in response with interest. After which, looking at the blushing Dorothy, he asks what's wrong with her, and the girl thinks that the method they were taught yesterday is based on their secret techniques. She remembers how Ethan, standing next to Leon, told him where to concentrate mana and where to take a more confident step forward. She remembers how MC taught Zeros, who was surprised at the speed he could achieve thanks to the hero's instructions, and thinks that it was worth him to consolidate their skills a little, as their abilities instantly increased. And raising her hand up, the girl, who understands that Ethan has such excellent qualities that they can hardly even imagine, shouts that she will try to attack MC. And the hero, looking at her with an indifferent look, asks what she means and is not the same upstart as Milton. But Dorothy begins to wave her hands, shouting that she did not mean this, but said that she would try to use the technique, and Ethan will teach her how to use it better. Sighing with relief, Ethan points to the arena, saying that he understood it and she needs to stand where he points and try to hit him, to which the girl agrees. Standing in a stance and surrounding herself with an aura, the pink-haired girl shouts that she is attacking. Swinging his fist, he moves on to using the third technique of Taishan boxing. He delivers a straight punch to the side of MC's head, using a devastating blow. Dust rises in the courtyard of the training ground. Milton watches the fight in surprise. MC easily stops the girl's punch with his palm. Dorothy looks at MC with confusion in her eyes, asking what happened. Looking at her professor, she thinks that she does not understand what is happening, because the professor stood and did nothing, but the mana of her punch dissipated. MC uses the technique of using a mana wave, mana dispersion, and sends a wave of red mana through the girl's channels. After which, he removes his hand, noting that it does not have even a quarter of the abilities of Duke and that they will have to start from the basics. Coming closer to the girl, he raises his hand and begins to explain that when you clench your fist, you should turn your waist about 1 finger to the right, make the step more stable, and the mana is interrupted. After which, he turns his body as described and says that the mana should be made like this, and strikes the girl's face. A cloud of dust rises behind her, which was raised by the strike. Milton stands behind Dorothy with a surprised face when Ethan asks the girl to try, to which she agrees. MC looks back at Milton, turning to him, saying that he needs to come to him and try to use his secret sword technique. The guy looks back at the protagonist and says that he does not want to which he asks why and if he is refusing the lesson. The guy starts screaming that the professor is pretending to try for them, but in fact he is trying to steal their ancestral secret techniques, and Dorothy, frightened, asks if this is true. Covering her eyes and distorting into a sly grin, she asks if their very heavenly technique is really so insignificant that it can be stolen after only seeing it once. Ethan crosses his arms over his chest and says that one can only marvel at Milton's conceit. The guy starts to grin when the protagonist says that their family stole the Arden clan's technique from them and used it to create the dragon technique. The guy sighs, realizing that MC is trying to provoke him and needs to calm down, and thinks that he won't be able to master the technique created by his father if he looks at it once. And clenching his fist, he says that's good and will show his technique. Releasing his mana in front of the hero, he shouts that he should try to attack him and that he will never be able to understand the full depth of his technique. Narrowing his eyes, Ethan thinks, after which he begins to analyze the guy's mana circles, realizing what the principle is in his technique, that there is a mana hole near the heart through which he directs its flow in the opposite direction. 2 streams of mana pass into the guy's hand, one blue and one orange, and MC understands that the 2 energies are directed in opposite directions, creating an explosion or connection, and that in order to learn to control both flows of mana, long training is needed. Approaching the guy from behind, he hits him between the shoulder blades with his hand, saying that the guy's problem is there, which surprises him. After that, he hits the guy's shoulder blades with his fingers, saying that he needs to make the flow here and there smoother, and in these places to strengthen the collision, and then the explosion of mana will be more natural. Milton begins to scream, asking what he said, when MC says that the connection, subject to the named conditions, the flows will strengthen. The guy looks back at the hero over his shoulder, thinking that this cannot be and that he was able to assess the principle of his technique at a glance. He grasps the sword with both hands, realizing that he did as Ethan said and the power increased. Duke Arden goes back to Dorothy, telling her that she is doing everything right, and Milton realizes that Ethan's abilities are incredible and that he should really learn from someone like him. Then, he remembers his father standing at the window, who told him that he should find out what abilities Arden has and that there is also an undeniable fact that the world is wider than he thinks. Milton nervously grins that this is good and now he will be able to fight Izura. Surrounding himself with a stormy flow of mana, he realizes that he will certainly defeat her in battle. A week passes, under a cloudy sky, someone screams. Milton finds himself thrown to the ground. Leon tells Zeros that the son of Duke Racian is persistent, he lost so many times, but every morning he challenges her to a fight. Zeros, in turn, replies that he will have to acknowledge the authority of Duke Arden and that the lessons are really effective, which even made him interested, and at this time, Arden asks Milton how much longer he will lie there. Zeros gloomily notes that they all also have a chance of success, and a worried Leon asks what he is talking about. After which, turning around in confident poses, Zeros notes that at the moment, the Duke does not pay attention to them and that he will probably be delighted with their abilities when he sees their unusual techniques. Then, he adjusts his glasses, saying that they will hide their true skills and in about a month they will sharply show their mastery. After which, they begin to grin, saying that they will teach the Duke a lesson and become famous, but Ethan turns around at them, thinking that they are idiots and he hears everything. After which, he turns around with a serious face, saying that this is the end of their competition for the day and that Racian has been training for a week, but still clumsily controls mana and that it is time to start the lesson and that he should stand where MC pointed. After which, he stands up with an even more stern face. Looking at Milton, who approaches Dorothy, who asks him if he is okay and that he should have stopped, he understands that this guy turned out to be funny. Ethan remembers how he walked through the snowy desert with a bundle in his hands, thinking that Milton is quite stubborn, which does not look like the son of a rich duke and that this quality is necessary to achieve the highest level. And smirking, he understands that the guy can also be useful. After which, he shouts out to the students who have lined up that it is good and that today the first student will be Racian and that he needs to take up position again, which causes questions from his students. Milton puts his hand to his chest, grinning and asking if he thought the guy would give up and lose faith in himself, and states that he shouldn't be underestimated. Remembering the oppressive aura of his father, he remembers his words that the guy has a low level and the question of how much more coddling he needs and whether he can even be responsible for the future of the Racian family. After which, he frowns, realizing that he has always lacked something. He embraces his sword and releases a stormy stream of mana, realizing that at the same time, however, he will never retreat, and shouts that he is advancing. He begins to shout with his sword in his hands. Mana begins to burn even more violently around the guy when he uses a reverse heavenly technique. And throwing one hand back, he shouts that he is advancing, starting to run at MC. Ethan smiles and says that the rest need to watch carefully and learn and that this will be close to the final stage of the heavenly sword technique. Ethan repeats Milton's technique using a reverse heavenly technique. Racian gets scared, noticing something and thinking that the image of his professor is somehow not right, and he hits his sword with his sword. Mana starts to burn around, and the other students, in pain, cover themselves with their hands from the light. Mana dissipates with the sword of Raishian. The guy, sighing from fatigue, looks at his sword, and looks up at his professor, whose position in the flow of the reverse heavenly technique, which the Duke showed, and that Milton himself did not notice how he began to follow this perfectly honed method. The guy's eyes begin to tremble when he realizes that MC was trying to teach him the technique. Ethan lowers his sword. After that, he looks back at his student, noting that he has now mastered the basic movements, and Milton is surprised. Raising his eyes, the guy asks what he means. Ethan lowers his gaze a little and, smiling, says that this means that the guy mindlessly swung the sword, imitating the technique, and now knows how to apply the knowledge he gained in practice, and that he finally feels that he taught the guy something. The blonde looks at his hand, realizing that for the first time he was able to cross swords with his mentor, and that all week before that he did nothing but receive blows. Biting his lips, he goes into a state of despair. Milton begins to bow down and tries to say words of gratitude, but Ethan interrupts him, saying that he does not need to do this because it is disgusting to watch how he reluctantly bows. And putting his hands on his belt, sighing, he notes that from the next day the training will be more difficult. Raishian begins to get angry, realizing that he still learned a lot and out of politeness it is worth at least thanking, but then Izura screams, turning to the Duke. And waving his hand, she runs to him with a basket, thinking that soon it is time for lunch and she cooked the food herself, and that the menu in the dining room is not very good. Milton begins to tell the girl that he does not understand what she is talking about, because today their menu is lobster, but she shuts his mouth with a donut. And pointing his fist at him, he orders him to shut up if he wants to stay alive. And, as if nothing had happened, running up to the Duke, he hits him on the back, under the uncomprehending gaze of Duke Raishian. He starts to greedily bite the donut, thinking that it's all because of this Duke and that the guy is just an idiot, since he forgot that he is his opponent and that he will first learn his techniques and defeat him. He spits out the donut with hostility, coughing, and looking at the donut, from which something definitely inedible and probably deadly dangerous flows, that this cannot be and what kind of taste is this. And releasing the donut from his trembling hand onto the ground, he thinks that he and Izura were, after all, on good terms. Izura, approaching Arden, asks him to eat before it gets cold, and MC, at this time, concentrates the aura in the hand behind his back. 2 carriages leave Thorn Fortress. Zeros, crossing his arms over his chest, says that it is very cold. Leon looks back at him, saying that after all, coming in one uniform and with one weapon was not a very good decision, and also so far away. Milton, not looking away from the landscape outside the window, says that those who are not confident in their strength should return, because this training is voluntary. Leon, looking back at the guy, asks what he said, but Zeros begins to reach out to him with his hand, asking him to calm down, and that no matter what, they are in 2nd and 3rd place. Then, adjusting his glasses with his hand, he says that even their origins will be assessed in this place, which determines the rating of future generations, and that they just need to show what they are capable of. Duke Raishian, clicking his tongue, looks back out the window again. MC is riding in a cart, smiling, looking out the window, realizing that he hasn't been there for a long time and that this is a very dangerous place, and that it was not for nothing that they built a fortress there that protects against monsters. These are the Hakel Mountains. Looking at the reader with a confident face, he thinks that this is the best place for training and that the offspring of noble aristocrats have lived in hothouse conditions until now. Around rise mountains covered with white snow, and Arden thinks that now they will have to face wild monsters that do not understand either words or rules. The door of the cart slams. MC stands in front of his students, saying that the fight for a place in the ranking begins and that he taught them basic techniques and now it is time to put them into practice. The students look at each other, asking where they will set up camp. Ethan, pulling on his backpack, says that it's 5 kilometers from there to the competition site and that those who go beyond the limits will be expelled and must survive with only a weapon in their hands for 2 weeks. Then, he suddenly disappears, saying that they have started and will be watching and evaluating them. Zeros looks back at Leon, saying that they have been abandoned, and his friend tells him that they will have to defend themselves with mana while resting. Asura thinks that the aura that covered this area has disappeared along with the Duke. Dorothy looks back at Zeros, saying that in this type of survival training, it is best to team up, and the boy replies that it is better to set up camp and light a fire right away. Leon looks back at them, saying that he does not think they have time for that. A pack of red eyes peeks out from the forest, and one of the students shouts that it is time to prepare for battle. Ogres begin to run towards the students standing with weapons in their hands, and they shout that they are monsters. Natelon jumps back from the surprised unrequited love, shouts that he will cover her, and swinging his sword, he uses the first technique of the Heavenly Sword. Shouting that he is using resistance, he delivers 2 sweeping quick blows to 2 ogres. He looks back, asking his beloved how his abilities are. She, in response, clenches her fists, asking who else is protecting whom, and that Raishian is weaker than her. 4 monsters attack her at the same time from different sides, and the girl, with an indifferent look, looks back, asking what they want. and using an explosive fire wave, burns all the attackers. Leon makes a direct attack with a spear with a smile on his face and thinks that Raishian's bragging has come to an end. Leon uses the secret technique of the spear, a spear strike, towards the ogre, after which he pierces the ogre's body through and through. Pensive, Ethan sits on a branch, and looking into the distance, he understands that this is just horror. He watches the fight, where everyone is essentially fighting on their own, thinking that if they had agreed to fight together, then they should have protected the summoner and the mage first, and now everyone is just trying to prove themselves. Asura surrounds herself with a fiery aura, summoning fireballs, and Zeros with a purple one, and MC thinks that he can't, of course, say that the summoner and mage won't cope, but they are using up too much mana. The goblin's hand falls on the snow, staining it with green blood. Dorothy shakes off her hands, saying that it was easier than she thought. Zeros, with a blush under his eyes, asks if the professor underestimated their capabilities, and Leon, laughing, says that perhaps so, and that he thinks that 2 weeks will fly by quickly. With a slight grin, Ethan looks at the reader, realizing that they are very wrong and that from this moment on, they will feel all their shortcomings. Students are barbecuing over a fire. Milton takes his meat and starts blowing on it to cool it down. Then he hands it to Izar, asking her to try it and saying that it's very tasty, and she gets scared. Then, in anger, he starts shouting that she doesn't need it and that she shouldn't be bothered and that she'll figure out what to eat herself. Then, he looks around, where dead monsters are lying everywhere, and shouts, asking how he can even eat in such a situation. And biting her lip, in anger, she thinks that all this is infuriating and that she doesn't need these survival tests because she passed the Duke's special exam. Getting up from her seat, under the surprised looks of her classmates, she says that this is already the 7th wave of monsters today. Putting her hands on her lower back, she says that her health and mana are gradually running out and that she thinks there is no need to continue guarding this place. After which, turning to the chewing Dorothy, he says that apart from this, she has no particular benefit from their union and will act alone. He begins to leave his company, wanting them to be careful. Milton gets up from his seat, grinning, and throwing up his hands, he says that, apparently, Izura is tired of the too big difference in levels and that they are very similar to her and the guy understands her desire to act alone. Everyone else stands in bewilderment, wondering if he is joking, because for the last 8 hours, it was he who did not give her peace. Milton looks back at the girl, asking her to wait, because she needs him and that he will protect her. And she, looking back with a serious look, orders him to fuck off, and that if he takes even a step, she will throw him to the academy itself. Milton opens his mouth in surprise, almost begging for the name of his unrequited love, and the others, sitting with an unperturbed look, understand that they knew that she would say that. Someone throws a skewer from under the barbecue into the fire, saying that now it is approximately clear where to move next. Looking back at the pink-haired girl, Zeros asks what she is going to do, because they decided to stick together as a team. Dorothy puts her hands on her lower back, saying that she will stay there, because she still has things to do. Zeros and Leon wave at her, saying that in that case they will go. Milton clicks his tongue, looking to the side, and continues to stand in the same place where Izura turned him down. Ethan eats a loaf, lying on his hammock, thinking that this is just the beginning and he knew that these braggarts will not stick together. Milton with a burning fire in the middle of his chest, and MC thinks that he has quietly put mana fire into them and will be able to determine their location and condition. Grinning on his hammock, he understands that this is the main condition of the survival test and they will have to try hard for 2 weeks and it is worth trying to strain their brains. Left alone, Dorothy sighs, sitting on a stone. The girl gets up, realizing that she is the weakest there. She bows her head in worry, realizing that her father always praised her at home, so she considered herself the best, and if Raishian had not performed so much, she would have been in last place. Standing in the middle of the dead monsters, she thinks that monsters constantly visit there and she thinks that she will be able to develop her skills there the fastest. Someone starts howling in the middle of the forest. The girl looks at the furry monsters running towards her, saying that it is great that they came so quickly. Getting into a stance, she understands that this will be the first time she will fight such a pack of yetis. Confidently places her foot on the ground, using the Taishan fist, the first technique. Jumping from the ground towards the yeti, she uses a punch. She hits the screaming monster in the chest. He begins to spit blood. Dorothy jumps away from the head of that one towards another yeti, which frightens them. Looking around, she counts them, realizing that there are 9 of them. She remembers the professor's instruction, who said that she lacks weight in her strikes and needs to position her legs differently and make a sharp turn with her mana. She pounces on the yeti using Dustin's continuous strike, after which she hits several yetis in turn using 10 powerful strikes. Another yeti strikes her, screaming, but the girl deflects his strike with a sharp throw of her hand. Screaming, she jumps back. She delivers a sharp roundhouse kick to the monster's head using the Taishan fist, the second technique, a solid strike. After which, with pain in her arm, she lands on the ground, saying that in the next fight, she should increase the recoil force. The spear strikes upward, and Leon thinks that he wonders how the professor is going to evaluate them in this test, and that since he said that they need to survive, he thinks that the extra points will depend on that. He throws 3 wolves in different directions with 1 blow, thinking that the most important thing for survival is cooperation and that he and Zeros are the only ones who decided to join forces, and that maybe Ethan will evaluate how well they coordinated their actions. Leon shouts that his partner needs to act now. Zeros throws up his hands and calls out a wave of flaming arrows using a fire technique, a stream of fire arrows. The boy holds his arms outstretched, screaming in tension. A hail of fire arrows falls on the monsters. Piles of wolf bodies lie fried here and there. Leon laughs that they still have, but Zeros, adjusting his glasses, interrupts his partner, asking him to wait a minute. He raises his head up and screams in horror that from above, a huge bird flies up to them. Zeros screams that it is an ice condor. The bird screams, after which, it aims its claws at them and Leon asks his friend to step back. And spinning his spear, he jumps, hitting the bird. This is the boomerang technique. The bird, screaming, flies back. Covering his friend, Leon says that they need to get out of there and that first they should make a plan to fight the flying monster. But Zeros screams that no. And looking up, he screams that now is the time to test his abilities and move forward, trusting him. The spearman surrounds himself with an aura using the Aiden clan technique. Zeros raises his hand up, surrounds it with green mana and uses an air flow. Leon looks back when a stream of mana rushes towards his back and asks what it means. Swinging his spear on the airflow, Leon flies into the air, flying towards the monster. He breaks right through the chest of the monster using the spear technique. After which, he looks back with a smile down at his friend. Landing on the ground, he goes to Zeros, asking if he lifted him into the air. Zeros adjusts his glasses and says that it is true and that if the enemy flies in the sky, he will make sure that Leon's spear reaches him and that this is what joining forces is. Leon starts to sparkle with joy, saying that he learned something from Zeros today and that soon Duke Arden himself will envy their union. Leon continues to laugh and Zeros looks back at the red mana that appeared behind him. From the cloud of red mana, surrounded by mana, MC comes out and the boys ask what he is doing there. Ethan was quickly approaching the students. The hero pulled out a baton in front of the guy with glasses, to which he asked what was going on. The guy with green hair suddenly stood in front of him and snatched it. Mato asked fearfully what it was, to which the guy replied that he thought they did not have time to talk. Turning his head back, the guy said to do what he just used, to which the prince responded approvingly. The guy rushed forward sharply, using the spear technique. Putting his staff in front of him, the prince called on the wind technique, a flow strike. The guy squinted, and green particles appeared around him. The hero deftly dodged all the spear strikes. Opening his mouth wide, the guy thought that this was very strong. The guy made a continuous attack and used a secret technique, and the hero reflected all the strikes. Smiling widely, he thought that he had managed to accelerate so much, to which the prince, adjusting his glasses, thought that this was the strength of the team. The main character made a sharp swing of the club. Ethan reflected the strike from the spearman. Grinning, the hero said that now they had become useful. The guy, looking at him, asked again in surprise. The spearman raised his head in surprise. The club flew at the spear. Holding the club by his spear, Ethan said that when he swings the spear in this direction, it is worth raising the wind a little higher than the target at which the force is directed. The guys looked straight ahead in amazement, and the hero said that he had just acted correctly, covering the bespectacled man. Because first of all it is necessary to protect the magician when there are more enemies, on the contrary, try to use the technique on him. Turning around, Ethan threw away the stick and said that this would be the end of their training. The guys looked at the main character leaving. Adjusting his glasses, the prince said that well, I never. Turning to the guy, he said that it seemed that the professor liked their abilities. He could not stand it and appeared here personally to teach them. Lying in the hammock, the hero heard that he was thinking that it would be quite possible to surpass him in a month, especially since they had become an excellent team. The girl kicked a stone with her foot. Izura walked along the path along the forest. The hero put his hand to his face and said that for someone like her, with excellent abilities, this test would be too easy, so he would give her a special task. The girl happily asked again, and then said that it was great, and the hero replied that the closer she got to the master, the more important it was to be precise in mana control, let her use mana and try to find it. Turning her head to the side, the girl asked where he was hiding. Standing on the ledge of the rock, Izura said that it had been 10 days. She had not stopped training in mana control, but she could not find him. Looking down, the girl said with a sad look that she missed him. A portrait of the hero appeared in her head, who told her to find him, and the girl thought that she missed the Duke. The girl suddenly found herself in a dark space and looked forward in fear. With her eyes wide open in surprise, she said that she had found him. Flying up sharply with green particles, Izura said that he was on the slope of that mountain. Flying up to the main character, she turned to him and he told her to be quieter. The girl looked ahead in surprise and wondered where he was looking. A girl appeared, defending herself from monsters, and she thought it was Dorothy. The goblin swung his stick at the girl, shouting. Dorothy deftly dodged the blow. Flying up, the girl swung her leg sharply. The blow landed on the monster, and he winced in pain. Holding his hand, he lowered his head down and clenched his teeth tightly. His hand was broken, and his fingers were twisted. He quickly put his hand back. Looking at her, the monster laughed. Dorothy thought that damn, they have the ability to regenerate. The monster jumped on the girl, and she thought that in this case she used the third technique. Hitting the monster with her fist, the girl used a crushing blow. Clenching her fists tightly, Dorothy thought that the mana consumption was high, but it was necessary to smash their heads so that they could not regenerate. A bright blue glow appeared around the girl and she screamed loudly. Dorothy dealt many blows to the monster. It was a long crushing blow. Izura, her eyes wide in surprise, thought that oh, Dorothy is doing well. The girl was running away from the huge monster in fear. Turning around at him, Dorothy screamed that like this. The monster's fist hit the girl. Dorothy bowed her head down, blood came out of her mouth. After the blow, the girl flew far away, forming a pile of smoke. Dorothy was lying unconscious on a broken tree. Slightly opening her mouth, the girl made a sound. The monster, spreading his arms to the sides, screamed loudly. Slightly raising her head, Dorothy said that she needed to get up. The girl was on one knee, and the monster was rapidly approaching her. Lowering her head, the girl wheezed and wondered what she. The monster was getting closer and closer to her, and she added that if only she was a little stronger. Putting her hand on the ground, Dorothy thought that this was funny. The troll threw his head back, and the girl thought that only now did greed awaken in her. Only now did she want to become stronger, if only she had time to use her strength a little more. A memory of Duke saying the girl's name appeared in her head. The monster ran forward furiously. A man who controlled water appeared in her head, and he said that this was a secret technique of the Dustin family. The girl's eyes widened, remembering this. The girl extended her hand in front of the monster's fist. The troll looked in surprise as Dorothy parried his blow. The girl clenched her fist. Blue particles appeared around her. She looked like water. The monster stepped back in fear, holding his hand out in front of him. Shaking his head in different directions, the monster made a sound. He opened his mouth wide, looking straight ahead furiously. The troll swung his fist at the girl. Dorothy clenched her teeth and added that it was penetrating. The monster slammed his fist into the ground. The girl jumped up and swung at the monster. Dorothy hit the troll in the face with her second technique. The monster looked at the girl's hand in surprise as it stopped in front of him. Dorothy looked ahead with tired eyes and thought that her strength was not enough. The girl began to fall sharply downwards. As she flew, Dorothy apologized to her father in her head and said that it looked like this was the end. Red splashes appeared. Ethan suddenly appeared and struck the troll, saving the girl. Dorothy was lying near the fire. Slightly opening her eyes, the girl made a sound. Izura, sitting in front of her, asked if she was awake. The girl looked at her in surprise and asked what she was doing here. Izura was eating the food she had cooked over the fire and asked if she remembered, said that the professor had saved her at the most dangerous moment. Looking back, Dorothy asked if it was true and where the professor was now, to which Izura replied that he had gone to other students, leaving her to look after her. By the way, she was considered dead, so she had lost 200 points, she was the last one. Lowering her head, the girl said, "So that's it." Dorothy happily said that it was nothing. She was in such a good mood because she had learned a new technique. Frowning, Izura thought that naturally she was in a good mood. She was very dangerous because she was not planning anything bad. A memory arose of the protagonist holding a girl in his arms, and Izura added that she had never dared to dream of such a thing. The protagonist ran forward quickly, and thoughts arose in his head that Milton's signal had become too weak, which meant that he had gone beyond the territory he had indicated. Looking straight ahead, the hero said that it was minus 200 points. Standing on the ledge of a rock, Ethan said that the signal had broken off there. Looking down, the protagonist said that he was the strongest swordsman in the kingdom. Looking at the cliff, he added that he did not know how strong he was, but it seemed that he had caused a lot of mischief. Going down, Ethan said that he seemed to have fallen somewhere here. Looking straight ahead, the hero heard an appeal to the Dark Lord that everything was ready for the offering. They found out everything about the knight they had captured. Looking out from around the corner, the protagonist thought that this Milton had found something interesting. The guy was tied up and he said that they were doing something. At least they knew who he was. Let them untie him right now. The man in the cloak standing next to him laughed and said that he should consider it an honor. His blood and flesh would become one with their lord. Laughter was heard. A creature sitting on the ground appeared. The cloaked men bowed their heads and said that they had prepared a special offering for him today. Let him enjoy this food and bless them. The metal dragon Alaz appeared. Slightly turning his head, the dragon said that the quality was not bad, but there were 2 sacrifices today. The cloaked men looked at each other and one asked about the 2 sacrifices, to which the other replied that maybe he meant them. White smoke with red particles appeared. The guy raised his head up and shouted what it was. Milton bowed his head down and smoke appeared near him. Ethan, looking at the dragon, said that he was smart. Stretching his sword in front of him, the hero added that although he eats so much that he has a dragon head of 8 stars hanging on his head, he should have guessed. Putting his hands on his knees, Elaz said that he was lucky today, he will eat 2 people with mana. The hero swung his sword at the dragon and said that he was crazy. Elaz stretched his hand out in front of him, making a sound. A bright yellow flash appeared in front of the hero. A huge number of paws with claws flew at the protagonist. The hero, sharply swinging his sword, parried the blow. Looking at the flash, Ethan thought that he was a bastard. Elaz clenched his fingers and laughed. Slightly leaning over, the protagonist said that the metal dragon was very strong after all, the new sword could not even leave a scratch on it. Turning to the swordsman, the hero told him to watch carefully. A red and blue particle appeared on the hero's body and he smiled, saying that he would teach this technique after their return. The dragon growled furiously, spreading his arms. Lightning of different colors appeared. The hero called for a reverse heavenly sword. Striking at the dragon, Ethan used the first technique. The swordsman opened his eyes wide in surprise. The dragon looked at the blade of the sword in fear. The monster fell to the ground, and the protagonist sighed. Looking away, Ethan said that these metal dragons were so annoying. They were so strong, if he had more time, he could invent a technique that would deal with them all at once. Blue lightning flew around the metal dragon. Milton looked straight ahead in amazement and thought that this was it. He had just strengthened the secret technique from the clan. A red glow appeared around the sword, blue lightning flew, and the guy added that the technique of the reverse direction of 2 currents, he concentrated it on his sword and detonated it. The hero hit the shackles with his sword. Holding his hands, Milton thanked him and asked how he knew that he was here, to which Ethan replied that he should have insured himself before bringing them here. Looking at the hero, the guy asked how he knew this technique, to which Ethan replied that he would stop whining. He would tell everything during additional classes. Frowning, Milton asked about extra classes. Thrusting his sword into the dragon, the hero replied that yes, he had gone beyond the designated area without asking. If it weren't for him, the swordsman would have died. For that alone, he had already become the last one. Looking at the dragon's scales, the hero said that it was not bad. Clenching his fists tightly, Milton said that this survival was simply too easy, he wanted to earn more points, to which the protagonist replied that he would stop talking nonsense and let him bring this. Holding the sphere in his hands, the guy asked what it was, to which he heard that the best swordsman in the kingdom, great, will be as a tribute. Holding the sphere in his palm, he heard that no one knew he was here. Putting things in a bag, the hero said that he thought Milton and Aggles were allies, it seems that they are not. Looking at the ball in fear, the boy heard himself thinking that this time there would be a conflict between him and the main character, and for Duke Gemos it would be a great chance, to which the swordsman said that it couldn't be. Ethan leaned his hand on the wall and heard the question of whether Mr. Elaz had finished eating. The protagonist and Milton looked away in surprise and heard that the servants had not returned yet, maybe they had been rude. The protagonist, looking away, grinned. Milton turned his head to the side angrily. Roger, smiling, asked what they were doing here. The guy suddenly punched him in the face. The man began to fall to the ground, bleeding, and Milton said that he was a scoundrel. A burning torch appeared and the man told him to get up. Roger choked on blood and asked what it was. The Tide Man, surprised, asked what it was and said that they were bastards, were going to kill him and set the clans against each other. Grabbing him by the collar, Milton angrily said, "Tell me now who ordered him to act." Putting his hand in front of the swordsman, the protagonist told him to step aside. There was something more effective for interrogations. The protagonist grabbed the man by the neck, and he asked if he thought he would answer so easily. A bright flame appeared around the man, and he made a sound of pain. Roger opened his eyes and mouth wide and wheezed. Looking at him, Ethan said that if he answered honestly, he would leave him alive. If he felt that he was lying, he would kill him immediately. The Tide Man answered that it was fine, and the protagonist asked, firstly, what kind of place is this, and secondly, to tell in detail about everyone who is here. Isar appeared behind the frightened man and he said that this is a laboratory for experiments. Every month they bring tribute. For this they get the opportunity to study the power of dragons. There are about 50 people here. A round table with people sitting at it appeared and Roger added that there are about 20 from the magical community of Arcana. Frowning, the protagonist asked again about the magical community of Arcana. Milton, turning to the protagonist, asked what it was. The hero held out his hand and asked angrily if they were related to the Order, to tell him everything he knew about the Arcana magical community. Two people in blue cloaks walked through the cave. One of them said that he was so tired of this job, he wanted to see the sunlight, but if they were lucky, they would receive a blessing and be able to explore new techniques. Milton jumped up abruptly and heard that he should be patient for a little while. They would catch another lost knight and be able to sacrifice him. The swordsman abruptly rushed towards the people. One of them turned to him. With a wave of his hand, Milton hit one, and the other looked at him in surprise and asked if it was him. The guy lowered his head down onto the purple cube and spoke about the signaling device. Looking straight ahead, he frowned sharply and wheezed. Holding the bag on his shoulder, Ethan said that he was doing everything as he said, but there was little stealth in his shadow. The guy was lying unconscious on the floor, and the hero added that he had just detected the presence of another one. Let him try to use less mana and use it in his legs. Clutching his head, Milton said that he was saying this as if it was very easy, and the hero replied that he had enough whining. The protagonist's eyes lit up and he said that if he really was the strongest swordsman in the kingdom, he should be able to do this, and then sighed. The protagonist saw 5 people in cloaks, and then said that he saw 5 in front of the destination. He would help him with 2, let him try again, give him a chance to improve his rating. Blue particles appeared around the swordsman and he angrily clenched his teeth. Sharply running past them, the swordsman used a shadow veil. The guy was lying unconscious on the ground. The girl turned around and said that he should wait. The life signal of the 3 researchers disappeared, and the guy asked what attacked them. The man, holding the button in his hand, said to press the signal. Milton clenched his teeth and looked ahead furiously. The guy ran forward rapidly, leaving green traces behind him. The swordsman abruptly ran between the caretakers and they began to fall to the ground. The guy, his mouth wide open, bowed his head down, and the protagonist thought that he barely managed. The swordsman bent slightly, sighed heavily, and then laughed. Smiling, Milton pointed his finger at himself and said that he had just been good, and the hero replied that he should stop talking nonsense. Looking at him, Ethan thought that it was not for nothing that he was called a genius. He learned faster than the head of the Dark Order Dekel. Looking at the door, the hero said that it seemed to be here. Entering the room with the swordsman, Ethan said that there was no one here. Looking at the flasks, Milton said that what complex devices, would they be able to find anything here at all? The hero looked at the paper in surprise and thought about what it was. A Terran appeared in the hero's head, looking up with tears in his eyes, and he thought that this was a combination of AB and RE substances contained in the bodies of dragonmen, causing strong hallucinations, a special drug for psychological processing introduced into the body of a scientist. Milton looked down in search of something useful, and the hero, looking at the sheets of paper, thought that it seemed to be related to his brother and this. A paper with an image of a dragon appeared, and the hero thought that a report on the physical analysis of the dragon race, this information would be useful for an antidote. Putting the papers in a bag, the hero smiled and thought that he did not think to find here what he had been looking for so long. He would have to immediately send it to Ilya's lab. 2 men appeared, a dragon with a shining heart and installations for brewing potions. And the hero thought, the balance between Agil's and Milton, the heart of a metal dragon, a remedy against a drug for psychological processing and new technology. Gritting his teeth tightly, Ethan said in his head that Terran, be patient a little longer, he will be able to return him to human form. Flames appeared behind the hero and he added that very soon. Icy rocks appeared. Looking ahead, Milton asked the protagonist, maybe they wanted to bury the secret laboratory. If something went wrong, there was an explosion button. Pointing his hand to the side, the swordsman asked what he would do now. It was completely destroyed. Flying to the ground, Izura happily said that she found the protagonist again, so that's where he was. Looking to the side, the girl said that this was outside the designated territory and the guy shouted her name. Milton raised his hands joyfully and asked if she came because she was worried about him, and the protagonist replied that he came for the swordsman who had gone beyond the boundaries of the zone. Turning his head back, the protagonist told the girl to take him to the gathering place and return to him, and then turned to the guy and said that if he went outside the zone again, he would receive punishment. The protagonist turned into black particles. Ethan stood with his hand on his side and looked at his students. Smiling, the protagonist said that the survival training and raiding battle were over. He would announce the results. The protagonist said that Leon took first place, scoring 55 points, and Jiros took second place, scoring 52, to which the guys were happy and Jiros said that it was them. The protagonist added that Izura took third place, scoring 48 points, and Dorothy took fourth place, scoring -154 points. Milton took 5th place, scoring -321 points, to which the guy looked forward angrily. Leon and Jiros hugged each other, saying that they did it. Looking at them, Ethan said that the spearman and the bespectacled man teamed up to survive, and also managed to improve their skills, for which they received the highest score. Izura, lowering her head, said that they would not have been able to cope alone, and then asked if they thought someone would keep an eye on them every time. Spreading his arms, Milton said that it was true, it was better to team up than to fight alone. While he covered her, she could summon spirits, to which the girl angrily said how annoying it was. Putting his hand on his chest, Leon said that they could continue to stick together even if the whole world was against them. He would like to stay with Mato forever. Adjusting his glasses, the guy laughed and thanked him. With tears in his eyes, the guy said that together they could cope with any enemy. Hugging him, Leon said his name and cried. Izura waved her hand at the swordsman and said that he was even more disgusting than those two. Looking at them, the protagonist said that was enough and let them be quiet. Lowering her head, Izura heard that she had completed the task of finding him with their senses, but there were no special achievements in the survival task. Dorothy happily raised her hands up and heard that she had managed to rise to 8 stars, but lost points due to death. Frowning, Ethan turned to the swordsman. Milton furiously said that it was unfair, but he said that he would give him a chance to improve his grades in an additional lesson. Ethan slightly tilted his head and said that overall he had done well, but he had lost too many points, he should have tried harder, to which Milton thought, what a scoundrel he is. Dorothy asked about the additional lesson in surprise and said that she was not offered one. Abruptly turning to the side, the swordsman thought that something was wrong. Memories of how the protagonist saved him surfaced, and he added that Duke Ethan saved him and taught him a secret technique and also showed a new sword technique. Looking at the protagonist, the swordsman thought about how he seemed to do everything to continue studying with him, which meant he appreciated his abilities. Smiling, the swordsman thought about how he should have confessed honestly right away. Holding his face, he thought about how the Duke did not know how to talk about his feelings, and Dorothy wondered what was wrong with him. Looking back, the hero smiled and said that they were going back. Izura tilted her head and thought about how the professor did not understand anything. She could hear around her that finally to the dorm, goodbye savage life, and she wanted to lie in a soft bed. Looking forward, the girl thought about why her grades were so low and why she did not want to unite with others. A memory appeared as the girl flew to the hero and she thought about what he said so that she would find him, and he looked at Dorothy, and because of Milton left her and left, a picture appeared as the hero leaves, looking back. Looking at the sky, the girl thought about Dad. Will she be able to achieve the Duke's reciprocal feelings? And it was heard that it was cold here so that she would catch up. A view of a majestic castle opened up. The guy driving the horses stopped them. Milton and Ethan got out of the carriage. Turning his head to the side, the protagonist asked what. Seeing the guy, he said his name, and Myers happily ran to him and called him. Picking up the protagonist in his arms, Myers said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The guys looked at this in surprise, and Leon asked who it was, and Jiros asked. He called him brother. Looking at the protagonist, Myers heard that it seemed that he had grown up, let him put him down on the ground, to which the brother replied that it was good. Putting his hands on his hips, the brother asked if these were his students whom he was teaching, to which the hero responded approvingly. Putting his hand on his chest, Myers greeted and said that he was the protagonist's younger brother. His name was Myers. He had been sent a letter from the head of the clans, so he had come to compete with them. Looking ahead in surprise, Dorothy said that she was pleased to meet him, and then asked what other letters from the heads of the clans. A thought flashed through the girl's head that he was as tall as his dad. Looking at the protagonist's students, the brother said that he had heard that none of them had ever won a competition. They could challenge him to a fight. In a battle with him, they would learn the Arden's fighting technique. Naturally, he would also like to see the technique of other clans. Clenching his fist tightly, Myers added that they could consider him a training opponent, however. Looking at his hand, the guy said that he was also a knight of the Arden house and knew how to control the black flame. Putting his hand forward, he asked the hero if they were going to dinner. The guys looked in surprise as Myers asked his brother how he had been doing all this time, to which the hero replied that he had been doing as always. Milton, looking forward, called the main character's name. The main character, looking to the side, grinned, and the guy asked if it turned out that he could smile. A view of the room's window opened up and the man asked if it was an open lesson for the heads of families. Looking at the guy, the main character said yes, parents should see what their children had achieved. Holding a cup in his hand, the man said that he did not know what he had planned, but it seemed that he had gotten used to the role of a teacher well. Raising the cup to his mouth, he thought about the fact that rumors were already circulating about the Duke's lessons. The heads of the clans would certainly not refuse to attend the classes, but leaning forward, the guy said what other open lessons. He does not know what kind of relationship they have, he can explain it. Folding his arms, the protagonist said that it would be necessary to slowly begin to stir up the 7 clans of the kingdom. Rays of sun were visible through the window. Milton, bowing his head, was washing himself. The guy was standing in the middle of a luxurious room. The swordsman grabbed his clothes. Sharply opening the door, he said that he was in a bad mood. Putting his hand on his collar, Milton thought that perhaps he would be magnanimous and accept the fact that the Duke did not know how to be sincere. Special lessons one-on-one with a student. The guy walked straight down the corridor. Putting his hand out in a storno, the swordsman said that he had arrived for a special lesson. Milton looked at his brother and the protagonist and asked what. Myers said that he finally came. He was doing a little stretching with his brother. Looking at him, the swordsman asked if it was true, and then said that then he could go. Now was the time for special one-on-one lessons between the student and the teacher. Frowning, the guy added that the presence of third parties would only interfere with the lesson, and then thought about what a bastard. Looking at the protagonist and his brother, Milton thought about what he thought. Since he was the younger brother of the professor, then he could do anything. Duke Arden had such a hard time overcoming himself and assigned this lesson only for him. The protagonist stood with his arms folded, and the guy thought about what just look. The Duke's face said that he was uncomfortable. Looking at the swordsman, Myers said that this would not affect the lesson. His participation would be useful for the special lesson. Frowning angrily, Milton asked, he hadn't forgotten that he had to fight him first, had he? Blue lightning appeared behind the guy and he said that he called himself a wall that he had to overcome. What kind of nonsense was he talking in front of the strongest swordsman in the kingdom? Red flames appeared behind the protagonist's brother and he smiled and said that the strongest swordsman, he doesn't know who came up with such a nickname for him, but isn't he ashamed to call himself that in front of his brother? The guys suddenly grabbed their weapons. Frowning, Ethan said that's enough, okay, then let them try to fight each other. Folding his hands, the protagonist said that he would hold an individual lesson with the winner, and then turned to the swordsman and said that if he defeated his brother, he would give him a chance to fight him personally. Myers smiled, looked straight ahead and heard, well, such an offer does not promise him any benefit, but since he got involved, he thinks it is fair. Gritting his teeth angrily, Milton said that it is good. He will show them the difference in skills. For the best swordsman in the kingdom there are no obstacles. Myers and Milton stood opposite each other and the brother thought about the fact that the best swordsman in the kingdom. It turns out that in the kingdom he is considered the strongest warrior of the next generation. Frowning, Myers thought that there are simply no words. Slightly crouching down, the brother thought about how dare he behave like this in front of his brother. Angrily looking ahead, the swordsman thought, this bastard, he is not bluffing. Blue lightning and red particles appeared around the guy and he thought that he will still have to deal with them, and then used a reverse heavenly technique. The swordsman rushed forward, swinging his sword. The boy struck his brother's shield with his sword. Myers rolled back sharply after the strike. Gritting his teeth tightly, the brother thought that maybe he had underestimated him, and he was not that simple. Accelerating forward, Millerton used fusion and explosion. Myers looked at him angrily, shouting. The boys were getting closer to each other, and extreme defeat was approaching. The swordsman stretched his head forward and made a sound. The boy rarely jumped into the air, emitting blue lightning. The protagonist's brother looked up furiously. The swordsman struck a sharp blow towards the boy, hitting the shield. Turning around, Myers thought that there was a wall nearby. Gritting his teeth tightly, the brother thought that if he continued to press him against the wall, he would lose. Now it was necessary to decide the course of the battle. Myers shouted furiously, and many red particles appeared around him. Looking at this, Millerton thought that it seemed like he was trying to finish faster. Clutching the sword tightly in his hand, he added that okay, he would take the blow and use the 3 heavenly swords technique. 7 attacks appeared from one flash. Myers made a sharp swing of the weapon and hid from the lightning behind the shield. Squinting one eye, he thought about the main thing that he did not hit vital organs. He was not going to retreat. Milton approached him, and Myers moved the shield to the side and thought that he would let it cut his flesh and break his bones. A blue flash mixed with red flame. The weapon stopped the sword, the hand grabbed the ball. The protagonist, looking at them, said that he told them to fight in a duel and not to risk their lives. The winner will be considered the swordsman. He aimed at the neck. Milton, looking straight ahead, exhaled heavily. Holding the sword tightly, he said that he refuses. A picture of a swordsman attacking his brother appeared and he said that it was not an ideal victory. If he had not stopped them, he would have remained a cripple who was not able to take a sword in his hands. Myers looked straight ahead in surprise and heard that the swordsman was demanding a draw. Smiling, Ethan said that okay, they will listen to the morning lesson together, and then thought that it was not in vain that he made them fight. An opponent with a similar level of skills is an excellent incentive. Watching the guys shake hands, the hero thought that when there is a clash of different attack and defense techniques, there is a mutual enrichment of combat experience. The door of the protagonist's office appeared, and the guy asked what it was, to which Ethan replied that it was a crystal ball, which contained evidence of Agel's betrayal in a secret laboratory. Looking at the box in surprise, Milton asked why he was giving him such a valuable item, to which the protagonist replied that yes, let him give it to the Duke. Putting his hand in front of him, Ethan said that he should know that his son almost died. He was not going to bargain using this. The guy's eyes widened in surprise. Leaning over, the guy wanted to thank the protagonist, but he replied that it was not necessary. In 6 days there would be an open lesson for the heads of the clans. The protagonist said that since he was going home, he should convey personally that the presence of representatives was impossible, to which the guy thought that he was behaving impudently again and replied that it was fine, and the hero said that he could go. Milton picked up the box in front of him and smiled, looking at it. Frowning, Ethan thought about the fact that this evidence had upset the balance between the 7 clans. I wonder how Milton would react to it. Looking down, he added that Milton too. A guy appeared walking along the road in the dark and the hero asked what choice he would make. The man leaned his hand on the table. Looking down, Gerond angrily said that he had heard rumors that he had failed the test for students twice, asked what face he had returned with after that. Milton stood scared and looked down, and the man said that how could the only son ruin the reputation of the entire clan, to which the guy replied that it was simple. Holding the sphere in his hands, Milton said that to be honest, he came to show him this. An image appeared from the sphere, as Roger says that faking the prince's death and setting the swordsman on the main character, he thinks that Duke Aggles will also agree. The Duke looked at the image and heard that he wants to bring this as a sacrifice, let him send the swordsman's son to be eaten by the dragon. The Duke looked at the swordsman, gritting his teeth, thinking about what it was. Gerond, looking straight ahead, told him to explain what was happening, to which the swordsman replied in fear that he had mistakenly fallen into the hands of the Duke's people, and the main character had helped him. Holding the box in his hands, Gerond said that he was an idiot, accepted help from this lost family, asked if Ethan had given him this. Looking down in fear, Milton said no, he had written it down himself. Holding the sphere in his hand, the Duke replied that it meant he had retained the remnants of his pride, he could go, he would figure it out himself. Opening the door, the swordsman turned around and said that in 6 days there would be an open lesson for parents, he should come in person to see his achievements in studies. Sitting on the chair, the Duke told him not to forget what he personally invested in him. The door slowly slammed shut. A woman covered with a white cloth appeared, and the guy thought that the mother who died during childbirth and his stillborn twin brother. 2 children lay wrapped in a white towel, and the swordsman added that he was a degenerate who killed his mother and brother, that was it. Clenching his fist tightly, the guy thought about what he liked to hear most in the attachment, he knew, but gritting his teeth in anger, the swordsman thought that it was really because of this. A portrait of his father appeared in his head, and Milton thought about how he was always the one his father wanted dead. Swinging his hand, the guy screamed loudly. Sharply hitting the board, it began to crack. The swordsman looked at the broken table and thought that if it was useful to the family, then it would not matter when it was gone. A view of a luxurious building opened up. Entering the room, the hero told the swordsman that he was late for class. Turning his head, the protagonist asked if something had happened. Lowering his head, Milton said that nothing special, today he would like to rest. Looking at the guy, the protagonist asked since when students decide for themselves to go to class or not, told him to take a wooden sword in his hands, to which the guy replied that he should leave it. Frowning, Ethan thought. The hero abruptly grabbed the swordsman's hand. The protagonist began to drag him along, and Milton screamed and asked what he was doing. Going down the stairs, the swordsman said that he asked to leave him alone, to let him go. Milton fell sharply to the floor. The guy started bleeding, and he asked what was wrong with him. Looking at him, the protagonist said that he should get up. If he doesn't like it, then let him try to hit him. Running at the protagonist, the swordsman said that he asked to leave him. He dealt many blows, but the hero dodged. The protagonist put his hand in front of him. A blow flew at the swordsman in the side. Ethan stretched his sword in front of him, looking to the side, and the guy winced in pain. The swordsman's eyes opened wide with rage and he called the protagonist a name. Blue lightning appeared around the swordsman and he said that he would kill him. Frowning, the hero watched the glow. The high walls of the castle appeared. The man fell to his knees and began to cry. Kneeling, Milton asked why he did this to him, to which the protagonist replied that he simply punished him so that he would pull himself together, asked if he was crying from pain. Lowering his head, the swordsman screamed that he was not crying. Frowning, the protagonist said that okay, judging by his voice, he came to his senses. A screaming knight appeared. This was the stage of inner demons, and the hero thought about what happens when you suppress anger and sadness in yourself, and then they break out. In his past life, in the war, he saw many who gave up because of such inner demons. Throwing the sword aside, Ethan thought about the fact that he does not know what happened to him with the Duke, but he is in deep despair, and now he poured out his anger on him, thereby avoiding dangerous consequences. The guy's tears flowed to the ground and he said that his father heard that he almost died and laughed. The hero looked closely at the guy and heard that he did not even ask if everything was okay with him, he only cares about how he will cope with the Duke. The hero continued to look at him and heard that if he were in his place, what would he do? What should he do? With his head down, the swordsman said that he understands his father. When he was born, his brother and mother died. Milton opened his eyes wide and heard that all this is not his fault. Frowning, Ethan said that he did not think that he should try to be happy since he survived. The 2 brothers of the protagonist and the dead girl appeared and he said that everyone who saw him as the last hope and died probably wanted him to stay alive and be happy. He thinks that his late mother and brother wanted him to live in despair. Little Milton was surrounded by the heads of the royal families, and the protagonist added that he understands that his life was not happy, let's say, they wanted this for him. Beaten Milton looked at the hero in surprise and heard that and what next? He must live the way they wanted. A portrait of his father appeared in the guy's head, and he said that his father said that he had invested too much in him so that he would not forget his duty. He said only that. Smiling, the hero asked again about what he had invested. Turning around, the protagonist said that he now knew that as a father, Duke Gerond was simply terrible. If he met him, he would say a few sweet words to him. Milton, with a beaten face, looked straight ahead in surprise and heard that he could go rest. Tomorrow there would be an additional lesson instead of today. And then, climbing the stairs, the hero added that he only had one name and said that he was Milton. Leaning on his hands, the swordsman said his name. The man, looking at the papers in surprise, asked what was written there. Looking at them with fear, he read that in 3 days there would be an open lesson, which would be attended by the heads of 7 families, including the Duke. A view of a huge kingdom opened up, and he asked why they were telling him about this only now. Damn Duke Arden. Passing by the room, the protagonist heard a loud cry. Lowering his head, the hero thought that it would not be easy for the rector of the academy, but what hunter would announce the time and place of his hunt in advance. 4 people appeared behind the hero, and he thought that the time had come for the final battle in which he would catch a big fish. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.